Chapter 49, Imperial Family Guards. Chapter 49, Imperial Family Guards. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. Rhodey thought about Nicole's words quietly. The current him was no longer an ignorant youth. These past few days, he did not only learn about swordmanship but also about scholarly knowledge. As a result, he was no longer ignorant of the world. Rhodey, of course, understood the situation the Empire was facing right then, after its crashing defeat in the war. The damage to the Northwest Legion was enough to say that the whole Legion was defeated. The entire Northwest territory was now completely undefended and could be captured by the Great Moon Kingdom. Although the Empire's total military strength was still stronger than that of the Great Moon Kingdom, it was not possible to mobilize the North Legion and South Legion so easily. At that moment, there were only two possible purposes for the Great Moon Kingdom's prince to come to the Empire as a diplomatic envoy. The first possibility was to declare war. However, this was unlikely as the kingdom's overall strength was unlikely to be able to defeat the Empire in a full-scale war. Even if it was to declare war, there was no reason for the prince to personally come as an envoy. They would probably send other people as envoys. This was because the emperor might order the execution of the envoy in a fit of anger. The second possibility would be negotiating peace. Rhodey believes that the possibility of this was greater. This was because after the crushing defeat, the situation had become dire in the Northwest region. The Empire would also be more willing to take some humiliation to buy time and build up forces. If Prince Sultan really did come to negotiate peace, then his earlier actions would really lead him to disaster. Ronder, the person that he's seriously injured, could also be one of Sultan's generals. As a result, that conflict could be considered a serious diplomatic matter, even if the person he injured was just a bodyguard. If Sultan deliberately wants to make a big issue out of the incident, the peace negotiations would become more difficult. This would also cause the Empire a big problem, because there was no way to justify beating up the diplomatic envoy in their own capital. The two sat in silence while the guards escorted them back to the mansion. When the carriage arrived at the entrance, from a distance, they could see about 20 horses near the entrance of the Tulip family's mansion. There were also about 24 knights standing, on both sides, waiting. All of the knights were tall and sturdy. They wore golden armors and had a specialized sheath for their swords. Their helmets had a long, red tassel. At a glance, Nicole knew they were the Imperial family's guards and was surprised to see them. When Rhodey and Nicole got down the carriage, a middle-aged leader of the knights walked up to them. He gave a bow of respect and then spoke neither haughtily nor humbly. "I am Gordon, the commander of the Imperial Guards. His Majesty has summoned the Tulip family's heir, Seth. Please follow me to meet His Majesty." As soon as they heard it, Rhodey and Nicole exchanged glances and had the same thought. They are very fast. Nicole was unmoved. She lightly replied, "All right. Let my brother change his clothes first. After that, he will follow you to have an audience with His Majesty." The Deputy Commander Gordon did not dare to oppose. He just nodded his head and said softly, "Yes. In that case, we will wait here." Nicole led Rhodey into the mansion and immediately instructed a servant to change his clothes. Rhodey changed from the Imperial Academy's uniform into a common noble warrior's uniform. As he has not inherited the title yet, he was unable to wear the uniform meant for audiences with His Majesty. The clothing Rhodey wore was warrior uniform but with a lot of accessories. However, the most conspicuous accessory on the clothing was the Tulip family's crest. Nicole did not look too good and whispered, "How are you feeling right now? If you are not feeling well, I can tell them that you were injured from the fight and cannot go temporarily. In this case, His Majesty would be unable to force you to have an audience with him." Rhodey shook his head and sternly said, "That won't do. Nicole, this cannot be done. I just only accompanied you back and the guards were also already waiting for us, which explains that His Majesty is aware of what happened. Chances are he also knows that I am not injured. On top of that, Gordon has already seen me. We can no longer tell them that I am injured." Nicole sighed and looked at Rhodey. "I did not expect you to be able to think so clearly. However, it happened so fast, we had not thought of a good countermeasure." Rhodey nodded his head. "There is no time left. I will have to adapt. Nicole. I am just worried that His Majesty could see through my disguise." Nicole pondered deeply before she said, "He should not be able to. His Majesty has hardly met Seth and should not be able to see through your disguise. I have also already taught you the basic courtesy. There should not be a big flaw. I only worry." "What?" Nicole sighed. "I am afraid that His Majesty the Emperor actually dislikes my brother." "Why?" Rhodey frowned. Looking strange, Nicole answered. Because of Jojo. She continued before Rhodey could speak. Originally, I did not know about my brother and Jojo's relationship, but I think that secret could not be kept from His Majesty. Did you know? His Majesty is really attracted to Jojo. Jojo has been in the imperial capital for a very long time. Although she was the Empress's sister, His Majesty did not bestow the princess title to her. This is probably because he wants to have Jojo. Rhodey made a wry smile. So you are saying that His Majesty may know about Seth and Jojo's relationship and may hate me very much? Nicole shook her head and forced a smile. That is also one of the problems I am worried about. However, His Majesty is unlikely to raise such matters openly. Today, the most important thing is to solve the problem of your dispute with the Great Moon Kingdom's envoy. In other words, whatever the punishment is given to you, you will have to bear it. Rhodey gave a cold smile. What else can they do? How can they push the responsibility to Bayan? He is His Majesty's nephew. Nicole sighed and did not say anything. She only concentrated on fixing Rhodey's uniform. Rhodey also did not say anything because he knows that nothing that he says would help him. He can only take a step at a time. Before leaving, Rhodey thought for a moment and asked a servant to bring him the lightsaber hanging on the wall in his room. Although he did not know how to use that saber, having it somehow makes him calm. Even though he could move right now, that earlier fight had used up all of his energy, especially that last attack which almost made him collapse. Although he feels better right now, he was still unable to fight. He just wants to carry that saber to build up his courage to defend himself if needed. Nicole led Rhodey out to board the carriage. According to her intention, she wanted to accompany Rhodey. However, the Deputy Commander Gordon refused her request. His Majesty the Emperor said he only wants to meet young Master Seth. Miss Nicole, please stay at home. Gordon said lightly. Noticing the fearful look on Nicole's face, Gordon's heart went soft and then whispered to Nicole. Miss Nicole, do not worry. His Majesty already seems to know what happened when he gave me the order. However, His Majesty seems to be in a good mood and did not seem angry. Nothing should happen to young Master Seth. Nicole froze for a moment and looked at Gordon, surprised. She could not understand why Gordon was on her side. Gordon showed a solemn look and nodded to Nicole. He softly said, I was one of the Duke's subordinates many years ago. Nicole calmed down and nodded her head in gratitude. When Rhodey got onto the carriage, Gordon gave an order and the 20-odd knights got on their horses. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, Glory and Disgrace. Chapter 50, Glory and Disgrace. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. The Imperial Palace was built in the center of the Empire, more than 400 years ago when the Empire was founded. It was an enormous structure built using granite shipped from the north. From the Empire's few centuries worth of history, Rhodey learned that the Empire had gone through many hardships and wars. Rhodey was unable to remember them all. During the Empire's 49th year, the Empire was at war with the northern Roland continent and entered a moment of crisis. The Granite Palace became the last military stronghold. Both sides had about 200,000 soldiers and they fought at the fort of the palace for a total of 17 days. Finally, the third Duke of the Tulip family led 100,000 soldiers that helped to repel the enemy and defend the palace. During the Empire's 109th year, there was an internal strife. The emperor was assassinated by a rebellious minister. The rebellious minister then put a prince there and controlled him like a puppet. After that, the 6th Duke of Tulip family ran away from the imperial capital. 15 days later, he came back to the imperial capital with 9,000 soldiers. They took 6 days to break through the city walls and later fought 20,000 rebels for 2 days and 2 nights. The Duke personally killed the rebellious leader, Davis, and continued to attack the imperial city with thousands of soldiers. Due to that war, the river near the walls turned red with blood for a full 2 weeks, before returning to its original color. During the Empire's 209th year, after the internal strife, the most outstanding emperor in the whole of Empire's history, Abbas the Great, ascended the throne. Abbas was the Empire's greatest emperor in their 400 years of history. However, during his reign he was also the emperor that killed the most people. Abbas had the support of the Tulip family and killed more than 1,000 of the ministers and kinsmen that opposed his rule. That included his younger brother and his uncle. About 100 years later, the empire once again experienced a bloody baptism. On that night, the whole empire was filled with shrilled screams and the stench of the blood. After a heavy downpour, the whole empire was covered in red. During the 30 years of Abbas the Great's reign, he created the empire's formidable cavalry. The cavalry was well known in the mainland as the Lightning God Legion. Under Abbas' great leadership and the Tulip family's outstanding commands, the cavalry conquered the entire continent. Only in the mainland at the northwest grasslands was there a strong and unknown resistance from the nomads who refused to be ruled by the empire. Abbas the Great then implemented firm strategies. In all parts of the mainland where the sun shines, everyone must respect the imperial law and authority. The obedient ones will be rewarded while the rebellious ones will be mercilessly punished. Finally, the marshal of the empire massacred 60,000 foreign troops and captured their leader, Halifax. Abbas the Great then ordered for this foreign leader to be publicly trampled by horses until he died. At last, the whole continent finally unified and became the empire's territory. As a result, the empire in the south and Roland in the north, separated by the straits, were in quite a confrontational setup. Also in that era, the great sage Dandong was born. He became Abbas the Great's most powerful assistant as he single-handedly planned a series of reforms, giving the empire a lot of vigor. Also in that palace, Abbas the Great renamed the empire as the Radiant Empire I. The name of the Radiant Empire reverberated through the whole continent. 23 years ago, the empire once again went through a historical moment. It was its first defeat and humiliation after a few hundred years. The foreigners from the northwest grasslands raised their banners and declared independence. They then formed the Great Moon Kingdom. On top of that, the commander of the army who was Tulip family's head died of illness. Eventually, the empire's central cavalry were defeated by the Great Moon Kingdom's armored cavalry. As they were defeated, the empire had to acknowledge the Great Moon Kingdom's independence. After that, the empire and the Great Moon Kingdom signed an agreement in the hall constructed by Abbas the Great, agreeing to the division of their lands. Rodi sat in the carriage and occasionally gazed out of the window, looking towards the palace in the distance. He recalled seeing the picture of the palace in history books. He did not know what his fate would be when he arrived there. Rodi stared at the palace which was getting closer. As night drew nearer, he had a peculiar feeling. This is the heart of the empire. The palace was surrounded by about 60 miles of wall, completely constructed with huge rocks. Its height and thickness were about the same as the wall of the imperial capital, but its strength was much stronger. Standing on the wall were the imperial guards wearing golden armors and holding spears. There was also a brightly colored banner with a thorny flower, flapping in the wind. This wall was originally something built in haste during the war. A few hundred years later, an ancient emperor renovated the wall. The original castle-like wall was given a magnificent coating to make it similar to the imperial palace. The original iron gate was replaced with a golden gate, the symbol of the imperial family's dignity. As the carriage passed through the gate, Rodi could not help but mentally try to calculate as to how many years of a commoner's expenses could be covered by the cost of the gate's platinum gold coating. Under the guidance of the imperial guards, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the inner city of the imperial palace. At this point, Rodi had to get off the carriage. Nobody except His Majesty the Emperor was allowed to ride a carriage into the inner city. 12 fully armed guards led the way. Rodi eventually reached the audience hall. The thick and heavy door made of wood and iron was already open. Following Gordon's instructions, Rodi slowly walked into the audience hall alone. The 16 huge pillars in the audience hall looked dignified. The audience hall was surrounded and illuminated by large candles, made of cattle fat. The illumination was so bright that it seemed as if it was daytime. When Rodi stepped onto the floor, it gave out a soft sound. Rodi noticed that the floor of the audience hall was made out of gold. On both sides of the audience hall, rows of guards in armor stood. They only revealed their eyes and they had axes in their hands. They looked straight in front and did not glance at Rodi. Oomph, gold. The imperial palace is really like what the legend said, like a cage. Rodi could not help but think to himself. Gordon pointed to the door at the end of the hall and whispered, "His Majesty is in there waiting for you." He hesitated for a moment before saying again, "Young Master Seth, please give me your sword." Rodi knew he could not refuse. He gave the lightsaber to Gordon. Gordon nodded his head and passed on the sword to one of the guards at the door before walking with Rodi towards the back. The two guards, at the side of the entrance, carefully interrogated Gordon. Only when Gordon produced the command plate did they allow Rodi to enter. The door slowly opened and Rodi immediately felt a chill. It was a side hall, which was actually the real center of the empire. It was noted in the empire's history that all the important policies and strategies were agreed and fixed here by the emperor and his ministers. The inside of the hall was mostly empty. He felt a strange sense of relief from the ceiling that gave off a gentle and chilling light. Rodi knew that this was an illuminating spell. There were no decorations or furnishings in the middle of the room. There was only a huge and long table in the wide, open hall. At the end of the table, there was a long and thin silhouette. He wore a long white robe and had long black hair tied up behind his head. His face looked abnormally fair as if it was devoid of color. He carefully looked at Rhodey with eyes which looked like two bright gems. Although the person was just quietly standing there, Rhodey could feel a tremendous kind of invisible pressure. Rhodey immediately bowed his head and knelt down. He spoke loudly, "I am Tulip Family's Seth Rudolph. I present myself to His Majesty the Emperor." The white-robed person in the distance seemed motionless. He gently nodded, but he did seem to have intention of allowing Rhodey to stand up. The current Radiant Empire Emperor quietly looked at Rhodey. His gaze was as if he could see through Rhodey. Rhodey did not know how long he had knelt. He could feel the cold sweat flowing down his back. After a while, he heard a clear and resounding voice. "Seth. I have a difficult problem. I hope you can solve it for me." Translator's footnote. 1. The original name, Wanmingdigua, meant Light Empire or Bright Empire, but it sounds awkward as the name of a kingdom, so I picked Radiant instead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, Entrusted Important Task. Chapter 51, Entrusted Important Task. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. Rhodey slowly raised his head and felt the other party's sharp gaze. He did not know why, but that gaze made his hair stand. "Seth, come here." Rhodey swallowed his saliva and slowly stood up. He then walked a few steps forward. The person in front of him was the Empire's Emperor, Abbas 11. In his heart, Rhodey felt unimpressed. Why does he not look very spirited? Based on Rhodey's perception, the Emperor as a descendant of Abbas the Great should be wearing golden armor. The Emperor should be stalwart and give off a majestic impression. However, the middle-aged man in front of him looked pale and his thin body was hidden under the white robe. He gave people a deep, eerie impression. Humph. Looks like being an emperor is not necessarily a joyous affair. Look at his appearance, his forehead is full of wrinkles. He must be frowning constantly. Rhodey stood in front of the Emperor, about 10 steps away. He did not dare to go any nearer. Abbas 11 finally looked away and lightly sighed. "Seth, how long has it been since I last saw you?" It should be a good few years? It was when your father passed away. At that time you were still a child, Abbas 11 spoke in a somewhat sad tone. Rhodey kept his mouth shut and lowered his head. "In just a few years, you have become robust. Much better than your father during those years," Abbas 11 spoke as he walked slowly towards Rhodey. He extended his hand to pat Rhodey's shoulder and said, "I know your sense of unease. Today's incident has already been reported to me." Rhodey thought for a moment and was finding the right words to say when the Emperor stopped him with a gesture. "I know what you want to say. Bayan already told me about it. However, I know that his stories were filled with exaggerations." I am not old and confused yet, but this incident actually happened. You actually injured the guy, so you must also understand the consequences." Rhodey nodded. Nicole reminded him earlier not to say too much. The more he said, the more mistakes he could make. Abbas 11 looked at Rhodey's eyes with some interest. He gave a cold smile and slowly asked, "Why do you not speak? I heard that your temperament is not like this. You are well known as an extremely audacious person." Rhodey took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. He looked directly at the Emperor's eyes and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, I do not know what to say. For your Majesty to summon me, there must already be a decision." Abbas 11 looked surprised momentarily before he slightly frowned and pondered. He asked slowly, "Do you know about the war between the Empire and the Great Moon Kingdom?" Rhodey thought to himself. Although the news of the fight had been concealed, it could not have been concealed from those in the upper strata. Otherwise, Nicole would not have found out about it. For His Majesty to ask Rhodey this question, it would mean that he was aware of Rhodey's knowledge about the situation. That would mean that it was useless for him to pretend. As a result, it would be better for him to gracefully acknowledge by nodding his head. "Very good," Abbas 11 nodded his head. "You are pretty smart to know that you cannot lie to me." His tone was awe-inspiring. Soon, he changed his tone and asked again, as the heir of the Tulip family, "What do you think of the Imperial Army in this case?" Rhodey thought for a moment and loudly proclaimed, "The Tulip family is willing to go to war and risk their lives to defend the dignity of the Empire." Those words were also taught to him by Nicole. Whatever it was, those words would definitely not offend His Majesty. Sure enough, a trace of satisfactory smile appeared on Abashi's pale face. Unfortunately, you are still young and have not inherited the title. Otherwise, I really hope you can be of service to me. I also hope that the unbeatable history of the Tulip family would continue through you. Great Moon Kingdom, humph. Merely a group of uncivilized foreign barbarians. His Majesty exposed his resentment from his last few words. Rhodey sneered in his heart. Barbarians? A group of barbarians fought to the extent that your personally appointed commander of the Northwest Legion was so badly defeated? Of course, Rhodey did not say those words out loud. He swallowed his saliva and silently said, Your Majesty is brilliant. Rhodey kept his criticisms to himself. Abbas 11 also sighed as if he was aware of his own outburst. He lowered his voice and spoke, The Empire has just been defeated and the morale is low. I summoned you here so that you can help me with one thing. Rhodey immediately remembered Nicole's words and hurriedly proclaimed his boundless loyalty. He knelt with one knee and earnestly looked at His Majesty in a 45-0 angle while cursing in his heart. This preposterous Empire's family heir is really stifling. Abbas 11 stared at Rhodey seeming satisfied and spoke, I have decided to bring forward your succession ceremony. 3 days from now, I will personally host your succession ceremony. If you can pass the Imperial examination, I will officially announce your inheritance of the Tulip family's title and you will become the new Duke Rudolph. After that, I will have a more important mission for you. Rhodey did not say anything but he gave the Emperor a dignified look. He knew that at this moment, he must definitely not show a surprised face. As expected, Abbas 11 nodded when he saw Rhodey maintaining his calm and loudly proclaimed, If you successfully inherit the title, I will appoint you as the Northwest Inspection Special Envoy and I will order you to immediately go to the Northwest region to aid General Rubin of the Northwest Legion to take charge of military affairs. Even though Rhodey tried to maintain his calm, when he heard those words, he was unable to conceal it. Go to the front lines? Northwest Inspection Special Envoy? That is the title of the Imperial Envoy. Although Rhodey had never been a government official, he had been to the Imperial Academy and knew the meaning of being a special envoy. It meant that at exceptional moments, he would have full control of military affairs in the Northwest region. During critical moments, he could even overwrite the orders of the original first commander of the Northwest Legion. Abbas 11 sighed. I know that you are still too young and you should not bear this burden. However, this is now a difficult time for the Empire. The Tulip family is the god of war and flagship of the Empire. Now is the time where the Empire needs the Tulip family the most. The Emperor's dignified gaze softened and his voice also lowered. Even though I want you to go to the Northwest, I do not really expect you to change the situation immediately. After all, you are still young and do not have much experience. What I need are your banners. When the soldiers are defeated, I want your family banner to come up and stabilize the morale of the army. Seth, I do not need you to do too many things. I just need you to go to the front lines. As long as your family banner is up, the morale of the soldiers will be secured. Do you understand my intentions? I understand. Rhodey breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of fighting on the front lines. As a warrior, he had already planned to join the military and become a solider. Nonetheless, at his tender age, he was inevitably apprehensive to be suddenly entrusted with an important task. However, the Emperor was clear in his commands and did not expect him to actually command the army. He just wanted Rhodey to go out and show himself to the soldiers. The fact was, utilizing the legend of the undefeated Tulip family was a good tactic to sustain the morale of the army. When Abbas 11 saw Rhodey's nervousness, he smiled and said, I believe that the Tulip family would not disappoint me. That is why I hope that you can live up to my expectations. Rhodey took a deep breath, slowly knelt down and said, Yes. Since all was said and done, the Emperor nodded indicating that Rhodey could now leave. Rhodey slowly stood up and showed his respect before leaving. When he reached the entrance, the Emperor suddenly spoke again. Seth, I heard that you got close with Jojo recently. I hope that you will not be distracted by anything else at this time. Rhodey turned stiff as he secretly scoffed. He slowly turned and said, I understand. Humph. To fight with the Emperor for a woman. I do not have such interests. When he left the audience hall, Rhodey first looked for Gordon to take the lightsaber back. After that, he got on the carriage without a word. When Rhodey got home, Nicole was surprised that he returned so early. By the time Rhodey related about his meeting with the Emperor, Nicole's face was full of solemn expression. His Majesty did not blame you? Rhodey sighed. I also felt strange. His Majesty lightly spoke about it before changing the subject. Nicole's facial expression became even more somber. After a while, she gently asked, "Are you confident about the examination in 3 days' time?" Rhodey nodded. There should be no problem. But now the situation at the Northwest is tense. His Majesty wants to send you to the front lines. Nicole looked sad. Rhodey felt his heart warm up and he could not help but move forward to hold Nicole's hands. "Nicole, are you worried about me?" Nicole's face turned red and she quickly withdrew her hands. She stepped back and looked to the side. Fortunately, there were no other servants at that moment. Those around them had already been sent away as well. When Rhodey saw Nicole pull back, he smiled sadly and said, "Nicole, I am sorry." Nicole knew Rhodey was unhappy. Knowing that he was about to leave for the front lines in a few days, her heart turned tender. She spoke gently, her eyes red, "Rhodey, I beg of you. Please do not force me. Right now, our identities are different." Rhodey showed an expression of self-deprecation and sighed. He gave Nicole a glance before leaving. "Wait," Nicole hurriedly said as she felt anxious. She rushed in front and held Rhodey's clothes. Then she said, "Rhodey, do not misunderstand. I mean, right now you are acting as my little brother. Wait until after everything is over, I will arrange for you to be in the army. As long as you work hard, in future, I will wait for you." The last few words were very soft, but luckily, Rhodey had good hearing as a warrior. Otherwise, those words would not be heard. Rhodey felt surprised and stared at Nicole. His face was filled with joy. "Really? Nicole, are you speaking the truth? Really?" Nicole's face turned red and she said, What do you want me to do? You were rude, twice already. Who do you think you are?" She spoke until she looked like she was about to cry. Rhodey felt so happy that he grabbed Nicole's hands. This time he would not let go no matter what was said. "So, you do not mind my real identity? I am just a civilian." Nicole was displeased. "Who do you think we, the Tulip family, are? Do you think that I, Nicole, am that kind of person?" At that moment, hundreds of flowers bloomed in Rhodey's heart. His past depression from the past few days was immediately swept away. He no longer cared about the Emperor's commands or titles or examinations. He did not even care about being on the front lines. Even if he had to risk his life fighting the foreign barbarians right now, he would not frown. "Nicole, do not worry. I will work hard. I will become successful and not disgrace the name of your Tulip family." Rhodey shouted in excitement. "Shut up." Nicole's face was still red, but she quickly stomped in front and covered Rhodey's mouth. "You need to shut up. Do you know where you are? Do not shout." Rhodey immediately shut up but excitedly reached out his hands to hold Nicole. Nicole's face turned red. She quickly avoided his grasp and in a panic, opened the door before running out. Unexpectedly, Rhodey watched Nicole escape. He felt that his bitterness for so many days was now worth it. He was so excited that he felt like roaring. "You are a real idiot." Suddenly, a sarcastic-sounding voice could be heard. "Andy, shut up." Rhodey was so happy that he did not want to bicker with Andy. "Humph. I said, you are an idiot." Andy's voice was cold. The man being an idiot is bad enough. The woman, who was originally clever, has also become an idiot after falling in love. The preposterous emperor just told you to go and court death. It is such an obvious plot to get you killed by others, yet you two fools are still so well behaved. I think that at this moment, the emperor is the one who is really happy. Looks like soon, there will be a fireworks display at the palace. Idiot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Night Exploration of the White Tower. Chapter 52, Night Exploration of the White Tower. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. Boy, how much have you been studying these past few days? How much of the famous historical art of war have you learned? Don't tell me all the knowledge has been fed to the dogs? Did the little girl not tell you about the war in the Northwest? Don't you know how to think using your brain? Let me ask you, if you were the commander of the Great Moon Kingdom who just defeated the Empire's army of 200,000 in one swoop, you have now occupied the Northwest and you are aware of the Empire's lack of military strength as well as its inability to mobilize more soldiers in a short time, what would you do? The entire Northwest region is now vulnerable to the Great Moon Kingdom. They have assembled 80,000 cavalries at a strategic location in the Northwest, Oldenburg. Why would they assemble so many cavalries there? Don't tell me they went there for their horses to graze? To the Great Moon Kingdom, the rest of the Northwest Territory is undefended. Don't tell me they will not be tempted to attack? The Northwest Legion is already finished. The fact that it was not completely destroyed is already a miracle from God. Just now in the audience hall, did the Emperor say he wanted to send more reinforcements? Did he say he wanted to dispatch more soldiers? Idiot. Rhodey's face immediately changed and he could not help but frown. Perhaps the Emperor would send reinforcements. After all, Northwest is also part of the Empire. Ah. Andy's tone of voice sounded as if he was sneering. Dispatch troops? If the Empire could do that, why would the Emperor need to receive an emissary from the Great Moon Kingdom? It is not that the Empire will not send reinforcements, it is that they have no soldiers to send as reinforcements. How long would it take to mobilize troops from the north? How long would it take to assemble willing participants? Even if the Emperor is resolute enough to take the risk and fight against the cavalry, how many days would it take to send out troops from the imperial capital? Rhodey immediately closed his mouth. His mind was churning at high speed with calculated thoughts. Not dispatching any troops? Then there could only be one explanation. The Emperor received the envoy to delay the attack. But because the envoy was attacked, it would seem that peace is no longer an option. Or rather, the Great Moon Kingdom had never really wanted peace. The envoy was just sent over to deceive the public. Otherwise, what is the point of assembling more soldiers? For a military parade? Since war is inevitable, or rather since defeat in the war is inevitable, then there must be a malicious intent in dispatching me. Who were the people the Emperor hated the most in the Empire? Rhodey finally understood that the Emperor hated the Tulip family who had earned high merits for protecting the Lord. The Emperor would be very willing to take this opportunity to shoot down the Tulip family's foundation. After dispatching him to the northwest, it would no longer be a matter of whether the Northwest Legion could withstand the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry. They would most likely be defeated and Rhodey would be killed in the process. Even if Rhodey somehow manages to escape, the Tulip family's record of being undefeated would be tarnished and they would lose the respect they once had. It was the perfect solution to the internal threat for His Majesty the Emperor. Rhodey started to sweat and whispered, but the Emperor would not sacrifice the lives of thousands of soldiers in the Northwest Legion to achieve this goal, right? That price is too big. Andy's voice turned unfeeling and grim. You are too young. Since when was there never a bloody river in a fight for imperial power? As long as he gets to keep his power, why would he care about the lives of tens of thousands of people? Even if the Emperor does not have the courage to sacrifice the Northwest Legion only just needs to be defeated and escape. Then his objective would already be achieved. Although, to the people in the Empire you were just a special envoy meant for show, other people out there would not see it that way. The world would think that the Tulip family is the real commander. The defeat of the Northwest Legion would be the fault of the Tulip family. If I was the Emperor, I would also accuse you of not accomplishing the mission as His Majesty's special envoy, and execute you. Others would also have nothing to say. These words made Rhodey's heart pound wildly. Rhodey thought to himself and did not discuss this with Nicole. With a bitter feeling in knowing that he was actually not a particularly resourceful person, how could he find a solution in such a short amount of time? After a long time, Andy's voice sounded out again, boy, as long as you promise me one thing, I will help you to solve this problem. What? Rhodey's heart stirred. Although he was originally an honest person, these past few days Rhodey had been influenced and now had the ability to scheme. Now that this skeleton has woken him up, come to think of it, he must have a solution already. Tonight. It must be tonight. You must sneak into the White Tower. Go to that wall you saw this morning, break it down and go in to look around. Andy's voice was soft but resolute. Fine. Rhodey, without thinking, immediately agreed because he had no choice. The behavior of the mysterious skeleton could not be comprehended. It was also unknown as to how many secrets the skeleton possessed. Since it was able to wake him up, it must have a solution. Rhodey patiently waited until evening. Nicole did not visit him as she was shy, but she ordered Angel to serve Rhodey dinner. Late that night when the moon reached its peak, Rhodey quietly got up from his bed. He quietly put on his warrior's clothes. He hesitated for a moment before he took the silver mask that Nicole gave him. He had used it before. He then took the lightsaber before he quietly left through the window. In fact, he was not clever at leaving without being noticed. Several guards actually saw him. However, the original young Master Seth also used to slip out in the middle of the night. The guards who recognized Rhodey's figure kept their calm. They allowed him to get past without stopping him. They just thought to themselves that the young master was finally reverting to his old self after so many days. Rody knew the way to the academy. The streets were devoid of pedestrians at that hour. He only needed to avoid the night patrols. Without any trouble, he ran towards to the academy, and this took him quite a long while. He silently climbed over the walls of the academy. Thankfully, the Imperial Academy was not a heavily guarded place. Without anybody noticing him in the dark, Rody dashed discreetly towards the White Tower while concealing himself behind the trees. The bottom floor of the White Tower was a prototype foundation. The large gate was open and there were no guards, probably because it was also the home of the famous magician Elder Glen. It was just that Andy needed to constantly warn Rody. Do not step on the 6th step. There is a spell trap. Do not touch the handrails on the staircase. Also, be careful not to step on that pattern on the floor. That is a magician's cloth spell. With the guidance of the skeleton, Rody quietly arrived at the wall he saw during the day. Once again, he stood in front of that wall. Rody was sweating and felt relieved. He ran all the way here and was lucky enough not to be spotted. He was already feeling extremely nervous. He had never tried being a thief before. Rody pushed the wall gently with his hands. He strained his ears and listened to determine that there was nobody near him. He then gently knocked on the wall. Use your sword. Andy's voice advised Rody. It is like what you did during the day when you attacked and defeated that barbarian. Concentrate all your power, bit by bit, into the sword. After that, do you see the jewel on the hilt? Use your strength and pinch those jewels. Use your strength bit by bit, don't be too nervous. Andy's voice also sounded nervous, but like before, he never neglected to talk nonsense. Pity that foreign prince. He thought you were using fighting energy. How could such an elementary thing be compared to your current strength? Even though fundamentally you are like trash, however, your body has already received the real power from Old Man Autumn. Although it was only a small amount, after many days of training the power has automatically built up. Ah, it is better than that trash earlier. Shut up, Andy. Rody felt his head ache listening to him and was unable to concentrate. He could not help but scold him. Rody then concentrated on being vigilant and mimicked what he did with his sword the previous 2 times. Little by little, he concentrated the warmth of his hands as he held the sword. And then, slowly using his strength. Suddenly, there were brilliant enchanting lights bursting out of the jewel at the hilt of the sword, which immediately dimmed. After that, the body of the sword also radiated a strange, gentle light while the edge of the sword emitted a pale golden light. Rody was a bit surprised, but he could not help but snort lightly. Idiot. Act quickly. Use the sword to slash. Slash lightly. Andy's voice urged. Rody grit his teeth and ruthlessly slashed the sword into the wall. It made a soft sound. The seemingly fragile scrape enabled the lightsaber to pierce through the wall easily as if it was extremely thin. Rody stared at the sword in his hands with eyes wide open and was too surprised to speak. Quickly. Andy scowled. Don't be in a daze. You are too weak and the sword will not last long. Rody restrained his thoughts and slowly moved the sword. He cut a big square-shaped pattern in the wall. To his horror, the solid hard wall under the lightsaber was softer than the bread he ate at home. A big section was easily cut out by Rody, creating an entrance big enough for one person to squeeze in. Rody pulled out the lightsaber and carefully inspected it for damages. He was pleasantly surprised and carefully kept it. After that, he moved the piece of rock he just cut away. It was really empty behind the walls. However, it was so dark inside that he could not see anything clearly. On top of that, a smell of decay emerged from that hole. Rody gnashed his teeth and searched his own body. He then took out an illumination gem and gently threw it out. The gem rolled on the ground and gave out light, making the empty space less obscure. 2 mice in the corner were frightened and ran away. With one big stride, Rody entered. He turned around and carefully placed the brick back on the wall. This was so that if anyone should come, they would not be aware that the rock was moved without looking carefully. Rody looked around the place with that faint light and frowned. Where is this place? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, Relic from 200 years ago. Chapter 53, Relic from 200 years ago. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. Although his nose was filled with the smell of decay, Rody was no longer bothered by it anymore. This place was not large. It was like what Andy said. It was a small study. In the corner was a huge bookcase, but the books on it were covered in thick dust and its true features could not be seen. There was also a small and strange-shaped table. It was not like the tables that Rhodey had normally seen. On top, there were some hidden compartments. The wood of the chairs in front of the table were all decayed, the chairs looked shaky and seemed like they would fall apart at any time. The thing that attracted Roy most was the pitch-dark wooden box placed on the table. He went to the table and picked up the wooden box. He wiped the dust off the wooden box with his sleeve and immediately saw a line of words that were carved out with a knife. Unfortunately, those words seemed to be in what Rhodey and the Tulip family recognized as God's language. Nobody could actually understand it. Open it. Andy sounded excited. Rhodey forced open the cover to find a small book in the box. As the book was old, it looked a bit yellow and the words were a bit blurred. Don Dun's diary. For big and clear characters were on the first page. Even though his own handwriting was a bit crooked, it was obvious that the great sage had terrible handwriting. Thankfully, it was written in the Empire's common text. Rhodey turned to the next page to see the large and small writing. It made him feel relieved to know that these were written in the Empire's common text. Rhodey was so curious that he did not care how dirty the floor was. He sat down and began to read the notes of the mighty sage of the Empire. I want to go home. I really want to go home. Don Dong's first sentence was written in very big letters. The scribbles were extremely messy. Obviously he felt very agitated when he wrote this. It has been a month since I arrived here, but I have not found my way home. My aircraft is damaged, but I cannot find any fuel or repair tools here. My God. This place is like Europe in the Middle Ages. It is ancient. What should I do? A series of strange terms made Rhodey confused. He did not understand what the sage was talking about and could only continue to read. My timer is broken. I cannot tell what the exact time is now. However, it should be around New Year's on Earth. I do not think I will make it back. This place is not Earth and I do not understand their language. Shit. I am a genius, proficient in 5 languages. I have finished eating all the food and I will need to leave this cave soon. Recently, there were more and more people here and I managed to learn a bit of the local language of the mountain people. I also heard that there is a war coming and that they are all fleeing. How unlucky. How did I get into such a situation? What if I die? My girlfriend is still young. Shit. Not sure who will benefit. When he read the last sentence, Rhodey laughed. Although he could not understand most of what he wrote, he understood from the great sage's last few words that the great sage was also a normal mortal. This morning, I encountered a cavalry. God. This place still has cavalries. Fortunately, I still have my laser gun. Every minute, there was a man on his horse with a dozen of horses following him. That felt great. However, when I went through a town, I was stopped by some soldiers and was treated as a spy. Shit. I kept shooting and dealt with them. Today, there were a lot of problems. I had to trade away some of my clothing. My laser gun is also almost out of energy. Fortunately, there is still a bit of money. The currency here is a bit strange and is made out of metal. Having read up to this stage, Rhodey felt dizzy. He faintly understood that Don Dung came to the Empire from someplace else as he did not seem familiar with the environment of the Empire. However, Rhodey was not able to find out where Don Dung actually came from. After Rhodey randomly flipped through a few pages, he was attracted by a message. Today, again I won another bet with the general. How pitiful. I am a professor that knows a lot about astronomy. I could tell what kind of wind will blow from last night's weather. This general lost his bet, but it seems that I am the one who was duped. This is because he listened to me when I said that today would be windy and used this knowledge to employ a fire attack to burn enemy warships. To think that he was making use me. I have been captured by him for about a month. He seemed curious about me and did not kill me. It seems that I am safe for the moment. However, he started to look worried recently. Apparently, we are surrounded by the enemy. Shit. Does that mean I am doomed? No way. I better sneak away. He did not kill me. He even secretly came to me and told me that if I wanted to go, he would set me free tonight. He even cried hypocritically. Shit. Did he think such a small trick could move me? My ancestors were famous liars. In this world, only I am able to deceive others. Nobody can deceive me. However, if I were to die in this place, it would be too embarrassing. I have decided to go. Sigh, I am too soft-hearted. Actually, I already ran out, but I kept thinking whether the man would die or not. This man actually treated me well. He did not make me wash his smelly socks like the other prisoners. Ugh, fine. I will help him. Is this guy actually a man? When he saw me come back, he cried uncontrollably. Shit. Is his inclination that way? I need to pay more attention. Backwards. Truly backwards. The army here only knows how to use their swords, charge forward and slash aimlessly? The range for using the bows and arrows was also too near. No way. This looks like the time for me to show off my skills. Today, I will design for them a catapult. Sigh, I had no choice. Even though I am brilliant, with the materials given to me in this place, do you think I could build a laser cannon? Shit. Today, I open my eyes. My god. Is this legendary magic? Shit. Relying on my catapult, the enemy became disorderly and a few people suddenly flew up into the sky. It was a real flight. They did not use any form of aircraft. The ones who flew then shot fireballs at my catapult and destroyed it. Shit. These guys are more powerful than a helicopter. Ha ha. Those flying enemies. No. Rudolph said that those were enemy magicians. Whoever they were, they made me feel bitter. Humph. In my place, tactics for fighting flying things from the ground have been studied for a few hundred years. The weapons used have also been improved for 17 or 18 generations. Killing these guys would be a small matter. There are no anti-air missiles here, so I modified the bows and arrows to shoot down those few flying guys like a hornet's nest. Rhodey turned the book page by page. He read with fascination. Although he could not understand most of the things said by the great sage, there were so many fascinating things that he could finish reading all of it. Especially getting to read about the famous war between the Empire and the continent of Northern Roland. The secret of this war was something that he absolutely could not find in history books. Today, I taught Rudolph how to use a water stratagem. Go up the river and build a dam. Let the water levels rise before letting the water flow freely. The water will then wash away all the enemy warships. These guys are really stupid. They can't think of such a simple plan? In my country, even the novels wrote about this kind of stratagem. The War of the Cold Weapons was fought on Earth for many thousands of years. Unfortunately, I do not know much. Otherwise, I would have brought the Romance of the Three Kingdoms book or Sun Tzu's Art of War book, which would be good. Rudolph told me that we were ready to move on as we had already repelled the Northern Roland continent. After that, we could return to the imperial capital. The imperial capital, Sai. This meant that there is still an emperor in this place. Where I am from, the word emperor is only a historical term. Rhodey gave a long sigh. Although he knew that the Imperial Army won that war, it was more exciting to learn what happened behind the scenes from Dondong's notes. I finally understood why there was war. Bloody hell. The two continents are actually so close to each other. It was just separated by a strait. Both emperors also want to conquer the world. How fascinating. However, since Rudolph has treated me so well, I might as well help his emperor. The following records describe the events where Dondong and Rudolph, the Tulip family's duke, were having an audience with the empire's greatest emperor, Abbas the Great. Those records were very profound and had a lot of things that Rhodey could not understand. This included what happened when Dondong received appreciation from Abbas the Great. There were talks about the governing of the nation. Rhodey could not understand more than half of it, especially when it was filled with terms like economics and inflation. It made Rhodey's head swell. What Rhodey noticed was that the great sage Dondong was extremely interested in magic. He differentiated magic and sorcery with a series of studies. He created a lot of new spells that made magic differentiate itself from sorcery and caused both factions to reach a stalemate. What is magic and sorcery? They are just ways to control energy. Magic is the act of gathering energy into one's own body, while sorcery pays attention to the technique of controlling it. In other words, sorcerers may not have much energy, but using some complicated technique, they could somehow be more power. How do you say this? Magic is like weightlifting. The stronger the body, the more energy could be used to carry heavier things. On the other hand, sorcery is similar to tools. A person does not need to be powerful, but if he had a gun, he could defeat people stronger than himself. How interesting. Is it an energy problem? Where I am from, this problem has already been solved. Essentially, what is the difference between a lightning or fire spell and a laser gun? Rhodey's heart stirred as he thought about his lightsaber. He believed that the reason the lightsaber was so sharp had something to do with him concentrating his strength on the sword. However, what really made the sword become so sharp must be because of the strange gem at the hilt and something Dandong called conversion. Suddenly, Rodi was attracted by a statement found in the diary. God. The people in this world said that there is a God, but does God really exist? Their sorcery and magic in our world are supernatural things. In that case, what is God? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Sunflower Treasure. Chapter 54, Sunflower Treasure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. What is God? Does God exist? Thinking of it, Dandong could later create a living skeleton and an independent space out of nothing. These abilities were already almost godlike. Rodi felt agitated about Dandong's words, but when he flipped to the next page, he found that Dandong did not continue on this topic. Rodi, who was anxious to know Dandong's comments about God, flipped through many pages, but he did not mention the word God anymore in the later pages. He did not even record the skeleton, Andy, and that space in his diary. Suddenly, a line of text caught Rodi's attention. God's smile is just a hoax. According to my research, it is only a variant of fantastic and amazing sorcery. The elven race's mysterious magic is just simple magic with major improvements. Wearing this mask can definitely change a person's appearance, but its real use was to receive the elements of sorcery. It is merely a small trick, but a few hundred years ago, the legends mentioned it as something outrageous. According to the legends, the elven race had magical talent from birth. Unfortunately, their species was already extinct and I could not find an entity to study. However, I suspect that what they consider an innate magical talent was the result of the brains of this race developing differently compared to humans. They could also have the benefit of being able to sense the energy which the locals call the magic elements. Alas, the studies have shown that sorcery and magic are just energy with different names. The brilliant elven elder who made God smile during those years must have had the same opinion as me. When he made this mask during those years, it was to reduce the limitations of the interaction between interaction between the energies. Unfortunately, that elder was skilled in conjuration. That is why the created mask only made conjuring more powerful. Today, I found out that this mask has a spell to see through objects. How interesting. If I could return to my world and bring this mask, wouldn't I have X-ray vision? It would be great to walk down the street looking at beautiful woman with this mask. Sigh, I am thinking too crookedly. See-through spell or X-ray effect, in the end, it is still a kind of energy. Ah, how boring. I studied for a lifetime and found nothing new. It seems that I really cannot go back home. Rodi felt his heart beat like thunder. He took a deep breath and looked down. He only hoped to see if Dandong wrote anything about how to use this mask. Perhaps at that moment, this so-called God really blessed him because Dandong really made a detailed record on the various methods of how to use this mask. However, Rodi felt frustrated after reading it. This is because according to Dandong, God's smile is a tool of sorcery. To use it, he must have a certain level of ability in sorcery. Also, it could only be used by a sorcerer of grade 4 or higher. Rodi definitely could not do this alone. Even if he searched the whole empire, he probably could not even find 10 sorcerers that were at least grade 4. That was because the Radiant Empire was a kingdom of magicians. There were a lot of grade 4 magicians but not many grade 4 sorcerers. Rodi read the back of the book. There were too many things, but most of it were very profound and difficult to read. Therefore, he skipped to the back. When he turned to the last page, a few fine words caught his attention. I originally wanted to burn this as it contains too many things that do not belong in this world. However, I spent a lifetime writing all of these things down and felt like it would be a pity to burn it. Might as well leave it for the future generations. When I was young, I read stories of rookie warriors finding books containing the secret skills of senior heroes and then becoming the strongest. Although this is not a skill book, it is probably as useful as one. I don't care anymore. I will be that senior hero. I have found a way to preserve the life, but it does not interest me. I have had enough of this world. The past few decades, the Emperor has provided me with money, women and entertainment to the extent that I got bored of them all. It's probably better to be dead. Although Rudolph treated me kindly, the demise of his family in the future is inevitable. Even if I want to do something about it, it is not within my control. Either way, leaving behind a person to become this family's bodyguard is already considering him as a brother. Sigh. I do not care anymore. Note, the 2 months' worth of notes in front are recorded in our common language. This is to enable the future generation rookies to understand the secrets contained within my notes. I purposely used 2 days to translate this into the Imperial language. To the person who obtains this, even though I do not know who you are, I have already done my utmost best. I hope that you are magnanimous. Alas, what a pity, this book needs a prestigious name. All those novels also had resounding names for their secret books. 19 Scriptures? Falling Dragons 18 Poems? Yin Yang of Great Compassion? Aha! Found it. Let's call it Sunflower Treasure, 1 inch. Person of the Future Generation. This book is known as the Sunflower Treasure. If you get a hold of this book, you must practice the teachings here, then you would be invincible. Ha, how do you say that in a line? Sunflower in my hand, country in my possession. Ah, I'm leaving now. Rhodey felt confused. He found that the 200-year-old great sage Dandong's words were difficult to understand. He could only understand 4 to 5 sentences out of every 10 sentences he read. As for the Sunflower Treasure, he simply could not understand it from the beginning. Rhodey exhaled and put the book back into the wooden box. He gently stroked the box with his hand. Thinking of it now, the words engraved on the wooden box which he could not understand, must be Sunflower Treasure. Those words were written in a flamboyant cursive style with an ancient slant to it, except that he did not recognize a single word. Rhodey earnestly held the box, knelt and vowed, Master Dandong, I, Rhodey, am a useless child. However, I will learn to use the Sunflower Treasure you left behind and not bring disgrace to it. Rhodey spoke righteously, wondering whether Dandong would laugh if he ever found out in the netherworld. Suddenly, he heard Andy's voice, Idiot. Quickly. You are so slow that the sun is already rising. Quickly go. Rhodey immediately stood up and left the room through the hole. He did not forget to cover the entrance back up with the rock. There were not many people who went there on normal days, and even if they did, they would unlikely notice. Taking advantage of the dark, Rhodey quietly left the White Tower. He carefully climbed over the wall and left the academy and then returned to the Tulip family's mansion while avoiding patrols and pedestrians. Early the next morning, His Majesty the Emperor sent someone to officially announce that in 3 days, it would be the examination for the Tulip family's heir. His Majesty would personally host the examination. Nicole did not dare to slack off. Although she knew about Rhodey's strength, she stepped up his training for the next 3 days. Instructor Carter also anxiously used all of his abilities to proudly teach Rhodey swordsmanship. If Rhodey passed the examination, he would become Tulip family's next generation duke. Then, he would be master of the Tulip family's dukes. Rhodey trained every day for the past few days, and he hid under the quilt to read the Sunflower Treasure at night. When he came across something he did not understand, he asked Andy. Andy did not ignore him and responded immediately each time Rhodey called for him. However, Andy did not seem to be in a good mood. His words were melancholic but were not sarcastic like usual. Translator's footnotes. 1 Kue Wa Baodian basically means Sunflower Treasured Book or Big Flower Treasured Book. I went with Sunflower Treasure because it still sounds right and also sounds cooler. Although he could not understand it, he suspected that the words carved onto the box were Sunflower Treasure. He just felt that he could not understand a word of that imposing and primitive carving. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Horseback Archery Examination. Chapter 55, Horseback Archery Examination. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. 3 days had passed. During the days before the inheritance ceremony, Rhodey could not sleep. After all, he was just a boy. Although he had experienced a lot of strange things and no longer had a normal outlook in life, when he had to encounter such a big event, he would still feel nervous. Nicole was in Rhodey's room for a long while and accompanied the servant angel to dress Rhodey up. Nicole carefully selected a silver-colored piece of warrior clothing which was specially ordered. The clothing was tailor-made by one of the most famous tailors in the imperial capital. It fit very well and exposed Rhodey's robust body, making him look heroic. The two of them stared at each other from time to time and turned red in the face. When Rhodey was completely dressed up, Nicole carefully looked at Rhodey's ears to make sure that there were no flaws. Rhodey remembered his ears and felt disappointed. He could not help but ask, Nicole, when are you going to remove these ears? Nicole no longer dared to keep it a secret and smiled. I am trying to find a way, but Dandong's notes are too difficult to understand. When this is over, we will slowly study it. Rhodey opened his mouth and wanted to tell Nicole that he had already found the method to use it but could not because he was not a sorcerer. He thought that Nicole would be able to control the mask as she was an extraordinary sorcerer. However, when the words reached his mouth, he remembered Andy telling him not to let anyone know about the last words of Dandong. Rhodey immediately gave up. Before leaving, Nicole gave Rhodey some advice. Rhodey looked at Nicole in close proximity and his heart beat faster. Uncontrollably, he bent forward to kiss her cheek. Nicole was shocked and immediately dodged to escape. She showed a strange begging expression and said softly, "Rhodey, don't be like this. Wait for next time. Alright? Your appearance right now, I really cannot. When I look at your face, I think of my brother." Rhodey sighed and did not dare to show how upset he was. He could only follow Nicole and board the carriage. Fortunately, the carriage was not just occupied by Rhodey and Nicole. Instructor Carter, who was wearing an officer's uniform, was also sitting inside the carriage. Nicole had already declared Instructor Carter as Seth's official instructor. Following the tradition of the Empire, when a noble inherits the title, the instructor would also receive a commendation from the Emperor. That was why Carter was wearing formal clothes and he even meticulously combed his beard. As a show of respect to the instructor, Nicole did not let him ride on the horse but invited him to sit together with them in the carriage. One side of the palace hall had already been decorated. According to tradition, all the royal guards were wearing distinctive suits of armor. They stood respectfully around the hall. The hall also had a lot of young nobles who had been waiting for quite a while. In accordance to the tradition of the Empire, the inheritance ceremony was held several times a year. Every time, there would be a lot of nobles taking the assessment. However, since this examination was an impromptu decision by His Majesty, there were fewer candidates in comparison to that of the regular assessments. Some of the young nobles looked at Rhodey resentfully. They knew that the heir of the Tulip family was the reason that His Majesty moved the date of the assessment forward. Rhodey did not care about them so much and followed Nicole into the audience hall with his head held high. One of them was an attractive beauty while the other was a handsome guy. When they entered the audience hall, they immediately attracted countless gazes. All the young noble participants of the examination were in their best attire. In front of everyone they were putting up their best behavior. Although the empire had declined since its founding several hundred years ago, they had still retained their martial spirit. All of these young nobles had the title of warrior. Their ranks were all different and no one knew whether they truly deserved their titles. There were at least 20 tables in the middle of the hall. Without a word, Nicole directly brought Rhodey to a front table and sat down. She looked indifferent but occasionally had a gentle expression when she looked at Rhodey. On the other hand, because of his status, Instructor Carter could not enter the hall and had to wait outside. A few moments later, Gordon appeared from behind and walked in large strides as he shouted, "Radiant Empire's mighty Emperor, His Majesty, has arrived." All the whispering people silenced themselves, took a deep breath and stood up. In the silence, a large door at the back of the hall opened and Emperor Abbas XI slowly walked out. That day, the Emperor did not wear the white robe but a gold-colored light armor. On his back was a large red cloak. His face also looked neat and dignified. Everyone in the hall bowed and knelt down when they saw the Emperor. Rhodey also knelt down but he could not help but freeze for a moment when he saw the person behind the Emperor. It was not just Rhodey who was dumbfounded but the other nobles were also shocked. That was because in such a formal ceremony, the person who should be accompanying the Emperor was Her Majesty the Queen. However, the woman who was standing at his side was not the Queen. Jojo, who was wearing a brightly colored red robe, stood like a raging fire. Her beautiful face was calm but she looked excited, searching around for someone among the crowd. "You may stand," Abbas XI spoke in a resounding voice. "We don't need so many customs. Let us start." When he said that, his eyes intentionally moved to meet Rhodey's face. Rhodey immediately looked away from Jojo. Gordon immediately stood forward and announced the start of the assessment. Following Gordon's order, all the young nobles came out from where they were and gathered in the middle of the hall. Rhodey was naturally standing right in front. The Emperor nodded and said a few striving words. Rhodey did not listen to any of it. Although he did not raise his head, he could feel Jojo's gaze. He felt awkward but did not dare to raise his head. The first examination was horse riding. In front of the audience hall was a public square with about 20 horses. All the horses were snow white and there were no mixed breeds. They looked exceptionally eminent. The young nobles went out of the hall and listened to Gordon as he announced the content of the assessment. The square was earlier arranged as a military drilling ground. On top of every horse was also a bow and 10 arrows. In addition, there was also a lance hanging each horse's body. However, the heap of the lance had been removed. At a distance were the targets about the height of 2 to 3 people. In the Radiant Empire, martial arts was of great importance. All the nobles had to learn how to fight. The successor of any title had to have a warrior ranking. That was why the examination also placed a lot of importance in martial arts. The examination was not just simple horseback archery but was according to the pattern of an actual battle. When the participants got on the horses, they were still far from the targets. They would need to ride and get closer within a certain range before they could shoot. During that time, they were allowed to attack each other and forced others to dismount. Everyone would be attacking one another and would also need to defend themselves. After all, there were only 3 targets. If they could hit a target, they were considered half successful, and if they were knocked down, they were considered eliminated. Of course, to ensure fairness, the examinations were conducted in groups. Only warriors of the same level would be assessed together. Otherwise, in the assessment, a grade 1 warrior would forever not be able to defeat a grade 3 warrior. The young nobles were immediately divided into 3 groups. Among the grade 1 warriors was Rodi, and that group had the most individuals. That was because these nobles wanted to inherit the title. Obviously, before the succession, many whose strengths were better than the grade 1 standard would conceal their real strength so that they could be grouped together with other grade 1 warriors in the assessment. In such a case, although there were more opponents, their odds would be greater by relying on their strength as a warrior. Only a small number of people with more confidence in their skills would bother increasing their warrior rank. The first examination consisted of grade 3 warriors. Among the young noble warriors here, none exceeded grade 3 warriors. When Gordon gave the order, 4 of the participants got on the horses. Ordinarily, the 4 participants would just need to shoot the 3 targets. Even if they did not attack each other, they could pass just by shooting the arrow. However, the 4 crazy participants did not even pick up the bow. The moment they got on their horses, they immediately took the lance and rushed at each other. The young nobles were confident in their own skills and were full of vigor. They wanted to display their martial prowess in front of the emperor. In their proud minds, the simple archery was unable to satisfy their thirst for glory. Only by dismounting their opponents could they show their bravery as a warrior. These 4 participants fought each other forcefully. Rodi watched the 4 participants clash with interest. After all, he was also a true warrior. The 4 participants also had real talent and were bold enough to use that occasion to display their prowess. For most nobles, their entire future relied on that day. If they displayed extraordinary skill, His Majesty would be happy and they would have a bright future. The 4 grade 3 warriors fought for a long time before there was an outcome. Finally, the sturdiest-looking warrior was knocked down by another 2 participants who had joined forces. On the other hand, the frail-looking warrior was already knocked down much earlier. The final 2 participants looked at each other and came to an understanding. They raised their bows and hit their targets. They hit the bull's eye. There was a thunderous cheer. Abbas 11 also looked happy and stood up to clap his hands. The following grade 2 warriors competition, on the other hand, was not spectacular. Out of a total of 7 participants, some of them were impatient and rode forward to shoot their arrows the moment they got on their horses. There were also some that attacked others fiercely, and there were some that hesitated, unsure as to whether they wanted to use the lance or the bow. At Rodi's current level, he no longer had interest in the match between the grade 2 warriors. He yawned and closed his eyes. He did not notice Jojo looking at him from beside the emperor. Her beautiful eyes flashed a trace of different color. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Impressive 8 Directions. Chapter 56, Impressive 8 Directions. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translations. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations. Rodi immediately got on the horse the moment Gordon gave the order. In consideration for the safety of the young nobles with such familial background, the horses were specially selected. These were all gentle horses with good temperament, so that they would be easier to control. If the young nobles fell and injured themselves, then it would be big trouble. By virtue of Professor Rand's coaching, Rodi did not require any effort to control the horse. He held his head high and waited for Gordon's next order. Young Master Seth. A youngster on a horse beside Rodi called out. Yes? Rodi looked at him. This guy had delicate features but was extremely tall. His eyes seemed to be evasive. I am the son of the Kersey family, Earl Grey. Let us cooperate. This group we are in has so many people. It would definitely become a muddled warfare. We would be much stronger if we cooperate than if we were to fight alone, Grey whispered in a low voice. Rodi looked around and sure enough, all the other young nobles were glancing around with different expressions. There were also some who looked at him maliciously. All right. Rodi nodded and gave a smile that was difficult to perceive. Commander Gordon then gave the order in a loud voice, start. All the young nobles on their horses' back shouted together and made their horses speed up. Most of them did not grab their bows and arrows but held the lance instead. With a loud shout, more than half of the participants rushed towards Rodi. The successor of the God of War's family was famous for being a bungling oaf. Some of these people also charged at Rodi because they were unhappy that His Majesty the Emperor brought forward the examination date solely for his sake. In the imperial capital, it is especially common for people to take the easy way out. In this case, eliminating one more enemy meant one more chance to protect themselves. Rodi looked stern and his eyes glinted in excitement. He tightly held his lance and gave Gray, who was beside him, a hand signal. After that, he assumed the standard posture for a cavalry charge. Taking the lead, he rushed towards the participants on his left, with Gray following behind him on his horseback. The hooves of the horses could clearly be heard galloping on the stone slabs of the square. Rodi felt calm as he faced the fierce and malicious participants in front of him. While still galloping, Rodi thrusted his lance and managed to hit one of his opponent's body. That person screamed and fell from his horse. Fortunately, the people participating in that examination were all wearing light armor. Otherwise, he would have been skewered as well. If Rodi had utilized the momentum of the galloping horse, the armor would have definitely been pierced through. Rodi became the main target of others within the tangled warfare and several lances flew towards him. With a clear mind, Rodi shouted and swung his lance in circles like a black dragon coiling up and down. A noble cried out as his waist was hit. He flew and knocked into another warrior. Rodi then spotted a gap in the crowd and rushed towards it. He used his lance to block attacks coming from both sides. Not a single one of the participants from either side was able to stop him. They could only hear the sounds of clashing, and wherever that Rodi went, someone would fall from their horse. Gray, who was following closely behind Rodi, guarded Rodi from being attacked by those coming from the back. In just one charge, Rodi managed to knock down 6 opponents. He shook off the crowd and reined in his horse. The young nobles all became frightened and stopped attacking. They looked at each other for a moment before they shouted and rushed towards Rodi. Although the horsemanship of the young nobles was passable, they were only beginners in cavalry battles. Rodi once again assumed the posture for cavalry charges and rushed towards his opponents. Making use of his horse, he swung his lance and 2 more opponents were immediately knocked down from their horses. Those young nobles did not know how to use the power of the horses to engage in cavalry battles. They only knew how to wield the lances as foot soldiers. How could a human strength block the sprinting power of a horse? Not to mention that at that time, Rodi was already on par with grade 3 warriors. The team with dozens of participants were immediately defeated by Rodi and Gray. With 2 sprints, Rodi only had 4 opponents remaining. The other participants were all lying down on the ground groaning in pain and were unable to get up. The horses that had lost their masters had long ran away. The remaining 4 opponents were the best among the grade 1 warriors. The 2 of them glanced at each other and rushed towards Rodi. It was clear that they were instructed by professional soldiers, as they knew how to lean and make use of the horse's speed. They came from both sides, with one of them attacking from the top while the other attacking from the bottom. Their lances simultaneously headed for Rodi's head and waist. Rodi sneered. He suddenly leaned and took the lance with his right hand. After that, he exhaled and threw the lance. The lance flew forward and hit the chest of the warrior on the left, and he fell from the horse before he even had the chance to groan. At this moment, the person on the right was also approaching. Rodi dodged the lance going for his waist and caught it tightly with his armpit. As his opponent struggled, Rodi grabbed his belt and immediately pulled him down from his horse before throwing him onto the ground. He did not bother to look at the person on the ground and took the lance, which he grabbed from his opponent. He then rushed towards the remaining 2 participants. Gray was close behind Rodi. He lifted his lance and rushed towards the person on the right. Rodi's opponent had turned pale a long time ago. When he saw Rodi's lance in front of him, he suddenly felt weak and fell down from his horse. Rodi thrusted into the empty space and was also shocked for a moment. Suddenly, he felt a burst of cold wind from behind and he sneered. He immediately ducked and felt a strong momentum swinging behind his back. Rodi looked back and saw Gray watching him with a fierce expression. Rodi's original ally also swung his lance, but his target was not Rodi. It was Rodi's horse. There was a cry of alarm as his horse moved back a few meters. Rodi looked back at Gray and lightly said, "I already guessed that you were problematic earlier. Come." Gray turned pale and gritted his teeth. He was holding the lance in his trembling hands. Originally, Rodi was busy and did not use the lance to ward off the blows. He knew that he would not be able to wield the 2-meter-long lance properly with just one arm because he was leaning down. Even if he persisted on parrying that way, he could not prevent his opponent from striking the leg of his horse. That was why Rodi decisively threw the lance. As they were very near each other and Rhodey was strong, the other participant could not dodge in time. Before the opponent's weapon could strike his horse's leg, it was already deflected by Rhodey's lance. Good. Seth. You really have hidden strength. Gray gritted his teeth and grinned. But now you have no weapons. Let's see how you are going to fight with me. After finishing what he had to say, Gray thrusted the lance towards Rhodey. On the other hand, Rhodey did something unexpected. He kicked his horse and ran to the left. Gray laughed. Ha ha. Did you think you could run away? Suddenly there was a black flash. Gray screamed and fell from his horse before he could finish his last sentence. An arrow had pierced through his light armor and was stuck in his shoulder. Rhodey put the bow and arrows down and went to Gray's side. He looked coldly at the sweating and bleeding Gray on the floor. You must be surprised that I already saw through you earlier? Idiot. I always had a bad reputation. In your eyes, I am just a bungling oaf. That is why I suspected you the moment you wanted to team up with me. Out of so many warriors, you decided to team up with this useless bungling oaf. Don't you think that is suspicious? Rhodey laughed grimly. Just lie down there. I have never killed anyone, so you are lucky. I do not want your life. After having said that, Rhodey, without looking at Gray, turned around and rode his horse towards the table in the audience hall. In the square, collective groans of the participants could be heard. Without any doubt, Rhodey was the only winner of that competition. He did not even need to show his archery skill because even if he did not hit his target, there was nobody else to compete with. On top of that, considering the fact that he managed to hit Gray with an arrow, it was unlikely that he would miss his target. The square was silent for a long time before a thunderous applause broke out. The Imperial Guards were also veterans and were naturally able to tell that he was very good. Rhodey dismounted from his horse and stood in front of the table. He looked at a boss 11 with his head held high. The Emperor slowly stood up and reluctantly smiled. He gently said, "Good." As expected of the heir of the Empire's god of war. After that, the Emperor gave a forced laugh with somewhat insufficient lung power. Rhodey cursed in his heart. Despicable. However, Rhodey pretended to look loyal and went down on his knees. Gordon looked surprised and his voice trembled in excitement. He loudly spoke, "The horsemanship and archery examination has ended. Winners, please enter the hall." Rhodey pursed his eyebrows as he felt an earnest adoration and fiery gaze on him. It was a look of surprise and affection. Without a doubt, it was Jojo's gaze. Rhodey subconsciously looked towards Nicole. He saw her sweet, quiet smile as she looked at him affectionately. Only Rhodey could read her expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Inheriting Peerage in the Audience Hall. Chapter 57, Inheriting Peerage in the Audience Hall. Translator, Zenobi's editor. All the participants who passed the examination were gathered in the audience hall. Those who were eliminated had lost the opportunity to inherit their title. The Radiant Empire's tradition of inheriting titles started during Dandong's era. Abbas the Great was afraid that his kingdom would only experience a short moment of glory and then decline. To ensure the quality of the empire's upper class, Dandong was asked to design the examination system. It should be known that the history's greatest emperor, Abbas the Great, was exceptional. His foresight with regard to this examination was ample proof. Any noble who was in line for the title of earl or higher had to pass the examination to inherit the title. Those that could not pass the examination would be eliminated. Of course, a noble would not have only one son. If one son was eliminated, their other sons could also participate in the examination. They believed that at least one of their sons would pass the examination. Even if all their sons failed to live up to their expectations, the emperor would not deprive them of their title. They could wait for outstanding individuals in the next generation to participate in the examination and restore their titles. In other words, the noble title bestowed upon the family was always reserved. If a family member of that generation had the ability, they would be able to inherit the title. However, if they did not have the ability, they could always wait for the next generation to try again. Dandong set up such an examination system to maintain the standards of the empire and to prevent the upper class of the society from rotting after long years of peace. That was one of the reasons the empire was still powerful after 200 years. The military examination was over and now it was time for the other examinations. His Majesty personally presided over and assessed the second round of examination. Several elderly royal think tanks also separately assessed a few young nobles. That examination was a walk in the park for Rhodey. Nicole had hired a lot of scholars to teach him both political and other knowledge. As a result, Rhodey had already built a strong foundation. On top of that, Rhodey had read many books at home and gained a lot of knowledge. Fortunately for him, even if there were occasionally some strange questions that he could not answer, he could ask Andy, the 200-year-old monster in his mind. The old thing in his head was an encyclopedia by himself. Of course, Rhodey still had his own weakness. His weakness was his faith. Most of the questions about theology could not be answered by Rhodey. He could not be blamed. From the start, he already felt suspicious about the issue of faith. After all, those he had dealings with like Andy, Old Mark, and even Dondong who died 200 years ago were all rebels against God. Fortunately, he managed to answer those questions with Andy's help. After the end of a day of examinations, a few of the families were delighted while a few were worried. Some of the younger nobles had been eliminated, but their families were probably not very disappointed. As some of them were the eldest sons, their younger brothers would rejoice as they would then have the opportunity to inherit the title. However, there were also families that just lost their last glimmer of hope to restore the glory of their family. They could only wait until the next generation to inherit the title. Rhodey and 7 other young nobles stood respectfully in the hall, waiting for the emperor to confer on them their titles. Abbas XI was currently experiencing a complicated feeling. The present situation was going according to his plans. He was originally hoping to send the Tulip family to the front lines to be made as a scapegoat. Allowing him to inherit the title was as planned. However, the strength this kid displayed that day was too amazing. He could defeat 16 grade 1 swordsmen on his own. On top of that, his opponents could not even fend him off. He had already surpassed the level of a grade 3 swordsman. This kid has amazing strength. I am afraid of what he will do if he is sent to the northwest. Moreover, there was Gray. The emperor did not send him. However, Abbas XI knew who sent Gray to attack Rhodey. He heard that the commander-in-chief in the north, Milo, did not have a good relationship with Seth. Meanwhile, Gray was one of Milo's close friends. Those kids were always up to mischief. That Milo is skilled and I really trust him. However, he seemed too anxious about sending people to the northwest to help with the war. He is insistent on sending the Northern Legion to the northwest. He is too impatient about earning merits. It is no wonder that he is thinking about how to suppress the Tulip family. Milo must have known my true intention of letting Seth inherit the title. This is why he dared to resort to lowly tricks, right before my very eyes. Abbas XI thought of many things before he slowly looked at the 8 young nobles before him. Other than Rhodey, who had a calm expression, the other 7 looked flush as they could not suppress their inner excitement. You all make me very proud, Abbas slowly spoke. His voice was loud and clear. You are all also worthy of your family's glory. After that, His Majesty the Emperor stood up and lifted a scepter which symbolized supreme authority and loudly proclaimed, I, the descendant of Abbas the Great and the supreme ruler of the Radiant Empire, hereby declare that you have officially inherited the title of your family and that your glory will coexist with the empire. Long live the Emperor! All the guards inside and outside the audience hall shouted loudly. The 8 young warriors knelt down immediately. The Emperor slowly walked in front of them and took out his sword. He gently placed the blade of the sword on the shoulders of each and every one of them. He then stretched out his hand, allowing them to kiss his ring. Rhodey felt the Emperor's cold hand and saw that his smile had no excitement or joy. He smiled coldly in his heart but maintained his composure. Just when the 8 young nobles stood up to accept the congratulations of the other nobles, a strange and sad horn sound was heard in the audience hall. Arg! A lot of people cried out in alarm and felt nervous. His Majesty the Emperor also changed his expression. That was because they realized that it was the sound of a special horn in the imperial capital. Following the teachings of Abbas the Great, whenever there was a military emergency or any important situations, the messenger could blow that horn. With that, all the guards would not obstruct their passage into the audience hall. Even in the middle of the night, horses and carriages were not allowed to be obstructed. They heard the sound of galloping quickly approaching from outside. A warrior wearing silver armor rode all the way to the audience hall. He almost rolled down from his horse. His whole face was sweaty, his armor was a mess, and he had no helmet. Tied to his back, a red-colored command flag, one that was used for emergencies, fluttered in the wind. Gordon and several guards immediately surrounded him. Although he could not be obstructed on his way into the palace, they still needed to inspect him before he could see the emperor. The silver-armored warrior could hardly stand. Supported by 2 of the guards, he quickly took out a command token too. It was the passage token 3 of the Northwest Legion commander. Gordon nodded his head and personally brought the warrior into the hall. Your Majesty. Military Army of the Northwest. Abbas 11 trembled for a moment, struggled to stand firmly before he commanded loudly, "Speak." The silver warrior hesitated for a moment. He was not a fool. The audience hall right now was filled with a lot of people. It would not be good to report in front of so many people. Abbas's heart sank and he lightly spoke, "Just speak. We cannot hide this forever." The silver warrior immediately knelt to the ground. Your Majesty. 2 days ago, the Crown Prince of the Great Moon Kingdom, Ryuenthal, led an armored cavalry of 18,000 in a 2-day and night raid over 500 miles. We have lost the northwest cities of Trier and Lulan. The garrisons were defeated and we have lost 30,000 soldiers. Currently, Ryuenthal's army has already formed a pincer attack and has surrounded the Northwest Legion. General Reuben has requested that His Majesty quickly send reinforcements. Ha! The audience hall became very noisy. There were those who screamed and shrieked. There were also those who whispered to one another. All of them were terrified. Abbas's face turned pale and became gloomy. He looked resolutely at the silver-armored warrior for a moment. Soon after that, the emperor spoke, "Gordon, summon all the ministers." The emperor sounded lifeless. He then looked at the nobles in the hall, waved inside. "Those unrelated to this can all disperse now." Everyone knelt and dispersed. Although Rodi had just inherited the title, he had not taken up any government post. So, he followed Nicole out of the hall. In the end, only a small number of nobles holding government posts remained in the hall. Along the way, many nobles talked about the war in the Northwest. Rodi, without saying a word, followed Nicole and the crowd out. At the square, Instructor Carter felt excited when he heard about the war in the Northwest and whispered, "Young Ma, no, I mean, Your Excellency. Now, will His Majesty dispatch us out on an expedition?" Every time the Empire entered a difficult situation, it would be the Tulips family time to earn merits. Rodi looked unconcerned and glanced at Nicole. When he saw Nicole's preoccupied look, he smiled and whispered, "Yes. Instructor Carter. It seems like it is time for us to fight." However, Rodi had something in his heart which he did not say. Are we going to survive this? Underscore 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 underscore. 1 command token, Ling Pai, is the authority token. 2 passage token, Tongxing Ling Pai, works like a visa, guaranteeing safe passage through any checkpoint. 3 command flag, Ling Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, A Tragedy. Chapter 58, A Tragedy. Translator, Zenobie's editor. While the imperial capital was shrouded in a mix of emotions, Abbas 11 and the ministers were anxiously discussing the war. Rodi returned to the Tulip family's home and was unable to sleep. The situation in the northwest, where a fierce battle was ongoing, changed yet again. Somewhere at the edge of the mountains in the western plains of the northwest region, the light of the night had already been shrouded as the moon was hidden by the clouds. The moon only showed half of its face occasionally. Under the skies without stars, the army was struggling to march on a mountain path. The soldiers wore the armor of the Radiant Empire and looked extremely tired. Many of them were dragging their tired legs, following the person in front with their heads down. The flag bearer on horseback was also in low spirits. He could normally lift the banner with the thorny flower, but now he only managed to pull it along. He also struggled to make sure that he did not fall down. The soldiers and the officers were all gloomy and feared for the future. They were originally under the command of the Northwest Legion and were stationed at the Blackstone Fortress. However, 2 days ago they received an order from the commander of the Northwest Legion, General Reuben, to give up Blackstone Fortress and to fortify what fortress of the Northwest Legion at all cost. At that moment, the whole army was surrounded by a pessimistic atmosphere. They all knew the Northwest Legion was gradually losing ground. General Reuben's main force of 150,000 was completely defeated by the devil, Ryuenthal of the Great Moon Kingdom, and his armored cavalry. After losing most of the territories on the northwest Rostock province, including the headquarters, Redwood Fortress, General Rubin led the Northwest Legion to stand fast at the last major fortress. What fortress? They heard a lot of news during the past 2 days. They heard that Ryuenthal raided the strongholds around What Fortress for 2 days and 2 nights and captured those positions. Even the Lulan Fortress and Trier Fortress were captured in 1 night. The commander of the Northwest Legion ordered everyone to regroup together with the main force. This order was not wrong. As they were already at a disadvantage, it was better for them to gather their forces for a confrontation compared to spreading out only to be defeated one by one. However, when the commander of the Blackstone Fortress received an order from General Rubin, he could not help but give a wry smile. He was ordered to immediately deploy his 15,000 soldiers in the Blackstone Fortress and to gather them at the headquarters. General Rubin only gave him 1 day and 1 night to do so. What the hell? The commander of the Blackstone Fortress turned around to look at the long line of soldiers behind him and cursed in his heart. How are we supposed to get there within 2 days? It is more than 600 miles away. We are not horsemen. We are just infantries. How are we supposed to travel 600 miles within 2 days on foot? What a joke. We also have the supplies to bring along. It's not like these things can fly. The commander could not help but seek the blessings of the gods. His army had been walking for the entire day without rest. Even if the soldiers could reach their destination, they would not be in any condition to fight. The soldiers were already too tired to even walk. If we encounter an enemy right now, then. As he thought about this, he also thought about the news he received 2 days ago. It was said that 2 other garrisons also received the order to regroup and were on the way to join the main force. However, they were intercepted by the cavalry of the foreign barbarians and were almost completely annihilated. There is no choice but to beg the gods for blessings. He looked at the surrounding terrain. Fortunately, it was not an open area like the plains. The size of the hills around them made the path narrow. Even if they were to encounter their enemy, the opponent's cavalry would not be able to attack properly. At that moment, several scout horsemen came back from afar. The commander was immediately alert and asked, "How is it?" One of the scout horsemen was sweating profusely, but he still managed to keep his calm and spoke loudly, "Your Excellency, we are nearing the end of the hill path. We will be out of this hill in about half an hour. After crossing this hill, we will be in an open field. There are no signs of the enemy. However, we cannot find a better place to camp for the night. In front of us is an open field and beside the field is a small forest." The commander carefully listened to the report of the scout without missing a word and was silent for a while. It seems like it will rain tonight, so camping in the forest will not be a big problem. We will not need to worry about the enemy using a fire attack. Sigh, I really hope we will not meet the enemy. The Great Moon Kingdom will probably not attack if it rains. Moreover, the muddy water would not be suitable for a cavalry charge. Order the army to speed up. We will leave this hill and pitch camp. He loudly issued the order. The soldiers who received the order were already very tired. However, when they heard that they could pitch camp and rest soon, they increased their pace. When the soldiers crossed the hill and saw the flat plains in front of them, they uncontrollably let out an exhausting cheer. "We can finally rest." After the order to pitch the camp was given, the soldiers became busy. The only thing that disappointed the soldiers was that the forest the scout mentioned was too small. The tall and thin trees were saplings and could not be chopped down to use as materials to build the camp. In desperation, they used the simple lumber from their supplies to form a frail wall. However, the warriors felt thankful as the enemy did not appear. The devil of the Great Moon Kingdom also did not appear. Probably with that kind of weather, the enemy would also feel exhausted. Everyone believed that they could at least safely survive the first night. A veteran soldier taught the restless amateur soldiers not to panic. If the enemy made a surprise attack, the scout horsemen would warn them first. If they wanted to escape, it would not be too late to run after they hear the sounds of the enemy's drums and horns. The whole camp was in disorder as the soldiers were busy making tents or preparing a meal. Boom! The loud sound of thunder was heard as the lightning struck. It immediately started to rain heavily. The soldiers all gave a sigh of relief as it finally rained. Since it rained, the enemy cavalry would not appear. When the sky grew dark, an amateur soldier was up and totally soaked in the rain. He was trying to use a hammer to repair a wall that was damaged by the wind. Suddenly, he sensed something and raised his head to look at the open space, feeling alarmed. There seemed to be a black shadow in the distance. What is that? A veteran soldier turned his head to look at it. His face changed immediately and he said, "It looks like a person. My God! It is the enemy. It is the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry. Enemy attack. It was unclear who shouted the warning first, but it was immediately transmitted throughout the army. All of them were frightened. They all screamed and threw away the tents and fences that they were about to erect. The infantry searched for their swords in panic, and the cavalry units quickly donned their armor. The whole camp was in an uproar. It could not be denied that within the past 200 years of the Radiant Empire's history, their traditional martial spirit had created a lot of heroes. At that time, the person who still showed such spirit was the loyal and courageous commander. Why are you panicking? Everyone take up your arms. The order was given as the commander immediately took out his sword and beheaded a few soldiers who were running away in a panic. If this confusion persists, all of us will not live. Infantries. Battle formation. His majestic voice could be heard permeating the night. The commander kept running as he cut down chaotic soldiers who did not obey his orders and were running around blindly. Then he gathered the scattered soldiers to form an array. Fools! Do not panic. The enemy is still lining up. Until then, we still have time. The commander tried to calm down as many soldiers as possible. Pick up your weapons and shields. Shields form the first row. Lances form the second row. A few soldiers finally grouped into a battle formation. There were also about 500 horsemen who positioned themselves behind the infantries. These 500 horsemen were personally trained by him and were elites. They were all filled with determination as they tightly held the reins and their swords. The dull sound of the horse hooves trampling on the earth could be heard. Tens of thousands of horse hooves made the earth shake and dust fly. Their trampling sound also masked the roaring thunder. The commander watched the speed of the approaching enemy and had some doubts. Something is not right. Why are they charging so slowly? As the distant black figures approached, the soldiers of the Empire were finally able to clearly see the appearance of the enemy cavalry. They were even able to see the tassels on the enemy's helmets. The commander suddenly showed fear and shouted, "Not good. They are mounted archers. Kill." Suddenly, a frightening piercing sound could be heard as the enemy cavalry let loose thousands of arrows into the sky. There were not enough soldiers with shields and they were unable to withstand all of the arrows in the sky. An uncountable number of soldiers gave blood-curdling screams as they fell to the ground. There were also some shield soldiers who just lifted their shields only to have them be pierced through. Suddenly someone shouted, "Mounted archers! Everyone run!" Almost instantly, the morale of the army collapsed and the soldiers fell into disarray. Everyone knew that the infantries were no match for mounted archers. Their limited equipment would not be able to protect them from the arrows. When the enemy had finished shooting the arrows, they performed a cavalry charge. It was a massacre. Countless soldiers were shouting, "Run! Run for your lives!" The commander of the Imperial Army went to the crumbled infantry formation and cut down a few soldiers who were trying to escape. Yet, he was still unable to control the situation. In addition, the disorderly soldiers also destroyed the alignment of the cavalry behind him. At this point, the enemy cavalry suddenly became quiet for a moment. Soon after that, a loud voice shouted, "Change to your swords! Charge! Strel superscript 1! Strel!" Thousands of horsemen shouted loudly. The commander of the Imperial Army realized that he and his army were finished. The black armored figures roared and charged at an incredible speed. The earth trembled under the charge of the cavalry. The sound of the iron hooves coming into contact with the earth made it seem like everything in its path would be trampled. With a thunderous roar, the enemy cavalry broke through the fragile infantry formation. Those who valiantly held their positions were crushed before they could even take a good look at the cruel and twisted faces of their enemies who were wearing helmets. The enemy cavalry quickly passed through the infantry's line of defense and directly charged at the camp of the Imperial Army. The remaining infantries from the broken formation were being killed by a stream of cavalry soldiers, continuously coming from behind. They were either cut down by the enemy or trampled by the enemy's horses before they could even swing their swords. The commander of the Imperial Army fell into despair as he watched the infantries under his command torn apart easily by the enemy. He trembled and spoke in a deathly quiet voice to his messenger, "Pass down my orders. Tell everyone to escape. Run as far away as possible." After he gave his final order of his life, the loyal servant of the Empire turned to his 500 horsemen and spoke, "I used to be the bodyguard of the Tulip family Duke. There are absolutely no cowards under the banner of the Tulip family. Are you all afraid? Follow His Excellency." The cries of the 500 horsemen seemed to overshadow the sound of screaming and killing in the air. 500 swords shined as they were held high. The commander no longer looked behind him. He rode his horse forward with a sword in his hand, fully determined not to turn back. No one among the 500 valiant and elite horsemen hesitated as well. They drew their swords and followed their commander. The last cavalry of the Empire struck their enemy ruthlessly. As the momentum of the enemy cavalries was weakened by the infantries, the Empire had the upper hand at the beginning of the attack. As such, they also bought time for those who were retreating. In future generations, historians believed that without the commander's heroic charge, the army of 15,000 support soldiers would have been completely annihilated. Nevertheless, their assault did not last long. The valiant commander and his 500 horsemen were like stones thrown into a river. Although they could create some splashes, they were soon washed away under the current of the river. In that battle, the Great Moon Kingdom cavalry of 20,000 defeated the army of 15,000 defenders sent to reinforce the Northwest Legion. For the entire night, the plain was filled with the roar of the armored cavalry of the Great Moon Kingdom and the miserable cries of the Empire's infantries. It was not a battle but the cavalry's wanton massacre of the defeated army. That night, the 15,000 soldiers of the Imperial Army were completely defeated and less than 5,000 soldiers managed to escape. The lives of those 5,000 people were exchanged with the lives of the courageous commander and his 500 elite horsemen. However, there were no records of the commander's name. In that battle, the crown prince of the Great Moon Kingdom, Ryuenthal, and his 20,000-strong cavalry had a decisive victory. They completely defeated the reinforcements of the Northwest Legion. They had killed over 10,000 soldiers and took no prisoners. Translator's note. Superscript 1 foreign word, meaning kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Lightning God's Whip. Chapter 59, Lightning God's Whip. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Have you read His Majesty's orders? Nicole sighed. Last night, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Gordon, came and announced the latest order of His Majesty the Emperor. Tulip family's Duke Seth Rudolph, as the commander of the Central Cavalry, as well as the Northwest Inspection Special Envoy with emergency military powers, will lead 20,000 cavalrymen to reinforce the Northwest. Rhodey sighed. I know, but to suddenly give me such an important position, is the Emperor not afraid that someone will object? Nicole gave a cold smile. How could no one oppose this decision? Gordon told me that the argument inside the palace last night was really intense. The one who opposed this decision the most was the military minister. He wanted his nephew, Milo, to reinforce the Northwest Legion. Everybody knows that the Northern Legion is the Empire's most elite army. He wanted to take this opportunity to earn merits for his family. However, the Tulip family also had its own influence. Naturally, someone would support us. Rhodey was silent. Although he did not witness the arguments in the palace last night, he could imagine it. Although he had now inherited the title, he was still a young man without any proper qualifications. The hasty decision of giving him such a high post would inevitably be met with opposition. Fate was smiling on Rhodey. It certainly looked like he had prevailed. The Flaming Tulip. Since the birth of the Empire, every heir in the family was an invincible commander. There had never been a defeated Tulip family general. It was a legend. For hundreds of years, whenever there were wars in the Empire, sending a Tulip family member to lead the troops in battle would always guarantee victories. This would not be an exception. On top of that, His Majesty would also support dispatching him, as the Emperor had wanted to use the Great Moon Kingdom to get rid of Rhodey. What are you thinking about? Nicole looked at the silent Rhodey and gently asked. Nothing. Rhodey looked at Nicole's charming face and smiled. He slowly walked to a window and opened it. He gazed at the horizon for a while before speaking to Nicole. You see, the sky is so red. Many people must have bled a lot last night. What? Nicole did not understand what he meant. Rhodey sighed and spoke. Nicole, although I do not belong to the Tulip family, I am a citizen of the Empire. I am also a warrior. As warriors, we must use our power to protect our loved ones and our homeland. Rhodey paused and turned around to look at Nicole. He slowly said, You are my loved one and the Empire is my homeland. Nicole blushed, but she did not avoid Rhodey's gaze and softly said, So, are you prepared to travel to the Northwest to protect our homeland? Rhodey did not answer her but spoke profoundly. I have heard of the situation in the Northwest. Wherever the army of the Great Moon Kingdom went, whether they were barracks, towns or villages, it would all turn barren. Every time they fight, they do not take prisoners. The defeated, regardless of age or gender, would all be killed. I cannot be indifferent. Nicole, I cannot imagine. If it were my family, if you encounter such terrible fate, I will not be able to continue living. That is why I must not let that happen. Nicole was lost in thought as she looked at Rhodey. The Rhodey she saw in her eyes was no longer the big bumbling boy whom she knew. His masculine manner, his angular facial features, and steely eyes revealed an extremely confident self. In fact, throughout the past few days, she had felt his transformation. Every day, she could feel him grow stronger and more mature. Rhodey, Nicole spoke in a gentle voice. Go. Whatever it is you want to do, go and do it. Rhodey sighed and sternly said, Nicole, recently I learned a phrase. What? Destroy the enemy. Rhodey's tone was loud but unnaturally firm. Maximize the destruction of the enemy to maximize the amount of self-preservation. So, I want to go to the Northwest, he said. I hope to make a difference. I believe I can do it. At that moment, a sarcastic voice entered his mind. Youngsters these days do not understand how complicated and tough life is. Ah. Rhodey did not change his expression, but he smiled in his heart. Andy, do not think you can stay out of this. You remember your promise to help me? In order to make sure that you are not lazy, I will take your skeleton with me. If I die in the Northwest, you will not be able to run as well. Shit. Andy's voice sounded agitated. Who taught you this? When did such an honest person like you become so? Rhodey laughed coldly and replied, It's you. My dear Andy. You are my teacher. No longer paying attention to the raging skeleton, Rhodey stepped forward and gently hugged Nicole. He did not dare to hug her too hard as he was afraid that this was a dream and that he would wake up if he were to use too much force. That afternoon, Gordon led Rhodey to the Central Cavalry's barracks. However, when Rhodey entered the camp with Gordon, he almost could not believe his eyes. Is this the Empire's elite lightning god's whip? Once upon a time, the world's invincible army? The sentries in the barracks were standing at the doorway, looking dispirited. The training ground had no soldiers training. What made Rhodey's eyes open wider was that there were clothes hanging on the training grounds. Among them were 2 pairs of women's underwear. Why would the Empire's most elite army have women in it? What the hell is this? Rhodey cursed. Rhodey felt depressed, furious, and many other kinds of emotions. For a moment, he did not want to bring these soldiers to the battlefield and felt troubled. More importantly, he had learned of the great successes of the lightning god's whip when he studied history at the academy. The army held a special position in Rhodey's heart. As a result, he felt discouraged and frustrated when he saw the current poor state of his idols. From a distance, a few officers were stumbling as they ran towards him. The man at the front was still putting on his military uniform while running. Your Excellency. I am a Central Cavalry Commander, Sonder. The soldier ran up to Rhodey and spoke while still panting. Rhodey looked at Sonder and saw his unkempt beard as well as his flushed face. Even though he was a few steps away, he could smell the strong scent of alcohol. Rhodey suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth and said, I am the Tulip family's Duke of the Empire, Seth Rudolph. According to the order made by His Majesty the Emperor, I am the current commanding officer of the Central Cavalry. Please take me to see your regimental commander. The commander Sonder looked embarrassed and mumbled, Please go into the large tent and wait for a moment. I will immediately notify the others. Rhodey stayed silent and gave the order, which was personally signed by His Majesty the Emperor, to the commander. After that, he walked towards the large tent. Commander Gordon. Rhodey could not help but feel angry. Is this the Empire's most elite cavalry? Gordon sighed and smiled coldly, Young Moss. I mean, Your Excellency. This is, you see, it is also hard for me to say. Rhodey smiled. Commander Gordon, you used to work with my father. You do not need to be polite. When nobody is around, you can just call me Seth. This was something Nicole taught him. Nicole knew about Gordon's identity and taught Rhodey to have a good relationship with him. Gordon also smiled and replied, Yes, young Master Seth. Now that I think about it, I even carried you when you were a child. Rhodey looked calm and collected, but his heart whispered. Is that so? I do not know this. After all, I only became this young master 2 months ago. Young Master Seth, do you know that the Central Cavalry was considered the Empire's most elite army by foreigners? However, in my opinion, any border guard randomly chosen would be stronger than them. Why? Why has it become like this? Aren't they the famous lightning god's whip? Arg. Why? Gordon sneered. Because it is not 200 years ago anymore. On top of that, the Central Cavalry's commander is not someone from the Tulip family. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, The Last Hope of the Empire. Chapter 60, The Last Hope of the Empire. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Rhodey nodded his head. He now knew when to speak and when to shut up. Some things were better off kept in his heart and not spoken. They soon arrived at the large tent and Rhodey looked disappointed when he saw the dust gathered in the tent. Commander Gordon, I hope that His Majesty the Emperor will permit me to take at least 20,000 Imperial Guards to the northwest. It is not a matter of the lightning god's whip anymore. Look at it this way, even if I take 100,000 of these troops with me, I will probably die. Gordon sighed and smiled. Young Master Seth, I have also served the Central Cavalry. During those years when the old Duke was still alive, the Central Cavalry was not like this. In the past few years. Rhodey thought to himself and whispered, Commander Gordon, what should I do? Even if I bring this army, they would be of no use. Even if I want to reorganize them, I am only a commander. Although I have the title of Duke, I would not be able to command the entire Central Cavalry. On top of that, His Majesty ordered me to leave tomorrow. What can I do in just a day? You could probably also guess their combat readiness. Gordon smiled and slowly said, Young Master Seth, His Majesty only ordered you to act as a commander. He asked you to take 20,000 soldiers there but never asked you to take which troop. I served here before and have some experience. Although many of my old companions are no longer here, one or two of my friends have remained in this army. I won't speak for the troops in the other units, but the unit trained by my two friends would not be too bad. Rhodey nodded, feeling grateful. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bugle outside followed by sounds of hurried footsteps. A group of soldiers rushed into the tent and stood at both sides of the tent. They seemed to be alarmed. A short while later, the sound of leather boots trampling on the ground could be heard outside. The flaps of the large tent were then opened and a few officers walked in. They were led by a middle-aged man wearing a silver uniform. He smiled and walked towards Rhodey. Your Excellency must be the Duke of the Tulip family. I am the Commanding-in-Chief of the Central Cavalry, Barry. General. Rhodey immediately saluted. Even though he was now a duke, his rank was only of a military commander and it was considered a subordinate of the other party. You do not need to salute me. Barry waved his hand. I rushed here when I heard that the Duke of the Tulip family had arrived. Barry then shouted, Attention! Drum rolls were immediately heard outside the tent. When the drumming was heard, the officers moved to stand at attention in 2 rows. Everybody, this is the commander of the Imperial Guards, Gordon, and the Duke of the Tulip family. Barry laughed as he sat on his chair. The officers, in succession, came forward and saluted him, Your Excellency. Rhodey did not say anything but kept wondering who among them was Gordon's old friend. When everyone had reassumed their positions, Barry said, Your Excellency, we have not had such an honor for a long time. Today, I have summoned all the Central Cavalry officers here just to welcome you. General, you are too polite. Rhodey smiled faintly. He then said, By the order of His Majesty, I am the commander of the Central Cavalry. His Majesty wants me to take 20,000 men to the northwest tomorrow. I believe the general already knows this. Barry nodded and replied, Yes. I just don't know which unit Your Excellency is supposed to take with you. Rhodey laughed faintly. His Majesty did not say. I think I am supposed to decide for myself. When he finished speaking, he swept his eyes slowly across the officers present, scrutinizing them as he did. There was silence in the tent. The officers being scrutinized had their mouths closed tightly and their heads lowered. All of them knew about the war in the northwest. Even though the Northwest Legion was powerful, it was still utterly destroyed by the Great Moon Kingdom's armored cavalry. Only God knew whether the pitiful General Reuben had his head chopped off by the Great Moon Kingdom's scimitars or not. Wouldn't sending 20,000 men there right now be like sending them to their doom? Rhodey's eyes lit up when he saw a man standing at the back. He was wearing an officer's uniform and looked resolute. He did not evade Rhodey's gaze like the others. That person was about 40 years old. His dark skin seemed to tell this man had been through hardships and was also experienced. In a glance, he seemed to be a veteran of the battlefield. Rhodey had no time to play mind games. He went to the front of that officer and asked, You. What is your name? Sieg, commander of the Wolves Fong Division. He spoke in a strong voice. Rhodey nodded and looked happy as he asked, Commander Sieg, are you willing to accompany me to the northwest? Sieg was so excited that his dark face turned red. He loudly shouted, I am willing to follow the Tulip family's banner. Rhodey gave a sigh of relief. He then turned around and told Barry loudly, General Barry, report to His Majesty that I am taking the Central Cavalry's Wolves Fong Division with me to the northwest. Rhodey was slightly disturbed as he realized that this division was the only one with competent soldiers. He was worried that Barry would be unwilling to let them go. However, Barry gave a sigh of relief and smiled as he loudly said, "Since Your Excellency appreciates Sieg, I permit him and the Wolves Fang division to accompany you." Barry then shouted loudly, "Commander Sieg." "Yes, sir." A flash of disdain could be seen in Sieg's eyes. Nevertheless, he still stepped forward. Barry laughed loudly, "I now appoint you as the deputy commander. The new commander of the Wolves Fang division will be the Duke of the Tulip family, Seth Rudolph. Take this time to prepare yourself. You will leave tomorrow morning." "Yes." Sieg lowered his head in salute while ignoring the stares of the other commanders. They seemed to take pleasure in someone else's misfortune. What Rhodey did not know was that Sieg was an honest and frank person. He had never joined his fellow officers in wallowing and had never earned their support. When he was chosen to go to the northwest, everyone took pleasure in his misfortune. General Barry too. It would be easier for him with one less honest subordinate. It would be even better if Sieg died in the northwest. That way, it would be more convenient for General Barry to indulge in corrupt practices. Rhodey, who was still worried, followed Sieg and visited the military camp of the Wolves Fang division. The military camp of the Wolves Fang division was located at the left back of the Central Cavalry main camp. Rhodey, Sieg, and Gordon rode there on their horses. When they arrived at the training grounds of the camp, they saw a group of cavalrymen occupying the training grounds. They were charging in formation. The young horsemen were repeatedly shooting their arrows. On the sidelines was a stern-looking officer holding a small banner. On the other side of the training grounds, a pair of cavalrymen assumed an assault formation and were charging forward. The cavalrymen rode towards the forest, shouting "Kill." Similarly, another officer was waving a black-colored banner at the sidelines. Sieg looked a bit proud. Then, he suddenly shouted to a nearby messenger, "Tell them to stop and come over here." With the instructions given to the messenger, the two officers that held the banners gave the signal and both groups of cavalrymen immediately stopped their training. They gathered and tidied up their lances, bows, and arrows. They then gathered and divided themselves into two squads in an orderly manner. The men, with their horses, were silent. Rhodey felt excited. He kicked his horse with his heels to rush up to them. However, before he reached the squads, the cavalrymen immediately took out their scimitars. Dozens of eyes were glaring at Rhodey. It seemed that if Rhodey took another step forward, he would be greeted by hundreds of scimitars. "Your Excellency." Sieg quickly ran forward and ordered everyone to sheath their weapons. Following his orders, the cavalrymen immediately sheathed their scimitars. "Your Excellency. This is the rule of the Wolf Cavalry. Without the order, no one is allowed to approach the battle formation." Sieg looked a bit awkward as he feared that the young Duke of the Tulip family would get angry. However, Rhodey was not unhappy at all. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Commander Sieg, why do they have such strange curved swords in their hands?" "If I remember correctly, a horseman would hold a sword in addition to the bow and the lance." Sieg gave a faint smile. "The scimitar is the special weapon of the Central Cavalry. When the Central Cavalry along with the Duke of the Tulip family conquered the Northwest, they got a bad beating from the enemy scimitar. The Duke found their scimitars very effective and much more useful than our lance and decided to imitate them. That is why the scimitar became the standard equipment of our cavalry. It is a tradition of our Central Cavalry." Rhodey jumped down and stood in front of the majestic formation of the army with a strange expression. This is the real lightning god's whip. This is the invincible elite armored cavalry of the Empire that he had read about in history. Rhodey suddenly turned to Sieg and bowed deeply. His voice was trembling with excitement. "Your Excellency Sieg, I want to thank you for retaining the hope of the Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 61, A Curious Coincidence. Chapter 61, A Curious Coincidence. Translator, Zenobi's editor. When he left the Wolves Fang Division's camp, Rhodey was free of worries. After bidding farewell to Commander Gordon, he rode his horse slowly on the main street. Gordon, on the other hand, took his men back to the Imperial Palace. As he wore the uniform of a noble warrior and had the handsome face of the Tulip family, Rhodey attracted a lot of attention on the streets. Even the patrol soldiers who passed by saluted him. The streets of the imperial capital were no longer busy like before. Even the pubs had fewer people. Rhodey suddenly felt tired and bored, so he decided to enter a nearby pub by the roadside. Tomorrow, he would be on the battlefield. After all, he was just a boy that had recently come of age. He also knew that it was a trap prepared by His Majesty. He obviously knew about the situation in the northwest, and he also knew about the foreigner, Ryuenthal's craftiness and cruelty. However, Rhodey could not avoid this confrontation and could only be pushed forward by fate. The business in the pub was not good. Nevertheless, as it was located in the imperial capital, which was also the continent's most prosperous city, there were still some guests. The guests came in groups of 2s and 3s and were whispering to one another. Rhodey listened carefully and found that they were talking about the war in the northwest. It was evident yesterday in the audience hall, His Majesty the Emperor allowed the officer who came from the northwest to publicly speak about their military defeat. The bad news had then spread from the palace to the public like wildfire. Of course, it was quite evident that the things they were discussing were mostly rumors. Much of their most reliable news came from someone's relative who eavesdropped on a noble. Often, when someone from a table mentioned the phrase most reliable news, he or she would immediately attract the attention of others nearby. The information was usually already altered beyond recognition. There were some people who claimed that the news of the Empire's defeat was false, as the Empire had 200,000 elite troops stationed in the northwest. It was impossible for the Empire to be defeated by foreigners. There were also those who claimed that the 200,000 troops in the northwest were completely annihilated. The heads of the dead soldiers were collected by Devil Ryuenthal and were piled up to form a tower about 10 meters tall. The person who said this claimed that his relative from the northwest personally witnessed it. There were even people exaggerating and saying that in a few days, the foreigners would arrive at the imperial capital. Rhodey did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. The public was easily deceived. Whether the news was true or false, the recession of the market and the dejected feelings of the public were definitely true. The shrines in the imperial capital also became more crowded. It appeared that even those who did not have strong faith suddenly became pious and prayed to the Almighty God to bless the Radiant Empire. They prayed that they would be able to defeat the foreigners and defend the people of God. The huge donation box in the religious temple was quickly filled with money by those who wanted to express their piousness to God. Rhodey felt somewhat troubled when he saw the confused civilians. If it were him a few months ago, he would join them and undoubtedly feel confused as well as fearful. However, at that moment, he was more aware of the situation than those civilians. At the same time, he was also having greater pressure. Which of the two would be a better feeling in the end? Rhodey drank a mouthful of wine. The low quality and bitter wine from the ordinary pub made him choke and cough. He had never entered such a place before, as he used to be a poor boy who did not have money for pubs. How could a person drink this? I really don't understand why so many people like to drink beer. This drink is spicy and bitter. What is so delicious about it? Rhodey was still just a young person at heart. He left a gold coin on the table and walked out of the pub. He was completely unaware of the wary looks he received from the other guests behind him. That guy seems to be a nobleman. He also seems like a warrior. Humph. You are wrong. He looks like an officer. Did you not see that he was wearing the badge of the Central Cavalry? Ah, the sorrow of the Empire. Instead of fighting to defend their homeland, these soldiers actually came out to drink. Rhodey felt bitter and irritated when he heard those words. Why? Why must I assume all the responsibility? Rhodey jumped on his horse and whipped it to make it run quickly. Not only did the nearby patrols not obstruct him, but when they saw the badge on Rhodey's chest, they even gave way to him. Where can I relax? Immediately, Rhodey thought of Nicole. He thought of Nicole's charming face and gentle eyes. He felt a kind of sweetness in his heart. However, he immediately banished the thought of seeing Nicole. He did not want to tell Nicole about what Andy said because he did not want to make Nicole worry. After all, even if he told Nicole, she would not be able to change anything. While his mind was in turmoil, the horse was still running. He did not know whether it was by accident or by his own subconscious mind controlling the direction of the horse, but when he raised his head he found himself looking at a familiar building. The beauties in red embroidery and the music coming from inside made Rhodey surprised for a moment. Isn't this the prostitute den that I visited before? Speaking of which, it was when I came here with Bayan and the other guys to have fun and ended up fighting and injuring the diplomatic envoy of the Great Moon Kingdom. Due to this, I was summoned by His Majesty and thereafter, given this heavy burden. Rhodey stood frozen for a few minutes. He coincidentally remembered the face of a beautiful but indifferent person. He alighted from his horse and walked in with big strides. Madame Sophie immediately came out to greet him. This place was visited by all kinds of people, from rich merchants to nobles who were allowed to leave the royal palace. Sophie had long heard that the playboy was already granted the title of Duke by His Majesty the Emperor. As a result, she came out to serve him with double the enthusiasm. However, Rhodey did not allow her to speak and simply said, "I want to see Miss Micah." Madame Sophie was someone who was very good at reading people's mood. She noticed that Rhodey was in a bad mood and did not dare to ask. She led Rhodey towards the room which Rhodey and the others used the last time they were here. When Rhodey reached the top of the stairs, he suddenly stopped moving. He was not willing to meet Micah in that place. In his mind, he never thought of Micah as a prostitute. The day he saw Micah, he was given the impression of an indifferent and magnanimous beauty. In his opinion, she was different from the other prostitutes. Rhodey stopped and said, "Take me directly to her room." Madame Sophie was stunned for a moment. She thought that every time he was here, the young master would pull out a new trick. Just as soon as she was about to say something, Rhodey gave her a sharp look. She was frightened and immediately closed her mouth. After that, she quickly walked in front to lead the way. The Duke of the Tulip family. Just these words were enough to crush Madame Sophie to death. Rhodey felt satisfied and followed her from behind. A malicious feeling of pleasure grew in his heart. Power does feel really good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Farewell Micah. Chapter 62, Farewell Micah. Translator, Zenobi's editor. The moment Rhodey walked up to the door, Madame Sophie deliberately slowed down behind him and quietly left. When Rhodey opened the door, he saw Micah's figure. Micah was sitting upright in front of a mirror. Her graceful back was facing Rhodey. Her beautiful hair was like satin and it hung loosely on her back. She was busy combing her hair with a white jade comb. Even then, her movements were so elegant it was like a dance. For a split second, Rhodey was astonished. A soft sigh was heard. Hearing the footsteps, Micah did not turn around and just spoke indifferently, "You're here again?" Rhodey's mouth dropped open. He then gave a wry smile and asked, "How did you know it was me?" Micah turned around. Her tender face still showed a faint indifference. She took a quick glance at Rhodey and smiled. Even though she smiled, the smile was cold and detached. "Don't you know, I have a special skill? I can remember a person's footsteps. After listening to a person's footsteps once, I will be able to recognize that person by his footsteps." After saying that, Micah resumed combing her hair. Rhodey stepped forward and tried to say something. However, he did not know what to say to this indifferent beauty. In fact, he did not even know why he decided to visit Micah at that moment. Perhaps it was because Micah was among the few people who knew that he was an imposter. A person would always subconsciously have an unknown but intimate relationship with someone who knew their biggest secret. Fortunately, Micah soon finished combing her hair and she stood up gently. At this point, Rhodey realized that Micah was only wearing a thin plain silk robe. She also did not wear any makeup. "Sorry, I just got out of bed and haven't dressed myself up." Micah smiled as she showed a rare blush. With that shallow and simple smile, she no longer looked indifferent. It was as if spring had arrived to melt the snow and there was a sudden blooming of spring flowers. Rhodey's heart jumped. He then took a deep breath and tried to suppress the strange throbbing in his heart. However, that warm smile was fleeting. When that smile disappeared, Micah's face showed indifference again. "Sit down, Your Excellency." Her voice was soft but her tone was nonchalant and a little mocking. Rhodey gave a wry smile. He knew that she was laughing at the fact that he was actually an imposter. Thinking of this, Rhodey started to relax. In the imperial capital, Rhodey had to pretend to be someone else in front of everybody other than Nicole. However, the beauty in front of him knew that he was an imposter. As a result, Rhodey felt extremely relaxed because he did not need to keep pretending in front of her. "I am going to leave the imperial capital tomorrow," Rhodey spoke as he slowly sat down and relaxed. Micah gave a shallow smile. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Rhodey. "I am going to war in the northwest," Rhodey continued. Unbeknownst to him, Micah's hand which was supporting her chin trembled slightly. She gently asked, "Is it going to be very dangerous?" Rhodey nodded his head and replied, "Yes, it is very dangerous. I am not afraid but I kind of feel a little preposterous right now. You should be able to understand." Micah looked at Rhodey's eyes and suddenly showed an expression of gratitude. "Thank you." "What?" Rhodey froze for a moment before he realized that she was thanking him for replacing the real Seth. If it were not for him, the person going to the battlefield would be the real Seth. She was thanking him for going in place of Seth. Somehow, Rhodey started to feel angry. His voice also became somewhat hoarse. "You do not have to thank me for him. Even though I am an imposter, it is still my duty. Micah was gazing at Rhodey and saw his expression change. She suddenly smiled and interrupted him. No, you misunderstood me. Huh? Rhodey stared blankly. Micah's smile was so sweet, it was as if flowers were blooming and her eyes became much more gentle. I thanked you because you are willing to tell me your thoughts. You are treating me as a trusted friend. I was not. Right at that moment, she pointed outside. Although the door was closed, the voices outside were still audible. I was not thanking them. Micah immediately became gloomy and grief showed in her eyes. Do you know, you are the second man I have met who did not treat me as a plaything, Micah said. Yesterday, Bayan came. However, he did not dare to treat me badly. He had already taken a fancy to me much earlier. Her tone sounded helpless and troubled. In fact, the men who have met me, none of them were able to forget me. You guys are different. You guys are different from Bayan and the others. You guys? Do you mean me and Seth? Rhodey felt a sense of anguish. He himself did not understand why he had such peculiar thoughts. After all, including today, he had only met this woman twice. Yes. Micah slowly stood back up. She turned and retrieved a small bottle from the cabinet. Then, she went back and sat down. After that, she gave the bottle to Rhodey. This is my personal brew. It is not like the other wine. Usually, I never take it out for others to drink. Why don't you try it? Rhodey took the bottle. For a moment, he wanted to loudly ask, only Seth drank this before? However, he decided not to ask and slowly removed the cap. He raised his head and drank a mouthful. When the wine entered his mouth, he felt an unusually strong and rich scent. It had a scent like flowers, but it was not entirely the same. Along with the fragrance, it also gave a burning sensation. His tongue felt hot as if it was being burned. When he swallowed it, the burning sensation seemed to go down his throat and enter his stomach. Micah's voice gently sounded out, I am 18 years old now. When I came here, I was only 16 years old. Why? Micah gave Rhodey a profound look and slowly said, there are a lot of miserable things in this world. As there are a lot, it is not worth talking about them. Rhodey sighed and stopped asking. He took the bottle and drank another mouthful. I do not know whether I am considered lucky or unlucky. The day after I arrived, I met Seth. At that time, I was afraid and also felt strange. He did not seem much older than me, yet he still came to this kind of place. Micah smiled. After that, she shook her head and continued, fortunately, he was very powerful and took a fancy to me. That was why he spent a lot of money. Madame Sophie did not allow me to do any other thing. My daily task was to dress up and wait for him. As a result, I got to spend my time here well. Sometimes, Seth would come every day and sometimes he would not come for a few days. He taught me how to play the piano and he taught me how to sing. I would also learn how to dance from the teachers here in order to show him. I was so silly then. I thought that I could be happy in this life, I even forgot my identity. In the end, I am just a prostitute. Prostitute. The words that came out of Micah's mouth sounded cruel. Rhodey felt his hands tremble and the wine almost spilled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Old Man Mark. Chapter 63, Old Man Mark. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Micah's eyes were filled with sadness but her voice remained calm. One night last year, Seth came to me and played the piano. I danced along for him. After that, he became my first man. He is the only person I have ever slept with. Until now, I still do not know whether I am lucky or unlucky. He protected my body but he has hurt my heart. Micah suddenly smiled. She glanced at Rhodey and said, do you know why I did not expose you as an imposter? Why? Micah gave a faint smile. I am not so noble like you, but in the end, you are you and I am me. Your affairs have got nothing to do with me. Moreover, Micah's voice gradually became softer. Now that the real Seth is gone and you are here, the other men would not dare to bully me. If I expose your secret, you will get into trouble. Even when you are gone, the real Seth might not come back. Without anybody to rely on, the other men will bully me. Humph. Whoever that has more money or higher authority would be able to willfully violate me. Just like the others. Micah gently pointed at the door. Listening to her last few words, Rhodey drank the rest of the wine in the bottle. He sighed and looked at Micah but could not say anything. After some time Rhodey spoke clearly, thank you. You are very honest. Micah laughed indifferently. Rhodey sighed. Honestly, I feel very troubled today. Tomorrow, I will need to go out and face the unknown, but I am not really Seth. I am not really the Duke of the Tulip family. Micah looked at Rhodey gently and said, I am a woman and I do not understand war. However, from what I saw that day, your swordsmanship is particularly good. I do not know about other aspects, but at the very least, you are better than Seth in this area. Rhodey had already started to feel hot from the wine. He had never drunk so much wine before. Really? Rhodey stuck out his chest. Micah laughed lightly and gently looked at Rhodey's expression. Her expression then turned strange and she whispered, You do look like him, but your eyes are different. Seth is very smart. His eyes were full of wisdom and sometimes a little bit of cunning. However, you are different. Your eyes look very clean and innocent. Micah suddenly stood up and smiled. Do you want to see me dance? Yes. Rhodey blushed. This time, it was not because of the wine. Micah smiled and slowly walked to the center of the room. She wore a thin silk robe and was barefooted. The hems of the robe exposed her straight and slender ivory white legs. Without any music, Micah started to dance. Her dance was graceful and joyous, unlike her indifferent personality. It was as if she had already forgotten all of her sadness. She was like a spirit that had thrown her entire existence into the dance. The hem was raised, revealing her dexterous, graceful, and dazzling legs. Seeing this, Rhodey's face took on a peculiar look and he shouted out a poem. The hem is gently raised, it's the dance of the monarch. The sword is ruthless, the beauty dares not dream. Micah's face was filled with a sense of pride. She was incredibly beautiful. Her beauty was the most attractive part of her, but it was also the source of her misfortune. Micah's dance ended just as suddenly as it started. It was as if it ended right at the crescendo of a song. When Micah stopped, her body was like a single leaf slowly falling to the ground. Her face looked flushed and her forehead was sweating. Her eyes still bright and lively. The poem sounded nice. What did it mean? Rhodey smiled gently. Micah continued, It seems to be a poem from a wandering minstrel, but something was different. What was it? Rhodey was dumbfounded and felt a bit awkward. How could he say that this strange poem was found in the Sunflower's treasure which Dandong wrote 200 years ago? He laughed and replied, It was just something I suddenly said in excitement. Micah looked strangely at Rhodey as she sized him up for a while. In the end, she did not continue to question him. After the wine and the dance, the depression that Rhodey felt had disappeared. He stood up and looked at Micah. Thank you, Miss Micah. I am not good with words, but I would like to tell you that I am truly glad to have met you today. The color on Micah's face changed slightly. Are you leaving now? Rhodey nodded his head and felt that it would not be right if he did not leave now. However, he did not know why it would not be right. As he thought of this, he nodded his head again and turned to the door. Rhodey! Micah suddenly shouted. You? Will you come back to see me? Her voice seemed strange. I will. Rhodey smiled and spoke firmly, If I manage to survive and come back from the northwest, I will definitely visit you again. After Rhodey left the prostitution center, he stood on the streets and stretched himself. He felt like he had regained his normal composure. Getting depressed was unavoidable. After all, he had just come of age and he was still a youngster at heart, even though he had superior strength, great determination, tough training, and Andy to tutor him. Having turmoil in his heart was natural, especially if it was before undertaking a big task. Just as Rhodey was about to get onto his horse, someone held his shoulder. Rhodey was surprised. With his current skills, common people should not have been able to sneak up on him. He wanted to grab the hand and move away by reflex. Suddenly, he felt the hand move away. Rhodey turned around and saw an old man with a wrinkled face. The old man had a thoughtful expression. Mark. You. Not bad, boy. To even come to this kind of PLA. You must have really mastered young Master Seth's habits. Mark gave a supercilious look. Now that Mark was alone with him, Mark was definitely not going to be the honest groom that listened to orders. Rhodey would never forget Mark's identity. He was a person who had lived for over 200 years like a monster. You? How did you know that I was here? Rhodey subconsciously looked at the door of the prostitute center and blushed. Humph, Mark replied lightly. Things that I want to know about, I can easily find out. Come with me. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Rhodey's arm and pulled him. Where are we going? Are we going home? Did Nicole ask you to look for me? No. I came to you because of something else. Mark's tone became serious. Rhodey followed Mark involuntarily. Although Rhodey was skilled and strong, he was not able to resist. Where are we going? Mark suddenly stopped and looked at Rhodey. His eyes were extremely serious. Boy, do you think your mishmash martial arts can help you survive in the Northwest? Let me tell you that the Northwest Legion had a few grade 4 commanders. What happened? Didn't their heads all fly at the hands of Ryu Enthal? I know that Miss Nicole cares about you. That is why if you die, that girl will be sad. That is not in accordance with my plan. That is why I, your great-great-grandfather, will teach you a unique skill to help you survive. After speaking, Mark no longer looked back and continued to drag Rhodey into a small path. Great-great-grandfather? What kind of fucking title are you giving yourself? Rhodey angrily thought to himself. Shit. This old man has lived for over 200 years. Doesn't that mean that he is technically older than my great-great-grandfather? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Life-Saving Treasure. Chapter 64, Life-Saving Treasure. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Old Mark was abnormally familiar with the roads in the imperial capital. He took Rhodey through a path that had very few people and they soon reached the southern gate of the imperial capital. Rhodey stared at the nearby buildings with wide eyes. Without a doubt, they were at the southern gate of the imperial capital. A carriage, moving at normal speed, would take an estimated half an hour to reach it from the prostitution den. However, Rhodey was sure that old Mark did not take that long to walk to the gate. I have driven carriages for decades, old Mark lightly spoke when he saw that Rhodey was surprised. I am also very familiar with the roads in the imperial capital. The path we took earlier was almost a straight path to the southern gate. Rhodey secretly muttered to himself. Nonsense. You have lived here for over 200 years. Of course, you would be familiar with the roads here. Old Mark did not continue to speak and led Rhodey into a small alley. After that, he stood in front of a medium-sized residence. What is this place? Old Mark did not reply, but he pushed the door open and walked in with long strides. Rhodey followed him. The residence was not small. It had 2 courtyards, but the courtyards looked deserted. It looked like not many people usually visited the place. After both of them entered the innermost courtyard, old Mark closed the door and turned around. Give me your sword. Ha! Although things felt suspicious, Rhodey gave his sword to old Mark. He knew there was no point trying to oppose that man who had unfathomable strength. Old Mark took the sword, drew it out and carefully looked at it before sighing. It really is the master's lightsaber. Where did you get it from? Rhodey was about to speak when Andy cried out in his mind, do not tell him about my existence. I found it in the laboratory at home. It should be one of the great Dondong's relics, Rhodey spoke while remaining calm. He had been posing as Seth for a while, dealing with others, and thus, needed to lie a lot. As a result, he became more proficient at lying and no longer had the appearance of a clumsy child when he did. Old Mark sighed. He gave the sword back to Rhodey and frowned. This sword is powerful, but do you know how to use it? I roughly know how to use it. Rhodey nodded. He lied again when he saw old Mark's puzzled face. In the laboratory at home, I found one of the great Dondong's notes. Good. Show me how to use it. Rhodey understood that old Mark wanted to test his strength. Rhodey took a deep breath and slowly gathered his strength from his body into his arms. He then felt the heat slowly flowing out of his arms and into the lightsaber. Sure enough, the gem on the hilt of the sword lit up and a cool, brilliant ray of light emerged from the sword. Humph. Rhodey did not expect old Mark to be dissatisfied. You fool! Are you this slow every time you use the sword? Every moment on the battlefield is dangerous. If enemies confront you, do you think they would wait for you to slowly gather your strength? The moment they see you standing there stupidly, they will immediately hack you into several pieces. After he was verbally abused, Rhodey replied, feeling depressed, I have no choice. The amount of power in my body is still too weak to properly use this sword. You know very well that if one is unable to gather power, this sword is simply scrap. Even a normal sword will be able to cut it. Old Mark frowned. He took the sword from Rhodey's hands and gently swung it without paying much attention to Rhodey. The lightsaber suddenly gave out a pleasing sound and the gems on the hilt turned bright. The full length of the blade also radiated an extreme brightness. Look! Old Mark shouted. He flicked his wrist and the sword in his hand swung back. When the sword was swung, it gave out a distinct sound. Before the sound ended, old Mark's body floated. It was as if he became extremely light. How he moved was not clear. The only thing that could be seen was light moving downwards. A soft thud was heard as a limestone table was sliced into two and both sides slowly fell to the ground. Rhodey watched the scene very carefully and noticed that before the lightsaber actually touched the table, the faint light from the blade of the sword had easily sliced the limestone table into two halves. Rhodey sighed. This 200-year-old man has frightening strength. Old Mark returned the sword to Rhodey and spoke seriously. My fighting style relies on speed and is not a style that can be learned by someone with a body build like yours. However, I want you to understand that the lightsaber's main strength is not its sharpness but its ability to amplify the amount of power used by the body. Although the amount of power in your body is still too weak, as long as you can understand this and cleverly use the power in your body, this sword can really be useful. Rhodey gave him a condescending look and could not help but whisper, useless advice. Old Mark replied lightly, so, I suggest you keep the lightsaber and bring another slightly better sword with you. The lightsaber can only be used during an emergency. After all, you are currently too weak. Even though you have learned Master Autumn's half-moon slash, you become weaker or run out of energy every time you use it. That is not right. On the battlefield, each time you cut down a few enemies, more will appear to attack you. You cannot just lie down and wait to be killed. In that case, what do you think I should do? Can you teach me how to use your so-called power? Do you think it is that easy? Old Mark sneered. I spent 10 years trying to comprehend fighting energy. I spent another 10 years learning how to control it. After that, I spent another 10 years trying to comprehend this power. Normally, this power is sublimated from a higher level of fighting energy. Right now, you do not even have fighting energy. Do you think power is something that will just fall from the sky? It is like a pot of boiling water. The water needs to be boiled to be turned into steam, but right now, you are just an empty kettle. Having said that, Old Mark took out a parchment he kept near his arm and gave it to Rhodey. This is a training method for fighting energy. It suits your current strength. Normally, you would need to wait until you become a grade 5 warrior before you can learn this, but you were damn lucky. Master Autumn gave you a bit of power and now you will end up progressing much faster than others. Rhodey's eyes turned bright. He was always someone who liked martial arts. He immediately picked up the parchment and noticed that the first line read, Tulips bloom. This is, Rhodey blurted out. This is the Tulip family's training method for obtaining fighting energy. Old Mark smiled triumphantly. I have been with the Tulip family for over 200 years now. I used this method when I started training to gain fighting energy. Did you steal it? Rhodey stared at him. Do you want to learn it? Old Mark stared back. Rhodey thought to himself as he kept the parchment. Since I am fighting for the Tulip family, I guess that it is not wrong to learn how to use fighting energy from them? Either way, the Tulip family's current generation, that bastard Seth, is definitely not willing to learn it. With his current strength, even if he wants to, it is unlikely that he will be able to. Grade 5 warrior? That playboy will never reach grade 5 in this life. Rhodey carefully put away the parchment and suddenly asked, why do you not do what Master Autumn did, directly give me a bit of power? Wouldn't I become much stronger? Old Mark immediately became so furious that he felt like kicking Rhodey. He shouted, do you think that power is something that is sold on the streets? Let me tell you, that little bit of power Master Autumn gave you is something only a highly trained master can acquire after training for several years. I really do not know what was wrong with Master Autumn. To think that he just gave you his hard-earned power without any condition. Rhodey immediately shut his mouth. He knew that there was a difference between the old monster in front of him and the skeleton, Andy. At most, Andy would only curse when he was angry, plus he would not be able to cause him any physical harm. However, the same could not be said for this old monster. If Old Mark got annoyed, he would be able to harm Rhodey. Old Mark gradually calmed down. He thought for a moment and took out a small transparent crystal that was about a third of the size of an egg. This time, his face was unusually serious. Take this with you and use it if you encounter a critical situation, fatal situation. You hold this in your palm and exert your strength on this crystal. Once you do so, the crystal will be crushed. For a 2-hour period, your stamina will increase exponentially and you will also have greater strength. Naturally, your power will not improve. It just allows you to have unlimited stamina. For example, although the half-moon slash is useful, based on your own strength you can only use it once. However, once you break the crystal, you will be able to use the same tactic without worrying about strength running out for a 2-hour period. So good. Rhodey was surprised. Unlimited half-moon slash. What kind of power is that? Ah. When Rhodey used the half-moon slash previously, he was able to defeat the Great Four Swordsmen, Rant and the Great Moon Kingdom's Rondo. If he could within the 2-hour period, use that tactic as many times as he wanted, then it would mean that his strength had multiplied many folds. Rhodey felt his heart beat very fast. He was in a daze and was unable to say anything. Old Mark sighed and said, "You must remember, you only have 2 hours. This has side effects. After 2 hours, you will be finished. You will feel like you have exhausted your whole body and you will not be able to even lift a finger. This will last for a few days. In other words, this is something that will make you overuse your energy. It can only be used in critical situations and the problems must be solved within 2 hours. Otherwise, you will be dead." Old Mark then looked dejected and said, "This is something that Dondong personally made. There were only 3 of it. When I was in the war, to protect the Duke, I had to use 1 piece. Now, there are only 2 left. I cannot give you both, so you have to make good use of this one." Rhodey was unable to calm down even after he was brought out of the residence by Old Mark. His heart was filled with awe, surprise, curiosity, and excitement. This thing that Dondong left behind is too amazing. What warrior would not want his strength to increase a lot in a short while? Even if it is only temporary, it is still good. With that in mind, Rhodey gave Old Mark a salute and earnestly said, "I know that this is very valuable and I will use it properly. Also, thank you, Mr. Mark." Old Mark was in a good mood. He waved his hands and was about to say something like, "I am an old man." However, Rhodey interrupted and his statement almost made Old Mark explode. "Mr. Mark, you have worked for the Tulip family for 200 years and must have saved a lot of money. Did you personally buy this residence? I guess no one in the family actually knows about this. In the imperial capital, this kind of residence is not cheap." Arg! Old Mark was furious. When Rhodey was walking out the door, Old Mark took advantage of the timing to kick him in the ass. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 65, Glorious Expedition. Chapter 65, Glorious Expedition. Translator, Zenobi's editor. That morning, the feelings of defeat in the imperial capital were completely swept away. All the citizens in the imperial capital rushed to the streets because they learned that the mighty Tulip family was finally dispatched that morning. The mighty, undefeated, and ever-glorious Duke of the Tulip family would lead the Empire's most powerful army, the Lightning God's Whip of the Central Cavalry Regiment, to the battlefield in Northwest. As for the number of troops, there were those who said that there were 50,000 while some claimed there were 80,000. Some of the citizens even heard that the Duke led a force of 100,000 troops. The hearts of all those people held the same desire. They wanted His Excellency, the Duke of the Tulip family, to lead the Empire's warriors to the northwest and teach the foreign barbarians a lesson. There were also many young girls who heard that His Excellency was a talented and handsome young man. That was more attractive to them than his glory from being the god of war. As a result, that morning tens of thousands of people crowded the streets all the way up to the northern gate of the imperial capital. Countless people stretched their necks to see how extraordinary and powerful were the Empire's god of war as well as their most elite army, the Lightning God's Whip. Countless young girls also came hoping to see the man of their dreams, who supposedly looked like the sun god. It was an unfortunate day for the people working for public security as all 15,000 of them had to cancel their vacation. They had to block both sides of the main road by forming human barricades and had to prevent the citizens from rushing past them. That meant that they also had to endure the overwhelming force of the crowd. However, in the eyes of the common citizens, the public security was extremely detestable for blocking their view of the hero. Shit! They aren't even the ones who are going to the northwest to fight those barbarians. They only know how to stay in the imperial capital to bully common citizens like us. There were countless people trying to rush past the human barricades and they ended up coming into conflict with the security soldiers. According to statistics, every security soldier on duty was attacked by the crowd that day. Though, it is important to note that the statistics were incomplete. The average data showed that each personnel suffered from being pelted by 2 rotten eggs and 1.5 tomatoes, as tomatoes were more expensive than eggs. Their bodies had about 3 to 5 bruises each. The soldiers also suffered an average of 2 kicks each on their buttocks. Even the supreme commander of the public security, Fry, got his face scratched by 2 enthusiastic women while they were trying to get a look at their dream hero. When the sound of hooves was heard at the end of the street and the banner that was like a flame was raised, the crowd burst into an earth-shaking cheer. The people on both sides of the road immediately started to toss flowers. According to statistics, the flower shops in the imperial capital sold 17 times more flowers than usual on that day. Consequently, all of the flowers were sold out. Even flowers like roses and lilies were sold out, and the prices of flowers used for funerals were speculated to be at an astronomical height at that time. It was also said that, on that day, a marquis wanted to buy flowers for his secret lover but could not find a single flower throughout the city. In the end, the marquis had to spend 10 gold coins to buy a bunch of Polygonum oriental flowers as a gift for his beau. In accordance with the decree of His Majesty the Emperor, the Central Cavalry Regiment army left the city fully equipped. Although they could have left quietly using a different gate that headed straight to the north, His Majesty wanted to take the opportunity to assure the people in the imperial capital. He specifically ordered them to wear their best equipment and head from the west of the city to the north, passing through half the city. This was to display the might of the empire and restore the confidence of the people. Rhodey did not think highly of that order. In his opinion, the faster they could depart and assist in the war in the northwest, the better. However, he had to spend half the morning parading around the imperial capital just for the people to see them. In addition to that, his soldiers also had to wear their heaviest armor, which he thought was a waste of effort. Nevertheless, when he walked through the streets and heard the deafening cheers from the crowd on both sides, he could not help but believe that there might have been a certain logic behind the emperor's orders. The moment the public started to cheer, they once again re-established their confidence in the empire and believed that the empire was strong and could not be defeated. The crowd on both sides waved as they continued to knock down the human barricades formed by the public security soldiers. The cheering of countless people filled the skies of the imperial capital. The warriors felt proud and smiled as the petals scattered all over them. They immediately sat ramrod straight on their horses' backs. Rhodey suddenly gave an order that he never expected himself to give: let the troops advance at a slower pace. Pass down the order. From a distant location, Nicole watched the parade, which was moving slowly from atop a tower. She looked at the silver-armored Rhodey and quietly prayed. Behind her was the driver, old Mark. He looked at Nicole and the scene outside in disdain and quietly laughed. Sigh, youngsters these days. Rhodey did not realize at that moment, someone else was smiling and watching him from the upper floor window of a building beside the street. Ha ha. It seems like that boy did a good job. I did not expect the Duke title to suit him so well. This is really a huge load off my mind. The person gave a strange smile. His long golden hair blocked one of his eyes, which were blue like the color of lake water. If Rhodey had actually seen the person, he would have definitely cried out in alarm. It was the original playboy who was supposed to have run overseas, the real successor of the Tulip family, Seth. Seth sighed and raised a silver bottle of wine to pour a mouthful of wine into his mouth. After that, he said to himself, all right, I am going to let that guy be responsible for fighting and killing in the war. I don't want to be involved. Ha, that day I deliberately told him that I was going overseas. Ultimately, that idiot really told my sister. Ah, after all, he is not as smart and intelligent as me. It is so funny. I just intentionally said a few words and then casually went around the pier. In the end, my sister really sent people to chase me by sea. Seth once again looked down at himself on horseback, fully armed, and sighed, boy, you better do well. Although I am not a filial son, you must not ruin my father's reputation. At that moment, Rhodey and his army had already paraded through most of the imperial capital, enjoying the cheering which could be heard through the northern gate. Rhodey looked at the soldiers on the gate tower. They saluted his army. Rhodey could not help but sigh. He did not expect the feeling of superiority to be so nice. At the same time, without his knowledge, Emperor Abbas XI was also quietly watching Rhodey from the castle. Unlike the others, Emperor Abbas XI watched him with complicated feelings. Humph. Emperor Abbas XI looked at the army and sneered. They all say that I am an incapable ruler. They all say that I am not equal to my late grandfather, Emperor Abbas the Great. I want to be a mighty emperor too. However, even if I want to become mighty like Emperor Abbas the Great, I do not have Dandong to help me. Where is my Dandong? My ancestor had Dandong the Great and the Duke of the Tulip family. One was an academician while the other was a martial arts expert. I only have the Duke of the Tulip family, and furthermore, he is just a child who came of age not long ago. If I do not rely on myself, who else can I rely on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Life and Death Look Alike. Chapter 66, Life and Death Look Alike. Translator, Zenobi's editor. As soon as Rhodey was 10 li away from the imperial capital, he ordered the whole army wait for further instructions. He then sent a messenger and asked for the presence of Deputy Commander Sieg and Commander Gordon. Before the expedition, Rhodey deliberately requested Emperor Abbas XI to order a high-ranking Imperial Guard commander to follow him, as he was still young and had no experience. He hoped that His Majesty would send someone who was familiar with battle formations. Naturally, it was something Nicole suggested. Emperor Abbas XI was happy to approve and immediately ordered Commander Gordon to follow the army to the northwest. Commander Gordon also brought along 2,000 of the Imperial Guards with him because Emperor Abbas XI could not depend entirely on the young Duke. Additionally, His Majesty had never heard of Deputy Commander Sieg, so he wanted to send someone whom he could trust. Commander Sieg, I have an idea that I need to discuss. Rhodey carefully declared his thoughts. Your Excellency. Sieg gave a faint smile and replied, You are now the Supreme Commander. If you have any orders, you just need to say it. Rhodey gave Gordon a glance. Gordon merely smiled quietly and nodded. Rhodey took a deep breath and expressed his thoughts. I have decided to divide the Wolves Fong army into two. Commander Gordon will lead 10,000 Wolves Fong cavalrymen along with his 2,000 Imperial Guards and continue to march in as a group. However, the 10,000 cavalrymen will have to give up their horses. Sieg and I will take the remaining 10,000 cavalrymen, with each one having 2 horses. We will take provisions enough for 4 days and rush straight to what fortress? According to my calculations, if we do not take any break and just rotate our horses, we will be able to reach the fortress in 4 days. The moment Rhodey said that, Gordon and Sieg felt shocked. Sieg cried out first, How can this work? After that, he realized that he lost control of himself and lowered his voice. Your Excellency, our military strength is limited. I am afraid that if we split up, we will not be able to cope. Rhodey gave a long sigh and looked at Sieg. He then said, Commander Sieg, do you think 20,000 soldiers are enough to reinforce the Northwest Legion? There are less than 100,000 soldiers left from the defeated Northwest Legion. If we take into account those who were injured and those who have lost their combat capabilities, I am afraid we only still have about 60,000 soldiers. Can these 60,000 soldiers of a defeated army fight against 180,000 soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom? Even if we were to add in our 20,000 soldiers, will it be enough? Sieg was silent for a while before he softly replied, No, we won't be able to win. Unless we bring 50,000 soldiers with us, I will not dare to fight them. That's right. Rhodey sighed. I thought of this the entire night before I understood our situation. At that time, Andy cried out in his mind, Bullshit. If I did not teach you, could you have thought of this? Rhodey ignored Andy and continued, We cannot defeat them anyway. That is why with this small force, we can only play the role of increasing morale. As long as our Tulip family's banner is up, I believe that the morale of the Northwest Army will stabilize. The biggest problem with the Northwest Legion now is not that they cannot win, but rather they are too afraid to fight. They still have about 100,000 soldiers. In the previous battle, the 200,000 soldiers were defeated by the enemy's army of 80,000. Now, we have less than 100,000 soldiers left while the enemy has gathered an army of 180,000. The Northwest Legion has lost its morale. We are here to give them morale and not troops. As long as there are reinforcements, even if it is only 5,000 soldiers, the Northwest Legion will know that more reinforcements will come. They will know that there is hope and become more spirited. Rhodey looked at Sieg and Gordon. Noticing that they did not speak, he spoke again, Of course, even if the morale of the Northwest Legion becomes stable, it is still unlikely that we would be able to defeat or even repel the Great Moon Kingdom. Therefore, my plan is to hold out. As long as the Northwest Legion is motivated, even if we cannot fight back against the enemy, we will still be able to defend the fortress. Sieg frowned and asked, Defending is enough? Rhodey looked at him and knew that an honest soldier like him would not understand political affairs. Rhodey, himself, would not have understood politics if it were not for Nicole who explained it to him. Commander Sieg, let me tell you, His Majesty the Emperor does not really intend to fight the Great Moon Kingdom. We cannot afford to fight them. With the Northwest Legion half destroyed, we can only temporarily concede. The Southern Legion is too far away and will take 2 to 3 months to reach here if they are mobilized. As for the Northern Legion, if they are mobilized, we would be vulnerable to the attacks of the Roland continent. Those last few words were not very appropriate, but Rhodey had no choice. Those were the only words Andy taught him the night before. All he could do was repeat them. Rhodey sighed and continued, Fortunately, the Great Moon Kingdom also cannot afford to fight us. Right now, they are just consolidating their victories. I don't like it, but I have to admit they have already won the war. Destroying the Northwest Legion is something that will be beneficial to them, but they do not need to. As long as they can guarantee victory, they will be in a favorable position when they enter into negotiation with the Empire in the future. Rhodey's speech gradually changed direction from a military problem to a political one. That was something Sieg could not understand. Even Gordon, who was often in the Imperial Palace, only understood half of it. That is why our mission is to defend. We cannot let the Empire be defeated anymore.
We must prevent this situation from deteriorating by immobilizing the army of the Great Moon Kingdom at what fortress? The Great Moon Kingdom are foreigners living on the grasslands. They cannot afford to fight long and do not have the strength for prolonged battles. When the time comes, they will have to retreat. This way, the Empire will not have to be so passive during negotiations. After Rhodey voiced his opinions, Gordon and Sieg had nothing left to say. They followed Rhodey's orders and divided the Wolf's Fang army into two groups. Sieg ordered all of those in one of the groups to dismount and give up their horses. The young soldiers were reluctant to part with their horses, but the Wolf's Fang army had strict rules, so no one said anything. Rhodey sighed and ordered the other 10,000 soldiers to take their own rations of dry goods and remove their heavy armor. They all then lined up and prepared to depart. Just before departing, Rhodey pulled Gordon over and carefully told him, "Commander Gordon, there are two things I need you to help me with. The first one is to lead the remaining 12,000 soldiers. They must move as fast as possible. When you pass by any garrison, I want you to requisite their horses. I will give you the command token which His Majesty gave me. If the garrison does not comply, show this to them. If they still do not comply, kill them. After obtaining their horses, you are to speed up and catch up with us. I understand that this is different from the plan I told you earlier, but it is better to be safe than sorry. In case something happens, I can count on your earlier reinforcement." Gordon laughed as he took the command token. "Do not worry, young Master Seth. I probably won't even need to use this command token. If the Royal Guards want horses, the defenders will have to give us horses. No one dares to say no, especially when they see us in the Royal Guards armor." Rhodey smiled and said, "As for the second thing, you must remember carefully. In the supply carriage, I kept a box with my family's insignia. It is very easy to find. If, and I really mean if I meet with an accident, remember, and this must be ascertained by you, if I encounter any mishaps and I am killed in battle, I want you to take that box and burn everything in it." "Ha?" Gordon was stunned. "What is inside that box?" Rhodey gave a strange smile and said, "Nothing special. Just a skeleton. Remember, this is a military order." After Rhodey had finished speaking, he turned his horse around and gave the army the order to march. The skeleton in his mind was in a rage. "Shit. Kid, you are too vicious." Rhodey spoke lightly without changing his facial expression. "In that case, you better remember Andy, if I survive, you will survive. If I die, you will die. So, you better stop playing tricks and help me wholeheartedly." "Ha ha." He whipped his horse as he spoke. A mighty cavalry of 10,000 rode towards the northwest with the sun on their backs. 1 li, also known as the Chinese mile, is a traditional Chinese unit of distance. The li has varied considerably over time but was usually about a third as long as the English mile and now has a standardized length of a half kilometer, 500 meters or 1,640 feet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, The Village. Chapter 67, The Village. Translator, Zenobi's editor. It was evening and a few crows on the trees cawed. The trees were planted on both sides of the road. Suddenly, the crows looked up to see dust gathering in the distance. The earth shook and the sound of galloping horses broke the silence of the evening. The crows flapped their wings and hurriedly flew away from the branches. Rhodey was no longer wearing the silver armor. Instead, he was wearing a leather armor. Nicole had ordered Rant to bring the leather armor to Rhodey. It was also something that belonged to the Tulip family. Many years ago, Nicole's father wore that leather armor in the battlefield. Rhodey doubted that the leather armor could give him any protection. However, it would be impossible to march quickly if he wore the heavy, metal armor. The leather armor was lighter and more convenient. Rhodey's body was soaked in sweat and he felt a burning pain in his thigh. Riding the horses for 2 consecutive days had caused his legs to tire out. During the past 1.5 days, Rhodey and the 10,000 elite cavalrymen of the Lightning God's Whip were rushing to their destination. When they felt tired, they rested on their horses' backs, and when they were hungry, they ate their dry food and drank while riding. When their horses got tired, they switched their horses and continued to advance forward. At that moment, everyone had changed their horses twice. Each soldier was riding a horse with another spare following from behind. Both horses were extremely exhausted. Some of the horses were even foaming at the mouth. Even though the horses of the Central Cavalry were the best horses in the Empire, they were also unable to endure nearly 2 days of running without rest. The soldiers all looked tired, but Sieg and the Wolf's Fang army were really worthy of the title Lightning God's Whip. Despite their exhaustion, the soldiers all still held a strong and sturdy expression. Not a single one of them fell behind or complained.
The mighty cavalry continued their journey amid the sound of thundering hooves. Your Excellency, the cavalry scouts have returned. The messenger went to Rodi's side and immediately saluted. Rodi gave Sieg a glance. Sieg nodded and said, "Transmit the order. The whole army is to slow down." In the blink of an eye, the messenger conveyed Sieg's order to the others starting from the front. The cavalry started to slow down without falling into disarray. Evidently, Sieg had trained them well. The scout reported that they were approaching a village and that the village did not look suspicious. That place was already close to the front lines and apparently, the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry would also sometimes appear around the area. However, the village in front did not seem to have encountered the Great Moon Kingdom. Rodi sighed and spoke, "Pass down the orders. We will rest at the village in front for a while. We cannot hurry through our journey. Even if we do not need to rest, the horses will still need to rest." Sieg nodded. With his background, he naturally understood that the strength of the horses was important for cavalries. When night came, the Wolf's Fang army finally reached the village. Rodi ordered the army to rest for 2 hours at a riverbank 2 miles away from the village. He then took Sieg and 200 soldiers with him to the village. The village was actually part of the Empire's territory, but because it was in a remote region, a few of the villagers felt surprised and fearful when they saw the army. The soldiers searched for the village head and found him to be a simple and honest farmer. When he saw Rodi and Sieg, he started to stammer and could barely say anything. Rodi once again split up his soldiers with 50 of them guarding the northern entrance. He and Sieg then followed the village head to his home. The village head said nothing and silently led the way. The moment Rodi entered the simple courtyard, he felt that something was not right. He frowned and looked around. He saw that the village head appeared nonchalant. Beside him was his young daughter, about 15 or 16 years old with a delicate face. When Rodi also saw a pile of unchopped firewood in the courtyard, he immediately understood the situation they were in. "There are only the two of you here?"
"Yes, Your Excellency," the village head lowered his head and spoke with a firm voice.
Rodi silently went to a corner.
Suddenly, he lifted his leg and kicked a wooden cabinet to reveal a big hole in the wall. The sudden movement scared the village head and he went pale. The girl also screamed in fear. Several soldiers beside him rushed forward with their scimitars. They dragged out a young man from the hole. The young man was wearing simple civilian clothing. His face was pale and filled with despair.
"What is the meaning of this? You are all actually spies." Sieg's face also sank with disappointment.
The village head quickly knelt down and begged, "Your Excellency, he is not a spy.
He is my son.
He is not the Great Moon Kingdom's spy." Rodi waved and signaled the soldiers to release the young man. The young man did not look like a warrior, so Rodi was not afraid that he would resist.
"Speak. What is going on here?"
When he saw all the soldiers pulling out their scimitars, the young man quickly shouted loudly, "Your Excellency, my family has nothing to do with this.
Just arrest me and take me back. I am someone who escaped from the front line." Rodi sighed and nodded.
"So, he is just a deserter."
Sieg also relaxed a bit but asked, "Are you one of the Northwest Legion?" "Yes."
The young man nodded his head and glanced at his father. "I was originally based at the Trier Fortress not far from here. We were scattered all over when the fortress was captured by the Great Moon Kingdom. So, I escaped back here."
"Humph." Before Rodi could speak, Sieg spoke indifferently. "In that case, do you know the military law?"
"I know," the young man said with a pale face.
"For desertion, death." "Don't!"
The girl at the side suddenly screamed. She wanted to rush forward but she was stopped by 2 soldiers. She wept and spoke, "Do not kill him."
"Why must you kill him? I have already lost one brother in the war. Do you still want to kill my only remaining brother?"
Rodi was the leader but he was also young and could not help but feel sympathetic.
He sighed and said, "This is the military law of the Empire. If everybody violated the law and was not punished, who would fight for the Empire?"
However, the girl was stubborn. With tears in her eyes, she shouted at Rodi loudly without fearing him.
"Deserters? My brother never wanted to be a soldier. It was you all who forced him and sent him off to fight. 3 months ago, my other brother was forced to fight and in the end, he died in battle. Last month, you came to take him. We do not want to be soldiers. You came here to grab our food. Now you want us to give you our lives. Wait."
Rodi stopped the 2 soldiers who were about to drag the young man out.
He turned around and gloomily looked at the girl before inquiring, you said your brother was captured and forced to fight in the war?
Ignoring her own frightened father's meaningful glance, she stared right into Rhodey's eyes and gritted her teeth.
Yes, you all tied him up. My eldest brother refused to be a soldier and then you all beat him up before taking him away. My second brother also refused, but you all hit my father and forced him to go with you. Now that the war is over, why won't you let my brother go home? Is there actually such a thing? Rhodey's face turned pale and he glanced at Sieg. Sieg wrinkled his brows. He was in the army for most of his life and certainly had heard of such things. In many places, the garrisons often lacked troops. However, they used a normal recruitment process and the recruited soldiers would be paid. But according to the girl's claims, the officers must have embezzled the recruitment money and used violence to forcefully recruit soldiers. This seemed to be quite common in remote regions.
When Rhodey saw Sieg's face, he knew that the girl was not lying. Since Sieg, who was most familiar with the army, did not say anything, it meant that the girl spoke the truth. Let him go, Rhodey sighed and was unable to understand his own feelings. He was determined in helping the Northwest Legion to defend his home and country. However, when he saw that the civilians hated the soldiers of the Empire, he had an indescribable feeling. Sieg wanted to object, but, remembering the story that was just related, he also remained silent. The moment that the young man was freed, he immediately rushed over to protect his father and sister.
Village head, can you prepare us some food? After that, can you also help us to find some food for my soldiers? My soldiers are also hungry.
Rhodey no longer had the intention of pursuing the desertion issue with the family. He gave one of his bodyguards a meaningful glance and the soldier immediately took out a few gold coins. The village head looked surprised at the soldier holding the gold coins and he soon shook his head.
Your Excellency, it is not that I don't want to, but really there is nothing left to eat. Why?
A few days ago, the army of the Great Moon Kingdom came here.
They already took all our food and left. Now, we only have a little bit of food left for ourselves. There is nothing left to give. What? Rhodey banged the table and stood up. He then shouted, why didn't you tell us earlier that the Great Moon Kingdom's army is nearby? How many of them are there? Where are they?
The village head panicked.
His face turned pale and he stammered, unable to speak.
The young man then replied, the last time they came here, there were not many.
They only had a few dozen cavalrymen.
However, it seemed like they spread out to the nearby villages to look for food.
Why didn't you mention this earlier? Sieg asked angrily.
They were rushing desperately to reach what fortress and join forces with the Northwest Legion without alerting the Great Moon Kingdom. If the Great Moon Kingdom knew that they were there to intercept, Rhodey, Sieg, and the 10,000 tired soldiers would all be in great danger.
Is there anything else you have not told us? Rhodey signaled for Sieg to sit down and looked at the young man.
The village head's mouth was wide open but he did not say anything. The young man's face was pale and his eyes seemed evasive.
Rhodey sensed something was wrong.
Without waiting for him to speak, Sieg warned him in a ruthless manner, I will not pursue the fact that you are a deserter since His Excellency has pardoned you. However, if you hide military information and do not report them to our army, that is the same as being a spy. The girl gritted her teeth, stood up and loudly said, they came here 2 days ago. They took our food as well as a few of our villagers with them. They also left us a message asking us to be their messenger. They told us that if the Empire's army passed by, we had to burn some straws so that the chimneys would give out smoke as a signal. If we refused, they would kill the villagers they had captured.
Sieg's face changed and he quickly ran out the door. Sure enough, a few of the farmhouses had black smoke coming out of their chimneys. Where are they? Where is the Great Moon Kingdom's army?
Rhodey shouted at the young man. He may have been sympathetic towards the man who was forced to fight in the war and did not pursue him as a deserter.
However, what they just did made Rhodey furious. The girl was shocked at Rhodey's sudden rage.
She shrank back and shouted, they always came from the north. I did not burn any straws. After they left, my father also told the others not to help the Great Moon Kingdom, but they did not listen to my father. I really did not burn any straws.
I really did not.
Suddenly the sound of a horn came from the north. It was a warning that came from the soldiers guarding the north.
Some of you stay behind and watch them.
If they make any reckless moves, kill them.
Sieg ordered as he rushed back into the courtyard. After that, Rhodey followed him outside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Night Attack. Chapter 68, Night Attack. Translator, Zenobi's editor. A few soldiers were looking for mangers at a farm for their horses.
In the evening, they saw black smoke billowing out of almost all of the chimneys. They assumed that the villagers were cooking and were not too concerned about it. Meanwhile, the army of the Great Moon Kingdom was quietly approaching. They took off all of the bells that were hung on their horses. They also wrapped the horseshoes with cotton and stuffed the horses' mouths with sticks. This was to reduce the amount of noise made by the horses. The whole army slowly approached the village under the cover of the roadside trees. When night drew near, one of the Empire's cavalrymen found traces of the enemy from the top of a tree. He only had enough time to utter a cry of alarm before his throat was suddenly pierced by an arrow. He fell from the tree. However, that cry was enough to warn the others. Without any hesitation, all of the soldiers quickly got on their horses and drew their scimitars. One of the soldiers also immediately sounded the horn. Rhodey and Sieg rushed over with their 50 soldiers. However, by the time they reached, only 30 of the initial 50 soldiers who were already there remained. The troop leader led his men as they alternately charged and retreated in the battle. The Great Moon Kingdom had about 1,000 soldiers and they were all cavalrymen. Fortunately, the road in the village was narrow. Although the Great Moon Kingdom had more military strength, they were unable to spread out and charge in the narrow space. The officer of the Central Cavalry took his men to the rear and continually shot arrows while moving. The troop leader skillfully shot down the approaching enemy cavalrymen. These 50 cavalry soldiers were personally selected by Sieg to act as Rhodey's bodyguards. Whether it was in horsemanship or archery, they were the cream of the crop. It was to the extent that they were even better than the foreigners who were supposed to be famous for their horsemanship and archery. Although the foreigners managed to kill more than a dozen of the Wolfsfang cavalry, they also ended up losing about 30 soldiers. As the Great Moon Cavalry approached Rhodey's men, they suddenly heard a shout, "Shoot!" Before the leading cavalryman of the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry could react, he was hit by a few arrows and fell to the ground. Rhodey had ordered his men to spread out on both sides of the village's main road. The moment the vanguard of the Great Moon Kingdom entered their range of fire, they were ruthlessly shot at by the archers. As it was dark, the Great Moon Kingdom's army was unable to determine the number of archers shooting at them. About a dozen of the leading vanguards who were shot fell down from their horses. The cavalrymen following from behind could not stop on time. They tripped and fell as well. The momentum of the enemy cavalry immediately dropped. Without giving them a chance to react, Rhodey and about 100 of his men calmly shot the second volley of arrows. The cavalry of the Great Moon Kingdom was now unable to determine the military strength of their opponents. They could only cry out in alarm, "They have an ambush! An ambush!" At that moment, Sieg gave an order. About 100 cavalrymen at the rear threw away their other weapons and rushed forward with their scimitars. After that, the sound of the horn which signaled the Empire's cavalry charge was heard on both sides of the road. Kill! The two cavalries fiercely clashed in the dark. The sound of shouting, screaming, neighing and metal clashing could be heard. Rhodey took about a dozen soldiers with him and rushed to the middle. He held a long scimitar in his hand and fought fiercely. Not a single one of his enemies was his match. The moment he met with an opponent, the opponent would immediately scream and fall off his horse. When Rhodey raised his scimitar, the head of an enemy soldier would soon fly into the sky. Blood sprayed all over Rhodey's face, but Rhodey did not bother to wipe it off. He merely roared and continued to rush forward alone. Although the Great Moon Kingdom had many soldiers, their most powerful leader who was with the vanguard earlier was already shot to death by some arrows in the dark. Since then, the common soldiers that Rhodey met wherever he went were not his match. The Great Moon Kingdom was unable to gain an advantage with their superior numbers in the narrow road. Rhodey's warriors were squeezed tight together with them in the confined space. It was then that Rhodey's warriors' advantage began to take hold. The Central Cavalry troops were elites whom Sieg personally trained. They brilliantly executed their battle tactics. The attacks of the cavalrymen from the Great Moon Kingdom were often blocked and a scimitar would appear from another side to cut off the cavalier's head. At the narrow road, the Great Moon Kingdom was forced to fight against the Wolfsfang army, one-on-one. Their soldiers at the rear could not squeeze through. They could only roar but were unable to do anything else. On the other hand, the Wolfsfang army had a strong leader in Rhodey who was also a powerful warrior. Almost every enemy soldier they encountered was hacked and killed. In just a short time, the Wolfsfang platoon of 100 had pushed back the Great Moon Kingdom company of 1,000 men. At that moment, the cries of an army came from behind Rhodey. The trampling of the horses caused the earth to shake. All of a sudden, in the dark a voice shouted loudly, "Wolfsfang! Kill!" In the dark, the voices of more than 10,000 people shouted in unison. "Kill!" When Rhodey's bodyguards heard the shouting behind them, they suddenly became more aggressive. More than 100 soldiers roared imposingly. Their attacks with the scimitars apparently became about 30% stronger. The army from behind, who was originally guarding the village, had finally arrived. The clear sound of their bugles and the trampling of their horses got louder as they approached. The Great Moon Kingdom's soldiers suddenly shouted, "They have a group of cavalries." After that, excluding the few soldiers who were fighting Rodi, the rest of the Great Moon Kingdom soldiers turned around and ran away. After defeating the remaining enemies, Sieg, knowing that his troop was too small, did not chase after the runaways. Instead, he ordered his soldiers to station themselves at their original place. The soldiers lit up their torches and found that the village road was filled with corpses and injured horses. They also found a few seriously injured soldiers from the Great Moon Kingdom who were groaning on the ground. Of the 200 guards who originally protected Rodi, only 100 guards remained. On the other hand, the Great Moon Kingdom troop left behind about 300 corpses. After the fight, Rodi felt his body ache. He could smell the strong stench of blood. His face was full of blood and he felt a burning pain from the wounds he received on his hands. He looked on the ground and saw that some of the corpses were without arms and legs while some were without heads. Rodi suddenly felt his stomach churn. He quickly pushed away two of his soldiers who were supporting him and ran to the front of one of the houses by the roadside. After that, he leaned against the wall and vomited. He almost lost consciousness after he vomited out most of his bile. His body was drenched in sweat and he felt a bone-piercing coldness from the winds which blew that night. Sieg slowly approached him and gently held his arms. He asked, "Your Excellency, is this the first time you killed in the battlefield?" Rodi nodded his head. His face was pale as he tried to stand straight. Sieg sighed and slowly said, "This is nothing. This is usually the case when a person kills others for the first time. The first time I killed someone was when I followed the late Duke. At that time, I pissed myself until I almost had no pants to wear." Rodi's face was pale but he still managed to grit his teeth and stand straight. He slowly said, "I know. Don't worry. I am all right now. I am a warrior. From the time I decided to become a warrior, I knew that this day would come." At that moment, more than 10 soldiers brought about 20 villagers forward. The one leading the soldiers was one of Rodi's bodyguards. He was covered in blood and his left arm was injured. Although the injury was wrapped up in a simple bandage, the blood did not stop oozing out of the wound. With a gloomy expression, he spoke loudly, "Your Excellency, these are the people who burned the straws and created the black smoke." Sieg's face turned grave as he looked coldly at the trembling villagers. He then looked at the ground, where more than 100 corpses of his soldiers were neatly arranged. His eyes showed grief and distress. He then looked back at the villagers and ruthlessly ordered, "Execute all of them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 69, Justice. Chapter 69, Justice. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Immediately, there was a large audience of kneeling villagers. The villagers were pale. They were on their knees begging for their lives. Some of them even stained and wet their pants when they saw the bloody corpses on the ground. "Don't! Don't!" A thin and sharp voice clearly pleaded among the crowd. After that, a small silhouette crawled forward, clung onto Rodi's thigh and wept. "Your Excellency, they were all forced. They were all forced to do it. It was the village head's daughter." "Forced?" Without waiting for Rodi to speak, Sieg immediately shouted, "Just because they were forced to, does it mean that they are not enemy spies? Because of them, I lost 100 of my best comrades. All of them were killed." Sieg was absolutely furious at that moment. Due to the fierce fight, he lost 100 soldiers from the 200 most elite soldiers he had specially selected. They were from the 20,000 soldiers in the Wolf Fawn army. They were now dead because of the cowardly villagers. The villagers had caused the death of his 100 elite soldiers who had undergone strict training. "Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" The little girl was so scared that she turned pale, but she still clung onto Rodi's thigh. After that, she bowed and repeatedly hit her head on the ground. The impact was loud. Soon, her forehead started to bleed and her face was filled with dirt and tears. She looked extremely miserable. Rodi tried to calm down but his heart was beating violently. He glanced at the 20 villagers on the floor. They were old and young and there were also men as well as women. The villagers all looked fearful. Rodi felt sad too. He was certain that those 20 heads would fall to the ground when he waved his hand. According to the laws of the Empire, collaborating with the enemy and committing treason would cause the whole family to be executed. These villagers had secretly provided the Great Moon Kingdom army with information and caused them to lose more than 100 soldiers in a surprise attack.
They were unable to get away from being persecuted. However, they were just civilians. Rodi hesitated to order their execution. It was a command that Rodi was unable to utter. He continued to watch the crying villagers, young and old, men and women, who were of the lowest rank in the Empire's society. They were pitiful people who worked hard just to obtain 3 meals a day. In fact, a few months ago, he was also a civilian like them. What if this happened to me? If it was my parents who were captured by the enemy and they used their lives to threaten me? Rodi sighed and dared not continue this line of thought. For the civilians, the Empire, the Emperor, the war, the struggle for the throne were all distant issues and not important. Their own loved ones were far more important. When he saw Rodi's hesitant face, Sieg gritted his teeth and spoke, "Your Excellency. Don't be merciful. They have committed a serious crime. If you do not execute them, how can you lead the soldiers? How can you justify this to the ones who died?" Rodi was startled and looked at the soldiers around him. He saw that his soldiers, especially his 100 bodyguards, had a cold expression. The soldiers looked at the kneeling villagers with eyes full of hatred. After all, it was the villagers' secret message that had caused the death of their 100 comrades. That was especially true for his bodyguards, who were already holding the hilt of their scimitars as they gnashed their teeth. Your Excellency," that girl continued to cry at his feet. The blood and the tears on her face had already blended together. The law of the Empire states that the whole family of those who commit treason will be executed. Sieg spoke loudly. Rodi gritted his teeth. He knew that this time, he could not be compassionate. Whatever the reasons were, they had collaborated with the enemy and caused a big loss to the army. More importantly, they exposed the whereabouts of the army. The consequences of such crimes could only be execution. Sieg signaled and 2 soldiers rushed forward to pull the girl away. Rodi sighed and was about to wave when the girl suddenly struggled with all her strength and cried out, "Your Excellency, please wait." "Wait. I have something important to say." "What else have you not said?" Sieg asked coldly. The girl was so afraid that she was trembling. She looked at Rodi, bit her lip and said, "I know a path that can lead you to the north. Using this path, you can reach Trier Fortress and save half a day or even a day's worth of time. I can show you the way. I beg you, Your Excellency, I beg you don't execute them. They were actually forced." Rodi looked at her for a moment and then he looked at the audience before speaking coldly. "Separate them based on their houses. Then, drag out the ones who set the fire. As for the others, set them free." "Your Excellency!" Sieg and the captain of the bodyguards exclaimed at the same time. Sieg looked gloomy and gritted his teeth. "Your Excellency, no matter who they are, those who collaborated with the enemy must be executed. Otherwise, it will not serve as a warning to the others. I know about the laws of the Empire. I am also distressed by the deaths of the soldiers. But, have you ever thought that they are just civilians?" Rodi took a deep breath. "I think that most of the officers here were born as civilians. We are all soldiers. As soldiers of the Empire, it is our responsibility to defend the Empire's territory. We are supposed to guard their homes and protect the civilians. It is true that they have sinned. They were forced to do so because their loved ones were captured by the Great Moon Kingdom. But why were their loved ones captured in the first place? Why?" Looking at the audience, Rodi continued, "This is our fault. We were not able to defend their homes. The Great Moon Kingdom was allowed to rampage on our territory. This is all our fault. If the army was able to prevent the enemy from entering our territory and protect the homes of the civilians, they would not have been forced to collaborate with the Great Moon Kingdom." Nobody replied. Taking another deep breath, Rodi continued slowly, "I know you are not satisfied. I know that you cannot accept that your comrades died like this. However, those who should be punished are not the civilians. To begin with, they should not even have to face the enemy butchers. That was supposed to be done by us. Your hatred should not be directed to these unarmed villagers but those butchers in the Great Moon Kingdom." Again, no one spoke. "Your Excellency," Sieg clenched his jaw but he did not continue to speak. Rodi did not look at Sieg. He slowly turned to look at the villagers who were kneeling on the ground and said, "I know it was not done voluntarily. I know that you were forced to do it. However, you have still committed treason. You have caused the tragic death of 100 heroic warriors of the Empire. That is why I cannot forgive you," Rodi ruthlessly continued. "Those who set the fire just now, step forward and accept your punishment. Your families will be safe and forgiven." For a moment, there was silence. The soldiers were all looking at Rodi but no one moved. Rhodey was unhappy and he suddenly shouted, "What are you guys doing? Must you really kill all of them? Were the scimitars of the lightning god's whip sharpened to kill civilians?" The soldiers were startled when they suddenly heard Rhodey's shout. They immediately stood up straight. "Execution squad, listen to the order!" Sieg suddenly shouted. "Carry out the order." Finally, the soldiers moved and separated the 20 villagers.
After some commotion, 10 people stepped forward and knelt on the ground.
The remaining villagers were pulled to the back by the soldiers. "Were you the ones who set the fire earlier?" Rhodey mournfully asked.
After a moment of silence, a man who was in the middle replied softly, "I was the one who set the fire."
The other 9 also nodded.
"Because of all of you, 100 heroic soldiers of the Empire died a tragic death.
I understand that you were forced to do so to ensure the safety of your family.
Yet, you have still caused the death of 100 others. You are all people, but those 100 soldiers were people as well.
You have families, but those who died also had families. You all cherished your families, but what about the families of those who have died? Won't they be heartbroken as well?"
The villagers stayed silent.
None of the kneeling villagers raised their heads to look at Rhodey.
Rhodey's voice became deeper as he spoke. "I am now going to execute you according to the laws of the Empire.
Do you have any last words?"
The 10 villagers lowered their heads in silence. Even the daughter of the village head did not speak. She only looked at Rhodey in tears. She also seemed to understand that forgiving their families was already showing mercy beyond the law. Rhodey no longer looked at them. He turned around and walked to the back as Sieg coldly signaled the executioners. The sound of heads being chopped off was soon heard, and it was followed by sad crying from a distance.
Sieg then walked forward with big strides.
Rhodey glanced at him and slowly said, "Commander Sieg, I know that you are not contented with this, but I believe that you can understand my approach. I can punish the criminals so that the dead may rest in peace. However, I cannot raise a hand against the innocent villagers." There was a long silence before Sieg opened his mouth to speak. "Your Excellency, I understand.
I will redirect this hatred to the Great Moon Kingdom.
They have killed 100 of us.
I will kill 1000, no, 10,000 of them."
Rhodey shook his head and lightly said, "Enough. They already know our whereabouts.
We cannot stay here any longer. Give an order to immediately set out.
Also, that girl. She said that there is a small path. Take her with us.
If we can reach what fortress earlier, we will be safer earlier." Sieg nodded and signaled the soldiers to bring the girl up. "What is your name?"
"Jade Lena." The girl bowed. Her voice was still shaking a little. Rhodey sternly asked, "Earlier, you mentioned a small path leading to the north.
Can this path reach what fortress?"
"It can," Jade Lena spoke softly. She then stopped for a moment. She needed to gather her courage to continue to speak.
"This is a path that only my brother and I know.
He fled back here from Trier Fortress using this path. Using this path to reach what fortress can probably save you a day of traveling."
Sieg carefully asked a few more questions to determine if the path was concealed.
Jade Lena replied that it was a path that her brother found by chance when he went hunting in the mountains. However, it was a rugged path. It was still suitable for horses to pass by, but vehicles would definitely not be able to use it.
"Very good." Sieg gave Rhodey a glance. It was good enough if they can pass through on horses. After all, they were not taking a lot of supplies with them.
"Give her a horse."
"Can you ride?"
Rhodey asked lightly.
"Yes. I can." Jade Lena did not dare to look at Rhodey.
In fact, Rhodey's face was still covered in blood. He had not wiped off the bloodstains on his face.
It made him look scary. Soon, the messenger finished conveying the order to set out.
At that moment, Jade Lena suddenly plucked up her courage and begged Rhodey, "Your Excellency, could you go and save those captured villagers?"
Impossible."
Rhodey immediately refused. His eyes were cold and detached. "Listen to me, the captured villagers are already dead. The army of the Great Moon Kingdom came out to look for food.
Do you think they would share their food with the prisoners?"
The captured villagers have probably died a long time ago."
"Boy, do you still think that having power is a pleasant thing?"
Andy coldly asked in his mind. Rhodey felt depressed to the extent that he could barely breathe. His stomach felt as if it was being crushed by a heavy boulder.
"I don't know. Andy. I found out that there are a lot of things I cannot understand.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70, Before the War. Chapter 70, Before the War. Translator, Zenobie's editor. The What Fortress was quiet and calm when the first light of dawn broke. Looking at the scene, no one would expect that an episode of horrific killing occurred just the night before. Tens of thousands of people shed their blood and cried miserably there. Now, the reddish-looking soil was the only reminder of the battle. The thorny flower banner was still raised, but the soldiers who stood on the wall were already tired and at a loss. The army of the Great Moon Kingdom had suddenly attacked the What Fortress at midnight, and the battle lasted until dawn. After both sides lost thousands of lives, the Great Moon Kingdom finally retreated. The soldiers on the city wall had not slept at all throughout the night. They gazed frustratingly at the Great Moon Kingdom's camp. At their camp, the fur-coated foreign barbarians with long blades had already begun to gather. It looks like there will be another day of fierce battle. Some of the veteran soldiers sighed. They looked at the rising sun as they were unsure if it would be the last time they see it. The original solid and tall city wall was already in a terrible condition. The mixture of black smoke and red bloodstains turned the color of the wall into a horrifying gray. The gate was also destroyed in the previous night's battle. There was now a hole in the gate. Although the soldiers were already using giant pieces of wood to reinforce the gate, the soldiers on top of the wall could see that the enemy had taken out a heavy-looking ram. They could not help but feel agitated. The Northwest Legion's General Reuben stood above the gate. He also fought in the battle last night, but he was not feeling exhausted. He had been suffering defeat for the past few days. As a result, he was feeling frustrated. As the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Legion, he had lost a substantial portion of the Empire's territory and many soldiers. In the end, he was besieged at What Fortress? Reuben knew that even if he managed to hold their position until reinforcements arrived, he would still lose his head. The first thing His Majesty the Emperor would do was to execute him, the defeated general. However, Reuben still struggled to hold on because he could not allow the Northwest Legion to be completely annihilated at the What Fortress. As a loyal soldier of the Empire, he would fight to the end. He could not allow the Empire's last line of defense in the Northwest, the What Fortress, to fall into the hands of the Great Moon Kingdom. He knew that behind him were the Northwest Plains. If the Great Moon Kingdom was to capture the What Fortress, the entire Northwest Plains would be subjected to the oppression of the Great Moon Kingdom. Morale had already reached rock bottom after their continuous defeats. There were less than 100,000 soldiers left from the original army of 200,000. Reuben was also certain that if he deducted the soldiers who were injured and could not fight, there would be less than 70,000 soldiers left. Reuben also had a sense of fear towards his enemy's supreme commander, Ryuenthal. This terrifying opponent used strange tactics and was proficient in long-distance raids. Like a wolf, he was always able to find an opponent's weakness and persistently attacked it. Frankly speaking, Reuben knew that he was not an outstanding strategist. He was a diligent soldier. He was better at implementing rather than making decisions. During the years he had served under the late Duke of the Tulip family, Reuben was able to accomplish any order or task given by the Duke. He completely relied on the commands of the late Duke to fight courageously in those battles. The merits he earned then were accumulated until he ended up in his current position. Naturally, it was also because the Empire lacked talented military personnel after the Duke's death. However, commanding a troop and devising strategies to win battles were not things Reuben was competent at. It was especially true when he had to fight against the fierce and cunning Ryuenthal. In all the battles against him, Reuben was forced to retreat in a completely passive state. Reuben remembered the times when he served under the Duke. He sighed and touched his partially white beard. He actually did not like to be a supreme commander. He preferred to be a normal commanding officer serving under the Duke. At that time, he did not need to think at all. He only needed to execute the Duke's orders. Unlike then, he now needed to discuss with a bunch of commanding officers all day long, trying to figure out his opponent's next move. Shaking his head, Reuben forced himself to concentrate. In the distance, the Great Moon Kingdom had already gathered up their soldiers. It appeared that a fierce and bloody battle was about to start. Let's see whose weapons are stronger. Reuben ordered the soldiers who were resting on rotation to return to the wall and prepare to fight. Fortunately, like the traditional barbarians of the plains, Ryuenthal also had his own weakness. He may have been good at field operations, but he was not very good at siege battles. Earlier information stated that Ryuenthal had launched a very quick surprise attack to capture Trier Fortress and Blackstone Fortress. With that in mind, Reuben was on high alert to defend against his attacks there. Sure enough, during the past few days the Great Moon Kingdom applied their usual tactics. 3 nights ago the Great Moon Kingdom suddenly gathered thousands of soldiers and launched a surprise attack.
They immediately laid siege to the place and caught General Reuben by surprise. His stupid mounted scouts were part of the reason why they were caught by surprise. For hours before the siege, the scouts reported that the enemy was still at the Redwood Garrison, a strategic location a few hundred li away. However, before he knew it, the enemy was at his doorstep. If it was not because of the precautions that General Reuben took after experiencing a few defeats, the enemy would have succeeded. The past few days, the Great Moon Kingdom had always laid siege to them at night and only harassed them in the morning. It was obviously a method to wear out the mental strength of General Reuben's soldiers and also to make them collapse from the exhaustion. The cavalries were extremely exhausted, but the Northwest Legion were, after all, still the Empire's elites. They were unable to defeat Ryuenthal on the plains as the foreign cavalries were very fast. However, it was a siege. No matter how powerful the cavalries were, they no longer had the advantage. Sieges were best encountered with infantries. Reuben ordered the archers to get ready. Then, his only hopes left were the archers. During the surprise attack on Redwood Garrison, the Northwest soldiers had abandoned their catapults and other weapons when they retreated. They had also abandoned the catapult stones and fire crossbows. There was no way they could bring those weapons along with them during the chaos in the retreat. Luckily, General Reuben made what was probably the boldest decision of his life. When he knew that defeat was inevitable, Reuben reluctantly ordered his men to burn down all the military supplies at the Redwood Garrison that they had gathered over many years. There were many sophisticated weapons such as flaming catapults and also a year's worth ration of food for 100,000 soldiers. All of it was completely burned. The burning continued for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Ryuenthal had to order his soldiers to help put out the fire. That cost him the lives of a few hundred soldiers, and in return he only managed to salvage a little bit of food. It was fortunate that Reuben made the decision. Otherwise, the Great Moon Kingdom would have laid siege to the rest of the empire with their catapults. "Your Excellency, they have arrived!" one of the commanders cried out. Reuben raised his sword in high spirits and shouted, "Raise the flags!" Below the walls of the city, the Great Moon Kingdom had assembled. The cavalries were on both sides with the infantries neatly lined up in the middle. "Damn them!" Reuben cursed. "Infantries! Ryuenthal's men only know how to ride horses and cannot fight on foot. Humph, do you think being able to use the phalanx formation means you are already an infantry army? Let me see how strong your infantries are." The sun started to shine from the east. It shone on the wilderness as rows of scimitars reflected the dazzling and murderous sunlight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Fierce Battle at What? Chapter 71, Fierce Battle at What? Translator, Zenobi's editor. The sun had completely risen and it gave the people a sense of warmth. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the Northwest Legion felt cold as they watched the Great Moon Kingdom launch their first attack of the day. An ox horn sounded from below the walls and immediately, the Great Moon Kingdom infantry regrouped to reveal a few openings in its formation. The openings gave passage to a dozen simple wooden shield vehicles as they were being slowly pushed out. Each vehicle had a large wooden plank wrapped in thick yak skin that was soaked in water. It was thick and slippery enough to defend against arrows. It was not damaged even when the magicians of the Empire cast Windblade and Fireball on it. A few thousand soldiers formed the phalanx formation and moved slowly towards the fortress walls under the cover of the shield vehicles. Following right behind were groups of infantrymen carrying the scaling ladder. They waited until the shield vehicles came closer and within the range of fire. After that, General Reuben gave the order to shoot, and thousands of archers immediately started to shoot their arrows. Thousands of sharp arrows immediately rained down from the walls. Most of the arrows were blocked by the shield vehicles, but a few managed to pass through and hit their targets who were not properly protected. Countless soldiers screamed and fell to the ground. Some of those shot by the arrows died immediately. Others were shot in less vital spots and they rolled on the ground in pain. The foreigners did not break their formation. They did not move slower nor did they run back because of fear. Instead, they valiantly continued to push the shield vehicles towards the walls. When a companion beside them was shot down by arrows, they would at the most turn and look at their companion in grief for a moment. After that, they turned back, looked furiously at the archers of the Empire and made great efforts to move forward. At the same time, the Great Moon Kingdom's archers started to take action. They started to blindly shoot back at the walls using their long bows. Fortunately, on the walls were also hundreds of the Empire's magicians who immediately took to the skies. The magicians were wearing white robes. They formed a circular light that shrouded the walls. Thousands of arrows hit the light curtain, vibrated and then dropped to the ground.
After the first volley of arrows, Reuben told his army to wait for a moment. Wasting arrows on the shield vehicles was not worth it. He planned to save the arrows right then and use them only after the enemy had prepared the scaling ladder. Reuben sighed. If only they had taken at least a third of the arrows left behind at the Redwood garrison, it would have been great. The heavy shield vehicles were finally pushed to the side of the walls. However, the shields were useless at this point. Even though the soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom had shields, the archers on the walls could clearly see them. Once again, Reuben gave the order for the archers to start shooting their arrows again. The sound of numerous arrows flying could be heard as they started to rain down. The white-robed magicians then stopped forming the shroud of light in front of the walls as well. Suddenly, the walls emitted a red light as though each magician was surrounded by a layer of fire. After a while, hundreds of fireballs fell from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the Great Moon Kingdom's formation. The sound of explosions could be heard and a few soldiers hid behind the shield vehicles. Some of them immediately raised their thick leather shields to block the fireballs. The small fireballs would hit the shields and turn into sparks while the larger fireballs would crush the shields and explode. After they received an order, the soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom threw away their useless shields. From behind, a group of soldiers carried the scaling ladder towards the walls. The defenders of the Empire noticed the threat and almost all of their bows and arrows were redirected to aim at the group carrying the scaling ladder. Under the intensive firing of arrows, a lot of soldiers miserably bled and fell to the ground. Countless corpses of the Great Moon Kingdom's soldiers were on the ground. Those who were injured but not dead desperately tried to crawl away. The group of soldiers who carried the scaling ladder received the most casualties. Many of them died and there were also a considerable amount of them injured. However, whenever one of the soldiers carrying the scaling ladder died, he would immediately be replaced by another soldier from the Great Moon Kingdom. There were also some who would rush in front to take the hit for their companions who were carrying the ladder. When one fell, immediately two more soldiers rushed in front to do the same. When Reuben saw this, he gritted his teeth. He could not understand why the foreign grassland barbarians had such fearlessness. About a dozen huge scaling ladders were finally placed against the walls. The soldiers of the Empire started to try all kinds of methods to push down the ladder. Meanwhile, the Great Moon Kingdom's soldiers held their blades in their mouths as they climbed the ladder. Often, when they were about halfway up, however, the scaling ladders were pushed down. The soldiers screamed as they fell to the ground. Stones were also being thrown from the walls. Many of the soldiers who had climbed up halfway were hit in the face by falling stones and cried out in distress as they fell down. After that, dozens of soldiers from the Great Moon Kingdom held the ladders in place to prevent them from being pushed by their enemies. After a huge sacrifice, the first team of soldiers finally reached the top of the walls. When they got to the top, they were greeted by the Empire army's swords from all directions. The foreign warriors fought bravely using their scimitars, fists, and some of them even used their teeth. Some who were seriously injured grabbed the nearest Imperial soldier and jumped down from the walls. They made sure that when they died, the enemy soldiers also died with them. There were also soldiers from the Great Moon Kingdom who had crashed their bodies hard against their enemies before dying. This was to keep them away from the scaling ladders and to win time for their companions who were climbing up the ladder. Reuben saw their red eyes and was surprised because the Great Moon Kingdom's soldiers were brave and fierce beyond expectations. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and ordered to send the reserved soldiers to the weaker corners of the fortress. When the first team of soldiers who climbed up the walls was desperately fighting, a continuous flow of soldiers followed from behind. When Reuben found out what was happening, he immediately gave an order. The command flag was waved and a group of soldiers was mobilized to surround and drive down the enemies who had managed to climb up the walls. The top of the walls was filled with the sounds of screaming and roaring. Broken limbs were occasionally flung around. Armed with swords, the soldiers of the Empire and the soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom clashed. There were many foreign soldiers who killed ferociously. It was to the extent that they even removed their leather armors and helmets. While roaring, they charged forward and engaged in combat with the Empire soldiers. With every swing of the sword, there would be blood and a mournful cry. At a distance below the walls, there was a group with sturdy stature among the troops of the Great Moon Kingdom. They wore black leather armors and sat on black horses. Among them was a man clothed in a white leather robe. He had long brown hair that was tied into numerous short ponytails at the back of his head. With one hand, he lightly played with his thick brown beard. He grinned as he watched the fight on the walls with eyes that were as sharp as an eagle. A strange-looking sword hung at his waist. Its hilt was made of pure gold. "Tell the others to get ready." His voice was icy cold. He then turned to look at the men beside him and smiled. "It seems like the Radiant Empire's army is still quite competent. That Reuben is not an oaf either. It is unfortunate that I do not have any magician with me." Otherwise, this would be much easier. Fortunately, they do not have that many magicians. Look, their magicians are already worn out and need to rest. Behind him, a slender figure on a red horse appeared. He wore a black leather robe, which wrapped around his body tightly. He also wore a pair of leather gloves, a hooded cloak and a mask leaving only his eyes exposed. Ryuenthal, you really are a cold-blooded man. The person sneered. With a resounding voice, he continued to speak, you are wasting your soldiers' lives. Even if you manage to defeat Ruben and occupy the fortress, your newly trained third-rate soldiers are just not good enough. Humph. Ryuenthal smiled coldly and gazed at the man. Do you think my warriors are not brave enough? Bravery is important, but they do not know how to use their brains. Infantrymen cannot only be brave. Look at how Ruben's soldiers are fighting. I admit that your cavalry is powerful, but their infantrymen are not as simple as you think. Take a good look. In a one-on-one situation, Ruben's soldiers cannot defeat your soldiers. However, when they fight in groups of 3, they can defend at least 5 of your third-rate infantrymen. On top of that, the person paused and revealed a trace of disapproval. Their magicians only need to rest for an hour. After that, they will be able to fight again. Ryuenthal raised his eyebrow and gave him a tyrannical gaze. After a while, his gaze disappeared and he laughed. You shall see. Before the sun sets today, I will be able to capture what fortress? My infantrymen are not as good as Ruben's, but he will not be able to hold out much longer. After so many defeats, the morale of the soldiers is low. They will not be able to hold out long enough and will soon slack. As long as I cruelly continue the attack, they will soon be defeated. Humph, the black-masked man gave an indifferent smile and spoke calmly, I believe you can capture them. Ruben right now is already out of energy. However, as I have said, you are wasting the lives of your soldiers. Obviously, you can accomplish this by sacrificing 10,000 lives, but you insist on sacrificing 30,000 lives to accomplish this. What is the meaning of such victories? After ridiculing him, the black-masked man no longer looked at Ryuenthal. He slowly turned around and rode off, ignoring the tragic battle at the distant walls behind him. After the black-masked man left, Ryuenthal showed his anger and ruthlessly spoke, I certainly know that the losses from this siege are great, but what else can I do? That Ruben burned everything and I do not have any food. Should I just wait here and waste our time? Humph. The foreigners from the Roland continent and the people from the Radiant Empire are the same. There is nothing good about them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Bloodstained Tulip. Chapter 72, Bloodstained Tulip. Translator, Zenobi's editor. The siege warfare became more intense at midday. After the fierce battle in the morning, several thousand corpses from both sides were strewn all over and in the vicinity of the fortress walls. The walls of what fortress were dyed red with blood and gave off a pungent smell. Ryuenthal did not order a retreat even after the fierce battle in the morning. Instead, he kept ordering his soldiers to charge into what fortress in batches. Even though a lot of his men had perished atop the walls, he did not feel a tinge of regret. It was because he knew that he had to capture what fortress to fortify his position in the northwest. He had to capture what fortress before he could consider the possibility of having complete control of the northwest. As long as he could occupy the northwest for a long period of time, he would be able to make use of the mines and harvests from the fertile soil to steadily advance the Great Moon Kingdom. His cavalries would be able to wear armor. He would also be able to provide his infantrymen with the best equipment and his soldiers with sufficient supply of food. These were all things that the Great Moon Kingdom were very short of. With these materials, they would be able to build a foundation to crush the empire. As long as they had 2 or 3 years for cultivation, the Great Moon Kingdom would gain enough military strength to fight a full-scale war with the Radiant Empire and compete for supremacy of the continent. That was why Ryuenthal made up his mind to capture what fortress even if he had to sacrifice half of his soldiers. So what if we lose half of our soldiers? The grasslands were full of valiant warriors. Ryuenthal only needed to give the order and all the young men would immediately get on their horses and form a brave cavalry. Due to this, Ryuenthal decided that he had to obtain what fortress no matter how large his sacrifice. He needed the what fortress and the other military positions to establish a strong defense system in the northwest. He had to do so to make sure that the northwest would remain in the hands of the Great Moon Kingdom. The Empire's soldiers on the walls were already exhausted. They were injured and all of them had blood on their faces. Ruben also no longer had any more reserves. He had already on 2 occasions mobilized soldiers from the other 3 gates up to the walls. He did not dare to do so again because Ryuenthal's military strength was too strong.
It would be very dire if any one of those gates left empty was attacked by the cunning Ryuenthal. In one morning, the archers had exhausted all of their arrows. As more and more enemies successfully climbed up the scaling ladders and clambered atop the walls, the archers no longer have space to shoot their arrows, so they pulled out their swords for close combat with their enemies. That morning, up on those narrow walls, Reuben had already lost more than 20,000 of his soldiers. Many of the Empire garrison soldiers had fully utilized their swords. It was not known if the blood that coated the swords belonged to their enemies or themselves. The foreign barbarians did not seem to be afraid of death and continued to charge forward. Their swords were like tools used for harvesting human lives. Every time they swung their swords, they would collect a slice of bloody flesh. Above the walls, the people were tightly squeezed together like ants. Their screams and roars filled the whole earth. Reuben also personally participated in the battle. He did not remember the number of soldiers he had killed. He met an exceptionally sturdy foreign warrior and managed to pierce the warrior's chest. However, before the warrior died, he slashed at Reuben and almost severed his arm. The wound on Reuben's right arm was so deep that even his bone was visible. However, he kept fighting and did not have time to dress his wound. Reuben started to feel afraid. He did not fear death, but he was afraid that they would finally be unable to defend what fortress. The sound of killing could still be heard above the walls. The morale of the Imperial army had dropped. They looked at the group of fierce and fearless enemies who continued to rush up the walls. They all looked like savages and seemed to be endless. Are they really not afraid to die? An extreme sense of grief and heroism entered his heart and made him feel restless. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a sword cut through his broken armor. Reuben subconsciously swung his sword with his left hand and cut the enemy into two. Suddenly, he felt weak and he almost fell to the floor. A few loyal bodyguards rushed forward and engaged the enemy while two more soldiers desperately held Reuben's body and pulled him out.
It's the end. We cannot defend the walls any longer.
Reuben was about to give an order for his soldiers to retreat from the walls and to fight on the streets. Suddenly, one of his soldiers trembled in excitement and shouted, "Your Excellency, Your Excellency!"
Listen, that is. The loud and clear sound of a horn could be heard from a distance.
The sound of the horn was long and sounded different from the sound that Reuben was used to hearing. A few cavalrymen then came into view on the slopes behind the Great Moon Kingdom's battle formation. Although they were too far away and their attire as well as equipment were hardly discernible, the cavalrymen leading them held a huge flame-like banner. Behind the man with the banner were rows of cavalrymen. They were like a black mass which seemed to grow bigger and bigger. The military horn sounded once again, but this time the sound was short and sharp.
It sounded 6 times in succession.
Although they were far away, Reuben could still hear the neighing of their horses. It was the Central Cavalry's peculiar order to charge signal. When the horn sounded 6 times, everyone in the cavalry had to fall into attack formation.
Those who delayed would be summarily executed. Reuben's eyes immediately gleamed. Your Excellency, it is the Lightning God's whip. It is the Lightning God's whip.
The two soldiers with him were veteran soldiers. They could identify the sound and knew who they were as soon as they heard the horn.
Reinforcements are here. The Empire's reinforcements are here.
Although nobody on the wall spoke, tens of thousands of the Imperial soldiers all had the same thought. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice resounded through the area.
Wolves fawn. Kill. Tens of thousands of voices cried out at the same time.
At the same time, a storm started to gather in the sky. A huge black mass of cavalrymen thronged down the slopes like a dark cloud being blown by the gathering storm. The thunderous but dull sound of hooves trampling the ground had a suffocating effect, like a huge pressure bearing on one's heart. Led by the cavalrymen holding the banner, more and more cavalrymen appeared, like a big swarm of ants on the slope. The midday sun shone on the flame-like banner and revealed a brilliant tulip in flames.
That's the Tulip family's war banner. Reuben was stunned and muttered as he could not believe his eyes.
The muscles around his eyes also trembled for a moment.
He then had a peculiar expression. It's the Tulip family's war banner. The Tulip family's war banner.
The soldiers of the Empire cried out in surprise.
Their cry of surprise spread throughout the army.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 73, Mighty Army. Chapter 73, Mighty Army. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Wherever there is the Tulip family war banner, there is only victory. There will be no defeat.
All of the exhausted soldiers of the Northwest Legion who had been suppressed by the foreign warriors cheered loudly when they saw the huge banner in the distance. Their voices reverberated in the sky. They suddenly became extremely spirited and charged at their enemies beside them with renewed vigor. Even the soldiers who were terrified of their fierce enemies at first, also went into a frenzy when they heard the horn and saw the banner. All of them seemed crazy and were no longer afraid of dying. At that moment, the injured soldiers were not afraid of pain and were able to fight back. Some of the soldiers even had their arms cut off, but they did not stop fighting or roll on the ground in pain. Instead, the soldiers roared and cut off their opponents' necks while they were still in a state of shock. They would then pick up their severed arm and find another enemy. Some of the soldiers threw themselves onto the enemy and bit them with their teeth. One of the foreign warriors had just slashed an imperial soldier and wanted to move on to the next person when he suddenly felt pain in his leg. He looked down to see that the soldier he just slashed was ferociously biting his leg. He screamed and was about to raise his sword when he was knocked down by another soldier who had a missing arm. He then fell off the wall screaming in pain. Lunatics, they are all lunatics. Demons. They are not humans. The foreign soldiers on the walls finally started to crumble. They might have been brave and valiant, but their opponents were turning into lunatics who were not afraid of bleeding, pain, and death. Even before dying, their opponents would still sacrifice themselves just to kill one more of them. Moreover, there were innumerable lunatics. After some intense fighting, the foreign soldiers started to feel terrified. Below the city walls, Ryuenthal, who was in the middle of the Great Moon Kingdom's battle formation, turned pale. He furiously looked at the approaching cavalry behind him. Damn it! Where did these guys come from? This was Ryuenthal's first thought. I have already routed all the forces of the Empire within a few hundred miles and also those reinforcements for the Northwest Legion before attempting the siege. Could it be that these guys came out from underground? Rear army, get ready! Rear army, get ready! Ryuenthal ordered loudly. The rear had no archers as all of them had been assembled at the front. So, he could only rely on the infantry stationed at the rear to defend themselves from the enemy. They had to obstruct their enemy. Otherwise, his battle formation would be destroyed. Both flanks of the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry also started to move. Following Ryuenthal's orders, they turned around and rushed towards their enemy who had just launched a surprise attack. Although Ryuenthal had reacted quickly to the situation, Rodi's speed was too fast for him. The layer of dark cloud gathered quickly and suddenly turned into a huge flood. The charging horde kicked up a huge cloud of dust as they arrived in front of Ryuenthal's rear soldiers. The Great Moon Kingdom's rear soldiers had just turned around. However, before they were able to prepare a good defensive formation, the charging enemy had already reached them. They despaired when they saw the 10,000 troops right in front of them. Without stopping for even a moment, the lightning god's whip cruelly ripped apart the enemy's formation. They also swung their swords in an arc-like fashion. Immediately, blood started to spray as countless heads fell to the ground. Some of the Great Moon Kingdom's soldiers were stunned. They were still panicking when they saw the sword coming towards them. At that moment, they realized that they were finished. The Central Cavalry immediately tore through the fragile line of defense of the Great Moon Kingdom. As they rushed through the enemy lines, they used their specially made scimitars to inflict mortal wounds on their enemies. Quite often, the soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom did not have any time to react. The Central Cavalry would rush up to them with their swords, and as soon as their swords were raised, it would then be accompanied almost immediately by a miserable scream. At long last, the whole formation started to crumble. The soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom threw away their shields and started to scatter and run. However, they could not escape. They only had 2 legs and could not outrun the horses, which had 4 legs. Soon, most of them ended up being trampled to death by the horses. On the battlefield, the Central Cavalry broke through the infantry formations of the Great Moon Kingdom. Ryuenthal had slain more than 10 retreating officers, but it was of no use. His soldiers had already broken up and dispersed like a defeated army. His personal soldiers were crowded together and were in a state of confusion. Ryuenthal's eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. With his bodyguards protecting him, he retreated to the right. Although he was savage, he understood that he could not stop the assault of the enemy cavalry and could only give up his rear army. Rodi's mind was blank. His eyes were already red with all the killing. He had just slashed an enemy soldier on the shoulder, but the sword was stuck in the shoulder bone. In a hurry, Rodi picked up an iron spear that was left behind by somebody on the ground. He used the spear in his hands to cut a path forward. His horse neighed as its hooves flew in the charge. His horse continued to rush forward as the cavalry followed from behind. When the enemy soldiers started to scream and scatter, Rodi realized that the infantry's line of defense had been broken through. At that moment, the Great Moon Kingdom's horn sounded from both sides. Immediately, Ryuenthal's 2 flanks of cavalry appeared from both sides. Ryuenthal was a great general. With one look, he could tell that the enemy cavalry had less than 10,000 soldiers. Although he was not prepared and the enemy had managed to destroy the formation of his infantry, he was still able to quickly assemble the cavalry on both sides.
The two cavalries of the Great Moon Kingdom were like two sharp daggers.
The cavalry from the left flank went to the front and blocked the way while the cavalry from the right flank headed directly to the middle of Rodi's formation, hoping to destroy it. Although Rodi was young, he knew that he could not fight his enemy directly. His army did not have a lot of military strength, and if he were to clash with the enemy head-on, Ryuenthal would have gradually defeated him with superior military strength. The spear in his hand suddenly moved in a circular arc and cut down an approaching enemy cavalryman.
Rodi then roared, "Break through them! Enter the city! Kill!" The central cavalry shouted bravely.
Without a care, they ferociously charged at the enemy in front of them. In the wilderness below the walls, the two cavalries clashed. The vanguard of a cavalry was knocked and fell off his horse. The moment he hit the ground, he was trampled on by numerous hooves.
Ryuenthal's cavalrymen were not cowards.
However, they had to build up their momentum in a hurry. They did not have ample distance to enable their horses to pick up speed. The impact of their sprint was not as strong as the central cavalry's, which had come from the top of a slope. In addition, one cavalry attacked like a thunder while the other had hurriedly turned around to respond.
The formation of 20,000 from Ryuenthal's cavalry was immediately destroyed.
The soldiers of Wolf's Fong whom Sieg had personally trained from the lightning god's whip were beyond the expectations of the foreigners. They also felt that the scimitars in the hands of the enemy were powerful.
Everyone was exceptionally brave.
While charging, they were still able to maintain a tight formation.
In contrast, the formations of the cavalrymen in the Great Moon Kingdom were looser.
As a result, Rodi could immediately break up the formation with a slash of his dagger. The lightning god's whip was extremely swift. They already rushed out of the pincer trap before the enemy could attempt to cut them off. The commander of the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry could only try to quicken his pace and chase from the back. Suddenly, the dull sound of drums could be heard and the city gates opened. The Imperial Army's cavalry in full armor rushed out from the city gates.
Reuben was not a fool.
He saw that the battle formation of Ryuenthal's army had already been destroyed by the reinforcements. After that, Reuben had immediately assembled the remaining of the cavalry, which numbered less than 10,000 soldiers, and rushed out of the gate. This was Reuben's last card. He had initially intended to use them to break free if they were defeated and encircled.
Smoke billowed and dust flew everywhere. Reuben's 10,000-strong armored cavalry rushed out to block the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry from intercepting Rodi from the back. The enemy cavalry soon collapsed after being assaulted by this counter-pincer attack. The enemy cavalry scattered in all directions and Reuben decided not to pursue them. He galloped towards Rodi and gave the compulsory order of getting the rescue warriors into the city. Ryuenthal observed everything from a distance.
He understood that the situation was already hopeless and any further efforts would only cause the casualties to increase. He furiously threw his scimitar to the ground before he gave the order to retreat.
Countless corpses of humans and horses could be found in the wilderness.
The blood of humans and horses were mixed together, giving off a bloody stench.
The proud banner was also dyed in red and looked miserable under the sunlight.
The screams of the wounded could be heard along with the sound of swords and spears piercing into the bodies. Thus, Rodi and the 10,000-strong central cavalry had raced 1,000 li to the rescue of the Wat fortress and defeated Ryuenthal's army in a surprise attack. The banner of the Tulip family once again fluttered proudly in the continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 74, The Scary Truth. Chapter 74, The Scary Truth. Translator, Zenobi's editor.
At a distance, Ryuenthal's defeated army scattered like ants.
Ryuenthal deserves to be called the cunning wolf of the grasslands, as he was extremely fast in seizing an opportunity.
The moment his cavalry was defeated, he immediately ordered a retreat and did not give Rodi or Reuben any chance to pursue. The truth was, Rodi and Reuben had no intention of pursuing. Reuben had less than 40,000 soldiers left, while the 10,000 wolves Fawn under Rodi had been marching for 3 days and had just fought a battle.
They were all exhausted and did not have the ability to pursue.
Reuben quickly went down the fortress walls while being supported by his bodyguards and saw Rodi leading the wolves Fawn through the gates.
When he saw the flame-like Tulip family's banner, Reuben felt his body sway and his eyes turn blurry.
Reuben was unable to remember when was the last time he saw the banner. He watched the soldiers from the central cavalry walk through the city gate. Although fatigue could be seen, the excitement and determination on the faces of those soldiers could not be concealed. The commanding general who was leading them was wearing an old-fashioned leather armor which was stained red with blood. His golden hair was flying in the air. His eyebrows were raised and the murderous glint in his dark blue eyes had yet to disappear.
He looked like the Duke from several decades ago.
On top of that, Sieg, who was holding his sword like an old companion, was behind the Duke.
Reuben's heart shivered.
He felt as if he had gone back in time. After a few more steps forward, Reuben shook off the support of his bodyguards and rushed down from the flight of steps. He knelt in front of Rhodey's horse and burst into tears. Rhodey was shocked when he saw a middle-aged high-ranking general kneeling in front of him. He immediately dismounted from his horse.
"Reuben greets your excellency."
Reuben's voice trembled.
How many years had it been since he last said this sentence? Rhodey panicked and quickly helped Reuben to stand. He hurriedly said, "Aren't you the regiment commander, Reuben? Your rank is higher than mine. Why are you kneeling?"
Reuben's eyes were full of tears. He carefully looked at Rhodey and felt nostalgic. After all, the late Duke had been dead for many years. Sieg realized that Reuben had lost his self-control. He moved forward and gently helped him up. After that, Reuben shook his head and ordered his soldiers to lead the central cavalry into the barracks.
Reuben then brought Rhodey to the official residence used by the garrison.
At that moment, the whole city felt extremely happy regardless of whether they were civilians or soldiers. They felt excited when they found out that they had won the battle.
Both the army and civilians rushed to the streets to watch the reinforcement army enter the city.
From time to time, there were a few enthusiastic civilians who would approach them and give them fruits and vegetables.
There were also some children who happily ran alongside the cavalry. Ryuenthal's homicidal reputation had already spread throughout the northwest.
It was known that the Great Moon Kingdom would burn, kill, and plunder the places they captured. A few days ago, the civilians in the city were all frightened. They feared that if their city was captured, they would all meet a tragic end. Naturally, they were all relieved and happy when they heard that the enemy had been chased away by the reinforcement soldiers. Along the way, Rhodey saw the happy civilians cheering and was reminded of his encounter in the village.
He sighed emotionally.
At that time, Andy mocked him in his mind, "There is nothing strange about this. Between the Empire and Ryuenthal, one of them is a creditor whereas the other is a robber. While the creditor comes every month to take away half of your belongings, the robber when encountered will indiscriminately take away everything. If they had to be compared, the creditor will naturally be more lovable." However, Rhodey was still young at heart and was immersed in the joy of his victory. As a result, he did not pay too much attention to Andy's words. The commander of the Northwest Legion established their commanding base at the original garrison building at the What Fortress. The minute they entered the base, two people in military uniforms walked out. They had flattering smiles and the person leading the way was fat. He looked less like a soldier and more like a wealthy landlord. The person beside him was considerably thinner and taller. The smile he had on was more like that of a crafty merchant. The two men had chosen to wear the commander's uniform and when they were seen by others, they looked out of place.
The guy who looked like a landlord saluted.
"Subordinate Fiedel, garrison soldier at the What Fortress greets your excellency." The man who looked like a merchant also introduced himself. "Subordinate Ferrara, commander of the soldiers garrisoned at Trier Fortress greets your excellency." Reuben, who was originally happy, suddenly had his mood dampened. The two men who had been hiding in the base seemed well informed. Even though the Duke had just arrived, they already knew about it. Rhodey frowned as he looked at the two men and nodded his head.
He may have been a Duke, but his rank was just a commander. It was not higher than the ranks of those two men. He was used to such mannerisms since Sieg gave him similar treatment throughout the journey. So, he did not think that it was inappropriate when they were so polite. When Rhodey heard their names, he was surprised because their names reminded him of something, but he could not quite figure out what. Reuben was already very impatient. He immediately took Rhodey into the hall and forcefully pushed Rhodey to sit on the general's chair. Rhodey was alarmed and immediately jumped out of the chair. "General Reuben, this is not right. I am just a commander. How can I sit here?" Reuben replied sternly, "Your Excellency, you are the Duke of the Tulip family. Wherever the Tulip family banner goes, the commanding generals can only hand over their authority." On top of that, Reuben gave a bleak smile and continued, "My career as a regimental commander is already at an end. For my failures in the Northwest, His Majesty will probably..." Reuben laughed gloomily as he spoke. Rhodey wanted to say something when Sieg gave him a meaningful glance. After that, Rhodey nodded his head and spoke loudly, "General Reuben, let us put off this matter till later. Firstly, His Majesty ordered me to come here and bring reinforcements. The second was to appoint me as a special envoy for the Northwest Legion. Now that the problems at the city walls have been solved, I would like Your Excellency to explain to me the current situation of the Northwest Legion." Reuben nodded. Rhodey had already mentioned His Majesty, so he could no longer insist on anything.
Also, since the Duke had been appointed as a special envoy, it was his right to control the Northwest Legion.
Reuben immediately summoned all of the officers and commanders. First, there was a brief introduction of the officers and generals. The original Northwest Legion had 5 commanders. 2 of them had been killed and their deputy commanders took over.
The local defenders, who were the soldiers from Blackstone Fortress, had already been intercepted by Ryu Enthal on the way here.
They were defeated.
They had already been routed and they could only wait to be reorganized after the war. At that moment, Reuben was introducing the remaining commanders to Rhodey. Rhodey glanced at them from a distance and did not find anyone who attracted his attention. Suddenly, he spotted an officer among the crowd who was slightly younger than 30 years old. He had a thin and resolute face along with sharp eyes.
Rhodey then looked at Reuben.
Reuben laughed and said, "This is the Northwest Legion's right cavalry commander, Gislant." Originally, he was just a captain, but 2 of the commanders were killed in action. He was promoted to replace the commanders. Just now, the one who led the soldiers out of the city to join Your Excellency in battle was him.
However, both of the cavalries in the Northwest Legion had suffered heavy casualties.
The original total was 30,000 cavaliers, but now only 10,000 cavaliers remained. His post was just commander of the Right Cavalry Regiment, but currently, he is also the commander of the entire Northwest Legion's cavalry.
Rhodey nodded and looked back at the man.
Gislant saw the Duke look towards him. Although he did not change his expression, his eyes showed excitement. He also stood straight and looked at the Tulip family insignia on Rhodey's chest.
He was so excited that he trembled. Reuben smiled wryly. Gislant has been with me for many years. He is one of the most loyal soldiers under the Tulip family's banner. Rhodey nodded his head and gave a wry smile.
He used to be a youngster who blindly worshipped the Tulip family himself. The introductions continued and finally reached the fat man and the businessman.
Reuben did not sound happy when he introduced them.
He simply told Rhodey their ranks. The only thing that surprised Rhodey was the commander of Trier Fortress, Ferrara.
He was actually a viscount. Rhodey slowly nodded.
When he asked about the condition of the Northwest Legion, Reuben gave him an awkward expression. He looked at everybody, gritted his teeth and slowly said, "Your Excellency, when the Northwest Legion retreated to the city, we had 91,000 soldiers. The past few days, we suffered heavy casualties and have about 70,000 soldiers remaining. Among them, there are 4,000 injured. Our remaining military strength is now, however, less than 50,000 soldiers."
What? Rhodey frowned.
You just said that there are 70,000 soldiers and 4,000 of them are wounded.
How come we only have 50,000 soldiers? What happened to the remaining 10,000 or more soldiers? Reuben was embarrassed. He glanced at a few of the commanders present inside.
Before he had the chance to speak, Ferrara said, "Your Excellency, that should be enough about the number of soldiers. The military secretary of register can report to you the actual number after calculation later."
Your Excellency should look at the current plans.
Now that Ryu Enthal's army has just retreated, there are a lot of decisions that need to be made.
Rhodey was no longer a child who did not know anything.
Although he did not understand the entire problem, he faintly understood that there must have been a specific reason. He nodded his head, glanced at Reuben and stopped pursuing the matter. After that, he and the other subordinates at all levels discussed the extent of damage to the city. They also ascertained the loss of equipment, weapons, horses as well as the damaged fortress wall and many others. They also discussed the compensation of bereaved families among other matters. Rhodey, who lacked experience, was at a loss. He noticed Reuben's awkward expression and guessed that this kind of matters must also be a headache for him. For Reuben, he preferred fighting as a commander over handling military affairs. Fortunately, Sieg had ample experience on such matters from his time in the Central Cavalry.
He never made a mistake in his logistical management. He was the one who personally dealt with all the logistical problems in the Wolf's Fong.
In such matters, he was extremely experienced. The messy data made Rhodey's head spin. With the assistance of Sieg and the other staff officers, it was made easier. They arranged all the jobs that needed to be organized. Ferrara and Fiedel both looked happy when they saw that Rhodey was not good with military finance. After all of that was finished, Reuben brought Rhodey and Sieg to the residence of the garrison. The residence originally belonged to Fiedel.
However, when Reuben retreated here, Fiedel gave it to Reuben. After sending off the others, Rhodey asked Reuben to stay back. He then gave Sieg an eye signal.
Sieg immediately turned around and went out to make sure a guard was standing outside the room.
He then walked back into the room and closed the door. Rhodey hesitated and did not know how to ask. On the other hand, Sieg was really angry and shouted, "Reuben, what have you done? There are 10,000 ghost soldiers. You have tarnished the name of the Tulip family's banner." Reuben, who was already mentally stressed, turned red when he heard Sieg's statement. He shouted back, "Sieg, do not talk nonsense. I, Reuben, in all my life have never tarnished the name of the Tulip family's banner. Those things." Sieg looked gloomy and ruthlessly replied, "In that case, explain these 10,000 ghost soldiers. How are you going to explain this to the late Duke in the afterlife?" Reuben's face was pale as ashes. He hesitated for a moment before he finally explained. His explanation not only shocked Rhodey but also the corrupted officers. The Northwest Legion claims to have 200,000 soldiers. The main army has 100,000 soldiers. There is another 100,000 performing garrison duty. The figures sound very impressive. But, do you know, the Northwest Legion does not have that many soldiers? The Northwest Legion's actual military strength, including myself, the other officers and all the defenders, were never more than 130,000 soldiers. My main army was still good, but the conditions of the local garrisons were actually frightening. According to the report, there were 15,000 soldiers at Lulan Fortress. It was a lot of soldiers. However, when they retreated from Lulan Fortress, only then did I find out that the situation was not right. The commander of the Lulan Fortress is dead and his family has escaped. Humph, do you know, his family had 150 guards and servants at home? On top of that, their names were listed as the defenders of Lulan Fortress. In other words, the commander of Lulan Fortress used the Empire's money on his own servants and family. I tortured a few escaped officers and found out that the real army in Lulan Fortress had less than 8,000 soldiers. Humph, they reported 15,000 soldiers, which mean that the commander misappropriated the funds for 7,000 soldiers. The other places are likely to be the same. Were you never aware of this? Sieg asked gloomily. Reuben was embarrassed. He was originally a general. He could lead tens of thousands of soldiers and train them until they were proficient to go to war. That was his strength. However, he could not be a commanding officer and manage the entire army. That was not something he was able to do. When the logistics report arrived, Reuben would get a headache from going through the materials. Therefore, he would quickly approve them. What about your main army? Didn't you say that you had 100,000 soldiers? Sieg asked again. The main force is slightly better, as they would not be so daring in front of me. However, not long ago, I also found out that my 3rd Infantry Regiment and my right flank cavalry regiment were also embezzling money. The combined total was only 10,000. It was not as bad as the local garrison. My main army of 100,000 was actually an army of just more than 80,000. Sieg sighed and sat down on the chair. Rhodey looked gloomy and slowly said, "You mentioned that the 200,000 Northwest Legion only had 130,000 soldiers. That means there are 70,000 ghost soldiers? How much is the salary of 70,000 people a year? Those officers dared to commit such a crime?" Sieg gave Rhodey a glance and slowly said, "Your Excellency, you are still young and would not understand such things in the army. The numbers are not counted like that." Sieg thought for a moment before explaining it to Rhodey. A year's salary for a soldier is 3 gold coins. After multiplying, the salaries of 70,000 soldiers will be 210,000 gold coins. However, the actual amount is much more. A sword for the infantry was about 5 silver coins. Equipping them with armor would cost another 3 gold coins each. For archers, the bows and arrows also required money. In addition, the horses for cavalries cost 5 gold coins each, and that was not including the cost of food required to feed the horses. Cavalry armor and weapons were also more expensive compared to the ones for infantries. The money embezzled for the ghost soldiers would also have to include money for their maintenance. The Empire would need to spend about 7 gold coins for each infantry and 15 gold coins for each cavalryman every year. On top of that, there were also costs for maintaining the equipment. When all the costs were added up, the total amount was huge. After calculation, the 70,000 ghost soldiers would cost the Empire almost 1 million gold coins a year. This large amount of money was constantly flowing into the hands of corrupt officials. Rhodey turned pale the moment he heard that. He stood up and slammed the table. The wooden table broke instantly. Is this the Empire's 3rd largest army, the Northwest Legion? Is this the elite army that is guarding the borders? Rhodey was furious. He loudly asked, "General Reuben, what about that commander of Trier Fortress? What about Ferrara?" Reuben felt ashamed and said, "Him? His Trier Fortress was almost an empty city. The report said that there were 15,000 soldiers when in actual fact, there were less than 5,000 soldiers. Bastard!"
Rodi shouted. No wonder when I passed by the village near Trier Fortress, I heard that the Imperial Army forcefully conscripted soldiers. This must be the reason. Due to the war, Ferrara knew he could no longer hide this issue and forcefully conscripted the farmers to cover it up. Reuben, since you already knew about this, why have you not punished them? Sieg was holding the hilt of his sword and was extremely angry. Are you involved as well? Reuben was agitated and shouted back, Punish? How was I supposed to punish them? Ryuenthal was right outside the city. How could I punish them at that time? There are 7 commanders here now, that is including Ferrara and Fiedel. Among these 7 commanders, 4 of them are involved in embezzling. What could I have done? Catch them and execute them? The morale of the military was unstable. If suddenly, half of the available commanders were executed, how was I supposed to defend the city and fight the war after that? Then, what about Lauch 1? Sieg suddenly whispered. I heard that Lauch was a commander at the Blackstone Fortress. They were on the way to support you when they were intercepted by Ryuenthal. Reuben showed a solemn expression. Lauch was once His Excellency's bodyguard. Naturally, he would not do this kind of things. I have already checked. All of the 15,000 soldiers from the Blackstone Fortress were genuine. When Lauch was killed, his men who managed to escape reported to me. When Lauch was in the Blackstone Fortress, his family did not have much wealth. They only had a small residence and 2 horses. Sieg sat back down on the chair. His face revealed both sadness and anger. Rodi also felt abnormally worried. He never expected the situation of the Northwest Legion to be that terrible. In fact, he never expected more than half of the Northwest Legion to be rotten. What about the other armies of the Empire then? Northwest Legion was supposed to be one of the 3 largest armies in the Empire, and yet they are like this. Rodi then suddenly remembered what he saw at the Empire's most famous Central Cavalry in the Imperial City that day. His heart turned cold. He was no longer happy about the earlier victory. After some time, Rodi slowly said, General Reuben, the war has just ended. Go and attend to the army and military affairs. Let Commander Sieg accompany you. I want to be alone for a while. Sieg and Reuben looked at each other. After that, Sieg walked out of the room without sparing Reuben another glance. Reuben felt ashamed inside as he quietly followed Sieg out. Rodi was sitting alone in the room and thought to himself. He felt like he wanted to run out and immediately slaughter Ferrara and Fiedel. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and the captain of the bodyguards walked in. After saluting, he whispered to Rodi, Your Excellency, the commander of the garrison at what fortress, Fiedel invites you for dinner. What dinner? Rodi suddenly shouted. The captain was shocked. Ever since he followed the young duke, he noticed that the duke had never treated his subordinates in a haughty manner. He did not know why he was angry. The dinner is to celebrate today's victory, the captain whispered again. Rodi sneered and was about to say no when he suddenly had an idea. He then spoke in a cold voice, Tell them that I will be there. At that moment, there was a peculiar and sharp flash in Rodi's eyes. Underscore 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 underscore. One Lauch. The Chinese characters, Lao Chi, actually means 7th bro. Such names, or nicknames, are usually reserved for close friends. I have decided to use Lauch because it is more in keeping with the naming sense in this novel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Unfriendly Banquet. Chapter 75, Unfriendly Banquet. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Everyone in the What Fortress was rejoicing. The only ones who were frowning were Ferrara and Fiedel. The war in the northwest had exposed their crimes of embezzlement. A few days ago, Ryuenthal's main army attempted to siege the What Fortress. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Reuben did not treat them too harshly. However, the enemy had finally retreated and both Ferrara and Fiedel did not know whether they were supposed to be happy or unhappy. Had Ryuenthal broke into the city, all of them would be dead. They heard that the tyrant would not take prisoners. If that had happened, it would have been the end of their accumulated wealth. They would have also lost their wives and concubines to those grassland demons. The problems in the city were solved and it would soon be time for accounts. Fiedel was an oaf while Ferrara was the powerful one. Only when they received the reply that the Duke would be joining them for dinner, did they start to feel a bit more at ease. They were not worried about Reuben. Ever since the Northwest Legion had been defeated, they knew that Reuben's days as the regimental commander were numbered. The accounting issues would no longer be his concern. However, the newly appointed young Duke of the Tulip family made both of them feel disturbed. Ferrara was a viscount and came from a family with a slightly notable background. Naturally, he would know about the young Duke. He heard that the Duke was a playboy in the imperial capital. He was a person who enjoyed good wine and beautiful women. That made him his kindred spirit. As kindred spirits, he would probably not punish them, right? Ferrara believed that since Rodi was appointed by His Majesty as a special envoy, Rodi would be the most influential person in the Northwest. If he could get Rodi to be on his side, then he could accuse Reuben of the defeat in the Northwest. After that, when the people in the Empire pressed for answers, they would not be able to find any. Besides, the Emperor would not sit idly and ignore him. After all, he embezzled millions of gold coins every year, which was almost half of the Empire's money. The only problem left was the young Duke. He never expected him to be able to defeat Riuenthal. Initially, Ferrara was worried that he was one of those with powerful roles. However, when he heard about Rodi's consent to join them for dinner, one of his worries disappeared. There was nothing strange about people from the Tulip family winning battles. As long as Rodi also liked the glamour, he would then be able to have a breakthrough. The two of them discussed how to impress the Duke. The Duke would naturally have money and territory. From the rumors he had heard, the Duke was a playboy. It looked like they would need to make use of women to win him over. Ferrara told Fiedel about his plans, but Fiedel looked reluctant. Ferrara then looked at him angrily and Fiedel immediately relented. If they could not get out of the mess they were in, they would probably lose their lives. There would be no point in protecting this treasure. If the situation became irredeemable, the people in the imperial capital would definitely want a sacrifice. Ferrara, who was a viscount with some connections, would definitely not be sacrificed. So, if the time were to come, Fiedel would likely be the one to be sacrificed. At that moment, Fiedel had to agree with the plan. That night, the dinner celebration was held at a noble's manor in What Fortress. When the Northwest region was occupied by the enemy, most of the nobles fled with their families' wealth and belongings to What Fortress. Some of them managed to move on to the Empire's hinterland while some who were slow were besieged at the fortress. Now that the danger had passed, the dinner celebration would definitely include those with prestige. Ferrara had put a lot of thought into organizing the dinner. Although it was during the war when he fled, he did not care about the citizens in Trier Fortress. He only cared about his family's wealth, which required 10 carriages to cart. Most of the nobles did something similar. There were even some who took their chefs and entertainers along with them. In the garden of the manor where melodious music was played, there were some well-dressed very important persons and some beautiful women with makeup. They all heard that the young Duke was attending the dinner celebration and he was not married. It was definitely good news for them. The rich and powerful nobles in the Northwest would dress up their daughters like princesses. Nobles who did not have daughters would adopt their nieces as daughters and bring them along. As for those who did not have any daughters or nieces, they could only sigh. For a time, the garden looked extremely beautiful. However, the nobles who were there chasing after beautiful girls were in a bad mood. It was the first time they had such a gathering since the war in the Northwest. The playboys who had been oppressed were waiting for that night to enjoy themselves. When they saw the lawn full of beautiful girls, they went up and tried to strike up a conversation. However, none of the girls paid them any attention as they stretched their necks and continued to look at the doorway. Even those girls who used to be their secret lovers ignored them. The girls looked like they wanted to give those guys a tight slap to send them flying out of the city gates. Ferrara and Fiedel also stood at the front gate feeling uneasy. They each held a glass of wine and smiled at each other. Their success or failure would determine the night. They then looked at the woods. That was where they kept their secret weapon. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from a distance, "His Excellency the Duke has arrived." Everyone in the garden immediately became alarmed. All of them hurriedly lined up near the entrance to greet the Duke. The girls quarreled with one another to obtain a more favorable position. They soon heard the sound of leather boots and then, a group of soldiers wearing the Central Cavalry's uniform walked into the garden. The soldiers were led by an officer with murderous eyes. He leisurely glanced at the crowd and ignored their surprised look. After that, he spoke in a low voice, "Line up." The soldiers immediately stood on both sides. A few rude soldiers roughly pushed away the girls and ignored their subtle cursing. After that, the sound of leather boots was heard once again as the Duke slowly walked in.
Everyone was stunned.
The Duke was in his military uniform and he also brought along his massive sword. They did not know whether it was on purpose or not, but the leather armor that the Duke was wearing still had bloodstains.
Everyone else was wearing noble robes. How could he wear such an attire to the dinner? Ferrara and Fiedel could only brace themselves as they greeted him. Rhodey only said a few words to oblige and followed them in.
Behind him, his bodyguard and 4 other Wolf's Fong soldiers followed closely. The surrounding nobles who were watching the Duke were treated like a nuisance. Before they could even say a few words of praise, they were already pushed away by the soldiers. The soldiers pushed them all away regardless of their wealth, position, or gender.
Feeling helpless, everyone could only speak from a distance.
For a long moment, words of flattery like "Your Excellency is wise and brilliant," "Your Excellency is the pillar of the empire,"
and "Your Excellency is the role model of the army," were spoken in succession.
They could finally utter those words of flattery they had practiced for half a day. However, their flattery was often mixed with a few cries of pain as they were driven away by the soldiers.
Everyone soon learned from experience and did not dare to approach Rhodey.
For those who had wanted to put on a show to impress the Duke, it seemed a little atrocious to shout from such a distance. It was also questionable if they should have shed any crocodile tears since they were so far away.
Could the Duke have seen their tears? Ferrara looked stiff as he guided Rhodey to a seat in the courtyard. He had to admire the efforts put in for the artistry. Although materials were currently lacking in What Fortress, they were still able to set up an impressive banquet. They were unable to obtain good food, but they had the ingenuity to set up a huge oven in the middle of the courtyard. On the oven, there was a skewer with an already roasted golden lamb. Under the fire, the smell of the roasted mutton filled the air. A few officers sliced some chunks of meat from the legs of the lamb and sent the meat over to them. Ferrara immediately pushed it aside and said, "Your Excellency, this is the Great Moon Kingdom's famous roasted mutton. It was cooked by the chefs from the northwest. I believe Your Excellency has never had this in the capital." Rhodey nodded and took the silver dining cutlery offered to him by the waiter.
After cutting the mutton a little, he showed an impatient expression and deliberately shouted, "Damn, this knife is not fast enough." After that, he took out his sword, which was 1 meter in length, and cut the mutton into small pieces. He then smiled and stuck his gleaming sword into the table, which was worth 20 gold coins.
Everyone present did not know how to react and just stared at the young Duke.
After a long time, a witty guy suddenly shouted, "Your Excellency's behavior is refreshing."
As expected of a general. That sentence immediately reminded everyone that it was the time for flattery.
Some of them regretted that they were too slow to act and allowed someone else to grab the opportunity. Rhodey smiled and slowly lifted his glass of wine to propose a toast.
After giving a meaningful wink, his bodyguards finally moved to the side.
The atmosphere finally became more harmonious as several nobles bravely walked up to him. Even the people from behind started to approach him when they realized that the soldiers were no longer blocking the way. After that, there was a short moment for greetings. Rhodey did not act too cold or too warm. However, he treated them politely. When someone proposed a toast with him, he did not refuse. He also did not speak about the war in the northwest. Ferrara sighed. As he was of noble birth and had been to the imperial capital before, he chatted with Rhodey about the scenery in the imperial capital and about other nobles. After that, the topic shifted to the savageness and arrogance of Ryuenthal. That was something all the nobles agreed with. They loudly praised the Duke for his miraculous skill and his ability to defeat the devil, Ryuenthal, the moment he was dispatched. After that, they talked about the losses and destruction caused by Ryuenthal. The other nobles were agitated and their eyes brimmed with tears. They felt grateful to Rhodey for saving them and cursed Ryuenthal for the loss of their properties. Rhodey smiled and comforted everyone. "To all of you who defended the Northwest for the Empire, the bigger the losses you suffered, the more loyal you are to the Empire." Immediately, all of them became anxious and started to exaggerate their losses to show their loyalty to the Empire. One of the nobles told the tale of how his family's servant had fought bravely after the army was defeated.
The servant stood steadfast against the strong enemy.
At that time, Rhodey secretly scoffed and slowly said, "Very good. Very good." After Rhodey said those words, everyone was boiling in excitement. They all started telling their stories about their bloody fights with the enemy, their defeat, and how they retreated to risk their lives at What Fortress. They claimed they had requested to fight the enemy but were prevented by Reuben's orders. If they did not adhere to Reuben's orders, they would be rushed out of What Fortress. They claimed to have risked their lives fighting as a service to their country. Rhodey listened to them one by one, but from time to time he would comment, "Very good. He continued listening until all of them had finished telling him their stories. After that, his voice lowered as he said, I understand that all of you are very loyal. I truly admire the fact that you all wholeheartedly served your country. Although the enemy has retreated, for now, you can still have your chance to express your loyalty. Today, I personally want to recruit an army to fight against Ryuenthal. Since you all have the intention to fight, I will give all of you the opportunity. For the counterattack, why don't you join the vanguard? For those seeking to fight in the battles, go and register your name at the garrison tomorrow. I will definitely allow you to fight the enemy. These words immediately made the audience silent. Rhodey looked at them coldly. What's wrong? Could it be that the loyalty you speak of is merely words? Ferrara was sweating. He gave Fiedel a meaningful glance and then said, Your Excellency, this is a dinner celebration. Let us talk about killing the enemy another day. I believe that everyone here is loyal to the Empire. As long as Your Excellency gives the order, we will all be willing to risk our lives. Everyone agreed, but their voices were less enthusiastic. Rhodey did not say much more and changed the topic. He asked about the common customs in the northwest, and the atmosphere slowly recovered. At that moment, Fiedel went in front of Rhodey with a bright smile and whispered to him, Your Excellency, the woods behind this courtyard has quite a nice view. It has maple trees that are rare in the northwest. Your Excellency may want to go and admire it. Oh? Rhodey frowned. He then followed Fiedel into the woods. The moment he walked into the edge of the woods, a silhouette suddenly appeared and bumped into him. Rhodey smelled something fragrant. He spontaneously stretched out his hands and felt something soft. He then heard a gentle voice. Oh. From the voice, it was evident that the person felt a bit of pain from the collision. He looked again and saw a young woman in his arms. She looked at Rhodey and her slender arms were around Rhodey's neck. She was breathing faintly and looked both shy and scared. Your Excellency, it was an accident. Your Excellency. After she spoke, she nibbled her lip and her expression showed that she was terrified. However, her eyes were a bit seductive. Who are you? Rhodey immediately let her go. Your Excellency, I am Aya. The woman was just about to stand up when her legs suddenly weakened and she fell down into Rhodey's arms. Rhodey's face turned red. What happened? My legs. I think I sprained my legs. The woman gently leaned against Rhodey's chest. She sounded sweet and charming. Rhodey frowned. Then, he turned around and gave his bodyguard a meaningful glance. This lady seems to have sprained her legs. Help her back. As instructed, two of the sturdy bodyguards walked up and took her from Rhodey's arm without showing any tenderness. One held her by the left arm, while the other by the right, and they took her away despite her screaming. What else have you all prepared? Rhodey coldly asked Ferrara and Fiedel. At that moment, both of them were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. Rhodey suddenly smiled and said, I will have to politely refuse your kindness. Do you know why I am not happy? Humph. Rhodey did not wait for them to answer before he continued, Currently, there is a war going on. What kind of impression will this give? If I take the lead in having a life of pleasure, how am I supposed to lead the army? How am I supposed to fight? I understand your good intentions, but you must remember to choose the right time and occasion. Do not make this so obvious and let so many people see. Understand? Ferrara immediately felt relief. Before that he was so frightened, it felt like his soul was leaving his body. He quickly wiped his sweat and said, Yes. I was too hasty. Your Excellency, please pardon us. Rhodey smiled and said, I came to you tonight for other matters. Your Excellency, feel free to instruct us. Seeing that things turned out for the better, Ferrara immediately nodded. Good. Rhodey pretended to think to himself for a moment and then he continued, Let us find a place to talk. While the whole city in What Fortress celebrated their victory, Ryuenthal, who had retreated back to Redwood Base, chopped up 6 of his scout captains into several pieces. Ryuenthal was feeling distressed. He had just lost 40,000 infantries in the attempted siege. To him, the infantry was more important than the cavalry. This was because the grasslands would never have a shortage of cavalries. He just needed to give the order and he would easily gather hundreds of thousands of strong cavalrymen. All of them grew up on horseback and used swords. As a result, they had an innate talent to be good cavalrymen. However, they had a fatal weakness. The warriors of the grasslands were unable to fight without their horses. Ryuenthal had spent a whole year with the aid of a secret envoy from the Roland mainlands to train tens of thousands of infantrymen. With that, he was almost certain of victory. Unfortunately, an enemy cavalry had appeared out of nowhere.
Later, he was told that the cavalry was the Empire's most elite cavalry. What was even more shocking was the commander of the cavalry. It was the Tulip family's duke. There was nobody on the continent who did not know the Tulip family. It was the Tulip family, with the support of the lightning god's whip, who had conquered their nation many years ago. To the foreigners of the grasslands, the Tulip family was their humiliation and their nightmare. In the battle, Ryuenthal lost 40,000 soldiers. Among them, he lost 20,000 soldiers to the siege. However, it was the Empire's Tulip family who caused his defeat. When the enemy attacked from the rear and pushed all the way to the front, he had lost another 10,000 soldiers. The ones who got killed by the lightning god's whip were only a few thousand. The remaining soldiers were trampled to death by the horses. How could Ryuenthal not feel upset? The more annoying thing was the special envoy from the Roland mainland. The moment the envoy saw the retreat, he left without a word. The 10,000 cavalrymen he brought with him also quietly disappeared. They seemed unconcerned by the defeat. However, Ryuenthal did not dare to turn against them. He was aware of the secret envoy's real strength. If he were to suddenly attack this envoy, there was a high chance that he would die instead. Although the special envoy had never fought with anyone since he arrived, he often inadvertently gave Ryuenthal a fearful feeling. It reminded him of his childhood encounter with the wolf in the grassland. Ryuenthal had fought with the Empire for a very long time and seen a lot of warriors whom the Empire called high-ranking warriors. However, none of them were able to make Ryuenthal that vigilant. When they retreated back to Redwood Base, Ryuenthal was feeling furious. The secret envoy from the Roland continent, who was once upon a time his comrade, just gave him a cold and indifferent glance. It was an expression of absolute contempt, full of ridicule and disdain. His eyes were like those of a lion baring its fangs at an ant. In the middle of the night, a hand had just put down a pen in one of the barracks at Redwood Base. The owner of the hand rolled up a note and opened the window to grab an eagle. He then gently slipped the paper into a small metal ring which was already tied to the eagle's legs and gently released it. The eagle flapped its wings and flew away. The Tulip family's banner has reappeared. Things are becoming complicated, the person gently sighed. His face was covered by a veil, but his eyes had a meaningful gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Long Distance Raid. Chapter 76, Long Distance Raid. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Your Excellency, do you mean? Fiedel's eyes flashed. He exchanged glances with Ferrara and they both saw that the other was also surprised. Just then, the Duke took them into the woods for a discussion. However, the Duke was extremely direct and arrived at his main topic of money quickly. Although money was indispensable in official businesses, the Duke was too direct and stretched out his hand without any warning. Both of them did not know that Rodi was an impostor. Although Rodi had lived the life of a noble for a few months, it was not enough to learn how to speak in a roundabout way, especially when engaging in shady businesses. Ferrara was surprised, but he also felt relieved. He was no longer afraid that Rodi would not receive money. Rather, he was afraid that he had nowhere to disperse his money. Ferrara immediately smiled and said, "I know that the war in the Northwest has caused many to feel nervous. My army is also lacking supplies. However, I am willing to sell off my property to raise military funds, so, Your Excellency need not worry." Fiedel also nodded immediately, but his face showed a pained expression. He then said, "Although my family's finances are currently not good, for the military I am willing to donate." After that, Fiedel stopped for a moment to count before continuing loudly, 10,000 gold coins. Hearing those words, Rodi furrowed his eyebrows. Ferrara was also feeling angry and mentally cursed Fiedel. Since the Duke is the one who started talking about money, he must have known about the embezzlement of the military fund. Yet, that idiot, Fiedel, still values his money so much. That good for nothing. Sure enough, the young Duke was silent for a while before he slowly said, "Very good, Your Excellency Fiedel. You are very generous. 10,000 gold coins." He paused for a moment before he coldly continued, "Before the siege, what fortress was reported to have 15,000 soldiers? During the siege, the one who went up the walls to fight was Reuben and his main army. Your soldiers only helped with public security. Now that the battle is over, how many soldiers are there in what fortress? What fortress is a first-class fortress? By the imperial order, there should have been 4,000 bundles of arrows in reserve. However, from what I heard from General Reuben, it seems that there were not that many arrows. On top of that, the imperial order states that the walls of all first-class fortresses must be 12 meters high. However, when I entered the city, I wondered to myself, why are the walls so short? It seems like they are less than 10 meters high. Rhodey spoke extremely slowly.
Fiedel listened fearfully as he turned ghastly pale. When he heard the last sentence, he instinctively tried to defend himself and said, "What do you mean less than 10 meters high? It is obviously 10 meters high." The moment he uttered those words, he realized he had messed things up.
He immediately started to tremble in fear. Ferrara, who was watching him, cursed the bungling oaf endlessly in his heart.
He made up his mind to replace that useless bungling oaf if he managed to survive the ordeal. Ferrara's face immediately changed.
He no longer smiled as he looked at Rhodey and gritted his teeth.
"Since Your Excellency has already explained himself, I will not say any more unnecessary things. Fiedel and I are willing to contribute 100,000 gold coins for the military expenditure.
I hope Your Excellency will be pleased." Rhodey sighed and then he smiled and said, "I thank you too for your loyalty to the nation." After the conversation, they returned to the dinner celebration. Rhodey also stopped acting. He put to use the etiquette lessons he learned in the imperial capital. He walked and laughed gracefully as a young noble. Exactly what would be expected from an influential noble family. Everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest.
Although there were some who felt that the Duke's attitude was different and strange, they assumed it was natural for someone from one of the most powerful families in the imperial capital to be arrogant.
Rhodey was a little drunk. His bodyguards had already gone back. Rhodey was snickering with Andy in his mind all the way back. "Andy, thanks for your help earlier.
I did not expect there to be so much trouble dealing with them." Andy replied in disdain, "You better be satisfied that I helped you earn 100,000 gold coins today.
There were so many weaknesses in your speech just now. That fat guy almost saw the flaws." Rhodey laughed. "I have never understood these things. Thank you for secretly telling me what to say and what to do."
"There were a lot of times I did not know what to say and could only show them a fierce face to scare them.
If it was not for your guidance, I am afraid I might have been exposed."
Andy snickered. "Boy, what do you think about casually earning 100,000 gold coins over dinner?" Rhodey was silent for a moment before he lightly replied, "Nauseating." Andy coldly said, "This is the temptation of power and position.
Right now, you are just not used to it. Whatever it is, the first step is already successful. The rest is up to you. I can help you with planning, but when it comes to the execution, I cannot do anything."
Ryuenthal was at Redwood Base and had sent out scouts to discreetly inquire about the situation at What Fortress. For a few days, he only found cavalrymen guarding craftsmen to strengthen the defense. Even the trees in a few groves were cut down and wood was carted back to the city. The craftsmen were busy reinforcing the walls. Within 2 days, the fortress was surrounded by cheval de frise, an anti-personnel barrier in the form of a wooden frame covered with long wooden spikes. The barriers were placed all around the fortress walls. After that, cavalrymen were dispatched to the surrounding villages to buy provisions.
The nearby civilians were also escorted to the city. Without any doubt, it was a preparation to defend. Ryuenthal had secretly dispatched 2 cavalries to harass them, but the Duke of the Tulip family seemed to be extremely powerful. The Lightning God's whip was on standby and engaged Ryuenthal's cavalries. In the end, Ryuenthal's cavalries were defeated.
Ryuenthal laughed bitterly in his heart as he observed the situation. A secret report from his spy in the imperial capital told him that the reinforcements, the Central Cavalry, only had 20,000 soldiers. Although the Duke of the Tulip family moved very quickly and had managed to launch a surprise attack before Ryuenthal obtained the intelligence, Ryuenthal noted that the military strength of his opponent was smaller than his own. Even if the Empire wanted to mobilize the Southern Legion, the Empire would still need another 2 months. On the other hand, his earlier request to the Great Moon Kingdom for a cavalry of 100,000 would arrive within 2 days.
Ryuenthal came to a decision that he had to reduce the enemy's strength even if he would suffer huge losses.
Although siege battle was a headache for him, he had an unlimited supply of soldiers. If it was a fight of attrition, he was 90% sure that he would win. The only thing that made Ryuenthal furious was the people of the Roland continent who were just resting in his barracks. The special envoy of the Roland continent could not be seen at all. Before the war, he had promised a large number of sorcerers as reinforcements, but the promise was not kept. Instead, there were 10,000 cavalrymen and all of them refused to go out and fight. The cavalrymen claimed that they were only under orders to protect the special envoy and would not join in the battles. That made Ryuenthal extremely angry, but he could not say anything. The 10,000 remaining Central Cavalry soldiers and the 2,000 Imperial Guards led by Commander Gordon finally arrived at What Fortress. Every day, Rhodey would convene with Sieg, Gordon, and those involved at the garrison to discuss military matters. He did not meet with the other commanders, or discuss other official matters or visit the barracks. Everyone felt that the young Duke of the Tulip family was an eccentric person. According to a few soldiers in the garrison, the Duke usually liked to hide in his own room and talk to himself. Apparently, it was as if the young Duke was arguing with someone. After Ryuenthal had restrained himself for 2 days, the Great Moon Kingdom's reinforcements of 100,000 arrived at Redwood Base. Ryuenthal, who had ordered his army to prepare themselves for the past 2 days, suddenly gave the order to launch a second attack on what fortress? Ryuenthal left 50,000 cavalrymen behind to guard Redwood Base. He then led the other 200,000 men in a majestic march formation stretching over 5 li. Ryuenthal knew that he was unable to conduct a surprise attack, so he openly set out for this attack. Since he had suffered badly the last time, he scattered his scouts wide to acquire information as a precaution in case of a surprise attack by the enemy. That day when he arrived at the fortress, the previously open barren land outside the walls was now covered with barriers. Ryuenthal gritted his teeth when he saw the wooden spikes on the barriers, the tall reinforced walls plus the rolling logs and stones on the walls. How many soldiers must I sacrifice to capture what fortress? Ryuenthal started his preparation. He ordered 2,000 suicide soldiers to dismantle the Cheval de Frise. On the first day, those 2,000 soldiers were either killed or seriously injured. From the walls, arrows fell like rain towards the Cheval de Frise, which was within range. The demolition of each barrier would cost the lives of 2 or 3 soldiers. Ryuenthal had given the order for the archers to return fire, but the enemy's magicians blocked the arrows. After 2 full days, more than half of the fortifications were removed. However, Ryuenthal had already lost more than 6,000 soldiers and could only stomp his feet in anger. Ryuenthal had 200,000 soldiers. Although the size of his army was much bigger than his enemies, the daily consumption of provisions was also enormous. The Great Moon Kingdom was originally located in the grasslands, but it was not a suitable location to grow grains. They had to spend 2 years to accumulate enough provisions for this invasion. As a result, Ryuenthal, who was feeling anxious, could only order his soldiers to charge forward regardless of the losses. Unfortunately, thousands of his soldiers were shot dead by arrows before they could even approach the walls of the city. The arrows used were merely wooden arrows. However, the arrows had amazing power when they were shot by thousands of archers. Their shields may have been big, but those who were trying to dismantle the fortifications could not always hold up their shields. Ryuenthal sat on his horse as he looked at the Tulip family's banner from afar and felt extremely agitated. Ryuenthal grew up in the grasslands, but he was an ambitious guy. When he was young, he would sneak into the Empire alone and secretly learn the art of war of the Radiant Empire. Naturally, he had a particularly profound impression of the Tulip family. He had always treated the Tulip family as the imaginary future enemy. Now that he was actually fighting the Tulip family, he felt depressed. Seeing another 1,000 of his soldiers die after being shot by arrows, he immediately roared loudly for the next 1,000 soldiers to move up. At that moment, a cavalryman approached from behind. The cavalryman of the Great Moon Kingdom was covered in blood. He held a red ox bone, which was the symbol for urgency. He quickly rushed to the front of Ryuenthal. After that, he jumped down from his horse and staggered. The horse behind him had used the last of its strength. It neighed sorrowfully before it fell dead on the ground. The cavalier held the red ox bone over his head and sobbed. "Your Highness, the Radiant Empire's central cavalry had split into 2 groups and attacked us. Within 2 days, they rode over 1,000 li and wiped out our 17 tribes. They are about to attack the Dragon Plateau one. His Majesty has ordered you to go back to aid them." Ryuenthal shouted loudly, "What? How many people do they have? What banner are they flying?" The blood-soaked cavalryman gasped for breath and said, "Number of soldiers unknown. They fly the Tulip family's banner." Ryuenthal's vision suddenly turned black for a moment. He trembled and almost fell off his horse. A few of his trusted subordinates quickly stepped forward and supported him. Ryuenthal felt both frightened and furious. He was known for his skills in conducting raids and did not expect his enemy to attack his own home. He quickly regained his composure, sitting on his horse, while the surrounding soldiers looked at him. He slowly calmed himself down and asked, "How did they get behind us? What about the garrison at Redwood Base? Did they not discover them as well?" That cavalryman breathed heavily and was terrified, but he managed to continue. "They must have made a detour. All the scouts they encountered were killed. There were no survivors. That is why they were only discovered after they have crossed the borders. They continued without stopping. They did not take any prisoners and killed everyone so." Ryuenthal became furious and shouted, "What about the defenders at Redwood Base? I left 50,000 cavaliers there. Since there is news, why did they not send anyone to pursue? They already dispatched soldiers, but the news came too late. The enemy had already rushed into the grasslands.
Ryuenthal took a deep breath and calmed down. After that, he asked again, "What about the cavalrymen from Roland? What are they doing?"
The special envoy from Roland said they were duty-bound to help in pursuit along with our soldiers.
Oh. Ryuenthal did not expect that answer.
He closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. After that, he opened his eyes and ordered 10,000 cavalrymen to guard the rear while the rest of the army immediately retreated. He personally led 30,000 cavalrymen and rushed to the aid of the Great Moon Kingdom. At the same time, in the northwest near the Great Moon Kingdom grassland, a cavalry in full body armor and lances in their hands rode quickly. They had just found several large horseshoe prints. After counting the number of prints, they estimated that their opponents only had about 10,000 soldiers. The team leader immediately gave the order for a full-speed chase. Riding in front on top of a red horse was the special envoy of the Roland continent. He was still in his black robe and wearing a black veil. Riding his horse quickly, his mind was set on the secret orders given to him by the eagle the night before. At all costs, kill the Duke of the Tulip family. Underscore 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 1. Long Taijin Jiang is Dragon Plateau and his Golden Horde. The Golden Horde, in real life, was an ancient Mongolian kingdom. As is obviously a place name, I have chosen to use Dragon Plateau because the full name Dragon Plateau Golden Horde is too long. Another reason is, in the Chinese text sounds beautiful, but in English the literal translation Dragon Plateau Golden Horde is kind of clumsy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 77, Blood Oath. Chapter 77, Blood Oath. Translator, Zenobi's editor.
In the grassland, there were no mountains. No matter where you looked, you would see a large and empty space. Such a special area was the best location for pastures. As such, even the women and the children could ride horses in the grassland. This inherently favorable condition was considered the source of strength of the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry.
Unfortunately, the location also had a fatal flaw.
The grassland had no mountains, which meant that there were no metallic materials in the area. They also had little lumber.
So even though the cavalry of the Great Moon Kingdom was strong, they could not be fully equipped.
Ryuenthal was a rare and capable man who had traveled around the continent and studied military tactics to make their cavalry more powerful. Despite that, their equipment was unfortunately still behind the times.
Without sufficient iron, they were unable to equip a heavy cavalry.
Without sufficient stones and wood, they were unable to build city walls and towns. As a result, the Great Moon Kingdom had no defense lines in the grasslands. Their whole nation was porous and accessible everywhere and was completely undefended. Rhodey's strategy was really simple. That day, Commander Gordon arrived at the city and entered through the front gate along with his remaining 10,000 soldiers. After that, Rhodey took 10,000 of his own men and 10,000 of the Northwest Legion's remaining cavalrymen out of what fortress through the back gate.
The 20,000 cavalrymen were split into two groups.
They used small paths to avoid the fortresses which had been captured by Ryuenthal, such as the Lulan Fortress and the Trier Fortress. The central cavalry was naturally led by Rhodey, while the 10,000 Northwest Legion cavalrymen were led by one of their commanders, Qianlin. The two armies were like sharp knives heading straight for the Great Moon Kingdom's grasslands. They rushed all the way without stopping.
When they encountered an enemy, the enemy was completely routed.
There were no survivors. Ryuenthal might have dispatched a lot of mounted scouts to what fortress, but it did not work out as planned. While the fortifications for the fortress were still being constructed, Reuben, in accordance with Rhodey's orders, had dispatched Gordon and his men to attack in small squads. That act had diverted Ryuenthal's attention. When scouts were reported missing, he believed that those scouts had gone too close to the fortress and were killed by the defenders. Taking this opportunity, the Empire's 20,000-strong cavalry did not rest and rushed straight for the Great Moon Kingdom's Dragon Plateau. The foreigners of the grasslands were generally nomads. They lived as tribes of different sizes and were scattered all over the place.
However, after the founding of the Great Moon Kingdom, the tribes unified and listened to the orders of those at the Dragon Plateau.
Rhodey also exterminated several grassland tribes.
Most of the young men had already been recruited by Ryu Enthal. Although the people of the grasslands were brave, those left behind were either old and weak or women and children. How could they fight against the Radiant Empire's fully equipped cavalry?
Rhodey did not kill the helpless.
His attack was only to confuse Ryu Enthal.
He wanted to wreak havoc in the heart of the Great Moon Kingdom.
The more chaotic, the better. The Great Moon Kingdom's armed forces were naturally eliminated when spotted. But the old, the weak, the women and the children were spared. Rhodey also ordered to leave behind a small amount of provision for them. The other possessions of the tribes, the tents, goats, or cattle were all gathered and burned. This was a stratagem taught by Andy.
The Great Moon Kingdom had used its unique advantage to form an army of 200,000 cavalrymen.
However, their total population was less than 1 million. Most of their cavalrymen usually just pastured their herds on normal days. Since they were good at horse riding, they could easily become a cavalryman with just a little training. But their economic production was almost zero.
From all the grazing they did, their only riches were the livestock, cattle, and horses.
Destroying all those was a big blow to the Great Moon Kingdom.
According to Andy, if Rhodey really wanted to be cruel, he should have massacred everyone regardless if they were old, women or children. As the Great Moon Kingdom's population was not big, killing them would be a serious blow to the Great Moon Kingdom and would weaken their national strength. Assuming that the women and children were killed, even if they had 200,000 young men in the front lines, those young men would not be able to sire children for the future generations. It was the best strategy if a person wanted the Radiant Empire's cavalry of 20,000 to defeat the Great Moon Kingdom. Even if the Great Moon Kingdom started to encourage more births, a child would still need more than 10 years to grow into an adult. By that time, the Great Moon Kingdom's population would no longer be able to be restored. This ruthless stratagem was used once by the late Duke of the Tulip family during Abbas the Great's reign.
The grassland foreigners suffered huge losses and could not recover for decades. However, Rhodey was young and would absolutely not use such a cruel method. Although he did not kill all the tribesmen, he ordered to kill all their herds and horses. The soldiers drove the animals into the stockades and burned them all. Without their herds and horses, the tribes would only collapse. Since the Great Moon Kingdom was the unification of those various tribes, losing one tribe would also mean weakening the Great Moon Kingdom's strength. So within a few days, the two cavalries swept away more than 10 tribes and caused fear in the grasslands. As for the Dragon Plateau, Rhodey knew that it was best not to attack that place even if he had the chance. Although most of the enemies were away, the main base would still have tens of thousands of enemies. To attack an enemy several times their size would only happen if they had lost their minds. As long as he continued to attack for a few more days, Ryu Enthal would likely retreat. After non-stop running for 3 days other than the occasional rest needed by the horses, the soldiers could no longer sit properly on their saddles. Although the lightning god's whip were tired, they managed to support themselves as a result of their rigorous training. However, after 2 days, it felt like there were people pursuing them. This unnerved Rhodey. In that kind of location, the enemy could easily catch up in a day. In the wilderness, it would be hard to defend themselves. Although the Central Cavalry were elites, after several days of fighting, they would have a higher possibility of losing. Besides, their pursuers seemed to be skilled at tracking. They appeared to be getting closer and closer with each passing day. It was also difficult to hide their tracks in the wide grasslands. If the enemy outflanked them, there would be a high chance of being completely routed. The past few days had progressed smoothly. Rhodey, while being chased by the pursuers, ran in a circle in the grasslands. He looked at the sky and then he ordered the army to divide into 3 teams with 3,000 in each team. They then split up and ran towards the borders. The pursuers were caught by surprise when Rhodey split his army into 3. The pursuers were actually cavalry sent out by the Dragon Plateau. The commander of the cavalry was not flexible with his tactics and panicked for a bit. He did not dare divide his troops, so he took a chance and randomly picked one of the directions to continue the pursuit. Rhodey led 3,000 of his army and ran for about half a day. He then noticed that he was still being chased. Without panicking, he further divided his army into 3 teams, each having 1,000 soldiers. Again, the 3 teams ran in 3 different directions. The commander of the pursuers from the Great Moon Kingdom was frustrated and he cursed the people of the Empire for being so sly. After that, he once again randomly picked a direction to pursue. After chasing for another half a day, the sky turned dark. A soldier reported to him that the enemy had again divided his army into 10 teams and ran in 10 different directions. The commander of the Great Moon Kingdom was stunned and his mind went blank. He was one of the Great Moon Kingdom's most famous and valiant generals. Unfortunately, bravery was not going to save him from deceit and he was left feeling confused. He was at a loss, so he could only randomly choose one of the directions to pursue.
After dividing his army several times more, Rodi was left with 100 soldiers. These were all his elite bodyguards. However, his luck was not so good. His pursuers seemed intent on chasing his team. Despite splitting up several times, the enemy still managed to track his group. Rodi could not help but sigh. Splitting up after the raid was a tactic he had decided to use. The first purpose was to confuse his pursuers. Without knowing how many soldiers Rodi had, the pursuers would not dare divide their forces to pursue. After Rodi's army split up a few times, the pursuers were eventually aware of the size of his army. However, by that time it was too late. After the army was split up into several smaller teams, they would not be easily intercepted. As long as they could escape the grasslands, they could regroup at what fortress? Relying on the strengths of the cavalry, it was the best way to withdraw. Finally, it would also minimize losses in the event that a group was caught. It was by luck that Rodi's group was still being chased. The horses were also starting to slow down. Although the horses were being prompted to run, they were feeling tired after running for a few days. The horses did rest occasionally, but they were still getting weaker as time passed by. Rodi looked around and saw that his men were also prompting their horses to run faster, but like him, their speed had dropped. Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm as Rodi's horse gave a sad neigh and collapsed. Rodi skillfully jumped off the horse, but he still tumbled. His bodyguards immediately reined in their horses nearby and jumped off their horses. Rodi saw that his horse was frothing and was no longer able to stand. He could not help but sigh. He had never expected his horse, which looked more majestic than the others, to be the first to die. The captain of the bodyguard said, "Your Excellency, please get on my horse. We will ride together." Among 100 bodyguards, his horse seemed to be the healthiest. Rodi frowned and looked back. He could faintly see the enemy horses in the horizon. "Your horse is also at its limit. If we both ride together, it will only collapse faster." The captain of the bodyguards then replied without hesitation, "In that case, Your Excellency shall ride my horse." "Nonsense." Rodi gave a gloomy smile and slowly said, "Everyone, the enemy has been tricked by our strategy of splitting our army. However, they are finally about to catch up to us. We may have been the unlucky team to attract the enemy pursuers, but now, our other comrades will be able to escape. Today may be the day we all die. Are you afraid?" "We are not afraid." The 100 people shouted in unison. Those 100 people were elites of the Wolf's Fang. All of them did not fear death. Even though they were faced with a hopeless situation, none of them showed any sign of fear. Rodi nodded his head. His heart was filled with sentimental feelings as he pulled out his sword and loudly shouted, "Since we cannot run anymore, we should take advantage of what little strength we have left and fight. Even if we die, we will take down as many soldiers as we can." "Your Excellency," the captain of the bodyguard said, "we are not afraid of death. However, Your Excellency must not die." After that, the captain of the bodyguards turned around to look at his men and spoke, "Your Excellency, please take my horse and leave first. Your subordinate will lead the army to enable Your Excellency's retreat." The Wolf's Fang resolutely pulled out their swords and shouted, "We will cover to enable Your Excellency's retreat." "Cover what retreat?" Rodi felt agitated and cursed. "This is not covering a retreat. This is courting death. You want me to go first, but was there ever a commander who would leave his subordinates to die so that he could retreat?" The captain of the bodyguards spoke unwaveringly, "Your Excellency, although we are a small force, we are confident enough to hold them back for some time. As the captain of Your Excellency's bodyguards, I can die without regret. Only Your Excellency can ensure the safety of hundreds of thousands in the Northwest. If anything were to happen to Your Excellency, the Northwest will no longer be able to defend itself from Ryuenthal." Rodi felt agitated and full of grief, but he gritted his teeth and shook his head. He saw that the pursuers were getting closer and closer, enough to feel the vibration on the ground. The captain of the bodyguards also looked worried and spoke loudly, "Your Excellency, if you do not agree to this, then we will all die together." "What is the difference? As long as there is a chance, Your Excellency should take care of yourself for the sake of the Wolf's Fang and the Northwest Legion." After saying that, he placed his sword at his own neck and continued, "If Your Excellency refuses to go, we will die anyway. Therefore, I might as well die in front of Your Excellency." When he saw that Rodi was still hesitating, the bodyguard shouted again, "Your Excellency, if you do not go, you will die here. When you die, no one will be able to stop Ryuenthal. I am afraid that the whole of the Northwest would be ravaged by Ryuenthal's cavalry." After that, all of the bodyguards also mimicked their captain and placed their swords at their necks as they looked at Rodi resolutely. Rodi's vision blurred and his throat choked. He could not even say a word. He also noticed that there were bloodstains on the captain's neck. All of the soldiers also looked determined. If he shook his head again, blood would definitely spurt out immediately. Rodi had the personality of a tough warrior. After killing on the battlefield for several days, he also became more resolute. However, he was currently trying not to cry. Without saying anything more, he got onto the captain's horse. He took out a long arrow and broke it into two before swearing, "Today, I will rely on you, brothers. If I am able to escape, I will avenge you. I will make the enemies spill their blood and turn this grassland red. If I violate this oath, I will be like this arrow." He bit his lips, turned around, whipped his horse and galloped away. He knew the 100 soldiers were looking at him, but he did not dare to turn around. Rodi was afraid that he would turn back and assist them if he did. Once the Duke was far away, the captain of the bodyguard sighed. He turned around and shouted, "All right. Everyone, we may die here today, but we must not tarnish the name of the Central Cavalry. We must not tarnish the name of the Lightning God's whip. Understand?" 100 voices shouted in unison, "Kill." Every one of them looked determined. The captain of the bodyguards got onto a horse and rode it together with another person. "Line up." Listening to the order, the 100 cavalrymen formed a neat line. Although they only had 100 people, they were still imposing. They quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. A little while later, the Great Moon Kingdom's pursuing soldiers arrived from a distance. From afar, they saw a small neatly arranged cavalry. The general of the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry was stunned. Have they gone mad? Are they trying to fight us with only 100 soldiers? Before he could decide whether he should immediately rush in and attack, he heard a powerful shout from the other side. "Shoot!" After that, hundreds of arrows immediately started to fly over. Many of the cavalrymen from the Great Moon Kingdom were unable to react in time. They were hit by the arrows and fell off their horses. The general had quickly bent down and managed to avoid one. However, the bodyguard behind him was hit instead. The general became furious and shouted, "Charge! Destroy these foreign barbarians! For each head, you will be rewarded with 5 cattle and sheep." When the captain of the bodyguard saw a number of their enemies were killed by their arrows, he laughed loudly and bleakly. After that, he gave the order for the wolves' fang to abandon their bows and arrows and to draw out their swords. He then saw the enemies rushing over furiously while shouting, "Strier, kill!" The loud shout came from numerous and different faces which were also mixed with both greed and fear. They had many swords and spears. They approached like black clouds rolling over. The captain of the bodyguards gave a calm smile and then he shouted loudly, "Wolves' fang! Kill!" The 100 cavalrymen cried out and managed to overshadow the loud voices shouting, "Strier!" Their voices were so loud it could pierce the sky. After that, the 100 cavalrymen charged forward. They were like a magnificent army of thousands of soldiers. Shouts of kill were heard throughout the day until the sky turned completely dark and they were completely annihilated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Knights of Roland. Chapter 78, Knights of Roland. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Rodi's legs felt numb like they were being pricked by countless needles. After running for nearly an hour, the horse finally collapsed. It foamed at the mouth and could no longer stand. Rodi was forced to continue on foot. His sweat and tears mixed. He was desperate. A little while ago, he heard the screams of his dying men behind him and felt agitated. He almost turned around to join the fight so that he could die together with his loyal soldiers. However, Andy constantly reminded Rodi about his soldiers' resolution and how his actions of going back there would only court death. If Rodi died, everything would be over. If the Duke of the Tulip family was dead, there would be no Tulip family banner and the Northwest Legion would immediately fall apart. If only I wasn't the Duke of the Tulip family but an ordinary warrior, I could just go back to my comrades and die with them. So, he kept on moving until it was the middle of the night. Finally, he realized that the enemy cavalry stopped pursuing. The enemy probably believed that they had gotten rid of most of the soldiers after killing the bodyguards. Even though a majority of the Empire's soldiers had eluded the enemy cavalry due to the dispersion of forces, they could only retreat helplessly. Rodi could no longer continue, so he looked for a place to sit down and rest. He was out of breath as if a boulder was pressing against his body. In Rodi's expedition, among his first orders was the execution of the 10 villagers who had collaborated with the enemy. After that, it was the battle at What Fortress where he helped repel Ryuenthal's forces. Unfortunately, his joy was short-lived. He no longer felt joyful when he learned about the corrupt practices of the Northwest Legion. In the last few days, he had raced all the way to the Great Moon Kingdom and met the villagers there. Although he had ordered his men not to kill civilians, many still died. They were killed by the lightning god's whip when they revolted in retaliation to their homes being burned. No matter how powerful he was at that moment, Rhodey was still a young man. He might have been resolute, but he was not ruthless. Although his journey had been progressing smoothly from the outset, he was not happy about the burning and killing. Lying on the soft grass, Rhodey thought of many things. Was I wrong? Is war always a matter of I live, you die? Being compassionate will only make the enemy happy. When Ryuenthal invaded, he killed everyone regardless of whether they were civilians or soldiers. As a result, the entire northwest region fell into shock and immediately ran away at the sight of the invading force. Ryuenthal barely encountered any resistance. In hindsight, Rhodey was too weak. When Rhodey thought about his loyal subordinates who were willing to sacrifice their lives just to cover his escape, he could only feel remorse. The Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry had more than 20,000 soldiers. However, those cavalrymen were all initially civilians. Who were soldiers? Who were civilians? That was something the Great Moon Kingdom did not need to differentiate. The cavalrymen were herders before the war, but whenever the Great Moon Kingdom gave an order, all of them could become soldiers instantly. He felt truly wretched due to his own indecisiveness and the fact that he was clinging on to his principles. The enemy could kill my citizens. Why couldn't I kill the enemy's citizens? When Rhodey thought of it, his blood started to boil. He quickly wiped away the tears that started to form in his eyes. He felt like screaming. From the start of the expedition until then, he had witnessed the tragic deaths of many of his loyal subordinates. It changed Rhodey. The originally resolute, slightly gloomy and ignorant juvenile was gone forever. After resting for a while, Rhodey calmed down. He knew that if he continued running aimlessly, it would be difficult to get out of the grasslands. He decided to head for the right direction and find a small tribe. He would then steal or snatch a horse from the tribe. At dawn, Rhodey finally came across two herders who were grazing their cattle and sheep in the grasslands. One was male and the other was female. The two herders in the distance were wearing fur-lined jackets and hats. They used their long whips and special calls to move the cattle. Two wolf dogs barked continuously to help their owners corral the herd. Rhodey hid among the bushes and watched for a while. He gritted his teeth as he held his sword. He crouched a little bit to stay hidden and moved quickly towards the herders. Before the herders noticed Rhodey's presence, the two wolf dogs were already aware and they ran towards Rhodey, barking ferociously. The stronger-looking dog could smell the blood on Rhodey's body and bared its fangs at him. Rhodey kicked the dog in the head, splitting its head open. The other dog shrank back in fear. Without a glance, Rhodey raised his scimitar and cut it into two. The two herders were alarmed and they rushed over furiously. The male herder shouted loudly, but Rhodey could not understand a word. Rhodey simply rushed towards him with his scimitar. The people of the grasslands were valiant. The male herder immediately put down his whip, took out a bow and arrow and shot at Rhodey. Rhodey smiled coldly and deflected the arrow with his scimitar. When he got nearer, Rhodey held the hilt of his scimitar with both hands and lifted it up before he slashed the male herder. Before the herder could draw his sword, there was a spurt of blood and his head flew into the sky. Rhodey's face felt warm as it was splashed with blood. However, he did not hesitate to pick up the bow and arrow on the ground as he rushed towards the female herder. The female herder shrieked repeatedly, but she did not run away. Instead, she took out a sword and rushed towards Rhodey. Rhodey saw the grief on her face. At first, he turned soft, but then he remembered the tragic deaths of his subordinates and thought to himself, "If I do not kill her, she will nurture their young. The cattle will also be used to replenish the enemy's strength and then they will be able to harm us." Rhodey did not hesitate any longer and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the female herder's neck and she fell to the ground. He looked at the two corpses on the ground. Rhodey felt like a bloodthirsty and ruthless man. He had to scream a few times to eliminate the choked feeling in his chest. He then grabbed a horse and quickly set off in the direction of his base. Rhodey spent another day riding quickly and occasionally resting in between. In the evening, Rhodey finally reached a small hill at the edge of the grasslands. According to his survey before the start of the expedition, crossing the small hill would lead him out of the Great Moon Kingdom's territory. He would then arrive at the Northwest Plains. In less than 2 days, he would be able to reach what fortress? Rhodey's mood improved as he urged his horse to run forward. Just before the sun set, a rumble could be heard coming from the direction of the hill. Immediately after that, a group of cavalrymen appeared and stopped in front of Rhodey. Rhodey immediately stopped his horse too as his heart sank. The faint neighing of their horses, their dazzling armor and gleaming swords all came into view.
That cavalry only had several hundred soldiers.
From a distance, he could tell that the cavalry was unlike the Great Moon Kingdom's. Most of the time, the Great Moon Kingdom's cavalry did not wear metal armor but thin leather ones instead.
Some of them even wore thick leather armor with long bows hanging across their backs.
The cavalry in front of him wore heavy silver armor. Craftsmen and minerals were scarce in the grasslands, which made it impossible for them to produce such good armor.
Their equipment was comparable to the ones worn by the Empire's most elite cavalry, the Lightning God's Whip.
Across their backs were not bows and arrows but strange cross-shaped swords. They each held a sharp spear, which flashed under the sunlight in one hand, and a large shield with a cross-shaped symbol in the middle in the other hand. The cavalry did not immediately rush at him but slowly moved into a battle formation. They were very different from the shoddy cavalry of the grasslands. Hundreds of soldiers arranged themselves neatly to form a thick wall with their shields. Although there were openings in between the shields, the front and rear were closely packed together to form layers of defense. They had already begun to surround Rhodey from a distance. One of the cavalrymen slowly approached and shouted loudly, "Honorable cavalrymen of the Radiant Empire, please dismount and hand over your weapons." The words were spoken in the Empire's common language.
However, the accent was a bit odd. Rhodey took a deep breath. He was calm and unafraid. As he had been experiencing a lot of life and death situations for the past few days, he did not panic at all. Rhodey coldly shouted back, "Who are you guys? Are you from the Great Moon Kingdom?"
They were dumbfounded when they heard Rhodey's question. The cavalry asked Rhodey to hand over his weapons again and slowly moved forward a few steps in a slightly intimidating manner.
Rhodey sneered, "What if I am unwilling?"
The other side no longer spoke. With one order, their formation slowly shifted. Their half-moon-shaped formation started to push forward. Rhodey knew that they were preparing to charge.
A cavalry cannot start a charge by immediately running fast.
They have to start running slowly for a few steps for the horse to warm up before sprinting for maximum efficiency. The horse that Rhodey took from the herders was not a warhorse. It sensed the cavalry's murderous aura and approaching crisis due to its natural instincts. It gave a troubled neigh as it slowly backed away. The cavalry on the other side suddenly shouted with their spears in the air. They then pointed their spears at Rhodey but kept their formation. Rhodey's horse was startled and it suddenly started to neigh loudly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 79, Holy Light. Chapter 79, Holy Light. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Rhodey sighed and dismounted. He knew that a horse without any special training would be unable to handle all the fighting on a battlefield. If he insisted on riding that horse, it would eventually be frightened and possibly throw him off. It would then be too late to turn around and escape. The ordinary horse had also been running for an entire day and was exhausted. On the other hand, his opponents had hundreds of excellent horses. Escaping was certainly impossible. The other side saw him dismount and once again repeated their earlier demands for him to surrender together with his weapons. Rhodey felt contempt in his heart, but he did not speak. He just held his sword proudly and looked at his opponents with the full intent to fight. The leader of the cavalry saw his posture and knew that he was not willing to surrender. He found it strange that a small, drop-out cavalryman from the Radiant Empire was brave enough to pick a fight with several hundred of his soldiers. They were royal knights brought by the special envoy of the Roland continent. A few days ago, they had received the secret order to kill the Tulip family duke. After that, they had followed the horse's tracks and chased him for half a day. They had even overtaken the soldiers dispatched from Dragon Plateau. The special envoy of the Roland continent had reflected on the events of the past few days. He guessed that the only way to get rid of pursuers in such an open and exposed grassland was to split up the army into smaller groups several times. It was of course to confuse the pursuers and to make them pursue a much reduced number of the army. His ability and wisdom, however, were not like those in the Great Moon Kingdom who only knew how to swing their swords and ride horses. Without hesitation, he had immediately ordered his men to scatter into more than 100 groups to look for the whereabouts of the Tulip family duke. At the same time, he had left a magical mark on the leader of each team so that he would immediately be aware if they found anything. The group of soldiers in front of Rhodey was one of the 100 groups sent out to intercept him. However, they did not know that he was the Duke of the Tulip family. They thought the Duke of the Tulip family would naturally have many cavalrymen, but this soldier was just by himself. The captain found it very strange. The opponent was alone and had even dismounted. As a result, he did not panic. He did not order a cavalry charge. Instead, he intended to slowly move his men towards Rhodey. He had 200 soldiers with him and could easily squeeze Rhodey to death if he wanted to.
His decision to not order a charge was his biggest mistake. Had he ordered the 200 cavalrymen in heavy armor to charge, even Rhodey would not have been able to withstand it no matter how strong he was. Rhodey saw them slowly approaching and knew that they underestimated him because he was alone. He gave a wry smile knowing that it was not his lucky day. If only he knew that he would not be able to escape, he would have been better off dying with his men that day. Gritting his teeth, he slowly stretched his hand and pulled out something hanging around his neck. After that, he pinched the object in his hands. It was the life-saving crystal gem that old Mark had given him. The captain of the Roland cavalry saw Rhodey throwing away his sword and taking out a thinner one from behind. He found it strange but admired Rhodey's courage. However, he also thought that Rhodey might not have been quite right in the head. Against enemies wearing heavy armor, it was not a good move to throw away a thicker sword and use a long, thin sword instead.
Isn't he asking to die?
Suddenly, the captain of the Roland cavalry saw an extremely bright light in front of him. The long sword in the hands of the Empire's cavalryman dazzled.
A faint sound could be heard as the cavalryman suddenly burst into a pale gold flaming aura. He looked like a person surrounded by flames. Rhodey gave off a tremendous invisible pressure from a distance. His enemies just stood there as the flaming aura seemed to surround them. With intense power radiating from Rhodey, the grass around him bent outwards. Rhodey's long and blonde hair also fluttered as the wind rose. The scene was surreal, as though he was standing in a space between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Rhodey screamed and rushed forward. His body moved as fast as a speeding horse. Rhodey's charge was like a fireball rushing towards the Roland cavalrymen. There was a loud clang as Rhodey collided with the cavalry's shields. The men did not have time to react or even cry out. After Rhodey broke their shields, he proceeded to attack them. Without waiting for their captain's orders, they fiercely thrust their spears at Rhodey. However, when their spears collided with Rhodey's lightsaber, more than a dozen of the spears broke into two without any sound of collision. The cavalrymen felt like they were struck by lightning as they spat out blood and fell off their horses. While he was still in shock, the captain of the cavalry shouted. The surrounding cavalrymen drew their swords and rushed again at Rhodey, who was in the center. Each time Rhodey swung his sword, several spears would be broken and several cavalrymen would fall tragically from their horses.
Some of them lost their arms while others lost their heads. Out of nowhere, Rhodey punched the horse of a nearby cavalryman. The horse neighed as both the horse and the person sitting on it flew away. They then smashed into another soldier. A few of them dismounted and tried to fight Rhodey with their cross-shaped swords. However, they could not do anything as their shields shattered into pieces when they tried to block his attack. They also simultaneously exploded from the waist up. Their limbs were broken and badly mangled. Under Rhodey's sword, their silver armor was like paper and completely useless against Rhodey.
Rhodey was like a mad tiger.
Occasionally, his enemies would be able to pierce his shoulder or cut his arm with their spears. The cuts were deep enough to see his bones, but he did not flinch. He would immediately claim their life with his lightsaber. Anyone whom Rhodey encountered would immediately be killed without leaving behind a complete corpse. The cavalry's captain went pale as he stood on the other side. He suddenly threw away his shield and spear. He then pulled out his cross-shaped sword and jumped down from his horse. He fell on one knee alone holding the sword in his hands and started to sweat as he muttered an incantation. After that, he stood up and his body also started to give out a brilliant light. He knew the fighting energy that he was using would not last long. In fact, his body was still unable to adapt to it properly. However, he came to the Radiant Empire even though it was dangerous so that he could protect the special envoy. The high-level warriors of the Royal Knights were given a spell of blessing by the sorcerers.
At any critical moment, they could chant an incantation and pray to God. Instantly, their strength would be doubled. Another head flew and rolled away.
The Roland cavalrymen were just mortals. Although they had their dignity as knights which prompted them to rush in and fight, they had also noticed that more than half of them were already killed. On the other hand, their opponent stood there like the god of death.
He had a tremendous murderous aura.
Rhodey was like a rock surrounded by corpses.
He was just injured, but it looked like he was totally unaffected by his injuries. The cavalrymen were finally terrified. Honor was one thing, but a meaningless death was another.
After being bathed in blood, nobody dared to rush forward anymore. The earth was filled with dead bodies and broken weapons. The other soldiers looked at Rhodey's blood-covered body like he was a ghost.
They were too afraid to attack him. Rhodey knew that he did not have much time.
If he did not get rid of them within 2 hours, he would die. Since they did not dare attack him, Rhodey rushed towards the nearest group of cavalrymen. Rhodey moved like a meteor and crashed into a cavalryman, hitting him on the head and tragically killing him instantly. The other Roland cavalrymen once again summoned their courage to rush towards Rhodey. All of a sudden Rhodey's sword gave out a blinding light again. The light extended until it was as tall as a person and immediately slashed downwards. The light was like a large fire dragon.
Rhodey instantaneously cut down the cavalrymen in front of him into two.
The 20 cavalrymen and their horses were immediately torn apart when they were hit by the light. A ditch of about a dozen meters long formed on the ground and looked like someone had plowed the land. Rhodey then swung his lightsaber in a circular manner, cutting the soldiers surrounding him at the waist. However, his shoulder was also severely injured. The golden flames around Rhodey were extremely powerful. The soldiers who attacked him using their cross-shaped swords felt like they were cutting a stone. Although Rhodey was not invulnerable, his arm which should have been severed was only wounded when they slashed him. It was as if Rhodey barely felt any pain at that moment.
He did not even groan.
In response, he slashed back, cutting everything into half. Rhodey's eyes were red as he continued to brandish his sword against the terrified cavalryman. Rhodey slashed again, but this time there was a sound of metal clashing. There was a large cross-shaped sword blocking Rhodey's lightsaber. Everyone had been fighting for so long, but it was the first time someone was able to block Rhodey's attack.
The captain's body suddenly shook.
His hands trembled as he held his cross-shaped sword.
He felt like he was just knocked by a speeding horse and took a few steps back. He took a deep breath and then he swallowed the blood in his mouth. After that, he gave a big roar and continued to rush forward. Rhodey desperately wanted to get rid of all of them.
So, when someone rushed towards him, he naturally faced the person head-on. However, he heard the sound of metal clashing.
The captain stepped back with a pale face.
A trace of fresh blood could be seen flowing out of his mouth.
The white glow of fighting energy emanating from his body started to dim.
His wide, cross-shaped sword had started to crack and his clenched hands were filled with blood. It appeared that his perlicue had a deep cut. The nearby cavalrymen saw that their captain was injured. Even though they knew that they would die if they helped him, they rushed forward.
"Stay back!"
the captain shouted, his hair disheveled. The firmness in his voice dropped as he spat out blood. He gritted his teeth and continued shouting, "Do not court death." He stood straight and switched hands to hold the hilt of his sword before hissing, "Who are you?" His voice was low.
He then glanced at the red bloodstained family crest on Rhodey's chest. His body trembled and he blurted out, "You are the Duke of the Tulip family." Without waiting for Rhodey to reply, the captain shouted, "This is the Duke of the Tulip family. Men, this is the time to defend your dignity as knights. Capture him. Do not let him escape."
After that, the rest of the Roland cavalrymen jumped down from their horses. They threw away their spears and took out their swords. They knew how fearsome their foe was and riding a horse would affect their agility. They had no choice but to give up their horses.
Standing in the encirclement, Rhodey felt anxious. Even if he could kill all of them, he probably would not be able to escape very far. It seemed like the ability to fight thousands of enemies on the battlefield was just a myth. With the explosive power he had just obtained, Rhodey was arguably as strong as a master in the Empire. Yet, he was already struggling with just a few hundred soldiers. If he were to encounter 1,000 enemies, death would be inevitable. Their pitiful voices could constantly be heard. Despite hearing the order, the cavalrymen still fought fully aware of the high possibility of death. Rhodey was covered with numerous wounds, blood, and also chunks of flesh from those whom he had killed. He was injured by the captain and wanted to return the favor, but another soldier blocked his way. In the end, the captain picked up a spear and threw it towards Rhodey's chest. However, Rhodey's armor, which was handed down the Tulip family through generations, was a strange armor. The spear hit Rhodey's body, but it did not pierce through the armor. Rhodey felt the pain in his chest and he groaned. He then slashed back and finally severed the captain's hand. Flesh and blood flew all over the place. No matter how the Roland cavalrymen risked their lives, they only had 200 people at the end of the day. After suffering heavy casualties, they were getting weaker. On the other hand, Rhodey's momentum showed no sign of stopping. He could still kill one soldier with every 2 swings of the half-moon slash. The cavalrymen were getting desperate. Even if a master did what Rhodey did, he or she would not have been able to hold out so long fighting with so many soldiers. By then, any power and fighting energy should have long been exhausted. However, they saw that Rhodey's pale gold flame did not show any signs of dimming. On the contrary, more of their companions were dead. All that was left were several people who could barely stand. Rhodey gasped for breath. Even though he had unlimited internal energy for 2 hours, his physical body could still feel tired. He had killed so many people and was exhausted to the bone. However, he kept a resolute expression as he looked at the last few enemies in front of him.
The captain whose hand was severed had long been pulled to the back. At that moment, he looked around and saw that only a few out of his 200 soldiers remained. He felt heartbroken. The killer devil in front of him walked slowly towards him and his soldiers. Even with swords in their hands, they slowly backed away. Rhodey then took a deep breath and spoke, "I do not have any hatred against you. However, you came to obstruct me. You all came to court death, so do not blame me." The captain laughed cynically and said, "The Duke of the Tulip family is truly terrifying. However, we came here with the sole purpose of killing you. I have already sent a signal. Our leader is on his way here. Although your fighting energy is amazing, it is definitely not a match for our leader. We have delayed you for more than an hour. It should suffice." After that, he shouted, "Everyone, show your loyalty to His Majesty and defend your dignity as knights." With a roar, a few more cavalrymen rushed towards him. Rhodey sighed, closed his eyes and continued to kill until there was silence. Seeing that nobody was alive, Rhodey felt his body getting weaker and he almost sat down on the ground. He knew that he had almost reached the time limit. He would need to leave the place and find somewhere safe to temporarily hide. With much effort, he ran towards a horse left behind by his enemies. He first took one of the leather flasks to get a drink. As he was about to mount the horse, he heard a thundering sound from the sky above him. Turning around, he saw that black clouds covered the starry sky. The clouds also seemed to be dropping lower and lower. In the sky was a figure flying quickly. The figure was wrapped in silver flames and the clouds appeared to be moving away from the figure. After a short while, the figure stopped about 10 meters above him. The figure wore a black robe and mask. He floated effortlessly in the air. Accompanied by the rolling clouds and faint thunder, the scene looked a bit divine. He looked at the scattered bodies in the surrounding area. He looked both surprised and angry. He then spoke in a loud and cold voice, "Did you kill all these people?" Rhodey was shocked. He had never actually seen people flying freely in the air. Although the high-level magicians in the Empire could hover in the air, they could not create such a display. Rhodey clenched his jaw. He took out his lightsaber again and the golden flames suddenly ignited. He stood on the grassland and glared at the person in the sky. He then loudly replied, "It is me. Who are you? Are you their leader?" The person in the black mask looked at the golden flames around Rhodey with surprise. "I did not expect you to be able to comprehend the holy light energy. No wonder these people could not defeat you. You must be Radiant Empire's Duke of the Tulip family, right?" Rhodey coldly replied, "Correct. Now, who are you?" A burst of laughter came from the sky and then the person said, "Good. The Duke of the Tulip family, I have finally found you. I am the Black Veil Temple's Saint of the Roland Continent, Muse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 80, Black Veiled Saint. Chapter 80, Black Veiled Saint. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Muse saw the lightsaber in Rhodey's hands. He then stretched open his arms and coldly said, "Do you still want to fight me? Although you comprehend the holy light energy, you cannot defeat me. You are better off throwing away your sword." Rhodey laughed and shouted, "What a foolish saint! Do you think you are really extraordinary just because you can fly?" After he said that, he took a spear from the ground and threw it into the air as hard as he could with one hand. The spear was like lightning piercing through the sky. It turned silver and flew straight at Muse. Muse merely looked at it. He did not attempt to dodge. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and stretched out his index finger. A magnificent layer of silver light then appeared to stop the spear. When the spear struck the curtain of light, it produced a sound similar to metal clashing. After that, the spear broke into numerous fragments. "You cannot defeat me, Duke of the Tulip family," Muse's voice was cold and indifferent. It sounded like he was just stating simple facts. Rhodey felt disheartened, but he was stubborn. He held on to his lightsaber and the golden flame around his body rose. After that, a huge light emanated from the sword and extended towards the sky where Muse was. Muse showed a trace of astonishment and his eyes slowly widened. A silver and transparent ball of light surrounded him. Rhodey's half-moon slash struck the ball of light and fell apart. The dazzling light radiated all over the sky. It was so dazzlingly bright that people who saw it could not have opened their eyes. The wind generated by it also blew away the dark clouds. After the dazzling light disappeared, Muse's ball of light was still undamaged. Muse looked down callously and put down his hands. The ball of light then grew dim and dispersed. "You still do not understand? You cannot defeat me. You are just a low-level practitioner who has just started practicing the holy light energy. How dare you challenge the strength of a saint? Rody also felt extremely surprised.
His strongest attack did not manage to hurt his opponent at all. Feeling anxious, he shouted, "Nonsense! I am a warrior of the Empire. Either I die, or I kill you. Do you want me to surrender?"
Andy was also feeling dispirited and spoke to Rody in his mind, "You fool.
Run quickly. He is much stronger than you." However, Rody did not seem to hear Andy and kept looking at the silhouette in the sky.
Muse nodded and lightly said, "I wanted to kill you, but I also wanted to see the power of the Empire's god of war. Your strength has already reached the stage where you are about to comprehend domain force.
Unfortunately, you met me."
After he finished talking, Muse raised his arms as if he wanted to embrace the sky. The silver flames around his body became brighter until it finally engulfed his entire body. The clouds moved closer like they were attracted to the silver flames. The more the clouds gathered, the bigger they became and the lower they got. When the clouds collided, there was lightning and a faint sound of thunder. A ruthless voice in the air slowly said, "To my gods, answer my call and summon lightning." Andy only had time to shout in Rody's mind, "Not good."
Rody raised his lightsaber with both arms to protect his head. His body adopted a horse stance.
Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound as a powerful lightning flashed down from the clouds in the sky. The lightning felt like the gigantic axe of the gods. It cleaved Rody's lightsaber with such a fierce force. A huge flame appeared across the vast grasslands together with the roaring sound of thunder. Everything within a 100-meter radius exploded in golden flames. Rody, who stood in the middle, was enveloped by the flames. The surrounding small hills crumbled. The trees were obliterated and the soil was sent flying everywhere. Layers of the Earth's surface turned upside down and everything that touched the flames turned into dust. After the dust had settled, Rody was seen at the center of a 100-meter-wide crater.
The lightsaber was still in Rody's hands. It gave out a sharp but insignificant light. The light acted as a shield to protect Rody's body. Other than the spot Rody stood on, the rest of the area around him had turned into a large yellow-soiled crater. Rody's hands trembled. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. The lightsaber in his hands suddenly cracked.
The transparent blade shattered into numerous pieces. The gem on the hilt also broke into 3 pieces.
Rody looked pale.
The golden flame around his body had already faded. Instantly, his body felt weak and he collapsed slowly. His eyes started to close and he lost consciousness.
Muse was satisfied with his performance from the sky.
Although his expression could not be seen, his eyes glinted as he proudly said to himself, "No wonder the elders advised not to use the god's lightning axe rashly.
The aftermath looks terrible." Muse looked at Rody, whose body was still intact. Muse frowned slightly. "This guy is very tough."
He actually withstood the forbidden spell. He slowly descended to Rody's side. First, he gave Rody a glance before setting his eyes on the fragmented lightsaber.
Only the hilt was left. Muse took the hilt away from Rody and looked at it carefully.
He furrowed his eyebrows and said, "This sword is strange."
He immediately kept it.
He then took another look at the unconscious Rody and frowned again.
He was supposed to kill Rody and bring back his head. However, he grew up in the temple and ever since he became a saint, he had never personally killed a person. At that moment, he did not have any soldiers with him to help chop off Rody's head. Such boorish matters were things that a person of high status like him absolutely refused to do.
Muse sighed. If he had blown Rody's body into pieces, he would have been able to avoid the problem. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Although they want me to kill him, I think it is better to capture him alive."
"Humph, Radiant Empire's god of war?"
His Excellency the Bishop claimed that he was extremely powerful, but in the end the Duke was not even strong enough to fight back. Muse then stretched out his hands and a soft white light came out of his hands. Rody's body floated in the air as his numerous wounds started to heal. Even the blood on his body gradually disappeared.
"Finally done," Muse frowned.
"Otherwise, it would be vexing to bring along such a bloodied person."
Muse sighed and searched for a clean place to sit down. After that, he closed his eyes to rest. Not long after that, an approaching cavalry could be seen far away. Its silver armor gleamed under the moonlight. It was another group of the Roland cavalry brought by Muse. However, their numbers were much greater. The cavalry rushed towards Muse and the soldiers dismounted. A middle-aged cavalryman who led the group stepped forward and knelt before Muse. "Your Excellency, the Royal Knights of the 3rd Regiment reporting for duty," he said loudly. Muse slowly opened his eyes and said, "Very good. You are all not late. What about the others?
The middle-aged cavalryman, Bia replied, I have merged two groups together along the way here. The others who have received your message should be nearby.
News sighed. Good. All of you, get this man on a horse. After that, we will go back to our territory.
He paused for a moment before he slowly warned them, be careful. This man is the Duke of the Tulip family.
Bia was surprised. He is the Duke of the Tulip family?
He looked at the unconscious Rodi and gave News a salute.
Your Excellency is truly the saint of the temple.
When we return, His Majesty will definitely bestow upon you a hefty reward.
After that, he turned around and ordered his men to carry Rodi onto a horse. After that he gave News a red horse and saluted, Your Excellency, are we leaving now? Or shall we wait for the others?
News looked at him for a moment and replied, we won't be waiting for them.
We will leave immediately.
The others will be able to catch up with us. After he finished speaking, he turned the horse around and led the soldiers without looking back at them.
The Roland cavalry had 2,000 cavalrymen.
Taking advantage of the darkness at night, they slowly started to leave. They had completed their task. Even though they were a big group marching through the Great Moon Kingdom's territory, plus they had Muse who was extremely powerful, they still marched quickly and carefully in the night.
Muse had ordered them to hide during the day and travel during the night.
It was also to avoid Ryuenthal's soldiers. They might be allies, but if Ryuenthal found out that they had captured the Duke of the Tulip family, he might have demanded to take the prisoner back as his own.
As Muse wanted to take the prisoner back to the Roland continent, he could not give the prisoner to Ryuenthal. At dawn, about 10 days after, Muse ordered the troops to rest.
The troops searched for a low-lying position to stop at. They were at the edge of the grasslands. The grass there was tall and thick.
One would only need to bend a little and he would be completely hidden by the grass.
After stopping for a moment, Muse examined Rodi's condition. Rodi was still unconscious after 10 days even though his wounds had almost healed.
Muse felt that something was wrong.
At first, he thought that his forbidden spell had caused him internal injury. However, after examining him with magic, he found that Rodi's breathing was normal and smooth. He looked at the leather armor Rodi was wearing and his heart stirred. He ordered his subordinates to remove the armor and sneered.
Looks like it was enchanted by a high-rank sorcerer. This is truly an exceptional object.
After that, he handed over the armor to his cavalrymen.
Muse looked at the morning sun before turning to Bia and said, let us take a break. Dispatch a few people to see if there is anything suspicious.
Bia saluted respectfully. After that, he gave Muse a leather flask containing water. Muse nodded and drank a mouthful of the contents before saying, watch over the Duke of the Tulip family. If you see any of Ryuenthal's men, immediately hide the Duke.
Do not let them see him. We are in someone else's territory.
Before he finished speaking, Muse suddenly paused.
He squinted and angrily looked at Bia as well as the others. What drink did you give me? Muse dropped the leather flask.
His body trembled and he struggled to stand. Bia and several high-ranking knights had already stepped back. They drew out their cross-shaped sword.
You dare plot against me?
Muse's voice was no longer indifferent. His eyes were seething with anger.
Why? Has Ryuenthal bought you over? Bia stepped back vigilantly and loudly said, Your Excellency Muse, how could I betray my own country? Muse coldly replied, I am His Majesty's special envoy. If you secretly harm me, wouldn't it be considered treason?
Bia and a few high-ranking knights held their swords as they carefully surrounded Muse. After that, Bia gave a hideous grin and said, Your Excellency, you are truly foolish. His Majesty had wanted to eliminate you for a very long time.
You see, when you go back, you will take over the position of bishop in the temple next year. When that time comes, will the kingdom listen to the orders of His Majesty or the orders of the temple? Muse smiled callously. I see. It looks like His Majesty cannot bear the sight of the temple and wants to eliminate us. Are you guys not afraid of the temple? Can you defeat the Circle Knights of the temple? Will you be able to kill the elders of the temple?
Bia spread out his hands and softly said, That is not a problem I need to think about.
If His Majesty the King gives the order, I will just execute it. As for your question, His Majesty will definitely have a solution.
Muse sighed and slowly raised his hand.
However, his arm felt limp and weak.
He was also not able to use any sorcery.
After that, he asked, What did you make me drink?
Bia saw that his opponent had already given up resisting and laughed loudly.
In the past 10 days, I have been giving you plain water.
Your Excellency has become used to it and therefore, did not take any precaution.
Today's water is different. I added a bit of red dragon blood. Muse gave a wry smile. Red dragon blood? Do you think a little bit of red dragon blood can poison me? Bia simply replied, Your Excellency, you are the black-veiled saint. Naturally, a bit of red dragon blood will not poison you. However, it is enough to stop your sorcery. We will send you off with our swords. Do not worry. We will send the Duke of the Tulip family back to our territory. I am grateful to Your Excellency for giving me this merit. After that, he slowly approached Muse with merciless eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Changing Roles. Chapter 81, Changing Roles. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Muse knew that several people were approaching him and they were about to greet him with the sharp ends of their swords. He opened his eyes wide and his glare was as sharp as a knife. Suddenly, he threw a small crystal on the ground. The sound of the crystal breaking was heard. A blood-red fog immediately appeared and started to spread. Their metal armor instantaneously burst into flames when they came into contact with the red fog. They immediately shouted and jumped. Bia was quick and immediately leaped a few steps back. He saw the flames covering his subordinates becoming more vigorous and heard their agonizing screams. Oomph, burning crystals? Bia coldly said, Your Excellency, do you think a burning crystal will save your life? I have 2,000 knights here. All my subordinates will obey my orders. If I were to order them to take off their metal armor and dispose of their metal weapons, your burning crystal will be useless. Without sorcery, you are just an ordinary person. My soldiers will be able to strangle you to death. At this moment, I do not have any archers. If I did, I would order them to shoot 1,000 arrows to kill you. Muse secretly gritted his teeth and looked at Bia, who was standing far away. He said, You actually reminded me. Do you actually think I would only bring a small burning crystal? After that, Muse pulled out an egg-sized blood-red crystal from his sleeve. Clenching his teeth, he smashed the crystal onto the ground. It was not easy to refine this burning crystal. The materials needed to create it were expensive and difficult to find. Muse had spent 2 years on the Roland continent to refine 2 of such crystals. He would feel remorse if he had to use both right now. After the crystal broke, a bigger blood-red fog started to spread out. The fog spread over a 10-meter radius and it spread faster than the previous one. Bia shouted and ran, but he was too slow. His armor had touched the red fog and immediately started to combust. Fortunately, Bia was quick enough to remove his armor and he threw it away. After that, Bia rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body. Bia cursed as he looked at Muse standing safely inside the red fog. He did not have a bow and arrow, so he picked up a sword from the ground and threw it inside the fog. Muse instinctively tried to dodge but failed because his body was too weak due to the poisoning. He was not able to avoid the sword and had managed to pierce his shoulder. Bia was a high-ranking knight who could use a lot of strength. The sword not only pierced Muse's shoulder but also nailed him to the ground. The fog started to burn the metal sword and the flames started to spread towards Muse. Muse was desperate and could care less about the pain. He gripped the hilt and screamed as he pulled out the sword. He then threw the sword far away. He beat his clothes to put out the remaining flames on his body. Fortunately, he was wearing a black leather robe which would not burn up in the fog. The blood on his shoulder continued to ooze, but he could not do anything. Muse was a sorcerer. He had never felt that kind of pain before. The pain brought tears to his eyes, but he knew that it was a matter of life and death. He took out a small crystal stone for sorcery and quickly sketched a magic circle on the ground with it. He looked at the Duke of the Tulip family for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he sketched a larger circle and made sure that Rhodey was also in it. When Muse bent down, his injury made him feel dizzy. However, he knew that the red fog would only hold for a while and would soon disappear. He had to act quickly. Bia and a group of people were outside the red fog cursing endlessly. A few cavalrymen had started to take off their equipment and prepared to rush in. Unfortunately, the Roland cavalry's equipment was all excellent. Not only were their armor made of metal, but even their swords, daggers, and even wrist braces were completely made of metal. It was not easy to remove everything in a short time. Just removing their armor already took up plenty of time. Muse was indeed worthy to be called the Roland continent's top sorcerer, the Black-Veiled Temple Saint. He quickly drew a magical hexagram pattern with the magic crystal. After that, he took out a silver bottle, unscrewed the lid and drank the magical holy water in it. Muse knew that after he drank the holy water, he would be able to suppress the effects of the red dragon blood and would temporarily be able to use magic. However, the effect of the poison would be stronger in the future.
He could not be bothered about the consequences then, as he was in a life-threatening situation. After that, he exerted himself and emitted a pale white light from his hands. The light seeped into the magic circle and the hexagram began to emit light. At that moment, the cavalrymen had just finished taking off all their armor and had rushed into the red fog. Before they could reach the front of the hexagram, there was a sudden burst of strong light, forcing the cavalrymen to close their eyes.
The strong light shrouded the entire hexagram and suddenly disappeared with a muffled sound.
Not only had the hexagram disappeared, Muse and the Duke of the Tulip family had also disappeared without a trace.
Bia rushed in and looked at the magic circle.
As a high-ranking knight of the Roland continent and leader of the group, he was more knowledgeable and immediately shouted, "No need to look at it anymore.
This is spatial transfer magic.
He has just been poisoned with the red dragon blood and still lacks magical power.
This magic circle could not have taken him very far. Dispatch the troops and search the area. We must find him.
I want him dead or alive." His subordinates started to shout and a few groups immediately spread out to search. Tens of miles away, there was a silent forest. Suddenly, a bright light flashed by and a few warblers in the trees flew away out of fear.
When the light disappeared, two people appeared in its place.
Muse was totally weak on the ground when he felt his body tremble. The pain from his injury woke him up. Turning his head, he saw a pair of blue eyes looking at him. Muse was startled and he screamed. He wanted to jump up, but the pain in his shoulder prevented him from doing so. Muse and Rhodey were lying down side by side, facing each other.
"You're awake?" Muse tried to sound calm, but he could not.
Rhodey smiled wryly. "I woke up a long time ago, but I could not open my eyes.
However, I could hear all that was happening the past few days."
Muse was seized with terror as he heard Rhodey's words. Rhodey slowly continued, "You do not need to be surprised.
I became like this after my serious injuries. While I was not able to move, my mind was conscious." Muse gritted his teeth and asked, "Can you move right now?"
No, Rhodey sighed. His eyes showed that he felt anxious.
"Right now, only my mouth can move and my eyes can see.
However, the rest of my body still does not have energy.
I cannot even lift a finger.
I am afraid that both of us are in trouble."
"You are ridiculing me." Muse became angry.
Hee, Rhodey laughed and did not speak further. After looking at Muse for a while, he said, "I did not expect your subordinates to betray you.
I guess you are not much of a leader."
Muse reclined his head a little and shouted angrily, "So what?
When I regain my magic, I will go back and kill them. Since you cannot move anyway, it seems that you are destined to be my prisoner."
"Not necessarily." Rhodey laughed and calmly said, "I may as well let you know that my injuries were caused by using too much fighting energy when I fought against your cavalry.
Because of that, I could not move for 10 days. However, I will recover quickly after 10 days.
On the other hand, you drank red dragon blood and currently you are also seriously injured.
You do not have magic right now. I don't think it will be easy for you to completely recover from it. Which one of us will be the prisoner is yet to be seen."
Muse wanted to refute, but he was indeed in a difficult position. As a leader, it was a disgrace that his subordinates betrayed him. It was partly why he could not refute Rhodey's words. He slowly sat up and saw that his shoulder was still bleeding. He could not use magic. Not knowing how to deal with the wound, he quickly covered the wound with his hand but winced the moment he touched it. "If you touch the wound that way, it will get infected and you will die quickly." Rhodey could not move, but he advised Muse when he saw what he did.
"Don't tell me you do not know how to clean your wound with water and then bandage it?" Muse froze for a moment.
He was a noble in the Roland continent and a large group of servants would always help him with everything. When he encountered any problems, he could solve it with his terrifying power. As a result, there were very few things in the world that he could not accomplish. In the past, he would just use a healing spell.
That was why he did not know anything about dressing wounds or infections. Even if he had an understanding of it, he would not know how to actually do it.
Rhodey looked at him and sighed before he said, "Forget it.
I will be able to move soon. Since you did not kill me and even remembered to take me with you when you escaped, I will help you to bandage it." Rhodey said it out of goodwill, but the moment Muse heard it, he cried out in alarm, "No." He immediately retreated far away.
"In that case, it is up to you," Rhodey said nonchalantly.
"After all, your pain is none of my business. However, since we have escaped, they will definitely be searching for us. We can't be sure if we will recover in time before they find us. We might get caught and die together." Muse snorted coldly and it triggered his wound. He took a deep breath.
The pain from his shoulder was so intense that he felt dizzy.
He grew up in the temple ever since he was young.
In the Roland continent, he was the successor of the saint title, which was also the most powerful position in the temple. He was someone far above the masses, with people constantly serving him. He had never experienced such a bitter feeling before. His cold and detached feelings had long disappeared. The pain was so severe that it brought tears to his eyes again. They were silent for a moment. Rody, who had been lying on the ground, took a deep breath and tried to sit up. Talking to himself, he sighed and said, "Damn, old Mark was not lying. Not being able to move for 10 days is really boring." Once his body could move, his strength gradually returned. The injuries on his body had already been cured by Muse's magic. The 10 days of paralysis was an after effect of using the powerful gem. Now that 10 days had passed, he had started to recover fast.
"So, do you want to bandage that wound?
You will die if you continue to bleed that much." Rody looked at Muse and mocked him. "I don't believe that you are not afraid of death."
"Hee, what kind of saint are you? Are you immortal?" Muse saw that Rody could already move. He vigilantly kept his distance and said, "No need."
Rody slowly stood up and stretched his waist.
Although he still felt weak, he could already move.
Giving Muse a glance, he suddenly laughed and said, "Looks like you are my prisoner. You made me feel so miserable the other day, but today, you have made a fool of yourself."
Those words made Muse feel ashamed and resentful.
His body trembled and his shoulder wound hurt even more. Before Muse could take a deep breath, he fainted. Rody sighed, frowned, and glanced at Muse, who was on the ground.
Then he murmured, "That's enough, I guess. Since you saved my life, I will also save yours. However, this person is very strange. I must definitely bring him back to What Fortress for questioning. The people of the Roland continent actually came here to cause trouble. It looks like things in the northwest are getting more complicated."
He is also a high-ranking sorcerer. According to the information left behind by Dondong, it may be possible for him to get rid of these long ears.
Rody was thinking to himself as he leaned over to look at Muse.
He saw the black veil and felt curious. He was about to remove the veil when he suddenly stopped.
Forget it. There must be a reason why this person does not want to show his face. Rody originally had what was known as a yin-yang face.
He used to be ridiculed for his appearance. When he was younger, he also used to cover his face in fear of others seeing it.
As a result, he hesitated and did not remove Muse's veil.
It was not because Rody was turning soft. He was just being empathetic of another person's sore spot. Muse was unconscious on the ground. One of his hands tightly held the wound on his shoulder. He was wearing gloves and they were covered in dirt. Rody moved his hand away and removed the gloves, revealing a small fair hand with slender fingers.
Rody frowned. This sorcerer is too weak. His hands are like that of a woman. No wonder he could not endure the pain.
Although Rody felt suspicious, he continued. He tore off Muse's black robes and inner clothes, which revealed very fair and delicate skin. He saw that the badly mangled wound on his shoulder was still oozing blood.
Rody took a deep breath.
He felt that the gap between the clothes was still too small to allow him to bandage the injury. He tore away more clothing from the shoulder.
However, when he was halfway through, Rody stopped.
He was shocked as he looked at the scene before him. He was staring at a pair of breasts.
Gosh, she's a woman. Rody jumped back in shock as if he got cut by a knife.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 82, The Beautiful Prisoner. Chapter 82, The Beautiful Prisoner. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Rody just stared at Muse, who was lying on the ground. He was at a loss and did not know what to do.
It was something he found even more difficult than risking his life to fight Ryu Enthal. He was stunned for a long while until he smelled the scent of blood.
Rody then sighed and smiled. What a disgrace. The person who thoroughly defeated me is a woman. If people ever find out, I will die of shame. Out of curiosity, Rody took a peek under Muse's black veil and saw the pale face of a woman.
When Rody saw her thin and pallid face, he could not move his eyes away. He could hear his heart beating.
This is bad, this is bad. This is very bad. No wonder she covered her face.
If she did not, all the women in the world would have been infuriated while all the men in the world would have been mesmerized.
Rody had met a lot of beautiful women. Nicole was like an expensive flower, Angel had a likable personality, Jojo was seductive while Micah was cool and elegant.
Each of them had their own strengths and they were all extremely beautiful. He looked at the unconscious female sorcerer. She had knitted eyebrows and her nose was slightly wrinkled. Although her snow-white skin looked a bit pale due to the blood loss, it did seem like she was very fair. Her other facial features were also very exquisite. Her knitted eyebrows were full and nicely curved. Her eyelashes were beautiful too. She nibbled her lips in pain even though she was unconscious, and it exposed her white teeth. If she had woken up and smiled at Rhodey, she would have definitely been more beautiful than all the other women. After looking at her for a long time, Rhodey sighed and said, "I am not trying to take advantage of you.
This is to save your life. I cannot watch you bleed to death."
It took a lot of willpower for him to hold on to his rationale. He gritted his teeth and held Muse gently in his arms. He then bandaged her shoulder with the pieces of clothing he had torn off. It was hard to avoid touching her soft skin as he bandaged her. Rhodey bit his teeth together and tried to think about the time he bandaged the broken leg of his neighbor Zhu when he was younger. It was not easy to have self-control when he was in front of this extremely beautiful woman. Ignoring the sweet-smelling and delicate figure in front of him, he hastily finished bandaging her shoulder and laid her back on the ground.
Rhodey then gave a sigh of relief.
He suddenly heard Muse groan softly. Rhodey hit himself on the head as he remembered that a seriously injured person would be thirsty after losing a lot of blood. However, there were no leather flasks or containers nearby. He looked at the ground around Muse and saw a lot of broken bottles. They were all kept on her body but fell out when Rhodey tore her clothes.
Rhodey picked up a few bottles and he opened one of them. Then, he took a sniff.
He smelled something fragrant. Whatever the contents were, he drained them and then he went deeper into the forest to look for water. Where there was a forest, there would surely be water.
Sure enough, Rhodey brought back some water in the bottle just after a short time. Muse was feeling dizzy. She felt cold one moment and warm the next.
Her shoulders still burned with pain but her lips felt something moist. Bewildered, Muse struggled in her stupor to see the Duke of the Tulip family frowning at her. He was holding a damp cloth and was applying water to her lips.
Muse had never faced hardships before this disaster.
Her greatest skills were also disabled. She had lost the very thing she could rely on the most and was betrayed by her own subordinates. Although she was able to quarrel with Rhodey earlier, she was in a state of panic. She saw the Duke looking at her, sweating. Her heart felt warm and she struggled to sit up. She moved her body and noticed that something was wrong. She looked down and saw her clothes scattered everywhere. Her shoulder was also wrapped with her inner clothes which Rhodey had torn off. The cloth she used to wrap around her breasts had also come off. "I was unconscious earlier.
Does this mean that he has seen and touched my body?"
The moment she thought of it, she screamed. She was so scared that her face turned blue. When she saw the Duke's smiling face, she panicked and was enraged. She screamed again. Not knowing where she got her energy from, she rushed forward to slap him in the face. The sound of the slap was loud. Rhodey was too close and he was not prepared.
As a result, a palm print could be seen on his face.
Muse still felt embarrassed and angry, so she tried to slap him again. However, this time Rhodey reached out and grabbed her wrist.
Muse struggled but Rhodey's grip was like an iron pincer.
She did not have any magic at that time and was equivalent to an ordinary person.
How could an ordinary person fight a senior warrior in terms of strength? This angered Rhodey and he cursed, "Damn you! If I knew you would do this, I would not have saved you. I should have let you bleed to death."
Letting go of Muse's hands, he stood up and stepped back a little. Muse gritted her teeth and cried out, you dare take advantage of me.
I will definitely kill you." "Take advantage of you?" Rhodey sneered. "You think I want to look at you? Is a person who is neither male nor female nice to look at?"
Muse's face turned red as she started to think of a reply.
However, she never had any experience scolding anyone even as she grew up.
In the Roland continent, she was a noble. She usually just needed to speak in a serious tone or stare and others would be scared. She had never used or even heard any offensive language before. Rhodey realized that Muse had nothing left to say. Feeling pleased with himself, he smiled. "After that," he said, "I was your prisoner for 10 days but now you are my prisoner.
I will ask you a few questions so you better answer me honestly." Muse sneered and did not speak.
She raised her head and angrily stared at Rhodey.
Rhodey smiled and said, "That's right. You can be angry but do not be cold and indifferent like a stone. You don't really look like a woman. In fact, you don't even look like a person."
Muse's expression changed. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at Rhodey and said, "Say what you want."
"You have disgraced me too much. Just kill me now. If not, I will personally kill you after I recover." Rhodey waved his hand and ignored what she said.
"That is your choice.
Now let me ask you, what are you people from the Roland continent trying to do here? What kind of collaboration do you have with Ryu Wenthal? Muse scoffed without looking at Rhodey.
She closed her eyes and pretended not to hear anything.
Rhodey froze for a moment before his face changed and said, "If you do not reply, I can leave on my own. If you stay here alone, you will also die."
Muse did not flinch. She still kept her eyes closed and remained silent.
Rhodey was silent for a moment, but his face grew red and he loudly said, "Fine. You might not be afraid of death, but there are still other things you are afraid of. I can take off all of your clothes and see whether you are a man or a woman."
Muse was startled. Her facial expression changed slightly. She opened her eyes and looked at Rhodey before saying, "That is also your choice.
I am now your prisoner. Whatever you do, I will be unable to resist.
Just remember, if I do not die, I will kill you one day." After she had finished speaking, she closed her eyes again.
Although she was terrified, she was also prepared for whatever that might be coming her way. Rhodey was stunned and there was another moment of silence.
He sighed and slowly said, "Forget it.
We don't even know if we can escape from this grassland. You took me as your prisoner for 10 days and I do not know how far away what fortress is. Let us first get out of here alive before we discuss any further."
After he was done, Rhodey turned around to walk towards the woods. After he took a few steps, he turned back and said, "I am going to find us something to eat so that we will have the energy to walk.
We are still surrounded by the grasslands. I am afraid that your subordinates who betrayed you are still searching for you. If you wish to die, you may go ahead and escape first."
Ignoring Muse, who was gnashing her teeth, Rhodey walked away in large strides.
He angrily scolded Andy in his mind, "Old fellow, you told me to take off her clothes? Ha! Your methods were ineffective." Rhodey's physical strength was gradually restored.
After being in the forest for a short while, he caught a pheasant. He looked for a sharp stone to cut the pheasant open and then he washed it clean. Fortunately, it was daytime, so he was not afraid that the fire would be detected.
Rhodey found a few branches and lit them up. He then stuck a long branch into the pheasant and roasted it. Muse sat there refusing to look at Rhodey.
However, she could smell the scent of the roasted pheasant from time to time. She was exhausted from all the blood she had lost and she also had not eaten for most of the day. As a result, she could not help but feel hungry. Although she was flustered because of the smell, she still refused to show any weakness.
Rhodey ignored Muse and ate his meal. After that, he extinguished the fire and buried everything else in the ground.
Muse could not help but opened her eyes to look at Rhodey.
She frowned and asked, "What are you doing?"
Rhodey looked back at her and gently said, "Covering up our traces. Your subordinates will surely be searching around. If they were to find this place and see this, they would know that we were here.
They would definitely be able to follow us. Don't you even know this?" Muse's face turned slightly red.
Although she was powerful, she did not know about things like covering up traces. On top of that, with her extraordinary strength, she was usually the one chasing people down to kill them.
How would she know about preventing people from chasing her?
Right after Rhodey packed everything up, he walked towards Muse. Ignoring her struggles and screams, he carried her on his back and walked out of the woods.
Although Muse was frightened and continued to struggle, Rhodey was much stronger than her. He chose a direction and walked in big strides.
Muse still wanted to shout, but Rhodey stuffed her mouth with something without turning his head around. The thing in her mouth was oily and fragrant. It was a pheasant drumstick. She then heard Rhodey speak in a serious and low voice, "Shut up. Those men are certainly still looking for us.
If you shout, you will catch their attention." Pausing for a moment, Rhodey continued, "Do you think I want to take advantage of you?
I have no interest in a person who is neither man nor woman." Muse's mouth was full of the roasted pheasant. She listened to the Duke of the Tulip family and decided to keep quiet.
However, she could not tell if she was feeling angry or shameful.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 83, A 1,000-Year-Old Tale. Chapter 83, A 1,000-Year-Old Tale. Translator, Zenobi's editor.
Rhodey carried Muse across the grassland for 2 days. They usually traveled during the night where they less visible. That evening, they heard the sound of horses trotting.
They both immediately hid among the grass.
They saw a team of Roland cavalrymen, about 100 of them running in their direction from the distance.
Both of them held their breath until the cavalrymen went by.
Muse, who had always relied on her own terrifying strength, could not accept the situation they were in.
She could not help but ask Rhodey, "Aren't you supposed to be very powerful? The other day you completely annihilated my 200 cavalrymen. Now there are only 100 of them. What are you afraid of? Rhodey gave her a strange look but did not say anything. Last time, old Mark's life-saving crystal gave me unlimited fighting energy. But right now, I do not have anything. Other than my strength as a grade 4 swordsman, I do not even have a stick to use. Charging into 100 heavily armed cavalrymen is just suicide.
At night, they finally found a small grassland tribe.
The tribe only had about a dozen tents.
They also had a fence which surrounded about a dozen cattle.
A few horses were also tied beside each tent.
The place was extremely quiet without a single person keeping guard.
Rhodey left Muse behind and went in to steal a horse.
Muse watched him while she hid. She contemplated her dignity. She never thought that she would be reduced to accompanying someone to steal a horse. Her palms began to sweat. After a long while, she suddenly heard dogs barking. Soon after, she could hear the sound of drums as the tents began to light up. She then saw Rhodey rush out from the tribal village with a horse. The horse rushed towards Muse and she noticed that Rhodey looked somewhat embarrassed. He had a string of dried meat hanging around his neck. Rhodey helped her up and made her sit in front of him. The tribesmen behind them were shouting. Some of them had already mounted their horses and were chasing them. Rhodey and Muse fled as fast as they could. After some time, they could no longer hear the sound of people chasing them. Then they sighed in relief. Muse started to blame him. Aren't you very skilled? How did you get spotted for stealing a horse? Rhodey did not answer immediately. He took the dried meat around his neck and hung it on the saddle. After that, he took something out and gave it to Muse. He then replied without facing her, "At first there were no problems, but when I saw this, I risked entering the tent. As a result, I was spotted." Muse pinched the object and asked, "What is this?" Rhodey smiled wryly. "The grassland tribe's medicine for wounds. At what fortress, we captured a lot of people from the Great Moon Kingdom. They were all carrying this. That's why I recognized it." He crushed the medicine and mixed it with water. "After that," he said, "rub this on your wound." He then paused for a moment before continuing, "I heard that applying this medicine can be painful, but the effects are good. When you use it, try to endure the pain." Muse held the medicine and it felt warm. She knew that it was warm because of the Duke's body temperature. At that moment, she felt hot and her mind went blank. They rode the horse towards the south for 3 days. Fortunately, they did not run into any pursuing soldiers. The grasslands were very large but the population was small. This saved them a lot of trouble. As they continued to travel south, Rhodey started to worry about the situation at what fortress, so he sped up. Muse was frustrated but she could not do anything other than follow Rhodey involuntarily. She tried using many magical methods but it seemed like her sorcery had disappeared without a trace. She also did not have any magic tools around and had no way to make use of her magical knowledge. She was originally a proud and indifferent person. However, that personality was built on her terrifying strength. Now, she had become a weak and ordinary woman. On top of that, she had a hard time understanding common social communication. She never needed to worry about that before. When she became a fugitive, she was initially stubborn and argued with Rhodey. However, she had to rely on Rhodey for everything. Along the way, the skillful warrior, Rhodey hid their tracks and stole food. Not only was Muse unable to help at all, she was ridiculously lacking in common sense. In the beginning, Rhodey just gave the food to Muse. However, he soon learned that without magic, she could not even start a fire. Occasionally when he caught a hare, he would give it to her. However, she did not know how to cut and clean the hair for cooking or remove the fur. Rhodey could only smile and do everything. He could not help but think of Muse as an idiot. At first, Muse would answer back sarcastically, but then she realized that she was really ignorant of simple things. She understood that without her magic and the Duke's help, she would not have survived a day in the grasslands. Her arrogance started to disappear and she began to act more like a helpless woman. She also remained silent whenever the annoying Duke called her an idiot. As the saint of the Roland Continent's Black Veil Temple, the people usually respected her. She was also said to be one of the most outstanding saints in the past several hundred years. However, she was now regarded as an ignorant little girl by the Duke of the Tulip family and was even called an idiot. She felt extremely frustrated because she was unable to refute his words. That day, the two of them met a group of traders with their caravans. Rhodey observed the caravan carefully for a long time to determine that they did not have any soldiers from the Great Moon Kingdom. After some struggle, they went up to the caravan to ask for news. They wore the stolen clothes of a male and female herder. Rhodey also forced Muse to smear dirt on her face to hide the color of her complexion. They both rode a single horse towards the caravans to greet the traders.
Rhodey did not know how to speak the language of the Great Moon Kingdom, but Muse was extremely proficient at it.
They started chatting with the traders, pretending that they wished to buy some goods. Although the tribes in the grasslands were self-sufficient, there were caravans that traded in goods from the Radiant Empire. They brought specialty goods from the Radiant Empire and traded it for fur to take back to the Radiant Empire.
Ryuenthal did not prohibit the entry of these caravans.
After all, that was where he bought the metal to forge their swords. Although the two nations were fighting, the Great Moon Kingdom was located at the grasslands. There were no fortresses or walls to separate the territories.
Prohibiting trade would have been a joke. The two pretended to buy goods and asked for information.
They found out that the havoc caused by the two groups dispatched by the Radiant Empire had made Ryuenthal withdraw his troops back to the Great Moon Kingdom. Although the Trier Fortress and Lulan Fortress were still occupied and guarded by soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom, their king was furious about the havoc caused in their country. He blamed Ryuenthal for his incompetence.
After that, there was an uproar in Dragon Plateau.
The tribal leaders who disliked Ryuenthal spoke against him and did not want Ryuenthal to continue leading the soldiers. On the other hand, the second prince received a lot of support. He took the opportunity to seize power and the war had temporarily stopped. As for the Radiant Empire, the Wat Fortress was still heavily guarded. The banner of the Tulip family continued to fly, but there was no other news. Rhodey calmed down and believed that Gordon, Sieg, and the others were still waiting for him to return. He wished that he could grow wings and immediately fly back to Wat Fortress. When they were resting that day, Muse looked gloomy. Rhodey laughed and asked, "Hey, what's wrong, idiot? What are you thinking about?" During the past few days, while escaping together, they had become dependent on each other. Although they were enemies, they had now established an affinity for each other.
Muse no longer replied sarcastically.
She ignored the fact that he called her an idiot.
She lightly asked, "Your Excellency, have you decided on what to do with me after taking me back to Wat Fortress?" Rhodey shook his head and replied, "I have not decided yet, but I cannot let you go.
The Roland continent must have a reason for meddling in the war between Radiant Empire and the Great Moon Kingdom.
How can I feel at ease without knowing their true motives?"
Muse closed her eyes and thought for a moment before sighing. She said softly, "There is nothing strange about it."
"What do you want to know?" "Just ask. I will tell you if I can." The moment she said that, Rhodey was surprised. "You are willing to tell me now?"
Muse looked frustrated as she whispered, "His Majesty the King wants to get rid of me.
Why should I pledge my loyalty to him?"
"However, as a temple saint, there are still things that I cannot say." Rhodey nodded and thought for a moment before asking, "To tell you the truth, I am not familiar with the situation in the Roland continent."
"If you all wanted to fight with the Radiant Empire, why did you all not attack directly from the north?"
Muse smiled, but it slowly dulled.
"Fight with you? Surely, we cannot win."
Before Rhodey could speak, Muse smiled again and continued, "We are different from all of you.
This whole vast continent is the Radiant Empire's territory.
The populace and ample resources on this continent all belong to the Radiant Empire.
Our Roland continent is made up of more than a dozen kingdoms. Each has its own king and army.
All of them are believers of the temple, and the king must be acknowledged by the temple in order to ascend the throne.
We are not of one mind, and there is infighting every year. If we were to fight with you, we would definitely lose.
My kingdom is the largest one on the Roland continent, the kingdom of Sauron I. Although the Roland continent has more than a dozen kingdoms, the kingdom of Sauron occupies half of the continent with its territory, military force, and population.
The other 12 kingdoms combined cannot compete with the kingdom of Sauron.
However, at the same time, my kingdom is also the most helpless one. It is located in the south near the thunderous regions and next to the powerful Radiant Empire. For hundreds of years, every time the Radiant Empire became stronger, you would cross the ocean to attack us.
We would need to mobilize all the kingdoms of the Roland continent to fight back.
However, once the Empire retreated, the Roland continent would be torn apart again and the 13 kingdoms would go back to doing their own things. The Radiant Empire has such a big territory and is so powerful.
How can we in the Roland continent pick a fight with you?
The only time we have ever won was when we fought across the sea or when we took advantage of your civil strife, but in the end, here,
Muse looked at Rhodey and whispered, "In the end, we were still defeated by your ancestors, the Tulip family." Rhodey's face turned red. He was an imposter and it felt weird when someone praised his ancestors.
Muse did not pay attention to Rhodey's facial expression and continued, "The kingdom of Sauron has always been known as the strongest on the Roland continent and its cavalrymen are all brave, but it is in extreme danger because it is the closest kingdom to the Radiant Empire. Sauron acts as a strong barrier blocking the further expansion of the Radiant Empire to the north while the other 12 kingdoms hide behind us and enjoy peace." Rhodey raised his eyebrows and could not help but ask, since the kingdom of Sauron is the strongest on the Roland continent, why did you not capture the 12 smaller kingdoms and unify the continent? Won't you be able to fight against the Radiant Empire then? Muse looked helpless and replied in a low voice, you will not understand.
The Roland continent believes in the temple.
Everyone, whether it is the king, the nobles, the knights, or the civilians, they are all believers of the temple. First of all, the temple would never agree to unifying the continent. If the bishop made a decree, everybody would oppose to a war.
Even the king of Sauron would have to step down. Starting a war to unify the continent? It is impossible. Rhodey sneered. Ha, it looks like your temple does not have good intentions. Uniting the continent to create a strong empire will weaken the temple's authority. Of course, they wouldn't want that to happen. If I were the temple's leader, I would try to stop anyone from uniting the Roland continent too.
It is much easier to have all the small countries duped into worshipping one supreme religious leader than to struggle under a single strong imperial power. Muse shook her head. She obviously did not take the Duke's nonsensical words to heart and slowly replied, the temple is the religious leader of the Roland continent. Naturally, they have power. They have 200,000 circle knights scattered across the continent in all the kingdoms. The temple will also assign a saint to each kingdom. The saint manages religious sites and helps the king to govern the kingdom. In the smaller kingdoms, the saint has even greater authority than the king, so, do not insult the existence of the temple.
The temple is God's building. Everyone on the Roland continent is under God's protection.
It is not as despicable as you said.
Hearing this, Rhodey sneered again. No wonder you cannot defeat the Radiant Empire.
There is no centralized rule and there is no unity.
Muse gave a crooked smile and replied, it seems like the current king of Sauron has the same idea as you.
The moment he came into power, he has been finding ways to weaken the temple's authority and influence of the religion. This time, he formed a secret alliance with the Great Moon Kingdom and funded them to fight with the Radiant Empire.
How else did you think Ryuenthal managed to get so much provision in military equipment? I may not know about many things, but I know that war requires money.
Rhodey said with a sneer.
After that, he said, what about you? Did they dispatch you as a special envoy to assist Ryuenthal?
Muse nodded.
Although King Sauron is not loyal to the temple, weakening the Radiant Empire is beneficial to the Roland continent. This was something the temple understood. As we cannot have a frontal attack, we can only hope for an internal strife.
When the Great Moon Kingdom and Radiant Empire are at war, the powerful Ryuenthal can at least delay the Radiant Empire for a few years, or even longer.
Then, there will be a time of peace for the Roland continent.
So the temple decided to support King Sauron even though they do not have a good relationship with him. This time, they dispatched me for the sake of helping Ryuenthal to fight the Radiant Empire.
It shows the amount of attention the temple is giving to this. Rhodey thought for a moment and said, I finally understand the gist of it, but why do they want to betray you?
Muse sneered and replied, I am the saint of the Black Veil Temple. Once my training is completed, I will officially serve as the leader of the temple in the kingdom of Sauron.
King Sauron wants an autocratic rule.
Naturally, he will not want a religious leader who can resist his power. It is normal for him to try and assassinate me. If I were to die here, they would be able to push the responsibility to the Radiant Empire.
The temple would not be able to say anything either.
Besides, according to the temples, a saint needs a few years of training. If I were to die, the temple would need to send another saint to the kingdom of Sauron and that would take a few more years.
Rhodey sighed.
King Sauron schemed to kill you because it would take the temple a few more years to send another saint. He would then weaken the influence of the temple in the Sauron kingdom, and by the time the temple sends a new saint, he would already be in power.
After that, Rhodey suddenly thought of something. He asked, the god you all believe in, and the god that the people of the Radiant Empire believe in, are they the same?
The color on Muse's face suddenly changed. Her beautiful face immediately turned cold and she replied, of course not.
The Radiant Empire worships the devil. Only the Roland continent worships the real Almighty God.
The one you all worship is a demonic scum from the mythical war during the mythical era 1,000 years ago.
Rhodey was curious, what? How so? What mythical war from a mythical era 1,000 years ago?
Underscore 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 underscore. underscore 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 underscore. One Googling Zhou Qianlin yielded Sauron among the images. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, To Never Leave Each Other. Chapter 84, To Never Leave Each Other. Translator, Zenobi's editor. No matter what Rodi asked, Muse was no longer willing to answer. The mythical war during the mythical era was something Rodi had never heard of. He never knew this legend was a secret and only a few people from both continents had knowledge about it. It could not be disseminated to common folk either. Muse had accidentally let it slip when she was agitated. She then regretted it. Rodi realized that Muse was no longer willing to talk, so he stopped asking. If you don't want to talk, I can always ask someone else. Skeleton Andy and Old Mark have lived for over 200 years. They should know something. Muse looked calm for a moment before she started to speak. I am now your prisoner and I do not expect you to let me go. I just hope that you can promise me something. What? Muse took a deep breath and coldly said, I hope you can let me send news of what happened here back to the temple. I want to let His Excellency the Bishop know about the king's attempt to overturn the temple and assassinate the saint. Rodi gave a wry smile and said, I will decide later. Let me ask you first, what kind of position does the saint have in the temple? Why did you pretend to be a man? Are all the saints in the temple women? Are they all as powerful as you? Muse's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. Of course not. The saint of the temple can be a man or a woman. Only those who truly believe in God can enter the temple to train and become a saint. As for me, I never expected the legendary Duke of the Tulip family to be weaker than me. Rodi waved his hand and laughed. Why are you getting angry again? You are always so arrogant. After that, his face sank as he asked, that day when you fought me, you said something about holy light energy and domain force. What are those? Muse frowned. Your fighting energy has already turned gold, which means that you have already reached the stage of holy light energy. If you can further improve it, you will be able to comprehend domain force. Do you not know this? Although we are from different continents, a sorcerer and a magician both have the same ultimate goal, which is to achieve domain force. It has been this way since 1,000 years ago. Muse suddenly stopped and took a deep breath before continuing, they are all the same. Rodi pretended not to hear her previous sentence and lightly asked. Have you understood domain force? Humph. Muse's face turned red and she whispered, if I had, you would have died that day. The moment you understand domain force is when you are nearing the existence of God. Do you think it is so easy? I am only a senior practitioner. Rodi was not too concerned about the situation of the two continents, but he was very interested in their practices. He could not help but ask, you said I was a low-level practitioner. What did you mean? I am a warrior. A warrior's final goal is to reach the rank of a sacred warrior. I have never heard of practitioners. Muse sighed and replied, that is the limit set by the divines. Each rank has already been regulated. Your so-called sacred warrior is commonly known on the Roland continent as a major practitioner. If you have reached the rank of a sacred warrior, you would not have lost to me that day. At least, we would be comparably matched. This is still far from domain force. However, it seems that you have not reached the rank of sacred sword either. Otherwise, you would have had enough power to strike back that day. When your training of holy light energy makes your fighting energy turn completely gold, you will reach the highest limit for a warrior. You would probably be at the level of sacred warrior according to the ranking of the Radiant Empire. In the Radiant Empire, there are warriors, but the Roland continent is a continent of knights. Our knights have our own way of cultivation. Even if you do not encounter me but encounter one of the high-leveled holy knights, you will still be defeated. Our holy knights are probably as powerful as your sacred warriors. Muse continued to speak until the very end. Rodi was fascinated when he heard it all. He never had an interest in status and power. He already felt oppressed when he became a noble in the imperial capital. To him, it was not a happy thing. When he saw the behavior of the powerful nobles at What Fortress, he completely lost any little bit of interest he had left. His only hope was to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Muse felt depressed. She closed her eyes and ignored Rodi. Her long black hair blew in the evening breeze. Rody looked at her and thought to himself.
She is almost the same age as me.
If she can train herself to become so powerful, I can do the same too. In the middle of the night, Muse was sleeping when she suddenly felt someone cover her mouth. She woke up and saw a dark shadow beside her. The shadow gave off a familiar odor and she knew it was Rody. She felt ashamed and angry as she thought that he had a licentious intent. She quickly bit the hand covering her mouth and at the same time, she covered her chest with her hands. She made up her mind to resist until the end if he tried to violate her. Rody's hand was in pain but he resisted the urge to cry out.
He leaned forward and whispered to Muse, "Don't move. Someone is coming here."
From their footsteps, I do not think they are herders. As his words gently rang in her ears, she felt his breath on her ear and her cheek. Her face turned red and her heart pounded for a while before she calmed down. She then heard some rustling sounds and saw a few shadows surrounding them. Based on the sound of their light footsteps, it was probable that they had malicious intentions.
Muse panicked.
In the past, she would have just used her sorcery, but right then she was an ordinary powerless woman. Without anything to rely on, she felt afraid. Without realizing, she leaned on Rody. She saw his firm expression and a thought she never expected to have flashed through her mind.
He is here. He can protect me. There seemed to be 6 people surrounding them.
Rody listened to their footsteps and his heart sank. He could tell all 6 of them were skillful warriors. It was possible that they were all high-ranking knights from Roland. Rody waited patiently and stayed still so that they would think that he was still asleep. However, his muscles tensed up as he continued to wait. When one of them approached from the left, Rody suddenly jumped. He was already prepared. In the darkness, he leaped up like a leopard. The person he crashed into was wearing heavy armor, but he managed to dodge in time. Rody used his scimitar and slashed the man's throat. When the other 4 people saw what happened, they stopped treading softly. They shouted and rushed forward. In the dim light of the night, a few Roland knights in silver armor could be seen wielding cross-shaped swords. They surrounded Rody. After Rody killed one of them with a surprise attack, he looked at the other 5 knights and asked, "Are you the knights of the Sauron Kingdom?" One of them, who seemed like the leader of the group, did not expect Rody to ask that question. He loudly replied, "I am a royal knight of the 3rd Regiment." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Rody rushed towards him. His sudden movement was unexpected. Rody and Muse had spent so many days together, so he had already learned some things about the Roland Knights. From their conversations together, if an opponent spoke in a respectful tone before a fight, the Roland Knights had to reply respectfully as well. It was how they showed respect to their opponents. The knights were not weak. They were the Royal Knights of the 3rd Regiment. They felt ashamed for having to attack their opponents at night. However, they had no choice if they wanted to complete their task. When Rody spoke to them, they immediately answered politely and believed that they could fight honorably after that. They did not expect Rody to take advantage of that opportunity to attack. Rody had suddenly rushed in front of the knight and the knight was not skillful enough. He drew his cross-shaped sword at his waist to counter the attack and stepped back at the same time. But his sword did hit anything. It simply hit an empty space. He then thought to himself, "Not good." Rody rushed forward and immediately rolled on the ground. His opponent's sword flew right above his head. Without hesitating, he slashed his opponent from the ground. There was an agonizing scream as one of the knight's legs was severed. Rody took advantage of the situation and slashed again, but was hastily blocked by the knight with his sword. Just as Rody slowed down, the remaining 4 knights charged forward. Muse was on the ground clenching her fists so hard that her fingernails almost dug into her palms. After losing her magic, her physical abilities were that of a normal person. In the dark, she could only see a few people fighting, but she could not tell who was who. She could only hear the sounds of swords clashing endlessly, followed by an occasional scream. Although a knight had fallen, the screams did not stop. She also heard a faint groan coming from the Duke. Suddenly, she heard Rody's voice in the dark. "Idiot, run quickly and get to the horse." His voice quavered, so he was possibly injured. One of the knights overheard him and immediately ran towards Muse. Rody felt anxious. He abandoned his immediate opponent to chase after the knight who was attacking Muse. In the darkness, the knight's agonizing scream could be heard as he fell. However, Rody also groaned in pain as his opponent managed to slash him as well. If he had not moved away quicker, he would have been killed. "Run! Do you want to die?" Seeing that Muse had not moved, Rody shouted loudly again. Rody then turned around to block another attack from a knight behind him. Muse's heart was racing and her eyes were tearing up. She looked at Rody resolutely for a moment before she got up from the ground and quickly ran to the horse a few meters away. Two of the knights saw her silhouette and they yelled for her to stop. They were however intercepted by Rhodey. They continued to shout. By then, Rhodey had sustained even more wounds.
Muse quickly mounted the horse.
She mercilessly kicked the horse and it ran off in pain. The fighting and screaming continued behind her.
Muse trembled.
With each clash of the sword and each pain, she felt like her heart was being hammered. She suddenly used all of her strength to rein in the horse. The horse neighed as Muse swung its head around and urged the horse to go back. Rhodey had 3 slash wounds on his body and they were not light injuries. His 3 remaining opponents were skilled. They had the strength of grade 3 swordsmen according to the Radiant Empire's ranking. Rhodey became more depressed as time passed. He did not expect a small group of chivalric knights to be so powerful. He was not aware that the Sauron king had in fact specially selected his most skillful knights to go to the Radiant Empire because the task at hand was very important.
Both sides continued to clash.
The knight in the middle was slashed by Rhodey and he moved back several steps. Blood flowed from his mouth and his body felt weak. He had to use his sword to support himself from falling.
Rhodey was also vulnerable and his right arm was already badly injured by his opponent.
He had to use his left hand to hold his scimitar. All 4 of them were covered in blood but they could no longer differentiate whose blood it was. They breathed heavily and looked at each other for any signs of weakness. Suddenly, the knight from the left shouted and rushed forward while holding his sword with both hands. The knight on the right also rushed forward and tried to slash Rhodey's waist. Rhodey was using a stolen scimitar which was not very good. When his right arm was injured earlier, he was forced to use his left hand to fight. Hence, there was a big difference in his arm strength.
After blocking the next few attacks, he started to gradually lose control.
Rhodey then heard the horse returning and gradually approaching him. He suddenly shouted and brandished his sword to push back the 2 knights.
He then stepped back.
As soon as the horse arrived right in front of him, he looked at Muse and seized the saddle.
He skillfully jumped onto the horse and sat right behind Muse.
Taking aim at a knight, Rhodey tried to spear him with his sword. As the knight tried to block it, Rhodey used his free hand to turn the horse around and prompted it to gallop away. A few of the knights wanted to give chase and they ran to their own horses. However, they had earlier left their horses more than 10 meters away because they did not want to alert their enemies when they attacked. When they finally reached their horses, Rhodey had already disappeared.
Muse felt Rhodey's breathing becoming weaker. She could smell the pungent blood coming from Rhodey's bloodstained clothes. Suddenly, Rhodey's body turned limp. He lost hold of the reins and fell slowly from Muse's shoulder. If Muse had not held onto Rhodey in a timely manner, Rhodey would have fallen from the horse. Muse's sweat and tears blurred her vision. She held Rhodey with one hand and controlled the reins in the other. "Why did you stop them? They were trying to catch me." You could have escaped." Rhodey replied weakly, "I had to abandon my companions once. I swore that I wouldn't let the same thing happen again." As the horse sped up, Muse's tears fell into the dust. "Do not stop. Go south, you idiotic woman." Rhodey's weak voice entered her ears and then there was silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Wolves Attack. Chapter 85, Wolves Attack. Translator, Zenobi's editor. The horse gradually slowed down in the middle of the night. Muse's entire body was sore and it felt like the dupe was getting heavier with each passing moment. Although she called out to him, she did not get a reply. They had been running for a very long time and she finally realized that they were not being chased anymore. Muse then got off the horse and carefully lowered Rhodey from the horse. She could not properly carry Rhodey down because her body was really sore and she was not physically strong. Muse had qualms about igniting a light, so she examined his injury carefully under the moonlight. The bottom half of Rhodey's body was not seriously injured but his upper half was covered in blood. She gritted her teeth and tore his shirt. She was shocked and terrified when she saw his injuries. Rhodey's shoulder was badly injured and his bone was exposed. If Rhodey had not dodged as quickly as he did, his whole arm would have been severed. When she turned him around, she saw an astonishingly long cut on his back. The cut was about 6 inches long. The wound looked extremely serious but fortunately, it was not too deep and it did not reach his bones. She checked his breathing and noticed that it was becoming weaker. Muse panicked as she had relied on Rhodey for everything for so many days. They had just escaped but Rhodey was severely injured and unconscious. The vast grassland was pitch dark and not a single shadow could be seen. From a distance, she could also hear the howling of a wolf. The sound frightened Muse. Taking a few deep breaths, Muse took out the medicine Rhodey stole the other day and the water flask.
She then removed Rhodey's clothes and carefully washed his wounds. After that, she applied the medicine. Although she was gentle, it was still very painful for Rhodey. Despite being unconscious, Rhodey was groaning in pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were tightly shut.
Muse's hands trembled and she shed tears.
She had never panicked this much before. With great difficulty, she applied the medicine all over Rhodey's body. After some thought, she also tore parts of her clothing to bandage Rhodey. The dressing was rushed and messy because she had never done it before.
However, she managed to eventually bandage Rhodey's entire body.
After that, she gently wiped away Rhodey's cold sweat as she looked at his pale, handsome face. Muse then felt something she never felt before. She could feel herself getting mad when she thought of the time Rhodey risked his life to protect her and shouted for her to quickly escape in the dark. Suddenly, she heard the sound of rustling grass. Muse was startled and she nervously looked around. What she saw made her break out in cold sweat. Under the moonlight, she could see several short figures on a slope in the distance. The figures were looking directly at them. The figures were wolves. 2 wolves howled as they slowly approached Rhodey and Muse. Muse was so frightened that she immediately screamed. The wolves were startled by her scream and moved a few steps back.
They lowered their heads and howled again.
After that, the panicked Muse quickly carried Rhodey onto the horse and got on herself. The horse, which was raised by herders, was also frightened by the howling and it quickly ran.
Muse sat on the horse holding Rhodey with one hand.
She turned her head around and saw the wolves chasing them.
The wolves in the grasslands were extremely bloodthirsty.
Although they saw their prey escaping, they could smell Rhodey's blood and refused to give up. The horse, which Muse and Rhodey rode, had been running for almost half the night. In addition, there were 2 of them on it, so the horse gradually slowed down. After a few hundred steps, Muse noticed that the wolves were slowly getting closer. She kicked the horse but it could not run any faster. She saw a forest in front of her and immediately rushed in. Without waiting for the horse to stop, she slid down the horse together with Rhodey. Shortly after, she saw a short tree. She held onto a low branch with one hand and tried to pull Rhodey up with the other. Unfortunately, she did not have enough strength. Normally, it would not be a problem for her if she was alone. However, this time she had to carry another person with her, so she could not climb up the tree.
The wolves did not immediately attack, but they surrounded Rhodey, Muse, and the horse in a circle. Muse was extremely afraid. She would be able to escape if she abandoned Rhodey and climbed up the tree on her own. In spite of that, her heart refused to let her abandon Rhodey.
Muse turned pale. She took a dagger out of her boots and continued to scream. She continued to wave her dagger to scare off the wolves. She noticed that the wolves were beginning to become impatient. The wolves slowly approached them.
Muse slowly dragged Rhodey and backed up a little as she held the dagger tightly.
Suddenly, she remembered that she still had a fireball magic crystal. She quickly took out the small crystal and threw it on the ground. The crystal broke and flames rose from the ground.
The wolves were frightened and immediately took a few steps back.
However, they still refused to leave and continued to look at Rhodey and Muse.
Muse knew that the flame would not last very long.
She dragged Rhodey to the side of the tree trunk and carried Rhodey up. In desperate situations, people just have more strength than they normally would for some reason. Although Muse was weak, she was desperate and somehow managed to push Rhodey onto one of the branches. After that, she climbed up the tree herself and pulled Rhodey a bit higher up. Soon, the flames got smaller and the wolves started to gather around them again. When the flames were finally extinguished, the wolves swarmed and attacked the horse.
The horse neighed pitifully until its throat was finally bitten. Muse trembled from fear and could only hear the howling of the wolves and the neighing of the horse. The air that night chilled her to the bone. After they tore apart the horse, the wolves still refused to leave. They looked at Muse up on the tree and continued to howl. The more aggressive wolves constantly threw themselves at the tree trunk, but fortunately, the tree trunk was very sturdy. It only shook each time upon impact. Muse was so frightened that she started crying. She had never felt so terrified before. She held onto Rhodey tightly as her tears continued to flow.
The dagger she held earlier had already dropped to the ground. The wolves could smell Rhodey's blood and they did not leave even though they had already eaten the horse. Instead, the number of wolves increased and they walked around the tree in circles. Muse was tense as she stared at the wolves.
The 2 of them waited on the tree until the sky turned bright. The wolves walked around impatiently.
Some even tried to jump up onto the tree branch, but they could not reach. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound cutting through the wind. A sharp arrow shot out from the woods and pierced the neck of a wolf.
The powerful force of the arrow nailed the wolf to the ground. After that, arrows continued to fly out.
the archer was extremely accurate. The arrows continued to hit the wolves and about 4 or 5 wolves cried out before dying.
The remaining wolves finally became timid. They whimpered before running away.
Muse was surprised, and after a while, a brawny man on a horse appeared. The man wore a thick fur jacket and leather cap. He also held a long bow in his hands.
The man dismounted and looked down.
He then picked up 2 of the wolves and put them on his horse. After that, he looked up at Muse on the tree and shouted, "The wolves have already run away.
You two can come down now."
The voice resounded loudly in the language of the grasslands.
Muse did not reply because she was still frightened.
The man thought that Muse could not understand. He paused for a moment and repeated himself in the common language of the Radiant Empire.
Then, he saw the unconscious Rhodey next to Muse and frowned. "Is your companion injured?"
Next, he walked up to the trunk and extended both of his hands, signaling for Muse to let Rhodey down first. Finally, Muse was relieved and she slowly lowered Rhodey from the tree before climbing down herself. The brawny man lowered Rhodey gently to the ground and looked at Muse. He saw her beautiful face and was stunned for a moment.
He then asked, "Who are you? How did you end up here at night?" Muse stammered and was unable to find a reply.
The brawny man waved his hand and said, "It is fine if you do not want to tell, but recently, this place has been infested with wolves.
Many people have already moved away from this place. Fortunately, I came out here to get a few wolfskins for money. Otherwise, the 2 of you would not have survived." Muse frowned and asked in the language of the Radiant Empire, "Won't the wolves leave if we hide on the tree long enough?" The man smiled and replied, "Looks like you are from the Radiant Empire." Muse blushed.
Pretending not to notice, he continued, "The wolves of the grasslands are cunning and greedy. They will not give up once they see a prey in front of them. Even if you hide on the tree for a few days, they will not leave. Most will also pretend to leave and actually hide as they wait for you to come down the tree." Muse thought for a moment and sighed before saying, "Thank you very much for your help." She then looked at Rhodey and hesitated to ask for help again. The brawny man saw her expression and could already guess what she was thinking.
He then smiled and said, "Your friend's injury is not light. My tent is not far from here. Maybe you are better off following me back. I also have my own herbal medicine."
The brawny man then looked at the horse's remains on the ground and laughed.
"But you do not seem to have a horse anymore. My horse cannot carry 3 people."
After that, he went up to his horse and threw the wolf carcasses back onto the ground. They were his prey after an entire night's hunt, but he threw them away without hesitating in a real heroic manner. He then let Muse and Rhodey get on the horse while he walked on foot. The 3 of them left together. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 86, Special Envoy of the Imperial Capital. Chapter 86, Special Envoy of the Imperial Capital. Translator, Zenobi's editor.
On the way to the tent, Muse found out that the brawny man was called Dark. He was from the Radiant Empire, but he had migrated to the Great Moon Kingdom.
He lived alone on the grasslands and hunted wolves for a living. Although Dark's tent was supposedly not far away, it took almost half a day before they reached it. Dark's home was not big.
It only consisted of 2 tents which were placed closely together, and there were 2 horses behind the tents. There were also a few cattle and sheep, all important commodities of the grassland. Once they entered the tent, Rhodey was placed on a felt mat. After that, Dark carefully examined Rhodey's injury. When Dark saw the frightening wound, he looked at it strangely but did not say anything. He took his herbal medication and applied it on Rhodey's injury before rebandaging him. He was much more skilled compared to Muse, and the bandage was more secure. Muse, who had been on the run the entire night, was very hungry and thirsty. She calmed down after she ate some meat given by Dark. After some thought, she took out a few magic crystals and gave it to Dark before saying, "Thank you for saving us. Just now you had to throw away your praise. These crystals are still worth some money. Please accept them." Dark looked at the objects in her hands and accepted them without any reservation. Then, he said, "These are magic crystals. Are you a sorcerer?" Muse was startled and left speechless as she stared at Dark. She did not expect a hunter of the grasslands to be such a knowledgeable person. Dark then shook his head and said, "You do not have to be nervous. I have no interest in your business. If you are giving these to me, I will take them. If you do not wish to talk about anything else, I will not ask you." Muse questioned him, "Mr. Dark, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Are you a warrior?" Dark raised his eyebrows and laughed. "What? I didn't ask you questions, but now you are the one asking me questions? But, it is fine. I was a warrior in the Radiant Empire, but now I am just a hunter of the grasslands. After that, he walked to the front of the tent before he turned around and said, "Your companion is badly injured. The two of you better stay here for the next 2 days. Do not let him move around too much. Nonetheless, his physical health is very good. He will probably wake up soon." After he finished speaking, he left the tent. Muse felt helpless and could only sigh as she sat quietly beside Rhodey. Even if Muse and Rhodey had escaped danger, it had been so many days and what fortress would probably be in chaos. 20 days ago, Ryu Enthal's army had retreated. The Dukes and Gislin's raids in the grasslands of the Great Moon Kingdom were extremely effective. Gislin's soldiers had also safely returned many days ago. Although there were a few casualties when they encountered the defenders of the Great Moon Kingdom along the way, there were not many problems apart from that. On the other hand, the Duke's troops returned gradually, one after another. One day there would be 300 people and another day, there would be 500 people. After asking those who returned, Sieg found out that the Duke had ordered the splitting and the withdrawal of soldiers. The Duke only took 100 of his bodyguards with him. As the days passed, most of the Wolf's Fang cavalrymen had safely returned. Although there were some who perished during encounters with the enemy on the way back, approximately 8,000 or 9,000 soldiers out of the 10,000 had safely returned. However, there was no information on the most important one of all, the Duke. The city still carried the banner of the Tulip family, but His Excellency the Duke had not appeared for many days. The soldiers started to spread rumors. Sieg and Reuben tried to suppress them. As time passed by, however, their morale became more unstable. Reuben had ordered the caning of a few officers who spread the rumors. That managed to temporarily suppress any confusion from spreading. One morning a few days later, something major happened. A dozen cavalrymen from the Great Moon Kingdom arrived along with a cart. One of the officers of the Great Moon Kingdom then shouted and said that their messenger wanted to meet with General Reuben. Sieg, who sensed some trouble, quickly dispatched a few of his trusted subordinates to get Reuben and Gordon to meet at the garrison so that they could receive the messenger together. The three of them were shocked when the Great Moon Kingdom showed them the contents of their cart. It was filled with the armor and weapons of the Duke and his 100 bodyguards. The messenger claimed that the Duke had already been killed by them. He demanded that Reuben should surrender immediately and hand over the What fortress. Otherwise, they would resume the war 5 days later. Reuben was extremely surprised and he could not believe that the Duke had died. However, he could see that they were returning the Duke's armor and weapons. He could not sit still. Reuben was short-tempered. He would have immediately deployed his entire army to find and confront Ryu Enthal. Fortunately, Sieg was experienced and prudent. He ordered his soldiers to make sure the Great Moon Kingdom's messenger and soldiers were escorted directly out of the fortress gate. He also ordered his soldiers to prevent the messenger from stopping or talking to anyone along the way. He then pulled Reuben aside and convinced him that His Excellency the Duke was most likely not dead but ambushed on the way back. If the Duke was dead, they would not send his armor and weapons but his head. Although the Great Moon Kingdom was intimidating, they were afraid of being found out. Even though Sieg said those things, he was actually anxious. He looked at the armor of his personally selected elite bodyguards in front of him. It meant that most of them were dead. The only uncertainty was the safety of the Duke. He was silent but his heart was pounding. Sieg, Reuben, and Gordon were originally subordinates of the late Duke of the Tulip family. They were comrades in arms for years and naturally could relate to one another truthfully. They ordered their soldiers to keep the returned armor and weapons. They also gathered the soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom and locked them up to prevent chaos. However, their morale was still unstable. A lot of commanders and officers came to look for Reuben but they were all stopped by Sieg's subordinates. Gordon had developed a cautious character after serving for many years in the palace. He proposed that he quietly lead a small group of soldiers to secretly enter the grasslands and search for the Duke. Sieg did not agree to his proposal. He believed that after the last attack, the Great Moon Kingdom would be more alert and cautious. Not just the grasslands, even the Lulan Fortress and Trier Fortress would be impossible to sneak past. If the group was not careful, they would instantly be routed by the enemy. They were scratching their heads to think of a plan when suddenly, one of the guards opened the door and ran in. He loudly reported, "Your Excellency, a special envoy dispatched by His Majesty the Emperor has arrived from the imperial capital. Request for Your Excellency to quickly go out." The three of them were shocked and quickly hurried out of the hall. They then saw a group of people wearing golden armor already rushing into the garrison house. The golden armor was that of the imperial family's imperial guards. Gordon quickly walked forward and scolded the messenger, "This is not how things should be done. When did the special envoy enter the city? Why am I only getting the report after they've reached the entrance?" The bodyguard knelt down and loudly said, "Your Excellency, the special envoy has His Majesty's command token."
The city gate officers did not dare to stop them.
They are the Imperial Guards.
Even Sieg's subordinates did not dare to block them.
Before Gordon could say anything, he suddenly heard a charming voice. "Commander Gordon, I have not seen you for just a few days and you have already become very bad-tempered."
"I am already here. What other notification do you need?"
The three of them turned towards the entrance as soon as they heard her. They saw a graceful young woman followed by the Imperial Guards. The woman smiled as she glanced about with her smiling eyes. Gordon's face changed when he saw who it was.
It was the sister of Her Highness the Empress, Miss Jojo.
As an official in the palace, he naturally knew who Jojo was. He also fatally knew that His Majesty, the Duke, and Jojo were somehow connected to one another. He never expected the special envoy to be her.
Jojo's eyes looked around before her gaze met Gordon. She gave a shallow smile and ignored his surprised reaction. She asked, "Where is Seth?" Gordon could barely smile and escorted Jojo into the hall.
He stammered and introduced her to the rest.
Reuben had left the imperial capital for many years, so he did not know Jojo.
On the other hand, Sieg was just a commander. Although he had heard of Jojo, he had never seen her. Both of them realized that the woman was the sister of Her Highness the Empress and immediately saluted her.
Jojo's expression did not change. She patiently waited for Gordon to finish the introductions and then she asked again, "Where is Seth?" "Where is he?" Gordon's face turned gloomy and he replied, "His Excellency."
"His Excellency the Duke is not here at the moment."
"Not here? Then, where is he?"
Reuben coughed. He knew he had no choice but to speak. With difficulty, he laughed and said, "His Excellency the Duke, he led the troops out to inspect the defenses."
Jojo frowned.
She looked at the three of them for a moment and suddenly, her eyes opened wide. She slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense!"
Gordon was shocked.
He knew how powerful she was. She was the sister of the Empress and was admired by His Majesty the Emperor. Although the imperial capital had a lot of powerful families, none of them dared to provoke her.
Jojo's face sank and she coldly said, "Do all of you think I am that easy to bluff? Look at the way you speak.
You all are mumbling and hesitating.
It must definitely be lies. Why do you not tell me the truth? Where is Seth?"
"Humph, let me tell you that I have brought His Majesty's orders.
I have important things to say to the Duke. You dare stop me?"
Sieg sighed and ordered his soldiers to bring in the armor and weapons returned by the Great Moon Kingdom.
Jojo looked at him strangely.
She did not understand the meaning of Sieg's actions. Sieg told his bodyguards to go out and close the door after them.
He then sighed and went to Jojo's side to explain softly. As soon as he finished his explanation, Jojo's face turned pale and she shouted, "What?"
"If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 87, Oath to Kill. Chapter 87, Oath to Kill. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Jojo was disturbed after she heard the alarming news.
At that moment, there was nothing she could do. She jumped and pointed at the three officers before cursing, "Seth is missing. Your Lord Commander is missing and you military officers are sitting here safely.
Do you not know how to dispatch soldiers for a search?"
Sieg forced a smile and tried to explain, but Jojo refused to listen. She looked pale and quivered in anger. She thought of all the difficulties she went through to get His Majesty to dispatch her there. She wanted to see her lover, instead she got this news. She then saw Rhodey's armor, which was returned by the enemy. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became.
She almost fell. Gordon gritted his teeth and said, "We are still discussing."
"I wanted to take some people and secretly sneak into the grasslands to find." Before he could finish, Jojo immediately shouted,
"Good. Why are you still here then?"
Sieg was determined to object, but if that was the order of His Majesty's special envoy, he could not do anything.
Receiving the orders, Gordon immediately led a few soldiers out of the city. After that, Reuben took Jojo to the back to rest.
Upon Jojo's insistence, they let her stay in the Duke's room.
With the door closed, Jojo secretly cried in the room the entire day.
She was restless and afraid that someone would come to deliver bad news.
She sat on the bed and looked at Seth's clothes.
She became more paranoid as her thoughts continued to linger. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door and a pretty girl holding a tub of water entered.
The girl gently handed a wet towel to Jojo.
She saw that Jojo was in low spirits. She softly said, "Don't cry, I'm sure nothing will happen to His Excellency."
Jojo froze for a moment.
Her tears stopped flowing and she stared at the girl.
After that, she asked in a low voice, "Who are you?"
The girl bowed and replied, "I was sent here to serve you, Mississippi."
Jojo nodded and asked, "What is your name? How do you know that nothing will happen to the Duke?" The girl lowered her head and slowly said, "My name is Jadelina. I have met His Excellency the Duke. I
just think that someone like him will not die so easily." The girl was the village head's daughter. She was from the village that Rhodey passed through before arriving at What Fortress. She had followed Rhodey and came to the city. Since there were battles in the surrounding area, it was not safe for a young girl like her to go back to the village on her own. Rhodey thought even though she was young she was extremely brave. She risked her life and pleaded for mercy for her villagers. He decided to leave her at the garrison and planned to only send her home after the war. When Jojo arrived, Sieg tried to be cautious. There were no other women in the garrison. He and Reuben were both old men and the people by his side were bodyguards. How could any of those men take care of Miss Jojo? That was why Jadelina was asked to look after Jojo. Jojo was sad and touched to find someone comforting her. She took her time to chat with Jadelina. At night, several soldiers at the gates of What Fortress were vigilantly on the lookout. During the day, they had seen the messenger of the Great Moon Kingdom enter the city. They were uncertain if the war would continue or not. Suddenly, they saw two horses gradually approaching from a distance. The first horse was ridden by a brawny man carrying a long bow. Behind the brawny man was another horse ridden by what looked like a woman. One of her hands held the reins of the horse while the other hand held a man's body. The three of them wore the Great Moon Kingdom's fur jackets and they came towards the walls of the city. The three people were Rhodey, Muse, and the strange grassland hunter, Dark. When Rhodey regained consciousness, he insisted on continuing the journey regardless of his injuries and Muse's tearful dissuasion. He knew that he had clearly wasted too many days in the grasslands and without his presence at What Fortress, the morale of the soldiers would become unstable. He was at that time, the Duke of the Tulip family after all, and the Tulip family represented the banner of the Imperial Army. They were at war, and although he heard that Ryuenthal had retreated, the source of information could not be fully trusted. He actually needed more than 10 days to recover from his injuries. However, he could not afford to wait another 10 days. If anything unfortunate were to happen to What Fortress, it would be too late for regrets. Dark knew that the two of them were about to leave. He saw that the young man was insistent on going to What Fortress despite his injuries. Although he did not say anything, he looked at the young man strangely. Muse was anxious and angry as Rhodey struggled to leave. Dark offered to accompany them to the fortress. Muse was a sensitive woman and she found the grassland hunter a little bit strange. She had never seen many archers as skillful as him even in the Roland continent. Rhodey was still seriously injured and unable to ride a horse. He could get on the same horse as Muse, but she had to hold him with one hand. The journey was bumpy, but fortunately, the herbal medication was very effective. Rhodey's body was naturally robust. Although he sweated a lot due to the pain, he still managed to withstand it. Muse was extremely exhausted. It was quite unbearable for her to continuously ride a horse and hold a person at the same time. Initially, Dark wanted to offer to hold Rhodey, but then he saw the way Muse looked at Rhodey. He chuckled to himself and did not say anything. With Dark leading the way, they managed to travel smoothly, and after 2 days, they finally left the grasslands. Along the way, they avoided the Lulan fortress, which was occupied by the Great Moon Kingdom. Dark seemed extremely familiar with the terrain of the northwest. He knew where all the paths, roads, and villages were. Muse thought that it was odd, but she did not question him. Rhodey was surprised and suspicious. Another thing that disturbed Rhodey was since he got injured, he could no longer talk with Andy. He had lost contact with the sarcastic skeleton. The old and strange monster had always given him ideas. Rhodey felt like he had lost someone he could rely on. The soldiers above the walls demanded to know who they were as they aimed their bows. Dark smiled and looked at Rhodey. Rhodey then sighed and forced himself to shout, "Open the door! I have returned." While the soldiers were still puzzled, an officer arrived and saw Rhodey below the walls. He was shocked and immediately gave the order to open the city gates. The officer was part of the Central Cavalry, so he recognized his commander. The gates were opened and a group of soldiers rushed out. They saw how weak Rhodey looked and immediately helped him down. After that, they placed him on a soft bed. Rhodey had finally calmed down as he lied down on the bed. He then smiled at Muse and said softly, "Your Excellency the Black Veil Saint, please enter the city." After he finished speaking, he winked at her. Muse then dismounted from the horse and gazed at the wall. She was at a loss. Although the both of them had been depending on each other for survival, her identity suddenly crossed her mind.
If I go in, would I become a prisoner?
Muse thought of getting on the horse and running away immediately, but she could not move when she saw Rhodey on the bed.
Rhodey saw her in a daze. He laughed and loudly said, "Hey idiot, what are you thinking about?"
His words made Muse feel warm. Her worries immediately disappeared.
She laughed and entered the city.
Rhodey then looked at Dark and said, "Mr. Dark, please enter."
"I still have a lot of things I want to ask you." Dark gave a crooked smile.
His eyes gleamed as he pretended like he accidentally saw the Tulip family's banner.
As Dark followed him into the city, an officer suddenly ran down from the wall.
The officer looked at Rhodey, who was lying down on the bed, and immediately knelt down. "Your subordinate greets Your Excellency the Duke, Nut." Those words resounded like thunder to Dark, and his heart pounded. He suddenly stopped and his expression changed as he looked at Rhodey. Rhodey was aware of his stare and he frowned.
"Mr. Dark, what's wrong?" Dark could not help it, but he stepped back. He looked straight at Rhodey.
His voice was hoarse.
"You are the Duke of the Tulip family?" Rhodey gave a wry smile and replied, "Yes, I am."
"A few days ago, I was still in enemy territory, so I dared not mention it."
Dark's expression changed again. He took a deep breath and asked again, "You really are the Duke of the Tulip family? The Radiant Empire's Duke of the Tulip family?" Rhodey frowned and replied, "Yes, I have only recently inherited the title." Dark looked at Rhodey and laughed loudly. It sounded like he was desperate.
He instantly pulled out his scimitar and roared as he rushed towards Rhodey. It was a surprise that nobody expected. Before the soldier beside Rhodey could respond, Dark had already knocked him down. Dark raised his sharp scimitar and slashed at Rhodey, who now laid on the ground. In a hurry, Rhodey could not dodge properly, so he rolled away. He narrowly avoided the attack only to hear the sound of screaming. The soldier, who carried his stretcher, was cut into two. Dark saw Rhodey rolling away and he flipped his sword to slash at him again. Muses had the fastest reaction. When Muse saw that Dark had already begun to swing his sword, she quickly jumped over to cover Rhodey's body. She screamed as Dark slashed her back. However, it was done in a haste, therefore, the slash did not hit any vital areas. Muse just felt the pain on her back. Soon, she felt dizzy and she fainted. The officer who was kneeling on the ground also reacted quickly. He managed to block Dark's third slash. By then, the other soldiers had all pulled out their swords as they rushed towards Dark. Rhodey was lost when Muse threw herself on top of him and screamed in pain. He automatically held her and touched the fresh blood on her back. When she fainted, Rhodey felt a piercing pain in his heart and he almost teared up. Several soldiers quickly pulled Rhodey and Muse to a secure location at the back. They then formed a circle around them to protect them. Dark kicked the officer at his side. He saw that Rhodey was protected by a group. He knew that he would not be successful that day. He was filled with hatred, but without any other choice, he could only withdraw and escape. The soldiers started to give chase, but Rhodey suddenly shouted, "Do not chase him." After that, he signaled with his eyes for the archers beside him to put down their bows and arrows. Dark ran a couple of steps and noticed that nobody was chasing him. He could not help but turned around to look. He saw Rhodey standing up with the support of a soldier. After that, Rhodey loudly said, "Without my order, you are not allowed to shoot the arrows." He then glanced at Muse before he gritted his teeth and asked, "Mr. Dark, why do you want to kill me?" In the distance, Dark's face was pale as he fiercely replied, "I am an honest man. At first, I did not know that you were the Duke of the Tulip family. I only thought that you were a noble. I heard that the Duke of the Tulip family was in what fortress? I wanted to take this opportunity to follow you so that I could enter the city and assassinate him." "Humph, count your lucky stars. If I had known you were the Duke of the Tulip family, I would have killed you long ago." Rhodey replied loudly, "I respect you for saving our lives, but why do you hate me so much that you want to kill me?" Dark did not avert his gaze and kept his eyes on Rhodey. He then exclaimed, "I am not afraid to tell you. I was one of your father's subordinates. However, your father personally killed my brother. After that, I fled to the grasslands. My life's greatest desire is to kill the Tulip family so that I can avenge my brother." Rhodey sighed. He was surrounded by soldiers and it would have been easy to give an order for the archers to shoot him down. However, that person had saved his life. As such, Rhodey could not bring himself to do it. Gritting his teeth, Rhodey shouted, "Give him his horse and let him go." The soldiers were dumbfounded, but they still followed his order. Dark glared at Rhodey and hatefully shouted, "Duke of the Tulip family, even if you do not kill me today, I will find another opportunity in the future and still kill you." After he finished speaking, he took out his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow flew and embedded itself on the walls above the city gate. The arrow shook.
Without looking at his horse, Dark turned around and rode away. Rhodey was furious. He looked at Muse in his arms. Her eyes were closed and he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He then shouted, "Quickly, get the military doctor. Get all the magicians who can use healing spells as well." He was actually very weak, but he forced himself to stand up and speak loudly. The moment he started to relax, he felt drowsy and soon fell unconscious. However, he did not forget to hold on to Muse's hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Mysterious Visitor at Night. Chapter 88, Mysterious Visitor at Night. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Ruben and Sieg rushed out the moment they heard news of the Duke's return to the city. Jojo, who also heard the news, ran outside. She then saw a team of soldiers surrounding the bed and her tears immediately started to flow. When she reached the front, she saw her lover on a soft bed. However, she did not see his injuries. Instead, she saw him holding on to a girl with long hair. She could not breathe and she almost fainted. They rushed the Duke to the garrison. The numerous military doctors and magicians of the Northwest Legion were present. They made full use of their medication and magic to save the life of His Excellency. When they saw that the Duke was out of danger, only then did Sieg and Ruben stop feeling anxious. Muse had earlier been separated from Rhodey. The officer at the gates told Sieg what happened. He also related the Duke's order, which was given before the Duke fainted. Rhodey was the commander-in-chief of the army and his words were considered military orders. Sieg had no intention to disobey and tried his best to save Muse's life as well. While everyone rushed around, Jojo stood at the side feeling anxious. However, she did not interrupt them. She carefully took a peek at the unconscious woman. Although the unconscious woman looked pale, she was comparable to Jojo in terms of beauty. Jojo could only keep her feelings of panic, fear, and grief to herself. She left the room. She then went and hid in her room. The moment she entered her room, she kicked the chair. After that, she forcefully knocked down a tub on the table. She was angry and bitter. However, after she sat quietly for a while, she was still worried about the well-being of her lover. She then went out to summon 2 of the Imperial Guards to go and gather information. Jadelina, who saw Jojo's outburst, hid herself far away from Jojo. She also rushed outside and saw the Duke from a distance. She hoped that the Duke would be safe. Although she was young, she was extremely wise. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life to beg for leniency. Although she thought that the Duke was cold-blooded enough to kill 10 of her fellow villagers, he was also compassionate enough to not pursue her brother who was a deserter. She also knew that letting the other villagers go free was extremely rare. That day, she had seen Rhodey's handsome figure in battle formation from a small hill nearby. She was scared, but she saw the young Duke of the Tulip family sweeping past all of his obstacles. She was impressed. She understood that the safety of what fortress was dependent on the Duke. If the Duke died, the Great Moon Kingdom would be able to press forward and everyone would be dead. After all the commotion, things slowly calmed down. Rhodey and Muse were both tended by the military doctors and magicians. Although they were unconscious, there were no further major problems. Nighttime approached and the soldiers in the garrison were on patrol. As the Duke and His Majesty's special envoy were both present, they were more cautious than usual. Behind the garrison was a warehouse used to store military supplies. In the middle of the night, a group of soldiers patrolled the area around the warehouse. The sound of their footsteps and the torches in their hands scared off a few sparrows in the trees. When the footsteps had gone further away, the door of the warehouse suddenly opened a little. A silhouette stepped out and gently closed the door. The silhouette decided to look around first. In the darkness, one could see that he wore the heavy armor of a cavalryman. He peeped through his black helmet, which was covering his face. His eyes were the only part of his body exposed. He moved very gracefully. It was impossible to walk around in an armor without making any sound, but he was very intelligent. He seemed to know the layout of the area. He bypassed a group of patrol officers at the corridor before arriving at the backyard. The backyard was where Rhodey rested. At that moment, he was seriously injured and Sieg had placed more soldiers there to guard him. From afar, it was visible that there were a dozen energetic Central Cavalry soldiers standing in the backyard. They had received orders from Sieg. Without permission, nobody was allowed to go near the backyard, otherwise, he would be killed on the spot. The black figure stood at a distance for a long time. After that, he extended his hands and made a gesture in the dark. His body then slowly turned transparent before he became fully invisible. The soldiers guarding the entrance heard a sound coming from the bushes. The soldiers were all terrified and pulled out their swords.
The leader took 2 of them with him to investigate but did not find anything. Suddenly, they felt a gust of wind blow from their sides. Before they could react, they felt dizzy. All the soldiers soon felt weak and fell down without making a sound. The backyard was quiet and the door to the room was closed. The figure in armor suddenly appeared out of thin air under the moonlight. He looked at the door for a moment and whispered, Sieg is not too stupid after all. He actually put a trap here for magicians, but how could such a trap stop me? That figure slowly stretched out his hand and a silvery light burst out of his hand. The silvery light soon transformed into a lightsaber. After that, he threw the lightsaber at the door. Without any sound or sign, a curtain of light appeared in front of the door to block the lightsaber. The curtain of light shook when it came into contact with the lightsaber and gradually disappeared. Likewise, the lightsaber shattered and immediately disappeared without a trace. The figure laughed lightly. After that, he stepped forward and pushed open the door to enter the room. On top of a large bed in the room was Rhodey with his eyes closed. He was still unconscious. The figure went towards the bed and looked at Rhodey. He then sighed and whispered, old Mark is really a scoundrel. The limit crystal is not a good thing. How could he just casually give it to him? He is just a small grade 1 swordsman with a seed of power inside him. He just got lucky. He can skip learning the ordinary fighting energy and start with the golden fighting energy. But how can he succeed without a few years of practice? Using the seed of power to enhance his strength is not a reliable method. Before I can even figure out how to teach him, that old bastard has already given him a limit crystal. Won't that make things worse? 2 hours of unlimited power. It is great when in use, but after the time is up, the person will feel extremely miserable. Now, a lot of effort will be required. The figure walked up and down around the bed. Without touching Rhodey's arms, which were placed above his chest, he produced a faint light and poured that light into Rhodey's body. After a while, he sighed and stopped. No, if I keep doing this, I will lose my soul before I heal him. After that, he walked out of the room in big strides. He looked around for a moment and then he entered the next room. The next room was occupied by Muse. She initially had a shoulder injury, which had not fully recovered. She then traveled for days despite her weak body and finally, she took the blow from Dark's sword. Although she had received emergency treatment, she was still unconscious. The figure looked at Muse, who was lying down on the bed inside. No choice. Although it is troublesome, I still have to do it like this. He went up to Muse and held down her forehead gently with his hand. He then mumbled something and a sudden burst of light appeared in the room. The light completely covered him and the whole bed. Fortunately, the doors and windows were shut tight. Otherwise, the light would have shot outside and would be discovered by others in the dark. After the light faded, Muse moaned. She felt something cold on her forehead. It felt like cold river water flowed down from her head and scattered into numerous branches. It spread throughout her body. She was having a fever, after sustaining such a serious injury. As a result, she moaned from the comfortable and cooling feeling. She then heard a powerful and strange voice slowly say, "Are you well? If you are well, get up quickly." Muse was startled and immediately sat up only to see an armored person standing by her bed in the dark. His arms were folded as he looked at her. When she woke up and saw the figure there, Muse instinctively wanted to scream. However, the person quickly reached out and covered her mouth. "Idiot, do not scream. If you scream, the Tulip family will die." When Muse heard that, she swallowed her scream. After breathing a sigh of relief, she pushed aside the other person's hand and asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The figure laughed and said, "Black Veil Saint, now the Tulip family has a big problem. I came here to help the Duke, but I cannot help him alone. There are things that I will need your help with." Muse was bewildered and frowned. "You are so sneaky. Who are you?" The figure sneered. "Whether you believe me or not, you will find out once you follow me, but you must be quiet." After that, he turned around and walked out of the door. Muse got up from the bed feeling perturbed. She found that her body felt good. Although her magic had not returned, her injuries had already healed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Skeleton of the Night. Chapter 89, Skeleton of the Night. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Muse was shocked when she saw that Rhodey was short of breath. She walked towards Rhodey's bed and held his face. A drop of tear fell onto Rhodey's face. The figure behind her groaned in boredom and seemed to say to himself, "I really do not understand human emotions." However, Muse was too agitated to hear him. Muse sighed.
Then, she slowly turned and asked, what happened to him?
Actually, he harmed himself.
Frankly speaking, this is also partly your fault.
The figure sighed and whispered, in fact, with his current strength, he would have been killed by your 200 Roland knights. However, he had a way to enhance his own strength by several times for a short period of time. After that, he met you and you cast that God's lightning axe spell.
It was too powerful.
He was already so weak that you could easily kill him without effort. Although he used a secret technique to increase his strength by several times, he was still no match for a Black Veil Saint like you.
The spell that you used is supposed to be a forbidden spell, am I right?
Even if he had increased his strength by several times and obtained the holy light energy, he still would not be able to withstand it. Your one spell had destroyed his holy light energy. The golden fighting energy he had just learned was also destroyed by you. He is only a warrior, but he was luckier than others. He could skip learning how to use fighting energy and immediately start practicing golden fighting energy. As it is a shortcut, it is also more dangerous. He would have been able to recover if he had about half a month to slowly recuperate.
However, he had been on the run.
He also had to fight on a few occasions and even got himself injured.
At first.
Sigh, there is no point telling you so much. I will just say this, he was like a half-constructed building smashed by you to the point that it was about to fall apart. Before it could be repaired, a few more people went up the damaged building and destroyed it further.
Now, the body has no more problems.
However, when he recovers it will be just like this. Whether it is fighting energy or golden fighting energy, it will forever just be a dream from now on. When Muse heard this, she was sad inside.
How do you know such details? How do you know all of our actions? There was nobody else besides us.
The figure simply replied, I just know.
Right now, do you want him to stay as a grade 2 swordsman for the rest of his life?
Muse frowned.
I do not understand.
How can I help? The figure spread out his hands and said, I definitely cannot save him on my own. Although I am considered his friend, I will lose my soul if I save him.
I am not that kind.
You are the Black Veil Saint.
If I am not wrong, you are only one step away from learning domain force. You can already be considered to be at the peak of sorcery. If I don't ask you, then who else can I ask for help?
Muse shook her head, I am now.
Red Dragon Blood. Am I right?
The figure laughed. Although I have not seen a dragon, I believe that the people of Roland Continent, including the bravest person in the temple, would never dare provoke a dragon.
What dragon blood? Do you think they are brave enough to kill a dragon and take its blood?
I believe the red dragon is not really a dragon but just a kind of magic beast.
Muse nodded.
Correct. We call it red dragon blood, but it is actually the blood of a red crawling magic beast which looks like a dragon. That magic beast was not a particularly fearsome creature. However, its blood was terrified sorcerers. If a sorcerer even drank a bit of the blood, he or she would lose his or her magic. However, there was also a cure. If the sorcerer could find and kill a red dragon and obtain its magic stone, the sorcerer could be cured.
Magic stones?
The figure laughed again. I have a lot of them, but I do not know if there is a red dragon magic stone here. He stretched out his hands and, like magic, revealed some bright multicolored crystals in his hands. Muse glanced at them and her facial expression changed. She was a senior sorceress and naturally knew about such things. The figure had taken out magic stones of various magic beasts. On top of that, most of the magic stones were from high-level magic beasts.
Muse knew that killing a low-level magic beast itself was no easy task.
As for high-level magic beasts, a senior sorcerer or knight would most likely die trying to kill it. At most, they would only have a chance of escaping. However, the person before her could immediately produce so many magic stones of high-level magic beasts in his hand, as though they were ordinary stones.
Where did you find so many of these?
Those days, my master liked to collect strange things. He took people with him and sneaked into the Roland Continent. These were part of his collection. Take a look and see if there is a red dragon magic stone in here. If it is not here, I still have more magic stones that I have not taken out. I did not take all of them out because I have too many and it would not be nice to do so. After hearing his words, Muse's jaw almost dropped all the way to the ground and she thought to herself about how strange the figure was.
Magic stone collection? Does he not know that you can even sell magic stones from low-level magic beasts for hundreds of gold coins?
For sorcerers, these magic stones are treasured objects that can enhance their power. They are much more expensive than magic crystals. If it is a magic stone from a high-level magic beast, it could easily cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins.
In the Roland continent, there were many small mercenary groups which specialized in hunting magic beasts. They sold their magic stones for a living. However, most of them were only brave enough to hunt the low-level beasts. The figure noticed that Muse did not move and thought that there were no red dragon magic stones there. So, he threw the stones to the ground. He then produced more stones out of thin air. Muse started to feel dizzy with confusion. Although she grew up in the Roland continent, she had never seen that many magic stones in front of her. With a glance, she saw that most of his collection were magic stones from high-level magic beasts which were usually stored in the temple. Muse took a deep breath to calm herself. She then slowly picked up 2 crimson-colored crystals and sighed. These are the ones. But, they are extremely valuable. I think it is better if you keep them. The figure laughed and said, this kind of thing may be precious to sorcerers, but it is merely a beautiful gem to the rest of us. Having said that, this is something Master had left behind. I cannot just give them all to you. The man then waved his hands and all of the other magic stones disappeared. Muse looked at the red dragon magic stone in excitement. She was originally very arrogant, but in the past few days, she had experienced extreme inconvenience because she had lost her magic. Now, the object to restore her magic was in her hands. How could she not be excited? The figure saw her in a daze and said, you better act quickly. It is getting late. I will no longer be able to handle this when the sky brightens. Muse looked at him and asked, you want to save him? So, why are you acting so secretive? The figure shook his head and replied, meet others? When people see me, it will be strange if they are not frightened to death. He then looked at Muse and became impatient. Little girl, you speak too much. Act quickly. How do you use this magic stone? Do you eat it? Muse glared back at him fiercely and unhappily said, have you seen people eating stones? After that, she looked at the figure again. Gritting her teeth, she pricked her finger with the sharp edge of the magic stone until blood flowed. She then carefully dripped a drop of her blood to spread on the magic stone. After that, she closed her eyes. The figure looked at Muse curiously. Muse suddenly opened her eyes and said, you better think of something. There will be a lot of light when I use sorcery and people might probably see it. The man folded his arms and lightly replied, don't worry. I have already prepared countermeasures. Nobody outside will be able to see the light from in here. Muse nodded and immediately closed her eyes. Suddenly, the magic stone in her hand gave out a faint red light. The light was not strong, but under the light, the red magic stone slowly changed color as if sunlight was shining on melting ice. The rock-hard magic stone slowly changed into a ball of red light. After that, the ball of light which was on Muse's palm, bit by bit entered Muse's body through her skin. Muse's expression became more serious as she creased her eyebrows. One of her palms had completely turned red. Then, the red light moved towards the rest of her body. Gradually her entire body was covered in red light. Muse suddenly opened her eyes and took a deep breath. A red fog spiraled down from her head. It eventually wrapped around her whole body. The red fog became more and more concentrated before it finally disappeared. Although Muse was still standing there, she now exuded a different aura. She felt like the Black Veil Saint who fought with Rhodey earlier on. Her eyes shone like she was holy and sacred. Smiling, she gently waved her left hand and the grassland clothing transformed into her black robes. Her appearance was once again that of the fearsome Black Veil Saint. The person next to her laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Beautiful. Beautiful. How fascinating. Now you have the presence of a sorcerer. The colorful display was even more fascinating than fireworks. Muse took a deep breath. With a wave of her hands, a ball of light appeared. It was evident that her magic had recovered. She was excited and she ignored the figure's nonsensical chatter. Looking back at the figure, Muse sighed. Whatever happens, I would like to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have had to wait until I got back to the Roland continent before I could recover my magic. The figure then waved his hands and replied, since I have helped you to recover your magic, now is your turn to save him. Muse thought to herself and said, the ultimate healing spell Reshape Origin will be able to save him. However, this spell is also one of the greatest forbidden spells. I have never used it before. She paused for a moment and looked back at the figure before saying, you look like a high-level mage. You should be as powerful as I am. I heard that the Radiant Empire also has an ultimate healing spell. Why do you not save him yourself? You should be more experienced than me. The figure shook his head and replied, I know the spell but I cannot use it. If I try to use it, I will be finished before I get to save him. Muse frowned and asked, why? The figure laughed and replied, "Let me tell you, magicians and sorcerers are different. Magicians train using their own power. Depending on how much they cultivate, they can only use that amount of power. Once they finished using their spiritual power, they can continue to cultivate themselves and store more power in their body. However, I am different from the other magicians. Although I have more spiritual power than the other magicians, I cannot cultivate. The more magic I use, the less spiritual power I will have left, but I will be unable to replenish my spiritual power. This is because I have no mortal body." "No mortal body?" Muse was shocked. "That's enough. Now that you have magic, just use the see-through spell to look at me. You can see through the armor. But I might as well just show you." The moment he finished talking, the figure took off his helmet. Muse looked at the person who removed his helmet to find a skull. As the lower jaw of the skull moved, a human voice could be heard. "Do you see this?" There was silence for about 3 seconds and then Muse screamed, "Aya!" The skeleton quietly looked at Muse and patiently waited for her to finish. She screamed for a while before she finally stopped. Then, she stepped back. She opened her hands and fireballs appeared in front of both her hands. She then vigilantly looked at the skeleton. The skeleton's jaw moved again as it laughed and said, "Do not be afraid. Your reaction is not much different from that guy when he first met me." Although Muse was powerful, she was still frightened. In the Roland continent, she had seen skeleton soldiers summoned by the sorcerers. However, this particular skeleton could talk, laugh, walk and also use magic. She had never seen anything like him before. Resisting the impulse to shoot the fireballs from her hands, Muse took a deep breath and asked, "What kind of thing are you?" The skeleton laughed. "I am a skeleton. Strictly speaking, I am not a thing. I am a life. A life that my master created. A great magical life. My name is Andy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 90, Reshape Origin. Chapter 90, Reshape Origin. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Seeing that Muse was still being vigilant, Andy shook his head and said, "Looks like this kid was right in calling you an idiot. If I really wanted to harm you, would I even help you regain your magic? I just want to save him. If he dies, I will lose my last remaining friend." Muse found his words to be reasonable and finally put away her hands and extinguished the fireballs. However, she still stared at Andy. Andy shrugged, which made Muse feel weird. The skeleton actually shrugged. It was something she had never seen before. "Let me tell you again, I do not have a mortal body. My current body is made out of refined crystallized energy. All of my energy comes from my body itself. The more I use it, the weaker I will become. When the energy is used up, I am finished. That is why, although I know how to use the ultimate healing spell, I am unable to use it. If I use it, I will die. Although I quite like this kid, I will not exchange my life for his." After that, Andy laughed. His figure looked peculiar when he laughed. "However, if it is you, I am sure you will be willing to exchange your life for his." Muse's face turned red and she coldly replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? I will save him and that's it." Andy moved out of the way, a few steps back towards the door. Muse stood in front of Rhodey and carefully inspected him. She sighed and then she slowly opened her arms, closed her eyes and chanted a spell. A ray of milky, white light seemed to descend from heaven. The ray passed through the room's ceiling and shrouded Rhodey's body. After that, his body started to change. First, the clothes he wore started to tear and it revealed his strong body. After that, there was a soft sound and his earmuffs disappeared. A pair of long ears extended through his hair. Fortunately, Muse had her eyes closed as she concentrated on chanting the spell. Otherwise, she would have definitely screamed if she saw them. Rhodey's muscles started to tremble. It appeared as though the muscles under his skin were flowing like water. They gradually inflated and his skin began to crack, revealing a bloody look. However, within the light beam, not a single drop of blood was spilled. Gradually, all the skin on Rhodey's body cracked from head to toe. It revealed a bloodied and scarred body. However, the cracked skin quickly vanished in a puff of smoke and it was soon replaced with new skin that rapidly formed under the light. The hair on his head along with his scalp disintegrated and scattered away. But immediately, a new scalp and golden hair grew out. In just a moment, the golden hair had grown so long that it almost flowed down the bedside. However, the hair was a bit strange. For a moment, it was golden. After that, it glowed black and then it changed back to gold. It seemed very unstable. The strangest thing was Rhodey's ears. His original pointy ears slowly changed form. It became smaller and shorter until they were like that of a normal person's. However, as soon as they became normal, the ears would grow back a little. There was also a faint gray light coming from Rhodey's head which seemed to compete with the golden light. His ears kept growing longer and then shorter non-stop. Muse was sweating profusely and she had turned pale. Suddenly, she heard Andy shout, "Stop! Stop, that's enough! You don't need to continue anymore. Stop, quickly!" Muse relaxed and the beam of light disappeared. She looked at Rhodey again and saw that his body had fully regenerated and all his wounds had disappeared without a trace. His golden hair almost touched the ground and his face gave off a gentle radiance. Then she glanced down and saw Rhodey's naked body. Muse screamed as she immediately turned her head away and closed her eyes. Her cheeks were red. Andy laughed mischievously. He then approached them and slowly whispered to himself, "Luckily, I stopped her in time. Otherwise, the god's smile would have come off and revealed his original face, his yin-yang face. If that happens, he won't be able to meet with people any longer." Andy ignored Muse's blushing face and stood in front of Rhodey. He stretched his finger and a small flame appeared. He then gently pointed at Rhodey's forehead until the small flame was injected into Rhodey's body. After that, Andy laughed. "Alright, it is finally done. You reshaped his body and I injected a little bit of spiritual power to help him collect his scattered fighting energy. As long as he slowly cultivates himself, he will slowly recover. This kid is really lucky. He has a high-level magician and a high-level sorceress to help him." Muse's eyes were still closed as she said, "Don't say anymore. You quickly cover up his body." She waited a long time but did not receive a reply from the skeleton. Muse could not help but opened her eyes to find the room empty except for Rhodey and herself. The skeleton had disappeared. While she was in a daze, she heard a noise from outside the room. That night, Sieg could not stop worrying about the Duke. When it was dawn, he rushed over to see him and was stunned to find the scene before him. His personally selected elites were all lying down across the yard outside the Duke's room. All of them were lethargic and they could not wake up no matter how hard Sieg kicked them. Sieg was shocked and he immediately rushed towards the room. However, about 10 steps away from the room, Sieg seemed to hit an invisible wall. Sieg tried to bump against the wall several times but found that he could not move forward. Alarmed and angry, he mobilized a large group of soldiers and even alerted Reuben. The magicians of the Northwest Legion also tried several times to get past the wall but found that the whole room was sealed off by a powerful spell. They tried to figure it out for a very long time but they still could not break through the invisible wall. By then, a large group of soldiers and magicians had assembled. However, no matter what spell they used, the invisible wall continued to block the way. Reuben was furious as his soldiers were of a higher grade compared to Sieg's. He used his fighting energy and charged at the invisible wall. There was a loud thump and the soldiers watched helplessly as the Northwest Legion's regiment commander bounced off and collapsed against another wall. As they helped the flustered Reuben back on his feet, a white ray of light appeared from the sky. The light seemed to appear from the clouds and directly pass through the roof of the building. Everyone was stunned by that spectacular sight. Even Jojo, who came barefooted after hearing the news, was stunned. Everyone was still in a daze when the ray of light finally disappeared and a figure came out of the Duke's room. The figure wore a full set of the Imperial Army's cavalry armor. Sieg was alarmed and he questioned the figure. However, the figure ignored him. Reuben then ordered the archers to shoot arrows at the figure but the arrows could not penetrate the invisible wall. All the arrows fell to the ground. The figure in armor then laughed. He slowly became transparent. He then disappeared into thin air in front of everyone. The irritated Reuben then used all of his fighting energy and charged towards the invisible wall regardless of the people blocking him. There was a sound of an explosion as the wall suddenly disappeared without a trace. Reuben was unable to stop himself in time and smashed through the door of the Duke's room. The door shattered. Sieg was the fastest to respond. He was the first to rush in but the moment he entered the room, he was dumbfounded. He saw that the Duke had woken up and quickly wrapped himself in a blanket. However, Sieg had already seen it all. Under the sheets, the Duke was naked. The beautiful woman who came back with the Duke stood by his bed looking flushed, helpless and speechless. Sieg did not know when but the woman had already put on a black robe. Rhodey's face was flushed. He did not know what happened. He looked stupidly at Muse, Sieg, and Reuben who was still lying down on the floor. He did not understand why they were there. He did not know why Reuben crashed into the door and also why he was naked. After a moment, Rhodey slowly opened his mouth and said, "I just woke up, you all. Sieg suddenly helped Ruben up from the ground and quickly walked out the door.
He stopped in front of the door and faced the soldiers who were prepared to rush in.
He shouted, "Fall back! Fall back! No one is allowed to come closer."
All the soldiers immediately stopped, but Jojo did not care. She ran barefooted towards the door.
Sieg and Ruben had the same thought and quickly blocked her from going further.
Jojo glanced at Sieg and Ruben's strange expressions and ignored them as she forced herself past them.
Ruben and Sieg did not dare to obstruct the noblewoman and could only move aside.
However, they could see the helpless smile on each other's face and knew that there would be big problems coming soon.
Jojo ran inside and saw Rhodey wrapped in blanket, looking embarrassed.
After that, she saw the black-robed woman standing at his bedside. Her heart almost stopped. Her eyes were red and tears started to flow.
Rhodey was also surprised when he saw Jojo. If Rhodey was afraid of any woman, it would be Miss Jojo.
That was because of her special identity as Seth's old lover. In front of her, Rhodey felt like he was walking on a tightrope.
If he was not careful, his real identity would be exposed.
Before Rhodey could speak, Jojo already opened her mouth and spoke in an ill-mannered tone.
"Seth, what is the meaning of this?"
Rhodey had collected his thoughts, but before he could answer her, Muse calmly said, "Nothing.
I only helped to treat his injuries."
When Muse saw the beautiful woman with grief in her eyes and Rhodey's face, she felt pain and resentment.
Treatment? What kind of treatment would need him to take off his clothes? Jojo was flustered.
Muse did not spare her a glance.
She laughed coldly and then spoke to Rhodey, "Put on your clothes first. I will wait to speak to you." After that, she walked towards the door and said, "Move."
Her magic had returned and her every move gave off a faint yet powerful magical presence.
Jojo felt a chill behind her back and involuntarily stepped back. Muse ignored the other people and walked out of the door. She saw that the yard was full of soldiers and she walked back to her own room. After Muse went out, Jojo went towards Rhodey's bedside and stomped her feet. "Seth. You. I was worried about you, but..." Her tears flowed as she spoke. Rhodey was confused. He did not know what had just happened. He then said, "You need to go out first."
Jojo heard his indifferent tone and felt wronged. She could not stop her tears from flowing. Rhodey looked at her and sighed as he whispered, "Miss Jojo, I still need to put on my clothes."
Jojo glared fiercely at Rhodey and coldly said, "What are you afraid of? It's not like I have never seen it before." After that, she turned around and walked out. Her heart was filled with pain and grief. Ignoring the others, she ran away without stopping. Sieg and Ruben were standing in the yard. They felt that the Duke was just as formidable in capturing the hearts of women as he was in fighting. When they saw another beautiful woman by his side, they smiled wryly. They saw that the Duke was awake and looked healthy. Although what happened earlier was strange, as long as the Duke was alright, he would be able to tell them about it later. After that, Sieg heard the Duke call from inside the room, "Commander Sieg." Sieg immediately replied loudly, "Your subordinate is present. Order everyone outside to withdraw. Without my orders, no one can enter." Sieg immediately gave the order for the soldiers to line up. After that, the soldiers were sent back to their respective posts, leaving only a dozen soldiers guarding outside the room. While Ruben and Sieg were sending away the remaining people, they heard the Duke call out again, "Commander Sieg." There was a moment of silence before the Duke continued to speak. However, his voice sounded like a helpless and forced laugh. "Ask someone to send me some clothes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 91, The Pain of Separation. Chapter 91, The Pain of Separation. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Rhodey was neatly dressed. He felt clean and fresh. He could also feel his dexterity coming back. Miraculously, he felt even better than before he was injured. However, he had some doubts, so he went next door to ask Muse. Muse was standing in front of the window when she heard Rhodey enter the room. She turned around and looked at him. She slowly said in a cold voice, "Do not speak, listen to me." Muse then explained what happened the night before. She spoke slowly and indifferently, but her eyes were constantly observing Rhodey's expression. Rhodey was puzzled. He frowned and said, "So it was Andy. When I get back, I will need to ask him in greater detail." Muse lightly replied, "That is your problem. Your business here is now finished and I have also recovered." So, Muse hesitated for a moment before saying, "So, I will be leaving." "Leave?" Rhodey's heart jumped. A feeling that was difficult to explain rose in his heart as he asked, "Why do you want to leave?" News tried to sound cold as she replied, "Why can't I leave? When I lost my magic, I was your prisoner. But now I have recovered completely. Do you have the ability to stop me? What fortress may have tens of thousands of soldiers, but if I want to leave, will they be able to stop me?" Rhodey was agitated. He walked up to her and said in a low voice, "Prisoner? You're saying that you were a prisoner? That day I was seriously injured. If you wanted to go, how could I have stopped you? You said you were a prisoner, but along the way here, you had plenty of chances to escape." Rhodey looked straight at News. His eyes gave a complicated gaze. News could not look him in the eye, so she turned away. She sighed and said, "Why do you want to keep me here? You know that I am not from here. There are also matters at the grasslands. I need to go back to the temple and warn them about King Sauron's conspiracy to subvert the temple. I have to go back. On top of that, staying here, what is the use of staying?" Rhodey stared at her without speaking. Muse's heart softened as she said, "Both of us are people with high positions and big responsibilities. If I asked you to follow me to the Roland continent, would you be willing to?" Rhodey almost shouted, "I am willing." But he remained clear-headed. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Very well, I understand." He then looked at News and reluctantly laughed. "I will send you out of the city." Rhodey ordered his men to prepare the horses. After that, he accompanied News out of the What fortress alone, and they moved towards the northeast. As the sun rose, two horses walked side by side in the wilderness. Rhodey was unhappy. He accompanied her stretch after stretch. Finally, they stopped their horses after traveling for about 10 li. "All right, let us split up here." "You do not need to accompany me anymore," News said softly. Rhodey sat on his horse and looked at News without saying anything. News was heartbroken. She took out a ring and gave it to Rhodey. Her voice trembled, "This is a keepsake to remember me by. I have kept it with me since my childhood. After I leave today, I do not know when we will meet again." Her voice choked with sadness and her tears started to flow. Rhodey took it and looked at the small ring in his hands like it was the most important thing in the world. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will keep this properly and protect it as though it were my own eyes." Rhodey then took out his scimitar and cut a lock of his blonde hair. After that, he cut out a piece of cloth and wrapped his hair before giving it to Muse. "I do not have anything to give you, so take this to remember me by. In the future, if you do not forget me, I will not forget you." Muse trembled. She took the hair wrapped in cloth and kept it close to her chest. She then looked at Rhodey and said softly, "If you do not forget me, I will not forget you too." After that, she whipped the horse and the horse ran a few dozen steps before it stopped. She then turned around and asked, "Seth, I heard that woman call you Seth. Is that your name?" During the past few days, they called each other Idiot and Duke of Tulip family, but they had never called each other by their names. Rhodey shook his head and shouted, "No, Seth is a name used by others. Remember, my name is Rhodey." He then paused and added, "Only those close to me know me by this name." Muse looked happy when she heard the words, "those close to me." She nodded and loudly replied, "You command a lot of soldiers and you are an important figure. The bureaucracy is like the battlefield. Many want to claim your life. It is easier to dodge the thrust of an open spear than to avoid being stabbed from the back. Be careful." Rhodey laughed loudly and replied, "King Sauron is a very ambitious man and must be a very formidable person. Although you are strong, you are not crafty at all. Therefore, you need to be careful." Muse turned red and loudly replied, "I will remember that, Rhodey. Remember, Muse is my religious name. My real name is Musiria. If you are willing to, you can call me Mouse." After having said that, she turned around and went on her way without stopping. She left Rhodey sitting on the horse, as he silently repeated her name, Mouse. Rhodey waited until she disappeared from his view before leaving in low spirits. He was young and had never experienced the pain of separation. He felt depressed as he rode all the way back to the city. Sieg saw both of them leaving the city, but only one person came back. He also noted the Duke's unhappiness. He spoke carefully and avoided agitating Rhodey. Rhodey then heard from Sieg that Jojo was a special envoy dispatched by His Majesty. Rhodey sighed, and despite his reluctance, he ordered his men to request for Jojo's presence. When Jojo came out, she was feeling gloomy. She simply handed the Emperor's orders to Rhodey and then she turned around without a word. Rhodey was already depressed, so he paid no attention to Jojo's actions. When Jojo turned around, she had hoped for her lover to call out to her. However, there was no response. Once again, she felt wronged as she had endured an arduous journey and had rushed there for nothing.
Her feet started to move faster and she was finally out of sight. Rodi sighed and carefully read the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. After he read it, he frowned and said, "General Reuben, please summon the commanders of the army." Within a short time, all the different rank commanders of the Northwest Legion had gathered. This time, Rodi did not modestly decline Reuben and sat in the chair of the commander-in-chief. When all the officers were in attendance, Rodi announced the orders of His Majesty. General Reuben is dismissed as the regimental commander of the Northwest Legion and is to report back to the imperial capital. The Northwest Legion will temporarily be under the command of Northwest Military Special Envoy, Duke Seth Rudolph. The Northwest Legion is to remain and repair the What Fortress. Opening hostilities against the Great Moon Kingdom is not allowed without His Majesty's orders. The Central Cavalry is to remain until the Northwest Legion is appointed a new regimental commander. Once a new regimental commander is appointed to the Northwest Legion, Duke Seth Rudolph is to report back to the imperial capital. The Central Cavalry is also recalled. After the orders were announced, everybody frowned. Reuben was relieved of his post. Everybody had seen it coming. However, His Majesty's orders to repair the What Fortress and not open hostilities against the Great Moon Kingdom was strange. Based on common sense, His Majesty should have dispatched the Southern Legion to the northwest in battle with the Great Moon Kingdom to regain lost ground. On top of that, they believed that once the two countries go back to war, the Duke of the Tulip family should obviously be the commander-in-chief. However, His Majesty did not seem to have any intention to fight. His Majesty also intended to transfer the Duke back to the imperial capital and send someone else to the Northwest Legion. Among the soldiers, only Sieg and Gordon understood. Before the expedition, Rodi had already told them that their objective was only to save What Fortress. The Empire would not fight against the Great Moon Kingdom. Although the Empire appeared strong, it was actually very weak. The military was lax and the financial situation did not seem good. As a result, His Majesty did not want to recklessly fight against the Great Moon Kingdom. Holding the What Fortress and protecting the Northwest region was enough. The captured provinces and the rest were up to political negotiation and had nothing to do with the army. Rodi coughed twice and the soldiers immediately stopped murmuring. After looking at them, Rodi slowly said, "By the order of His Majesty, I will be taking control of the Northwest Legion from today onwards. Now for my order, from today onwards the whole army is to repair What Fortress. The military camp is to remain on alert. Other than the scouts, all other soldiers are not allowed to leave the city without my orders." Reuben remained calm and handed over the regimental commander's command seal to Rodi in front of everyone. After that, he ignored everyone's confused expressions as he went out to find his bodyguards. He packed up and was prepared for his journey. Rodi dispersed everyone. He was unhappy. In his opinion, Reuben was not responsible for the defeat of the Northwest Legion. The Northwest Legion had already been weakened by parasites. In such a situation, how could Reuben not be defeated? Of course, it was Reuben's fault for not being strict with his own army. However, the general environment in many of the Empire's armies was likewise. Even the Empire's most elite Central Cavalry was also like that. How could Reuben have changed the situation on his own? After that, Rodi, Sieg, and Gordon sent Reuben and his bodyguards off to the imperial capital. Rodi was still unhappy. He then remembered the two parasites in the city and sneered. "I have long wanted to punish you. I have returned late and allowed you to stay happy for so many days." When he returned to the garrison, his subordinates immediately reported to him that Garrison Commander, Fiedel and Northwest Commander, Ferrara had presented him with a lot of gifts. Rodi entered the hall and saw several heavy boxes on the floor. He ordered the soldiers to open the boxes and he saw that a few of the boxes were full with no less than 100,000 gold coins. Rodi sneered. These guys really act quickly. The last time, he had pretended to ask for bribes and earned 100,000 gold coins. All of the money was used to pay the soldiers and build fortifications. He had just returned for one day and the two of them had already sent money again. What did they say when they sent this? The bodyguard replied, "The two commanders congratulated Your Excellency on returning after a victory and said that this gold was given to reward the army. They also invited Your Excellency to attend the afternoon feast to celebrate the victory of the Lightning God's Whip." Rodi smiled and replied, "Well, take these gifts and give them to Sieg. Give a portion of the money to the families of those who perished or those who became disabled. Let Sieg handle the rest of the money. The hundreds of thousands of gold coins will be useful. That damn Fiedel." According to the law of the Empire, the walls of the fortress have to be 12 meters tall, but the walls of What Fortress are less than 10 meters tall. This parasite only wants money, not his life. Rodi sighed. He could no longer wait. When he gets replaced by someone else, he would not have the right to deal with those two fellows anymore.
He ordered his men to dispatch from the central cavalry 2 groups of the Wolves Fong.
He then exchanged a few words with the captain and told him to take one group with him.
After that, he took the other group and headed towards the banquet. Ferrara and Fiedel had already gathered the nobles in the city.
They had prepared everything in the mansion. That day, both of them felt greatly relieved. That day, they heard that Reuben was dismissed by the emperor and ordered to return to the imperial capital. With Reuben gone, there was nobody left who was familiar with the situation in the Northwest Legion. They had earlier received news from the imperial capital that once Reuben returned, he would be court-martialed.
As long as Reuben was found guilty, he would be the only one to take responsibility for the defeat. The Duke also knows the truth, but he has already taken our money. 100,000 gold coins. If he dares to become hostile, we will all die together. Ha, we are all corrupted. Hasn't he received our money again as well? That was why Ferrara immediately sent hundreds of thousands of gold coins to the garrison, hoping to make the Duke an accomplice. He heard the soldiers announce the arrival of the Duke. Ferrara felt relieved. As long as he got past the day, everything would be solved. He dragged Fiedel to go out together and greet the Duke, but felt disdain when he saw Fiedel's frightened face. That garrison commander was indeed a real oaf. Ferrara had plans to report to the people at the imperial capital so that they would transfer that useless oaf elsewhere once their problems were solved. While Ferrara was deep in thought, a group of heavily armed central cavalry soldiers suddenly burst through the door. All of them had unsheathed their swords. With a murderous look on their face, they rushed in. Men and women in splendid costumes attending the banquet screamed and ran away. The more courageous ones tried to intimidate the soldiers. However, they were the Wolves Fong soldiers who had followed Rodi to the northwest. They only knew how to take orders from the Duke. They grabbed and threw out all the offenders despite their noble ranks. There were a lot of screams and soon, the entrance was occupied by the soldiers and the venue was empty. After that, the sound of footsteps could be heard as Rodi walked in gloomily. Ferrara was surprised and wanted to walk forward to talk to Rodi. However, when Rodi saw Ferrara, he pointed at Ferrara and the frightened Fiedel. He ruthlessly shouted, "That's the 2 of them. Drag them out and execute them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 92, Kill Immediately. Chapter 92, Kill Immediately. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Ferrara was shocked, and he immediately retreated. Naturally, he had a few bodyguards who stepped forward to block the way. Rodi waved his hands, and the Wolf Fong soldiers immediately stopped. However, they did not put down their scimitars and glared menacingly at everyone. They were soldiers who had tasted blood on the battlefield. Although Ferrara had bodyguards, they were less imposing. A few of the bodyguards were deathly pale and looked as if they had wanted to retreat. Fiedel was frightened and turned pale. Ferrara gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Your Excellency, what are you doing? Are you trying to exact revenge?" Rodi put on a confused expression and asked, "Revenge? What revenge?" Ferrara turned pale and loudly shouted, "Your Excellency, we both know about what happened in the Northwest region. Even the crowds here know about it. Isn't it just a little bit of money? Who has not embezzled the soldiers' money before? If you intend to give us trouble, we will fight till the end. Do not forget, you have also accepted the gold coins." After he finished speaking, Ferrara unsheathed his sword and fiercely glared at Rodi. Rodi laughed and replied, "Commander Ferrara, I do not understand what you are saying. What do you mean by embezzling money? I do not understand. I came here today because I discovered that you have committed treason." The moment Rodi said that, Ferrara immediately shouted, "Nonsense! I am a commander of the Empire. How could I have been treacherous? You better not speak nonsense." Rodi coldly snorted and said, "I knew you would never admit to your guilt." After that, he clapped his hands and more than 20 soldiers walked into the room. Every 2 soldiers were carrying a box, and soon, 10 boxes were placed in the middle of the open space. "Commander Fiedel, Commander Ferrara, I believe you recognize these boxes? They have your family insignia." The soldier kicked open one of the boxes to reveal the inside, which was full of gold coins. "Both of you are commanders of the Empire. What are your annual salaries? How many family properties do you have? How did you manage to accumulate so much gold coins with your income?" Rodi glared gloomily and hatefully. "You must have had a secret deal with Ryuenthal to betray the Empire. Otherwise, how could the Northwest Legion's army of 200,000 be defeated over 1,000 miles?
Blackstone Fortress, Trier Fortress and Lulan Fortress are all at strategic areas.
How did Ryuenthal easily capture these locations?
You must have surrendered the fortresses to him.
These gold coins are your evidence.
The garrison commander, Fiedel, was already very frightened. He rushed forward and screamed, "That is not true.
That is not true. Ryuenthal did not give us this money. This money is..." "Shut up!" Ferrara scolded and kicked Fiedel. His expression turned gloomy as he said, "Your Excellency, your trickery is formidable. Unfortunately, you cannot accuse me of treason with just these boxes of gold coins as proof. After all, gold coins cannot speak. Do you have any evidence of my collaboration with the enemy?" Ferrara's face was pale.
He noticed that some of the things before him were things he had left in his house. Since they had been taken out, it would mean that his house had probably been searched. At that point, he knew he should spare no respect anymore. However, he did not expect the other side to leave out embezzling military funds and instead immediately accuse him of treason.
"How can I explain these boxes of gold coins?
I cannot admit that these were obtained from corrupt practices.
It will also be a dead end." Rodi smiled coldly and said, still dabbling in sophistry.
He waved again, and the Wolf Fong started to approach them and fought against Ferrara's guards.
The guards could not win against the Wolf Fong. In a very short time, the Wolf Fong killed 2 of Ferrara's bodyguards.
Out of fear, the nobles continued to scream and everyone else who did not want to die knelt down to surrender.
One of the soldiers disarmed Ferrara and pressed Ferrara to the ground. Ferrara cursed, "Seth, you dare treat me like this? Have you thought of the consequences?" Rodi coldly replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Take him out and execute him."
As the soldiers dragged Ferrara out, Ferrara cried, "I am a commander of the Empire.
Even if you say I am guilty, you cannot kill me without orders from the military law department." Rodi sneered and replied, "This is an operation of the Northwest Legion. I am the supreme commander of this operation. According to the special regulations of the Empire's operation, I have the right to put you to death. Execute him."
Ferrara screamed as he was dragged away by the soldiers. After a few moments, his voice could no longer be heard, and a fierce-looking soldier came back. He threw a bloody head on the ground. There were already a few corpses in front of the nobles. The bloody head rolled to the feet of one of the nobles. He gagged and fainted out of fear. There were also some who cried out in fear, as their legs went weak.
If there hadn't been someone beside them to help them, they would have just fallen down. "Everyone." Rodi's face changed to calm expression as he addressed the nobles present and he lightly said, "Commander Ferrara was a traitor. The evidence was irrefutable and he has already been executed by military law. I will immediately report this to the military law department, but we have all witnessed to it. We are all loyal subjects of His Majesty, so I know that it would not be right for me to take all the credit." With a wave of his hand, a soldier took out a prepared report and gave it to Rodi. "I would like to invite everyone to sign this report, which I will send to the military law department." The nobles were stunned by his words. Sign it together? They were all powerful families from the Northwest with connections to Ferrara and Fiedel. Naturally, they knew the background of the 2 men. But the Duke had executed Ferrara without even blinking. They feared that he would execute them as well. That being said, how could they sign the report so easily? If they signed the report, it meant that had they sided with the Duke. One way of saying it was that the Duke could easily kill them off. Even Ferrara's family, who had a powerful background, could not do anything. If the nobles signed their names, Ferrara's family would not be able to blame the Duke, but that was definitely not the case for themselves. Seeing everybody looking at each other, Rodi smiled. He knew that they needed a trigger. He then spoke loudly, "Commander Fiedel, do you have anything to say?" Fiedel had already been kneeling on the ground. He was so frightened that he peed himself. Tears and snot kept running down his face as he continued to kowtow. "Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I did not commit treason." Rodi lightly replied, "Then where did you get all these gold coins?" Fiedel cried and said, "These gold coins were not given by Ryuenthal." He looked up to see the other nobles. Among them were some of his accomplices. Fiedel was a bungling oaf. When Fiedel looked at the nobles, he seemed to grasp the last straw and shouted, "These gold coins were really not given by Ryuenthal. If you do not believe me, ask them. They all know the truth. They also have a share in these gold coins." The moment he spoke those words, Rodi felt relieved. "I have been waiting for you to say this." Rodi quickly gazed at the nobles. The nobles who were still hesitating were frightened. They cursed Fiedel deep down in their hearts for dragging them down with him.
They all stopped hesitating and started to scold Fiedel. The area became noisy, and the nobles had indignant expressions.
Fiedel, you are a slanderer. You collaborated with Ryuenthal and now you want to frame others? Your Excellency, this traitor must not be allowed to live. You should execute him immediately.
Your Excellency is amazing for exposing the treachery of 2 officers.
Execute him. Uphold the military law of the Empire. Seeing everybody shouting, Fiedel fainted out of fear. Rodi smiled and said, "This will be difficult.
I have already killed one, and I want to leave one alive to interrogate him.
This is an important matter. If I kill him now, the military law."
Before Rodi could finish, a noble shouted, "Your Excellency the Duke, Fiedel is guilty of treason, and the evidence is irrefutable.
He should immediately be executed.
We have already seen it ourselves, and we are willing to testify for Your Excellency.
We will sign the report."
With this noble taking the lead, the other nobles also responded similarly. These nobles were all accomplices of Fiedel. They were afraid that the Duke would arrest and interrogate Fiedel. They knew that Fiedel was a useless and timid person. If he was interrogated, he would immediately sell them out. As a result, the nobles had hoped for Rodi to immediately execute Fiedel. With one mouth less, they would be able to protect themselves.
Rodi was pleased. He then laughed and ordered his soldiers to pass the report to the nobles, one at a time, for them to sign.
At that moment, there was chaos. There were some cunning nobles who tried to escape signing the report. They pretended to faint out of fear, however, Rodi's soldiers did by it and kicked them ferociously.
The nobles felt the pain and jumped up.
The soldiers showed the nobles their blood-stained sword to ensure that they signed the report obediently. After a while, everyone, regardless of men or women, young or old, had signed the report prepared by Rodi.
Rodi took a look at the report and smiled with satisfaction.
He then glanced coldly at Fiedel and loudly ordered, "Pull him out and execute him."
Rodi did not dare to leave Fiedel alive as well.
He had executed both of them for treason, but the truth was they were actually corrupted and did not collaborate with the enemy. There would be trouble if Fiedel was left alive and the incident was investigated in the future.
By killing the 2 of them immediately, there would be no witnesses.
With the signatures of all the powerful noble families in the Northwest region, the incident was considered settled.
With all of their signatures, even if the 2 were not traitors, they were already considered so. Rodi smiled for a moment.
Suddenly, his face sank as he looked at the people present. He slowly said, "Everyone in the Northwest.
From now on, whatever you do, please be careful."
After that, Rodi ordered the soldiers to take away the boxes of gold coins.
However, he deliberately left the corpses and blood on the floor. All the way back, Rodi sighed.
With one move, he had punished the army's 2 largest parasites. He had also used one of them to serve as a warning for the other nobles, using his blood to intimidate them.
They would think twice the next time they wanted to embezzle money.
Even if Rodi hated those people, he would soon need to leave the Northwest region after all. Even if he wanted to stop the corruption entirely, it would not have been possible.
He could only give them a warning and hope that they would restrain themselves.
Rodi had helped the next regiment commander get rid of 2 big pieces of trash and firmly warned the other corrupt nobles.
He had already built a foundation.
He hoped that his replacement would be capable enough to improve the situation. When he returned to the garrison, Rodi still felt gloomy.
Muse's departure and Reuben's dismissal made his heart feel heavy.
Although he had eradicated 2 parasites, there were definitely a lot more. As he felt depressed, he ordered his soldiers to get him some wine. Not long after that, he heard light footsteps.
Turning around, he saw a pretty girl holding a leather flask as she entered the room. "How come it's you?" Rodi gave a light smile. Jadelina suddenly knelt down as she offered the leather flask containing the wine.
Her voice trembled as she said, "Your Excellency, I heard that you killed the commander of Trier Fortress today. He was the one who had forced one of my brothers to go to the army, which resulted in my brother's death." After that, Jadelina looked up and revealed her red eyes. Rodi nodded as he took the leather flask.
"Let me ask you something. The other day, I executed 10 of your village men.
Even though they had collaborated with the enemy, they were still people from your village.
Do you hate me for it?"
Jadelina did not avoid eye contact and softly replied, "At first, I hated you for it. However, I later understood that if you did not execute them, the hearts of the soldiers would be scattered. If their hearts were scattered, more people in the Northwest region would die.
That is why. I do not hate your Excellency."
Rodi sighed. He then nodded and gently said, "You actually understand."
"That is not easy."
He pulled out the stopper from the leather flask and drank a mouthful of the wine. He almost choked from the bitter taste of the wine. He was not someone who normally drank wine, but he was depressed and suddenly felt like drinking. After coughing violently a few times, he noticed that Qianlin was still kneeling in front of him. His face then turned red as he lightly said, "All right, you may leave now. I will be returning to the imperial capital in about 2 days. I will send you home along the way." Qianlin stood up and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she could not help but turn around and say, "Your Excellency, you have changed a lot the past few days. You are different from the time I met you in the village." Rodi smiled, but he did not say anything. He just waved his hand, signaling her to go. Once he was alone in his room, Rodi's smile gradually disappeared. He slowly sipped the wine and whispered to himself, "I have changed? I am still Rodi, but I am no longer the soft-hearted, silly boy." Dondon was right. Blood can make people grow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, The Westwood Capital City. Chapter 93, The Westwood Capital City. Translator, Editor. A few days later, the newly appointed regiment commander of the Northwest Legion, Elliot, arrived with 1,000 cavalrymen. Rodi handed over the military affairs to him. Then Rodi led the Central Cavalry, along with Gordon and the Imperial Guards, back to the Imperial capital. Regiment Commander Elliot was an old and wise person. According to Sieg, when Elliot was a deputy commander of the Central Cavalry, he was not corrupted. However, he was not outstanding. He did not offend anyone or made dealings with anyone. He was not greedy for money, had no desire for women, and did not like having power. Rodi sighed. The Northwest region needed a person who was resolute and vigorous in executing policies. This was to ensure that all of the corruption could be rooted out. Elliot did not seem to be such a person. However, Elliot was said to be very familiar with military affairs. Currently, the Emperor did not want to fight in a war. Ryuenthal was also not able to fight in a war as the two princes of Great Moon Kingdom were having an internal strife for power and authority. Elliot came to defend the northwest region of the Empire, and there would not be any problems as long as Elliot did not make mistakes. The only thing that annoyed Rodi was that Jojo would be following him back to the Imperial capital. Jojo had ignored him a few days ago in what fortress? However, on the way back, Jojo had returned to her usual self and began to approach Rodi again. The situation when they returned to the Imperial capital was different. Regiment Commander Elliot had mentioned that the Empire and Great Moon Kingdom had already dispatched an envoy to meet each other for peace negotiations. Both parties had also held back their armies. Besides, the Great Moon Kingdom had sent one of their princes to Empire's capital as a show of sincerity. Due to this, everybody was more relaxed on the journey back compared to the last time when the army had to rapidly march day and night. Jojo had dispatched her bodyguards twice to invite Rodi to board her carriage. With a flushed face, the terrified Rodi told his bodyguards to refuse Jojo's invitation. He gave the excuse that a high-ranking military officer should not leave without permission when the army was marching. Jojo was filled with hate, but she was miserably in love with Seth. When the threatening black-robed woman left, her heart was at peace. Jojo believed that it would not be difficult to recapture her lover's heart with her status and beauty. After half a day went by, Jojo was unable to hold back any longer. She told her bodyguard to bring her a horse, and then she left the carriage. She rushed to Rodi's side and rode beside him. In the military, a person without fixed duties was not allowed to approach high-ranking military officers so easily. But Miss Jojo's status made her different compared to others. She was Her Highness the Empress's sister and was a special envoy sent by Emperor. She also seemed to have an undetermined relationship with the Duke. Which idiot was brave enough to stop her? Even Gordon immediately kept his distance, and Sieg also gave an excuse to escape to another side. Fortunately, they were surrounded by people during the march and Jojo did not dare mention any private matters. She simply just asked what happened in the Northwest region. Rodi was helpless and could only cope by responding with a few sentences. When he talked about the more thrilling moments, Jojo was afraid. She turned deathly pale as she comforted herself by patting her chest repeatedly. She then gazed at Rodi gently. When she thought of her lover who went through a life-and-death situation in the Northwest region, she was distressed, but she also felt happy. Soon, it was noon and Jojo started to sweat. Rodi could not bear to see the sweet and lovely Jojo exposed under the sunlight as she followed them. Rodi then gently advised her return to the carriage. Jojo felt happy when she saw Rodi finally caring for her and obediently returned to the carriage. Previously, when Rodi went on the expedition, he and the army had marched rapidly and used narrow paths. As a result, they had arrived at what fortress within 3 days. This time, they only covered half the distance after traveling for 5 days. They gradually entered deeper into the Empire's territory and further away from the war zone in the northwest region. The surrounding villages and towns were peaceful and serene. It did not have the vast, chaotic, and ruined scenery in the northwest region.
Rhodey sighed and thought to himself. If what fortress did not block Ryuenthal's army in the northwest, could these people enjoy peace?
On the 6th day of the journey, they arrived at Westwood Province.
After another 5 days, they would be out of the Westwood Province and arrive at the imperial capital. They had a safe and pleasant journey. Everyone was feeling relaxed.
During the war in the northwest region, the Central Cavalry had accomplished their mission remarkably. It was considered as a victorious battle and everyone would be granted a reward when they returned to the imperial capital.
As a result, everyone was at ease. However, only Rhodey did not look calm, and he was unhappy.
Along the way, he had never turned around to look north.
However, he constantly thought of the black-robed woman.
He knew that the further north he traveled, the further away he would be from the south.
They arrived in the capital city of the Westwood Province, West Hill City, that evening.
Rhodey commanded the army to station and rest outside the city. The local officers of West Hill City had requested to visit Rhodey, but Rhodey ordered his subordinates to refuse. During the journey, they had passed by a few cities and towns. Most of the local officers knew that the Empire's Duke of Tulip was returning triumphantly, so they were trying to curry favor. They constantly had banquets, and even the local aristocrats were sticking around like flies. Rhodey had tried to cope with it for 2 days, but after that, he could not stand it anymore. However, they were not stingy with the food and drinks. The military officers distributed them to the rest of the army. The soldiers were all happy. They felt that if they followed the Duke, they would be able to win battles and have an unlimited amount of meat and wine. They wished to return to the Empire's capital as soon as possible so that the Duke could be promoted as the commander-in-chief of the Central Cavalry. The soldiers had driven away the local officers. Rhodey had just sat down when Jojo came to him and earnestly asked him to visit the city with her. Although they had passed by a few cities and towns, the West Hill City was the largest city in the Westwood Province. It was also the largest city in the northern area of the Empire.
Rhodey was very annoyed by Jojo.
He ordered a few bodyguards to put on civilian clothing, and he walked out of the military camp with Jojo. The West Hill City was definitely the largest city of the north. Even though there was a war in the northwest region, the city was still peaceful. The city streets were bustling with a lot of merchants from the north and the south. Even in the evening, the businesses were still booming, and there were a lot of pedestrians on the streets. It looked peaceful, with the exception of a group of public security soldiers who walked around the city. They were heavily armed, which caused some nervous tension.
Rhodey walked together with Jojo. Jojo happily looked around the city excitedly, but Rhodey was not interested at all.
Finally, Rhodey took Jojo to a restaurant by the roadside to rest. After ordering the food, Rhodey relaxed, only to hear the guests around him talk about the war in the northwest region. There were numerous victorious battle stories. The Duke of the Tulip family took to the field and gave Ryuenthal a crushing defeat.
The Great Moon Kingdom had suffered heavy losses and Ryuenthal was terrified.
Some people even said that the Duke's army had assumed battle formation and fought against Ryuenthal for 1 day and 1 night. They said that the Duke utilized the Tulip family's unique skill, the 9 Heaven 10 Buddha head shaking dreadful golden lightning slash in the end. The Duke had allegedly severed the head of Ryuenthal's horse with his sword.
After Ryuenthal fell off his horse, he cowed out and admitted his defeat.
After that, he took his army of 100,000 barbarians back to the grasslands.
Rhodey almost spat when he heard the rumors.
He felt that the rumors were ridiculously funny.
Rhodey did not consider the war at the northwest region to be a victory. On top of that, Ryuenthal was absolutely not defeated. This happened because Rhodey had successfully raided Ryuenthal's army and disturbed the opponent's inner territories.
This had disrupted Ryuenthal's plans and forced him to withdraw to fight in his homeland.
Based on Ryuenthal's ability, he would absolutely renew his power and authority.
As long as he crushed the opposition in the inner region, he would become king in the future and resume his attack.
A big war would be inevitable.
Jojo did not really care about the rumors, but she was very happy when she heard people complimenting her lover. However, she also felt some of the statements were ridiculous and interesting. For example, one said that he was very tall and could cut through a mountain with his sword.
His fierce roar could make tens of thousands of enemies retreat in fear. Jojo couldn't help but laugh when the rumors became more and more outrageous. Jojo had laughed a little too loudly and sounded like she was making fun of the Duke.
The people who were chatting immediately heard her laughter and turned their heads to glare at her. With one look, they saw a sweet and charming girl smiling as she looked at them. Next to her was a handsome and heroic young man who was creasing his brows.
After seeing the two of them, they no longer expressed their anger.
The girl was also surrounded by a few strong men who seemed to be protecting her. As a result, the people were afraid to walk up to her and strike a conversation. One of them coughed gently and could not fight the urge to say, "Little miss, looking at your appearance, you must be someone with status." "We were talking about the heroic exploits of the respectable Duke of the Tulip family."
"What are you laughing at?" Jojo looked sideways and replied, "Nothing. I just heard all of you exaggerating and wondered if the Duke of the Tulip family is really that incredible? I do not think so." After listening to what Jojo had said, the person's expression turned sour. Even if she was a beautiful woman, he did not care and loudly said, "His Excellency is the god of the Empire's army."
"Naturally, he is like a god. You are just a child, what do you know?"
A few people beside him also became angry and resentful.
Others looked lustfully at Jojo while the older ones all glared at her.
Jojo could care less about them. She smiled and replied, "You all always say that he is extremely powerful, but have you all actually seen him in person?"
The person who told the tale of the Duke's battle with Ryuenful turned red immediately and mumbled, "Although I have not seen him in person, everybody has been saying the same thing."
"It is most likely true." "Humph, rumors are not necessarily true."
"From what I see, the Duke of Tulip family is not as incredible as you say."
He is probably a flirty and flippant person," Jojo said as she looked at Rhodey. "She must be an important person.
She has the guts to criticize the Empire's patron saint."
"If you weren't a noble, we would have already taught you a lesson."
Another person said, "Little girl, you are not being sensible. Without the Duke to guard us against the attack from the northwest, how could we even enjoy such peaceful days?" There were also other people with bad intentions who shouted, "Catch the little girl and make her admit her mistake." Seeing that a few guests had finished their drinks and were walking towards Jojo as they rolled up their sleeves, Rhodey frowned and said to Jojo, "Don't say any more."
He then pulled Jojo and walked out of the restaurant.
The drunkards tried to stop them but could not possibly stop Rhodey's wolf fawn.
When they reached the street, Jojo asked, "Seth, are you angry that I said you were flirty and flippant?"
Rhodey shook his head, feeling helpless, and said no.
Jojo sighed, "I preferred it when you were a flirty and flippant person. Not like now. You are so silent and strict. You are starting to look more like your father."
Rhodey gave a wry smile but did not have a good reply. He walked forward, but since they were holding hands when Rhodey brought Jojo out of the restaurant, Jojo was unwilling to let go. The royal bodyguards behind them smiled oddly as they felt that the Duke was powerful on the battlefield, but he became helpless when dealing with Miss Jojo. After a few steps, they arrived in front of a public square. Even though it was night, there were lights shining brightly above the public square.
The square was very crowded and seemed to be lively. Jojo was curious and pulled Rhodey towards the public square.
They saw a small platform built at the edge of the square.
On the platform was a man wearing a brocade robe.
The man was shouting. There were also two muscular and shirtless men behind him.
Both of them looked fierce and each held a whip. Rhodey's ferocious wolf fawn bodyguards pushed the crowds aside so that Rhodey and Jojo could stand nearer to the stage.
The people around them were dissatisfied with Rhodey and Jojo's behavior, but when they saw his aggressive bodyguards, they dared not speak or complain. The robed man on the stage realized that enough crowd had gathered. He immediately turned his head and nodded towards the two muscular men. The two men walked to the back of the stage and drew back the big piece of curtain. The curtain gradually parted and revealed about 7 to 8 young children of both genders.
They looked depressed and afraid.
Rhodey sighed and realized that they were trafficking child slaves.
Slavery had always existed in the Radiant Empire. It had existed since the era of Abbas the Great. He went on an expedition in all directions and defeated all of his enemies. After the war, there would always be prisoners.
He felt that killing them would be a waste, but he could not set them free. Thus, they were turned into slaves. Although Dandong had proposed the abolition of slavery, this system had brought many benefits to the empire.
As such, Abbas rejected Dandong's request.
It had been 200 years since then, but there were still wars occurring at the borders of the empire from time to time. The Great Moon Kingdom was located in the west, the Roland continent was located in the north, and there were also some tribal groups in the south.
Besides, selling the slaves actually helped increase the empire's revenue.
Thus, the previous emperors had never abolished this cruel and inhumane system. Rhodey hated to see it, but it was not something he could control.
He frowned and pulled Jojo away. However, that was the first time Jojo saw the trafficking of slaves.
She had never left the imperial capital. Even though there were also slave traders in the imperial capital and slaves in her own home, she was a noble and had never seen an actual scene of slave trafficking. She saw a few pitiful-looking young children. Jojo felt great sympathy for them and was unwilling to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94, Provocation. Chapter 94, Provocation. Translator, Editor. The slave trader noticed the crowd getting bigger.
He did not immediately sell the child slaves. Instead, he told his two brawny subordinates to push a huge iron cage up to the platform. Inside the cage were several muscular young men. Some of them were dark-skinned, some were light-skinned, some were tall and some were short. The dark-skinned slaves were mostly barbarians from the southern mountains, while the light-skinned slaves were mostly natives of the empire.
Most of them were convicts who were bought out of prison by the slave traders as slaves.
These strong fellows buy them for work. One can do 2, no, 3 persons worth of work.
Look at their bodies. Look at their muscles. Feeding them 2 simple meals a day is enough. 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins for each slave. What? Expensive?
It is not expensive.
I do honest business. How about this? If you buy an adult slave, I will give you a free child slave. Buy one, get one free. The slave trader's spit flew in all directions as he spoke.
After that, he signaled his 2 brawny subordinates with his eyes. His subordinates understood the signal and used their whips to threaten the slaves in the cage. The slaves were frightened by the whip and stood up one after another.
A few of the dark-skinned slaves were very angry and glared at the 2 subordinates. Look at this face. Look. The slave trader shouted even louder.
There were a few people, dressed in magnificent clothes, who stood below the platform. They continuously instructed their subordinates and servants to bid for the slaves.
Why do these slaves look dispirited and weak? Jojo could not help but ask.
Rhodey coldly replied, if a person does have enough to eat for days, of course they would look dispirited.
These people are young and strong.
If they had eaten enough, they would be full of energy. I am afraid some of them might fight back and run away.
Jojo sighed and felt discomfort in her heart.
Although she had a few slaves in her home, she had never understood their suffering. The moment she saw those pitiful people, a trace of compassion formed in her heart. The young and strong slaves were very popular. In a short period, the slaves were all sold out.
That slave trader was very happy as he held the money.
The slaves were sent to the back of the platform to be collected by their buyers. When the cage on the platform was emptied, the slave trader's subordinates slowly pushed the cage down from the platform.
The slave trader walked in front of a row of children.
He pinched one of the little girl's soft and lovely cheeks and shouted, "Take a look at her.
Quick, take a look at her. What a fair and cute child.
Although she is still young, if you buy her and raise her for 3 to 5 years, she will become a beauty.
Masters, buy one back. She will become a delicate beauty. 10 golds. Just 10 golds."
The little girl was about 11 or 12 years old. She was so frightened that she turned pale and her eyes were full of tears. However, she saw the brawny subordinate holding a whip next to her and did not dare to cry out.
Below the platform, a fat man dressed in a gorgeous leather gown shouted, 10 gold coins? That is too expensive. It was just 5 gold coins for an adult. The slave trader smiled happily and said, "Master, I am always reasonable when it comes to business. 10 golds to buy the little girl and I will give you a little boy free of charge. How about that?"
The buyers below the platform whispered to one another.
Someone immediately shouted, "What is the use of the little boy? He is too young and will not be able to work for us.
If I bought him back, I would need to raise him for another few years before he becomes a laborer." In the slave trading business, middle-aged pretty ladies and strong men were the most popular among all. Other than that, young pretty little girls were also quite popular.
However, nobody was willing to buy young little boys.
Nevertheless, the slave trader was very smart.
He smiled and said, "Masters, look at these little children. I carefully selected each and every one of them.
They are all smart and refined little boys.
Buy them and guide them a bit.
They will become clever and charming servants.
Definitely worth it.
On top of that, I am giving them to you free of charge.
Masters, please think about it.
With 10 gold coins, you can buy a little beauty and get a smart little boy for free.
It is absolutely a good bargain." The slave trader saw that audience still hesitated. He bit his lip and painfully shouted, "How about this? 8 gold coins. 8 gold coins. Buy a little girl and get a little boy for free."
As he spoke, he pinched the little girl's cheeks. They saw that the little girl on the platform was really delicate and pretty. In a short period of time, a few well-dressed buyers were tempted. A few of them were actually involved in the prostitution business. They planned to buy the little girl, train her for a while and get her to start accepting customers.
Rhodey felt gloomy and angry.
He was born as an ordinary citizen and he knew that some of the slaves were people brought back from pillaged villages at the borders. There were also some who were poor local citizens. They were forced to sell their children to survive.
However, slavery was legal in the empire.
It had been like this for 200 years. Although Rhodey felt that it was unfair, he was helpless.
Jojo felt extremely anxious in her heart as she had the intention of buying all the little girls and desperately pulled at Rhodey's clothes. However, Rhodey was gloomy and silent.
She could not hold back any longer and shouted, 8 golds each.
I want them all.
While the audience still hesitated, Jojo had shouted and caused an uproar. The slave trader was attracted by Jojo's words. He immediately looked at her and smiled as he said, Miss, you have good judgment. Before the slave trader could finish speaking, some of the people had already quit. The other buyers were stirred up and did not want to let Jojo buy the little girls first. They were reluctant to let all the good stuff in front of them be bought by someone else and loudly protested.
A sharp and grating voice sounded out from the audience, Miss, aren't you being unreasonable? There are so many people here and yet you want to buy them all alone? A few muscular young men separated the audience.
They surrounded and guarded a pale and thin well-dressed middle-aged man through the crowd.
The middle-aged man walked towards Rhodey and Jojo.
The others who saw the middle-aged man immediately shut up. Some of them were pushed away by his subordinates.
Although they were unwilling, they immediately kept quiet and moved out of the way. Whatever I buy is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Who are you? How dare you control me? Jojo's face sank.
When the middle-aged man walked to the front, he saw a very charming young lady standing in front of him.
His eyes turned bright and his originally gloomy expression became happy. He almost started to drool as he sighed. She is such an extraordinary beauty.
She is much prettier compared to the prostitutes at home.
He then looked at Jojo and laughed. Miss, what are you trying to do buying so many girls? How about you let me buy them and we can become friends? How should I address you? You want to buy all these little girls, does that mean you also own a brothel?
In that case, we are a family.
How about it?
Where is your brothel?
I will visit next time. Jojo was angry and her face turned red.
With her noble status, she was not going to bear such insults. Before she could speak, Rhodey coldly said, Get lost.
The person's face sank. He was willing to give way when talking to Jojo.
But when he talked to a man, he did not look pleasant.
He was the most prestigious person in the local area. Before he could even speak, his subordinates had already shouted, Who do you think you are? You dare speak to Master Trey like that? Some of them pulled out their swords and waited for their master to give them the order.
Rhodey's bodyguards had also pulled out their swords long before.
Both parties glared at each other in the tense atmosphere. Rhodey frowned.
He did not want to cause any trouble. He was disgusted by slavery.
That was also why he did not have any intention of buying slaves.
He coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, pulled Jojo away and decided to leave.
However, Master Trey waved his hand, and his subordinates blocked them from leaving. Master Trey then looked all over Jojo's body and suddenly laughed.
Great, you have some courage. It has been a while since I met anybody in West Hill City who had the courage to talk back to me like that.
Boy, you are brave. Let me tell you, I want all these people today. I want the little beauties and also that big beauty. If you understand what I mean, you better move out of the way quickly. Otherwise, I will throw you into the city river and feed you to the fishes. Rhodey immediately stopped.
Initially, he was unwilling to fight for pointless things like slaves. However, the middle-aged man had angered him and was asking to be killed. Rhodey had killed a lot of people in the Northwest and was no longer a meek person.
Trey could feel the brave and heroic young man coldly glare at him. Rhodey's gaze sent a chill down his spine.
However, Trey noticed that his subordinates outnumbered his opponents, so he had more courage.
However, the slave trader was sweating and feeling anxious.
He was just doing business, but their subordinates had already pulled out their swords. He dared not offend either one of them and shouted, Masters, please calm down. It is just a few slaves.
I still have a lot more. Don't be angry. You do not need to fight.
Unfortunately, everyone ignored him.
Trey once again looked at Jojo.
The longer he looked, the harder it was for him to breathe. His eyes showed an ominous glint.
He realized that he had more subordinates, so he decided to kill Rody and his subordinates to get the beauty. They looked unfamiliar. Trey believed that they were not locals. Plus, they did not look like ordinary citizens as well. However, based on his own power and influence in the West Hill City, he believed that the young man and woman would not be able to do much. Trey gave an eye signal to his subordinates. A dozen of his subordinates immediately surrounded the other party. The crowd saw them revealing their swords and immediately moved far away. Rody coldly asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Trey laughed and thought Rody was frightened. He shouted loudly, "Be a good boy and leave that young lady. Then I won't make things difficult for you." Jojo didn't wait for Rody to speak and laughed as she replied, "You talk as though you are a notable person. Does the entire West Hill City belong to you?" Trey laughed and said, "Close enough. Young lady, you better be obedient and follow me back." Jojo looked to the side and pulled Rody's clothes to prevent him from speaking. She then smiled and said, "You want me to go with you? I'm afraid my family will not consent." "They will not consent?" Trey smiled happily and said, "Where is your family? I will send my subordinates to talk to them. They will not disagree." Trey almost lost himself when he saw Jojo's smile. Jojo deliberately sighed and replied, "My parents have passed away, but my sister will definitely not agree to let me go with you." Trey's eyes turned bright and said, "You have a sister? You are so beautiful. Your sister must be a beauty as well. How about this, I will send my people and bring your sister over so that both of you can go back with me." Jojo stopped smiling and said, "Well, if you humiliate me, at most, you will be arrested and thrown into prison for a few years. However, if you insult my sister, you are asking for death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 95, Rebellion. Chapter 95, Rebellion. Translator, Editor. Rody frowned. Initially, he just wanted to teach the other guy a lesson and forget about it. However, Trey had tried to humiliate Jojo's sister. It meant death for him. Jojo's sister was Her Highness, the Empress. To disgrace the royal family could only mean death. Trey laughed coldly and said, "Do not speak nonsense. Get them." A dozen of Trey's subordinates swarmed their opponents. The 8 Wolf Fang soldiers moved up and stopped them. There was the sound of swords clashing followed by a few screams of agony as 2 of Trey's subordinates dropped dead. Rody's subordinates were all bloodthirsty warriors who had fought in the Northwest region. When they fought, they showed no mercy. They did not even blink when they killed. Although Trey had more subordinates, after losing 2 of his men, the others were afraid to step forward. Trey was furious. He was the tyrant of West Hill City and had never met anyone who dared to oppose him. He promised his subordinates a large reward, and they once again rushed forward. Rody squinted his eyes as he stood at Jojo's side to protect her. He did not fight at all. However, there were 2 people who thought of taking advantage of the situation. They tried to attempt a sneak attack on him and Jojo. With a kick, Rody sent them flying. The screams continued as blood flew all over the place. Most of Trey's subordinates were dead and only about 3 of them remained. On the other hand, Rody's subordinates only received light injuries. The scimitars in their hands were stained with blood and they looked murderously at Trey. Trey was so frightened that he knelt down. One of the Wolf Fang soldier went up and dragged Trey up to Rody. Trey's whole body was weak as he laid on the ground, trembling. Suddenly, there was the sound of a whistle and a group of public security soldiers separated the crowd and rushed in. Trey was relieved and his face once again lit up. "Boy, this time, you are dead." He then raised his head and shouted to the public security soldiers, "You fools! Quickly, come and save me." The captain saw that Trey was captured and waved his hands to call his men. He held a sword in his hand and moved towards Rody. Rody was stern and he shouted, "Get lost." Rody had commanded thousands of soldiers before and his voice was imposing. The captain was surprised and stopped. He was afraid to move forward. "You are all public security. How can you indiscriminately arrest people?" Rody's face was serious. The captain's face turned red as he shouted, "Nonsense! You carried weapons on the street and murdered people. That is a capital offense." Jojo laughed happily. His subordinates carried weapons too. Isn't that a capital offense as well? The laws of the Empire state that other than soldiers and warriors, others are not allowed to carry weapons. If you want to talk about murder, they were the ones who attacked first. Why aren't you catching them? The captain's face sank as he replied, "Nonsense. You dare offend Master Trey? You are asking for death. Arrest them.
The public security soldiers all pulled out their swords and surrounded them.
They were not like Trey's unruly subordinates.
They were public security soldiers and were well trained. With overwhelming numbers, they surrounded Rhodey and his group of people.
Rhodey frowned. Is this how the West Hill City's public security does things? Is this how your garrison commander controls you? Jojo felt odd and looked at Rhodey.
The captain ferociously replied, "From the way you talk, you must be a country bumpkin.
The West Hill City is the capital of the Westwood province. The whole of Westwood does not have any garrison. How could there be a garrison commander?
We, the public security soldiers, obey the instructions of the assistant governor.
Mr. Trey is the younger brother of the assistant governor. If you want to live, put down your weapons immediately and release Mr. Trey." Rhodey snorted. He looked at Trey, who was at his feet, and lightly asked, "You are the younger brother of the assistant governor?"
Trey thought that Rhodey was afraid and loudly shouted, "That's right.
Quickly release me. Otherwise, don't think you can leave West Hill City alive."
He tried to get up only to get kicked down by a Wolf Fong soldier.
Rhodey coldly replied, "Even the assistant governor should not hide the truth.
West Hill City is the capital city of Westwood province.
How could the governor here allow you to commit such an atrocity?"
The captain became impatient and shouted loudly, "West Hill City does not have a governor.
Quickly release Mr. Trey." Jojo secretly pulled Rhodey aside and quietly asked, "Seth, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know to play tricks on them? When was there a governor in Westwood province? Don't they all answer to you?" "They answer to me?" Rhodey was stunned. Even though they were surrounded by the public security soldiers, Jojo was relaxed.
She pulled Rhodey's hands and smiled.
"Just now, I said that you have changed, but now, you are being crafty again. The entire Westwood province is the Tulip family's territory. You, as the Duke of the Tulip family, will certainly have the final say. If the Westwood province belongs to the Tulip family, how can there be a governor? The taxes of the Westwood province all go to the Tulip family.
The public security, the assistant governor, and all the officials here are paid by the Tulip family.
In a way, these people are all your subordinates."
The moment Rhodey heard this, his expression became weird.
He did not know whether to laugh or to cry. This is actually the Tulip family's territory.
When Rhodey became an imposter, he might have been told about such matters.
However, he did not really understand it then.
Even though someone told him about it occasionally, he would immediately forget. Seeing Rhodey's strange expression, the captain could wait no longer. His men all intimidated Rhodey as they waved their swords and slowly advanced.
The captain was sweating profusely. If anything happened to Trey, he would definitely lose his job and maybe even his life. Jojo laughed and said, "How is it? My dear Duke, isn't mingling with the people incognito really interesting?" Rhodey shook his head.
Just as he was about to open his mouth to tell the other party his identity, there was an uproar among the crowd standing at a distance. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "His Excellency, the assistant governor, has arrived." Hundreds of soldiers surrounded the public square with the crowd in the middle. A group of local soldiers holding lances separated the crowd and entered the middle.
A team of cavalrymen then opened the way. They were followed by a man on a black horse. It was a middle-aged man in an imperial officer's uniform. His appearance was also similar to Trey.
Jojo curled her lips and softly whispered, "He is merely an assistant governor, but he has so many soldiers accompanying him.
Such arrogance.
Even the military minister in the imperial capital doesn't have that many soldiers."
The man shouted angrily, "Who dares to capture my brother? Are you all good for nothing?"
The soldiers gave way for the man to go in front. His face was full of anger until he saw Rhodey. His arrogant expression turned pale and his forehead started to sweat. He quickly got down his horse and ran towards Rhodey. He then knelt in front of Rhodey and spoke with a trembling voice, "Your Excellency the Duke. This subordinate of yours did not know that you were here.
Your subordinate should be punished." Rhodey was startled for a moment. "You know me?"
The assistant governor smiled and replied, "I met Your Excellency the Duke and Miss Nicole at the imperial capital last year."
"Have you forgotten?"
After replying Rhodey, the assistant governor stood up and turned around before shouting,
"Quickly, put away your weapons. Do not be rude to the Duke. Do you want to die?" Rhodey laughed coldly. "Rude? Your brother had been very rude much earlier." That assistant governor sweated profusely. He saw his brother on the ground. He went up to him and cruelly kicked him as he cursed, "Idiot, you actually dared to offend His Excellency the Duke." Quickly get up and beg His Excellency for mercy.
Trey almost fainted but managed to get up and kowtowed as he trembled.
However, Zhou coldly said, begging for mercy is not enough. He humiliated me and my sister. He is definitely not going to escape execution. I look at you, and you do not look like a good person.
Your brother here was so arrogant.
This must also be because of your support. The assistant governor turned pale. His eyes gave off an ominous glint. He did not know Zhou's identity but thought that she was the Duke's lover. The Duke, with his status, scolding me is enough. How dare a little girl like you scold me as well?
Rhodey was aware of the other party's expression and sneered.
I will take your brother away.
You stay back to disperse the crowd and go to the military camp outside the city to admit your guilt. Trey was so scared that he could barely move his body.
He could only cry out, brother, save me. After that, his eyes rolled up and he fainted. The assistant governor's heart trembled. He knew that the Duke had already been offended in the incident and was afraid that he could not save his post. He had also committed a lot of evil acts in the West Hill City. Acts that would be enough to cause him to be beheaded at least a dozen times. If the Duke found out, he would definitely be dead. In addition, even if his brother was not a good person, how could he just watch his own brother, whom he grew up with, die? His brother knew too much and he was being taken away. In case his brother accidentally let anything slip, he would be doomed. He looked around at the other party and only saw 8 guards. Even if they were powerful, they were outnumbered by his own hundreds of subordinates. Although the public square had a lot of ordinary citizens, the outside of the square was guarded by his trusted subordinates. The several hundred soldiers with him were all paid by him. He thought he might as well just go all out to get rid of the Duke. Moreover, the Duke had also secretly entered the city. Although there were hundreds of ordinary citizens, the assistant governor planned to kill them all and leave no witnesses. After that, he would concoct a story about how the Duke got killed by robbers. Then, he would take a few prisoners from the prison as scapegoats to execute. In the West Hill City, he was the most powerful. Even if the higher authorities sent people over to investigate, no one would dare to say much with him in charge. As such, there would be no case. Even if the emperor finally pursued the case, there would be no evidence and witnesses. At most, it would be a crime of negligence. The Duke had himself to blame because he secretly sneaked out unguarded. If that was insufficient, he could also turn one of the public security soldiers into a scapegoat. Thinking of that, his eyes turned merciless. He slowly stood up and stepped a few steps back before saying, Your Excellency the Duke, my brother offended you but it is not a death sentence. Just beat him up and forget about it. Zhou shouted back, Nonsense. Who do you think you are? You dare plead mercy for him? At this point, it was time to stop giving face to the other party. Rhodey's subordinates wanted to drag Trey away. The assistant governor observed with a hesitant face and finally gritted his teeth. He decided that fighting was better than waiting for his death. Waving his hand, he ordered his subordinates to block Rhodey's way. Rhodey turned cold. He turned and looked at the assistant governor. He asked, What are you trying to do? The assistant governor secretly ordered his trusted subordinate next to him to leave the public square. He was to order the subordinates outside the public square to seal all the entrances of the public square. After that, nobody would be allowed to leave the public square alive. The assistant governor looked at Rhodey and said, Your Excellency the Duke, you forced me to do this. I did not want to do this. As the saying goes, you should always leave a way out for your opponents. You did not give me a way out, so I am forced to do this. Humph. He signaled with his eyes and his cavalrymen started to approach Rhodey. They pointed their lances at Rhodey and those with him. Rhodey frowned and loudly shouted, I am the Duke of the Tulip family. You dare raise your hand against me? Are you not afraid of being guilty of rebelling? The soldiers were startled and hesitated for a moment. After that, they heard the assistant governor shout back, Do not speak nonsense. Kill this kid. Leave no survivors. If they escape, we will all be dead. The assistant governor then shouted louder, Brothers, today we will kill this kid. We must not leave a single one alive. After that, everyone will be safe. Everyone will also be rewarded with 100 gold coins. A few of his trusted subordinates quickly gave the orders. The soldiers were all the assistant governor's bodyguards. They did not have any governor in the Westwood province. The Tulip family also usually never bothered about the place. The local army were all under the command of the assistant governor. Although he faced a deficit in paying their salary, it was better than leaving the local garrison in chaos.
However, he made hundreds of those soldiers his own private soldiers. Although they wore the uniform of the Imperial Army, they only listened to the assistant governor. They had followed the overlord and had gotten used to his domineering ways. They were like his private army. When they heard that they would be rewarded, they stopped hesitating and started to advance. Others who were still hesitating also moved forward when they saw the majority doing so. Seeing that the other side had surrounded him aggressively, Rhodey's heart tensed. The 8 Wolffang soldiers were also discouraged. Although they were brave, they still felt nervous when they faced hundreds of opponents. They felt that their deaths would not be very important. However, if the Duke was harmed, the Wolffang pride would be tarnished. The 8 soldiers pulled out their scimitars but were forced by their opponents to step back. At a distance, there were also soldiers who took out their weapons and surrounded the crowd of ordinary citizens. The citizens were frightened and they thought of running away. However, they were defenseless when they saw the gleaming swords in front of them. They were not brave enough to resist. Rhodey took out his scimitar and told his subordinates. "Right after this, I want you to protect Miss Jojo. When you find the chance, run back to the military camp." Jojo looked fearful, but she was moved when she saw Rhodey's resolute face as he stood in front to protect her. She thought to herself, "Even if I died here today, I would die together with him. It's worth it." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Stench of Blood in the Setting Sun. Chapter 96, Stench of Blood in the Setting Sun. Translator, Editor. Kill. The assistant governor shouted as he hid behind his bodyguards. After that, the soldiers all rushed to clash with Rhodey's group. Rhodey cut down a soldier as he kicked another one away. He shouted, "Rush out." The public square ended up in chaos. The ordinary citizens saw a fight had started. They were afraid and were running all over. However, some of them were immediately killed by the subordinates of the assistant governor. Some of the ordinary citizens were from a wealthy background. They brought along their servants who also fought with the soldiers. Some of the citizens tried to run out of the public square but their paths were blocked by the soldiers. As they were unarmed, they were immediately killed by the soldiers. Rhodey and the 8 Wolffang soldiers were already covered in blood. They tenaciously protected Jojo as they tried to rush out of the public square. However, their opponents prevented them from escaping. Rhodey, along with his soldiers, had already been surrounded by dozens of enemy soldiers and could not advance through the layers of encirclement. He then heard Jojo scream. One of Rhodey's Wolffang soldiers had been killed by the enemy. While Rhodey was distracted, one of the soldiers managed to slash him. Rhodey moved as he fought. He continued to swing his sword and prevented others from getting close to him. From time to time, he heard a tragic scream and his heart was filled with anger. He glared and rushed angrily towards the assistant governor. Suddenly, he heard the neighing of a horse as his opponent charged at him from one side. Rhodey could not block it in time and was knocked several meters away. As he laid down on the ground, he darted his scimitar at the cavalryman. The cavalryman gave cry in agony and fell down from the horse. Rhodey then jumped on the horse, bent down and pulled out his scimitar from the soldier's corpse. From the corner of his eyes, Rhodey saw his subordinates struggling by Jojo's side. Out of 8 of them, only 4 remained. Those who remained were covered in blood. One of them had injured his legs. That moment, a soldier tried to slash him. Rhodey's subordinate could not dodge in time and injured his shoulder. That Wolffang soldier then gathered his courage and roared. He rushed forward and was stabbed several times but he still managed to sever the head of an opponent. Rhodey whipped the horse and charged forward. He knocked down all the soldiers who tried to block him. Rhodey did not care about several other cavalrymen who were rushing towards him from both sides. He rushed to Jojo's side and helped her onto the horse as he got off. After that, he shouted, "Protect the horse. We will rush out." Fortunately, the other side did not have many cavalrymen. Otherwise, they would not have been able to defend themselves from a cavalry charge. The public square was filled with the shouts and cries of the people and horses. Rhodey and his subordinates formed a circular formation. They continued to resist. Although their opponents had more people, their opponents were not elites and could not compete with the Wolffang soldiers. On top of that, Rhodey had abnormal strength. Although Rhodey's group had only a few people, their opponents were cautious in going up to fight them. The public square was filled with the stench of blood. Most of the citizens were already dead. The other rebel soldiers mostly moved towards Rhodey's group. After a little more of the fierce fighting, another Wolffang soldier met his demise. Rhodey was extremely frustrated. His subordinates had followed him to fight fiercely in the Northwest battle and even raided the grasslands.
They were all brave and strong warriors.
However, they did not die in the Northwest battlefield. Instead, they were killed by rebel soldiers. Rhodey's body suddenly emitted a faint golden fighting energy. He swung his shiny scimitar and a blade of light appeared. A sharp wind materialized and cut the rebel soldiers who were blocking the way into two.
Rhodey did not stop swinging his scimitar.
A dozen soldiers felt the dazzling light of the scimitar before they felt their bodies being torn apart. Rhodey had just used 2 half-moon slashes. His fighting energy was exhausted, and his face was pale. He saw his opponents retreat in confusion and fear, but he also felt weak. The scimitar in his hands felt extremely heavy and he almost could not lift it up. The assistant governor became furious and growled, "Kill him! Quickly, kill him!" Suddenly, there was an uproar coming from the north of the public square. The sound of trampling hooves were heard. As the sound came closer, a loud voice could be heard.
"Your Excellency the Duke! Your Excellency the Duke!"
The voice belonged to Commander Gordon. Rhodey shouted back, "Commander Gordon, the West Hill City's assistant governor has started a rebellion.
Kill the rebels immediately."
After that, there was the sound of a horn and the rebel soldiers started to withdraw. The sound of horses could be heard as the golden armored cavalry of the Imperial Guards rushed in. The rebel soldiers suddenly saw a huge cavalry coming towards them. They immediately cried out, threw away their helmets and armor before fleeing in all directions.
The assistant governor had turned pale. He shouted in despair, "Don't run! Fight back! Kill them all!"
The assistant governor might have gone mad, but the others had not. The moment they saw that they were in big trouble, they quickly scattered. The Imperial Guards also spread out and mopped up the rebels at the public square.
The cries of misery continued as the rebel soldiers were all slaughtered like chickens by Gordon's cavalry.
Gordon took a group of soldiers and rushed towards Rhodey to protect him. Rhodey was somber and hatefully said, "Seize that assistant governor. Give the order for the Wolf Fong to guard the city gates and make sure no one leaves." Gordon saw Rhodey covered in blood and quickly stepped forward to support him. He then loudly said, "Your Excellency the Duke, do not worry. Before I entered the city, Commander Sieg had already ordered the Wolf Fong soldiers to guard the gates. These rebels will not be able to escape."
Rhodey sighed and gritted his teeth. "This scoundrel is extremely audacious. Capture him. I want to tear him apart." Jojo was pale and looked at Gordon. "If you had not come, we would have died. Why did you come into the city?"
Gordon earnestly replied, "Actually, when Miss Jojo and the Duke entered the city, I dispatched a few people to secretly tail you. Ever since the Duke had that mishap in the Northwest region, we have all been extra careful.
We could not allow the Duke to encounter any more trouble.
The soldiers had reported that you all ran into trouble at the public square and you were all outnumbered. I took the soldiers into the city, but I did not expect it to be like this."
Why did the assistant governor suddenly rebel? Rhodey waved his hands and did not say anything.
Everybody guarded him as he walked towards the assistant governor's mansion. That night, thousands of the Wolf Fong soldiers surrounded the city gates while the remainder and 2,000 Imperial Guards went inside the city to track down the rebels. A few hundred of Gordon's men had earlier taken control of the local government and protected Rhodey as well as Jojo. The West Hill City was not quiet that night.
The city was brightly lit as the people were thrown into confusion.
When dawn came, most of the rebels were captured and gathered at the open area in front of the government mansion.
Those soldiers were not the local defenders of the city. They were the assistant governor's hired bodyguards. After the fierce fighting that night, some of them were immediately killed. Those who were arrested were injured. They were tied up tightly and forced to kneel down. The assistant governor had taken a few of his subordinates and tried to escape, but they were all blocked by the Wolf Fong soldiers at the city gates. All of his subordinates were then killed during the fight, and he was captured. Rhodey personally executed the assistant governor and ordered his soldiers to expose the corpse in public. As for the other rebels who were also arrested, Rhodey thought about them for a moment. However, when he recalled the slaughter of the citizens that night, he did not hesitate. He ordered for all those rebels to be executed. After the assistant governor's subordinates were also executed, the entire West Hill City was stirred up. Many of its citizens flocked to the parade of corpses. Even though they were dead, some of the citizens still gathered to throw rotten eggs and tomatoes at their bodies. Obviously, the assistant governor had caused a lot of grievances. Rhodey had also ordered some of his soldiers to interrogate a few of the captured prisoners. He was shocked and frightened at the things that were revealed. The embezzlement of money or the corruption was only the tip of the iceberg. The first problem was the assistant governor's younger brother, Trey, who died at the public square. Trey alone was responsible for deaths of many. Trey had relied on his brother's influence to go wild in the West Hill City.
In 2 years, he forced the end of several rich merchant families and used all of their money for his own personal gains. The elder brother was even more problematic. His own bodyguards were all outlaws. On the surface, he was the assistant governor of the empire, but he relied on his subordinates and did many questionable businesses. In the last few years, there were robberies at the borders of the Westwood province which exterminated the entire families of several wealthy merchants. These were all part of the assistant governor's actions. Millions of gold coins were also found in the assistant governor's home.
Half of the officials in the Westwood province had collaborated with the assistant governor.
Many were in cahoots with the assistant governor, and there were also some who were afraid of his influence. He had relied on the support of such officials to become the governor of the capital city. Seeing the report of the long list of names, Rhodey sneered and smashed the table in anger.
With a loud crash, the table frame broke. Dispatch 2,000 soldiers to various places in the Westwood province. Investigate those who collaborated with him. Do not allow a single one of those involved to escape. Arrest them all for me to personally question. Rhodey said ruthlessly, before he frowned at Gordon and asked, "Westwood province is my territory. Do I need permission from the imperial capital if I want to punish them?"
Gordon lightly replied, "By right, you will need permission from the imperial capital because they are all officials of the empire." However, this time Miss Jojo was almost killed by them. "I believe that His Majesty would also not defend them. My advice is that we arrest them first and wait for the orders from His Majesty." Rhodey sighed and said, "I cannot believe that the Westwood province is like this. To think that the dignified Tulip family's territory is actually so foul." Gordon also sighed and replied, "The late Duke had already passed away for a few years. Miss Nicole was young and you usually did not like to be involved in such matters."
"So?"
Rhodey blushed and lightly said, "The past is the past.
Now that I know, I cannot ignore it anymore."
His face sank and he continued, "I do not care about the official and political matters, but I know that the law must be fair. I will use blood to scare these people, and if they are found guilty after investigation, they will be sent to the guillotine." Gordon was frightened by Rhodey's words and could not help but say, "Your Excellency the Duke. Although you are very influential, if you disposed of all of them, the government will be in disorder.
We do not know who else in the imperial capital is also collaborating with them."
Seeing that the Duke did not speak, Gordon gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "There are some things I need to say.
The Westwood province may be Tulip family's territory, but in the past few years, the Tulip family was starting to fall. As a result, control of the territory was also not as strict as before. Most of the officials in the Westwood province were placed by the people from the imperial capital. The Westwood province is rich, fertile, and flourishing. Obviously, everyone would be envious.
Although the annual income is still handed over to the Tulip family, a lot of money is still secretly embezzled.
The Westwood province is a precious gold mine that is constantly being fought over by influential and powerful people.
Your Excellency the Duke is still young, and you have not established yourself in the imperial capital. If you offend so many people within such a short time,
I think it would be better for you to slow down. Some people should be executed, but if possible some people should be released.
When Your Excellency has established yourself, it will still not be too late to dispose of them one by one."
Rhodey laughed coldly and said, "If I do not care about my own territory being messed up so badly by others, then there is no need to talk about the Tulip family's stupid glory. Say no more. The longer these people remain in the Westwood province, the more harm they will cause. Did you not see how many innocent people died in the public square that day?
Humph, the West Hill City only has one pair of such brothers.
How many more people like these brothers are there in other places?" As Gordon walked out, Rhodey sighed and sat down. "Andy, are you here?"
Ever since Rhodey was healed by the Black-Veiled Saint, he was once again in contact with Andy. They had already met each other in What Fortress? However, Andy was, after all, a skeleton and could not move around in front of people. Most of the time, he stayed in the box. Andy's voice resounded in his mind. "Boy, why do you have such a heavy murderous aura? You are not someone who is really of the Tulip family. The things that happened in their territory has got nothing to do with you. Why are you so angry?" I think Gordon's advice was good. Rhodey spoke indifferently. "The Tulip family's glory? This has nothing to do with the Tulip family. If the Westwood province is like this, what about the rest of the empire? Just an assistant governor dared to openly rebel because of greed. His subordinates had gathered so many desperate runaways. What about the rest of the empire? What about the northern and southern regions? You are becoming more and more tough. You now have a murderous aura, and you are no longer soft-hearted at all.
Andy sighed. Rhodey's expression showed a tinge of pain as he gave a wry smile and said, "Murder? Did you forget?"
Dondon's notes advise to use heavy punishment in troubled times. Reeking of blood is not a good thing, but during a critical moment, it is more useful than anything else.
Killing people? I am no longer the soft-hearted Rhodey, he. Kill. For every piece of trash I kill, tens or even hundreds of innocent people will live. Kill one to save 10.
Kill 10 to save hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands.
At the end of the day, I do not mind even if I am covered in blood. On the battlefield, if the enemy does not die, I will. This is the principle that I have long remembered.
Rhodey slowly stood up and went towards the window to look at the bright sun at the distance.
He then said softly, "Not only the Tulip family's glory, but the whole of Radiant Empire is about to fall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 97, Scoundrels of the Political Circle. Chapter 97, Scoundrels of the Political Circle. Translator, Editor. Rhodey and the others were delayed at West Hill City for several days. 5 days later, at noon, they arrived in the imperial capital. From a distance, they saw the majesty of the imperial capital. The empire's symbol, the thorn flower banner, fluttered against the walls. Golden armored warriors stood above the walls. The battle axes in their hands gleamed. They were a powerful and spectacular sight. The city had a 100 meters tall tower which shined brightly as the large magical crystal at the top of the tower reflected sunlight. "We are home," Sieg sighed, sitting on his horse. He turned his head and looked at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers all looked exhausted but excited. The main gate of the imperial capital had been opened wide since morning. Countless people had learned about the triumphant return of the Duke. A huge crowd had rushed outside the city to greet him. That day, fresh flowers once again ran out of stock in the imperial capital. The public security soldiers could only smile wryly as they looked at the enthusiastic residents of the imperial capital. Remembering the chaos on the day the Duke left for his expedition, the public security soldiers made better preparations this time. Even the commander specially wore his helmet in fear of over-enthusiastic women scratching his face. Rhodey had already heard news from the Imperial Guards that His Majesty would personally go out of the city to welcome him. From afar, he could see the public security soldiers holding back the crowd on the periphery of both sides of the road. The Imperial Guards stood further down the road on both sides. The road was already blanketed in flowers. From afar, he could also see a metallic 8-wheeled carriage parked outside the city gates. Even the horses that were selected were white horses of the best quality. Rhodey's two commanders, Sieg and Gordon, dismounted from their horses when they were about 100 paces away. They walked the rest of the way. The soldiers behind them also dismounted from their horses. The Emperor of the Empire, Abbas XI, wore a ceremonial dress. He raised his head and stood on the carriage. The group slowly walked in unison towards the carriage until Rhodey waved for them to stop. After that, Rhodey, Gordon and Sieg knelt down and said, "Your subordinates did not fail Your Majesty and have repelled the enemy." The three of them spoke together. Sieg and Gordon spoke as loudly as they could. However, Rhodey was not particularly fond of the Emperor. He lowered his head and only mouthed the words. Abbas XI looked satisfied and waved his hands. He slowly got down the carriage and walked towards the three of them. He personally brought the three up and embraced them in an ostentatious fashion in the etiquette of the Empire to greet their triumphant return. Subsequently, the guards of the imperial family cheered, and the surrounding crowd also shouted, "Long live the Duke of Tulip family! Long live the lightning god's whip! Long live the Empire! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Fresh flowers rained down on them as colored ribbons flew. As the people celebrated happily, the army marched slowly into the city. Abbas XI deliberately pulled Rhodey's hand enthusiastically as he walked to the front. He left his carriage and ordered someone to get him a horse. He then rode side by side with Rhodey and enjoyed the cheers of the people. Abbas XI smiled, and his slightly pale face looked more flushed than usual. Rhodey showed a prudent and respectful expression but was disgusted in his heart. First of all, the war in the Northwest region had actually ended in the defeat of the Empire. A vast amount of land was occupied by the enemy, and several military fortresses also fell into their hands. In the end, it was thanks to his reinforcements that they could protect what fortress instead of losing everything. On top of that, according to custom, the Duke of the Tulip family, although he was an impostor, had commanded the Northwest Legion to repel Ryuenthal and should have been given the post of an army chief in the Northwest region. However, the Emperor did not do that.
The moment the battle was over, the emperor had ordered the duke to return. Obviously, the emperor was not willing to leave the 100,000 soldiers of the northwest region under his command. The emperor had initially sent Rodi there and hoped for Ryuenthal to cut him down so that he could get rid of his greatest threat, the Tulip family. The emperor, however, did not expect Rodi's surprise attack to have caused so much chaos in the Great Moon Kingdom's territory, eventually forcing Ryuenthal to withdraw and concentrate on the power struggle in the Great Moon Kingdom. Although the northwest region was protected, the thorns still existed. Probably, the emperor was more disappointed that the duke was still alive than happy that the fortress was saved. The Wolf-Fang soldiers immediately went on to their base at the Central Cavalry's military camp. Rodi, Sieg and Gordon followed His Majesty back to the palace to accept their reward. All the high-level government and military officials had already gathered in the audience hall. Rodi, who followed Abbas XI into the audience hall, was the center of attention. The ministers gazed at him full of admiration and joy, although some were jealous. They waited for Abbas XI to slowly sit on his throne and look at the people present. He then said, "The Duke of the Tulip family has gone to the northwest region and triumphantly returned. He has defeated Ryuenthal, and this will be regarded as a great contribution to the empire. Let us cheer for the glory of the empire and the Duke of the Tulip family." There was a thunderous applause as all the nobles and ministers cheered. The people of the military cheered happily as they looked at their military spiritual leader and felt gratified. After the applause, a skinny old man in black robes walked to the middle looking very calm as he slowly said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say. Marquis Garoline, you are the military minister of the Imperial Army. Now that Duke Rudolph has returned, you, who are in charge of military affairs, will also receive merit." Abbas XI laughed. Marquis Garoline raised his head and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, the Duke of the Tulip family has obtained a great merit. He must be rewarded." The moment Rodi heard this, he trembled. He clearly knew that Military Minister Garoline was not a good person. The Lionheart family had always wanted to suppress the Tulip family. Previously at the banquet, Rodi had crossed paths with Garoline's nephew, the Northern Region's army chief, Milo. Now, Garoline had suddenly requested for His Majesty to reward Rodi. Rodi knew that nothing good would come out of it. Abbas XI nodded and immediately said, "Of course. However, how do you, as the military minister, suggest we reward him?" Before Garoline could speak, a middle-aged general beside him who was in military uniform spoke, "Your Majesty, according to the tradition of the empire, the Duke of the Tulip family would serve as the army chief of the Central Cavalry. The Duke of the Tulip family has obtained great merit. We should let him take command of the Lightning God's whip." The moment he finished speaking, his proposal was immediately met with agreement from many other military generals. Rodi sighed in his heart. He knew that these generals were trying to help him in consideration of the late Duke. However, their minds were too simple. His Majesty would not even give him control over the 100,000 soldiers of the Northwest Legion, never mind the 200,000 soldiers who were also known as the Empire's most elite army, the Lightning God's Whip. Besides, being in control of the Lightning God's Whip was equivalent to controlling the entire Imperial Army in the Imperial capital. The total 250,000 soldiers based in the Imperial capital comprised of 200,000 in the Lightning God's Whip for defending the capital and the 50,000 Imperial Guards for defending the palace. How could the Emperor, who was suspicious of the Tulip family, be willing to place him as the leader of the Empire's largest army? Sure enough, Abbas XI only nodded but did not say anything. Rodi noticed that the Emperor secretly glanced at Marquis Garoline. The Marquis then coughed gently and said, "The general's words are certainly reasonable." But, Rodi sneered in his heart as he thought, "I was just waiting for your but. But the current Duke of the Tulip family is still young. The Lightning God's Whip is the Empire's most elite army and is responsible for defending the Imperial capital. The Duke is still less than 20 years old. I am afraid that he would not be competent enough to handle such an important task." Having said these words, the Marquis bowed to the Emperor. "Nonsense!" A hot-tempered general shouted loudly. "The Duke may be young, but there have been cases in the history of the Empire where a young Duke became the commander-in-chief of the army. For example, the Dukes of the 4th and the 7th generation have served as the commander-in-chief of the Central Cavalry in their 20s. The Marquis looked at the general and neither haughtily nor humbly said, "It is true that there are Dukes who became commander-in-chief at 20. However, the current Duke has not even reached 20 years old and has only fought once on the battlefield." "Humph." Another general could not help but say, "Only one battle but he could already repel Ryuenthal. Is that not enough? If you don't believe in his ability, send your nephew out to fight and see." Garoline then replied without getting angry, "The person who leads the expedition to fight against the foreign country is decided by His Majesty. You said that the Duke is young.
Your nephew is also young, but isn't he now a commander-in-chief of the Northern Legion?
Caroline said, Milo may be young but he is almost 30 years old. Besides, he did not immediately become the army chief of the Northern Legion. Instead, he first gained experience as a troop commander. The generals of the military continued to speak but Caroline calmly and patiently replied them.
Caroline was much more eloquent than those generals. Watch carefully, boy. Andy spoke up in Rhodey's mind. This old man is not a simple person. You can't tell what he is feeling by his face. Rhodey secretly nodded. He watched from the side and understood that His Majesty and the Marquis had colluded to make sure that he would not hold any military power. Knowing that, he was clear of His Majesty's intentions and understood that His Majesty had made up his mind. As a result, the generals who tried to help him would not get any results. Instead, they would end up offending the Emperor. Rhodey then cleared his throat and loudly said, Everybody, you do not need to argue anymore. All the generals looked at him and kept quiet. They all looked at the young Duke and waited for him to speak. Rhodey bowed and said, Your Majesty, I also believe that I am too young and incapable of serving as a commander-in-chief of the Legion. Frankly speaking, during the war in the Northwest region, I only managed to force Ryuenthal to withdraw by virtue of luck. To call it a victory is out of the question. Just as Marquis Caroline has said, the Lightning God's Whip is the Empire's most elite army and is responsible for guarding the imperial capital. I am young and I am afraid that I cannot bear such responsibility. Hearing these words, the generals in the military all frowned and sighed in their hearts. A flash of insight appeared in the eyes of Abbas XI as he said, Duke Rudolph, you are too modest. The Empire will not ignore your contributions. Since you are unwilling to becoming the commander-in-chief of the Central Cavalry, what is your proposal? Hearing these words, Rhodey cursed in his heart. What do you mean I am unwilling? You are the one who is unwilling. However, he adopted a stern countenance on the surface and said, I found out that I do not have enough experience when I led the troops in the Northwest region. It was thanks to the help of the two commanders, Gordon and Sieg, that we were able to complete Your Majesty's mission. I request Your Majesty to reward Gordon and Sieg. Abbas XI smiled and said, That is natural. I heard that Commander Sieg has been the commander of the Lightning God's Whip for a long time. I am ready to grant him the title of Viscount. As for Commander Gordon, I have decided to promote him as the Imperial Guard's deputy commander. Rhodey thought to himself. This is a bargain. He does not want to give me military power, but it is as a gesture of good faith. He is giving me two assistants. This is reasonably fair. He then spoke, Your Majesty is wise. Since Rhodey mentioned that he did not want to become the commander-in-chief of the Central Cavalry, it was difficult to reward him. After all, Rhodey may already be a duke but he still did not have a government post. At first, he was the special envoy of the Northwest region, but since the war at the Northwest region was over, his special envoy title was also gone. All that was left was to become a troop commander, but how could the duke become a mere troop commander? Everybody's opinion varied. Without a proper decision, Rhodey could only sigh. He remembered Nicole's words, the more merits the Tulip family gets, the higher its status. In the end, they would have amassed all the glory, until the Emperor had nothing left to reward the Tulip family with. After that, Caroline coughed and spoke. His peculiar calm voice sounded more like a squeak. Your Majesty, I think the Duke is the pillar of the Empire and the Tulip family's banner is the pride of the Empire. Although the Duke is still young, with a few more years of experience. Rhodey's heart was stirred and secretly thought. Hee, the truth is finally going to come out. All those words before were just nonsense. Especially when he mentioned few more years of experience. He then heard Caroline say, Now, the south is fairly stable but the barbarians often cause trouble there. They hide in the mountains and often rebel, costing a lot of the Empire's military strength and resources. If it were not for them, we could have sent reinforcements from the south to the Northwest region during the war with the Great Moon Kingdom. Now that the war in the Northwest is over, we should solve the problem in the south. I suggest to send the Duke of the Tulip family to the southern region. With the reputation of the Tulip family's banner, we will definitely be able to frighten the mountain barbarians. First of all, His Excellency the Duke does not have a government post. Your Majesty can send him to the southeast as a special envoy cum Governor-General in the southeast region to control the military and government of the three provinces. He can first work together with the Southern Army Regiment Commander, Camus, to solve the mountain tribe problem. Secondly, Regiment Commander Camus, who is a veteran of the Empire's military, has vast experience. The Duke would be able to train with him for 2 to 3 years. The moment Caroline finished speaking, Rhodey heard Andy shout in his mind, Nasty. Damn, this old man is really something. What shitty Southeast special envoy?
It sounds impressive like the Northwest Special Envoy, but it is only temporary.
What do you mean control the 3 southeast provinces? Each province has its own governor-general. You being there is just a decoration.
They will not even make you commander-in-chief but force you to follow behind the regiment commander to learn.
How nasty.
His words make it sound like you are being given power, but in fact, it is all empty.
It is the same as exiling you to the mountains.
Before the other generals could say anything, Abbas 11 immediately smiled.
His eyes showed satisfaction as he said, "Good. That is a good idea. The military minister is truly experienced."
It certainly sounds like the best solution. Rodi cursed in his heart, but the moment the emperor said these words, everything was already set and decided. He could not help but show anger in his eyes. He tried to hold back his dissatisfaction as he solemnly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the south to learn from General Camus." The military generals had much to say, but when they saw that the Duke had been given the title of Southeast Special Envoy cum Governor, plus he had to govern 3 large provinces, they kept quiet.
The emperor smiled and said, "Good. Let it be so. Duke Rudolph, you have made great contributions in the Northwest region. I now appoint you as the Southeast Special Envoy cum Military Governor. You have military and government authority over 3 provinces in the southeast. I hope you can assist the regiment commander of the Southern Legion to suppress troubles at the mountains." Rodi sighed and knelt on one knee. He then thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, when I went to the northwest, I was lucky to have Sieg and the Wolf Fong to help me. Now that I am going to the southeast, I hope your Majesty can grant me the Wolf Fong." The emperor was in a good mood at that moment. He thought that the Wolf Fong only had 20,000 soldiers and would not make much of a difference. He had achieved his objective. Now that he had snapped Rodi's wrist, he thought that he should at least give Rodi a gift of condolences and readily agreed. Abbas 11 thought to himself and then said, "Duke Rudolph, you must have known that the Great Moon Kingdom's envoy have already arrived in the imperial capital. They will be discussing the peace talks of the Northwest region. You have returned from the Northwest and are familiar with things there. I appoint you as an assistant responsible for the peace talks. I hope you do not disgrace the dignity of the empire. There is no need to hurry to the southern region. Solve this matter before you depart." Rodi froze for a moment as he did not expect His Majesty to give him another assignment. For some time, he could not understand those words and looked at Caroline. Caroline was calm and looked proud of himself. "Idiot, don't you understand?" Andy sighed in his mind. "What can the Empire obtain by making you negotiate with the Great Moon Kingdom? The land has already been occupied by others and the fortresses have already been captured. The Northwest Legion only has half of its strength remaining. Is there any need to say more? The Empire has been defeated and the Emperor will lose face in the peace talks. Asking you to negotiate will make you bear all the humiliation. Ah, how ruthless. This must be that old minister's wicked idea." Rodi gritted his teeth and nodded his head. He saw that the military generals nearby also looked disgusted. In fact, what Andy said was half right. Abbas 11 appointing Rodi to negotiate was definitely Garoline's idea. He intended to humiliate the Tulip family. However, Caroline also had another intention. The past few days, there was a war in the Northwest region. There had been a lot of discussion on whether they should continue with the war or to seek a peace talk. The military generals were all naturally part of the pro-war faction, but Caroline had gathered the nobles to persuade Abbas 11 to negotiate for a peace talk. Caroline had his own reasons which were related to the corruption in the Northwest region. Just a small war in the Northwest had uncovered the corruption there. He was deeply connected to the corruption in the Northwest region. If the 2 countries had an all-out war, a lot of problems would be exposed. He would then be finished. That was why the Northwest region could not be in turmoil. The only way out was to buy time and slowly cover up the problems. After the conversation was over, there was a victory banquet in the evening. However, Rodi wanted to go back home first. When the crowd had dispersed, Rodi exchanged words with the military officers. Most of them were subordinates of the late Duke and were naturally on his side. The generals may have been familiar when it came to war, but when it came to fighting for position, they were no match for Marquis Caroline. Rodi watched Caroline leave and sighed. This old man is too extraordinary. If I want to compete with him, the generals are not enough. I need a few people with brains to help me. After thinking a bit more, he laughed at himself. After so many days, I really think of myself as the Duke. I have left the imperial capital for so many days. Perhaps Nicole has found the whereabouts of that playboy. Either way, I am just a temporary Duke. Finishing the battle at the Northwest sounds just about enough.
When the playboy returns, I am quitting this job.
According to Nicole's argument, wouldn't becoming an officer be much easier?
The old man is extraordinary, but he is actually the playboy's headache.
It should not be my problem, right? If I already knew this, why did I ask His Majesty for the help of the Wolf Fong? What about the Southeast Special Envoy?
I'll let the playboy go to the mountains.
Let him deal with it.
The thought of seeing Nicole very soon made him feel excited. He immediately rushed out of the imperial palace toward the mansion of the Tulip family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 98, Crusade. Chapter 98, Crusade. Translator, Editor. The Tulip family's mansion was crowded with people.
There were many luxurious carriages parked outside the residence. It was as if all the prestigious people from the imperial capital had gathered there. It had not been that way since the death of the late Duke. Along the way, Rhodey attracted a huge crowd. He had great difficulty getting through the crowd before he could enter the Tulip family mansion.
Rhodey dismounted from the horse. He walked a few steps towards Nicole.
When he saw Nicole's thin face, which was full of affection, he felt like immediately rushing over to embrace her. However, Rhodey saw a lot of people next to her, so he took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart.
After all, Nicole was currently his sister, and he should not act too outrageously. He smiled and called out, "Sister."
After that, he gently embraced her according to the etiquette of the nobles. As he hugged her, he quietly whispered into her ear, "I missed you."
Nicole's face turned red, and she stepped back.
After she had calmed down, she said, "Go quickly.
There are a lot of people waiting for you."
Once he was in the hall, he was surrounded by many important dignitaries. A lot of them congratulated him, and there were also those who tried to win him over.
There were also some who actually came to matchmake.
Everybody in the imperial capital knew about him and his victory in the northwest. In addition, he came from the glorious Tulip family.
They knew that the Duke's future was going to be very bright. Rhodey reluctantly kept his spirits up to cope with all those people.
However, his eyes showed his impatience as he looked to Nicole for help. These guys are really troublesome. Rhodey would have preferred to kick them all out and just have Nicole alone with him.
Nicole was an experienced, noble lady. She calmly dealt with the flattery from the crowd and gave a faint smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are touched by your enthusiasm.
However, Seth has been rushing about and has gone through great hardships.
Tonight, His Majesty will also be holding a feast. Seth has just returned and will need to rest and prepare himself." The people all understood and immediately left. A few people took Rhodey's hands and said a few touching words before they left. They even forced themselves to cry a few tears. At long last, Rhodey noticed that he and Nicole were the only two who remained in the hall. He cleared his throat and said, "Sister, I have something to tell you." Nicole nodded and said, "Let's go to the study."
After dismissing the servants, the two of them entered the study room.
Nicole entered first and turned around as she slowly said, "Rhodey, I already know about the incident at Westwood Province. You were a little too impatient in the way you handled the matter."
Arg.
Rhodey had been walking in large strides behind Nicole.
He turned around and then he closed the doors. Ignoring the fact that Nicole was still talking, he moved forward, stretched his hands around her waist and kissed her beautiful, tender lips. Nicole could not guard herself against Rhodey in time and soon found herself in his embrace. In a panic, she closed her eyes and felt the warmth from Rhodey's lips. She could also feel Rhodey's breath, and a strange feeling entered her heart. After an indefinite time, Nicole felt like she was drained of energy, and her whole body fluttered. After that, Rhodey raised his head and stared at Nicole.
Nicole gradually recovered.
Her face turned red and she said in a low voice, You have become even more daring." Rhodey's face also turned red as he replied, "Just a little bit more daring." He was about to bend down and kiss her again when Nicole gently slipped out of the way and said, "Enough.
Don't. Be careful so that no one sees." Rhodey sighed and slowly let go of Nicole. He then thought and asked, "Do you have news of Seth? It has been so long. Have your people found him?" Nicole's face turned dark as she slowly shook her head and sighed. "I have sent people out to see since a few months ago, but there is still no news. Where has that bastard disappeared to?" Rhodey frowned and asked, "What shall we do then? Must I still pretend to be your brother?" I really do not want to be your brother." Nicole reluctantly smiled and asked, "Is being a duke not good? Gaining the attention of many is really glamorous." Rhodey sighed. "Glamour? I have seen too many things in the Northwest region. Glamour? Hee hee, do you know much blood was shed in exchange for this?
I never really had much interest in these things. He then looked at Nicole's eyes and softly said, I just want to be Rhodey.
I want to abandon this identity and be together with you. What shall I do now that I am your brother? Does it mean that we...
Seeing that Rhodey was agitated, Nicole gently held Rhodey's hands and softly said, Rhodey, please be patient.
Please be patient for a little more, alright?
Rhodey lightly said, being a duke may be glamorous, but there are a lot hidden murders and filth that need to be dealt with.
I am very bored. Nicole, I just want to take you away from here.
Nicole observed Rhodey for a long time. She slowly shook her head and replied, No, I really cannot do that.
I am responsible for the family.
Other than you, I have nobody else to rely on. After that, Nicole burst into tears and cried. Rhodey's heart ached. He went closer and gently held her.
Nicole gently clung onto Rhodey and said, I also want to have an easier time. I also want to be carefree and be together with you. But, I cannot.
Rhodey gently smiled. He stretched his fingers and wiped Nicole's tears away as he softly said, Alright. It was my mistake.
I just returned and I have already made you cry. Do not worry. As long as I, Rhodey, am around, I will not let the Tulip family collapse.
He held the beautiful lady in his arms.
Although he felt helpless, what else could he say?
Inadvertently, a slender figure in black robes crossed his mind along with the phrase,
If you do not forget me, I will not forget you.
He remembered that he had almost followed her out of impulse that day. Nicole and Rhodey then restrained themselves and discussed about the incident at the Westwood province. Rhodey had slaughtered a lot of people at the Westwood province. Although he had returned to the imperial capital, he had left more than 2,000 Wolfang soldiers behind to clean up the public official administration system at the Westwood province. Those few days, many people were executed at the guillotine in the big and small towns. Although most of the populace were happy, Rhodey had also offended a lot of people.
Nicole was worried. The Westwood province was the Tulip family's territory. The military and government of the Westwood province were under the Tulip family. It was like a small independent kingdom of the empire. However, those officials were still officials of the empire. After such a major incident, Rhodey had executed so many people without waiting for His Majesty's orders. That was not good. On the other hand, Rhodey was very calm. Abbas XI did not heavily reward him, and that made the military very unsatisfied.
Even in the imperial capital, there was already a lot of criticism. As a result, His Majesty would not purposely pursue the matter in the Westwood province.
After all, the Westwood province was the Tulip family's territory, and it was a private matter.
His Majesty would not need to pursue it just because he executed a few people. The Emperor needed to pretend to treat him fervently so that he could win back the hearts of the military.
It was obvious when His Majesty did not mention anything about the Westwood province that day.
That night, at the banquet in the palace hall, Abbas XI appeared to be very close with Rhodey. The other ministers and nobles also proposed toasts to Rhodey. Rhodey had already heard the words young and promising a few hundred times. Eventually, Abbas XI enthusiastically pulled Rhodey's hand and took him to the audience hall to receive the cheers of the soldiers. I only fought a battle in the northwest region, and the result was neither a victory nor defeat.
However, they are celebrating as if we conquered the entire continent. This is too excessive.
In the end, a few military generals made him drink a few glasses of wine, and he finally became drunk. The next morning, when Rhodey was still asleep, the imperial guards arrived and summoned Rhodey to immediately report to the imperial palace. They only said that His Majesty was anxious to discuss some important things with him and the other cabinet ministers. Rhodey was still dizzy and cursed the emperor in his heart. I am only a phony duke with no power and no soldiers.
What's the purpose of asking me to participate in the discussion?
Anyway, you and old Caroline have already decided everything.
Who are you trying to fool by pretending to discuss?
Although he criticized the emperor in his heart, Rhodey still dressed up neatly. The one who served him was the beautiful maid, Angel. However, Rhodey was no longer a silly boy and he was not flustered when he saw Angel.
Rhodey had on a stern expression as Angel dressed him up in the noble's gown.
Rhodey then smiled and nodded his head at her. Angel's face turned red, but she whispered, "Young master, no, master, you are no longer the same as before."
"What?" Rhodey asked.
Angel looked down and replied, "You have become more serious and cold."
Rhodey nodded but did not reply.
He thought in his heart. Both you and Jojo said the same thing.
Is Seth really such a glib?
I must be careful not to be exposed. The carriage was prepared and Rhodey took a few guards with him. He noticed that the way the guards looked at him was different from before. The guards no longer had a respectful but indifferent attitude towards him. Now, the guards and his personal bodyguard Rant looked at him with true respect.
Didn't those old military men from last night say that I was becoming more and more like the late Duke? Even though it was a compliment, why do I feel so uncomfortable?
He got on the carriage and was led by the Imperial Guards to the meeting hall in the Imperial Palace.
Abbas 11 and several cabinet ministers were already sitting there.
Seeing Rhodey walk in, Abbas 11 gently said, "Duke Rudolph, there is no need to salute.
I invited you here to ask you about the Roland continent." The Emperor then glanced at Caroline.
The military minister then cleared his throat and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, before your return, His Majesty received your report. The report said that some of the Roland continent soldiers were found in the Great Moon Kingdom. The people of the Roland continent had assisted Ryuenthal to fight us."
You must be extremely clear about this, so His Majesty has invited you to elaborate.
Rhodey thought for a moment, and then he spoke in detail about being intercepted by the Knights of Roland at the grasslands. Naturally, he did not say a word about the Black-Veiled Saint, but he mentioned that the information was obtained from a captured Roland knight. As for Mouse, although he had brought her back to what fortress, she was only there for a day before leaving.
No one knew her identity. Although there were many other problems, Seth fortunately did many strange things in the past. Therefore, no explanation was required. Courting women on the battlefield was against the military law, but now that he was in the limelight, nobody dared to find fault with him. After Rhodey had finished his explanation, Abbas 11 showed a disgusted expression and coldly said, "The people of the Roland continent are truly bold. I ignored them, but they dare provoke me. What shall we do about this?" Marquis Caroline was the first to stand up and proclaim, "Your Majesty. The people of the Roland continent dared to offend the Empire and naturally, must be taught a lesson. I think Your Majesty can allow the commander of the northern region, Milo, to mobilize the army to give the other party a little warning. The Northwest is currently unstable, and it is not wise to cause more trouble." Abax 11 frowned and coldly replied, "Is that all we are doing? The Roland continent is across the ocean. If we mobilize our army, will it really serve as a warning? They consider us heathens, but in our eyes, they are the heathens." Caroline smiled and said, "In that case, let us call the Pope over to discuss. If we declare war against the Roland continent, it will not only involve the Empire. It is a war against heathens, so the Pope will definitely strongly support us. Since a war against heathens is a holy crusade, the Pope's blazing warriors will surely come forward to help." The moment they heard Holy Crusade, everybody frowned. All of them had a conscientious expression while Abbas 11 was in profound thought. Holy Crusade. The Radiant Empire and the Roland continent had declared war on each other for several hundred years using the Holy Crusade and the crushing of heathens as excuses. However, they did not know how many people had died because of them. Holy Crusades were massive and the rivers would be filled with blood. Millions of people perished and countless people lost their homes. Both continents were exhausted, but there was no winner. The Radiant Empire's blazing warriors were very powerful, but the Holy Knights of the Roland continent were just as good. To begin another crusade would require them to mobilize the whole of the Empire's forces. The Empire's current situation might not be able to withstand such a devastating war. Moreover, in the northwest, Ryuenthal, the grassland wolf, was waiting to pounce. Abbas 11 thought for a moment before sighing. A single war will take up too much national strength. Now is not the time for a crusade. Caroline smiled and replied, "Since Your Majesty has said so, let us then send a special envoy and ask the Pope to also send a counterpart to the kingdom of Sauron to seek justice from them. Blame them as we mobilize the Northern Legion under the command of Milo to threaten them. The kingdom of Sauron will not dare to do anything. As long as they are willing to bow down to us, the dignity of the Empire will be protected." Abbas 11 looked down and frowned. Seeing the Emperor's expression, Rhodey started to sympathize with him. In the past, when Abbas the Great founded the Radiant Empire dynasty, the Empire controlled the entire continent. The army was powerful and prestigious. However, during his rule, the Northwest region had suffered crushing defeats, and there were a lot of internal struggles. Their enemies were also causing problems in the northern region, resulting in the Emperor to feel extremely annoyed. In the end, for fear of losing his pride, Abbas 11 did not decide on what to do with the Roland continent. He said that he needed to further discuss the matter with the cabinet ministers in the future. The topic then shifted to the peace talks with the Great Moon Kingdom. The main person in charge of the peace talks was the Empire's finance minister, Earl Merlot. He was a slender and good-looking middle-aged man. The man always had a smile on his face, but his cunning eyes made people feel uncomfortable. Abbas 11 only said a few words and warned Rhodey again, before telling the crowd to disperse.
The moment they left the imperial palace, Rhodey increased his pace to keep up with Earl Merlot. Then he said, "Your Excellency Merlot, His Majesty requested me to help you with the peace talks with the Great Moon Kingdom. You must understand that I am still young and am not experienced with negotiation."
"Do you have any idea?" Earl Merlot smiled and said, "Duke Rudolph, you are too modest.
His Majesty may have assigned me as the main negotiator, but there is nobody who does not know of your contributions in the Northwest. He said that you were going to be my assistant, but actually, you are the main negotiator and I am your assistant. Without your words of wisdom, I will not be able to subdue those grassland barbarians."
Rhodey laughed and secretly cursed. Crafty old man.
Earl Merlot then gave a witty smile and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, I believe you are close friends with my son, Didi. I will take advantage of my old age to be lazy, so you must work harder. Since we are not busy right now, let us find a place to sit down and talk. Then tonight, we will visit the Prince of the Great Moon Kingdom. Is this agreeable?" Rhodey thought for a moment and then agreed. They left the palace together in the Earl's carriage, while the Tulip family's carriage was sent back. His other guards followed behind him on their horses. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 99, Drawing an Alliance. Chapter 99, Drawing an Alliance. Translator, Editor.
On their way into the imperial capital, the guards in front cleared a way for the two high-ranking officials' carriage. That was the power of prestige.
Rhodey was young and impatient.
All along the way in the carriage, he kept on inquiring about Merlot's strategy at the coming negotiation. However, the finance minister was a crafty person and was good with his words. No matter how Rhodey asked, Merlot would only say that his purpose was to assist the Duke and refuse to divulge his strategy. It was obvious that he was a wise man and knew that the peace talks were just a humiliating treaty. Whatever it was, he would avoid becoming the scapegoat. After the carriage stopped, Rhodey was shocked the minute he got out of the carriage. He found himself standing in front of a tall building. From the inside of the building, the sound of people singing and merrymaking could be heard and pretty ladies could be seen dancing. They had arrived at the most celebrated brothel in the imperial capital. Rhodey looked at the leisurely Earl Merlot. He had never expected the Earl to bring him here. The first time Rhodey came here, it was together with the Earl's son, Didi. This time, he was here with Didi's father and had a strange feeling.
Earl Merlot smiled and led Rhodey in.
Madame Sophie, who had not seen Rhodey for a while, immediately rushed out. She uttered all kinds of compliments as she took them into a chamber. The chamber was located along the hall, on the second floor. The chamber had a view of the middle of the hall. A roller screen was slowly lowered. Looking through the screen, they could watch all the dances and performances. Two beautiful women, from both sides, served them red wine in golden cups. Merlot was relaxed, and he continuously drank 3 cups of wine. After that, he felt high and slowly lay down on the leather skin on the floor, lazily watching the performance downstairs. Rhodey was bewildered and asked, "Your Excellency Merlot, what did we come here for?" Merlot grinned and replied, "Your Excellency the Duke, don't you think that this is an exceptionally good place to have a discussion?" Rhodey frowned as he looked at the two beautiful women next to him and said, "I did not expect the Earl to be lecherous, but I am worried about the peace negotiations." Merlot laughed as he glanced at Rhodey and said, "Take it easy. You and Didi came here many times in the past. Besides that, I have a reason to invite you here. You will find out in a while." The Earl paused for a while before giving a strange smile. "I heard that Miss Micah is your exclusive partner, and others could not get to see her. I heard from Didi that the others can have the chance to see her only if you are around." Rhodey's face turned slightly red as he remembered his agreement with Micah, but he did not say anything. Merlot changed the topic and made small talk. After a while, they heard a commotion downstairs. Immediately, a dozen people wearing the leather clothes of the grassland walked in and were greeted by Miss Sophie. The person that stood at the back was a slender old man. The old man wore a magnificent fur clothing and had a golden sword on his waist. His face was rosy, and he squinted his eyes.
"Look, this is Prince Memnon whom the Great Moon Kingdom has dispatched here to negotiate.
He is the king's younger brother and also Ryuenthal's uncle."
Merlot smiled proudly.
Rhodey's heart stirred as he looked at those people walking up the stairs.
He then whispered, "Ryuenthal's uncle? Does this prince support Ryuenthal or Prince Sultan?"
"I heard that the competition at Dragon Plateau is quite intense." Merlot's expression changed when he heard Rhodey's words. He gave a strange glare and said, "I did not expect your excellency to be able to see things so clearly. I heard that this prince is extremely loyal to their king, but we still do not know which of the princes he supports."
If we can obtain some information here, then our negotiation will be more advantageous.
Oh? Merlo smiled and said, this time, you have stirred up trouble at the Northwest Grasslands and have even shocked the people at Dragon Plateau.
The tribal leaders all blamed Ryuenthal for not putting in enough effort. Now, Prince Sultan is gathering support to challenge Ryuenthal.
The king of the Great Moon Kingdom is old.
Both his sons, Ryuenthal and Sultan, know that the one with more military power will be the future king.
The barbarians of the grasslands are different from us in the empire. The position of crown prince is given to the one who has more power.
Right now, Ryuenthal is an advocate of war.
As for Sultan, although we do not know his real intentions, but since he wants to oppose his older brother, he is likely to be an advocate of peace. However, their kingdom is unstable right now with a lot of internal problems, and the empire is not prepared for war.
Both parties want peace. It is just that Ryuenthal has put up a tough front while Sultan is more gentle.
If we know which side this prince is taking, then we will at least know where our limit for the negotiation is. Rhodey could not believe that Merlo would say something like that. He could not help but say, I did not expect your excellency to already have an idea.
I asked so many questions earlier on our way here.
Looks like it was pointless for me to have worried so much.
Merlo stopped smiling.
He looked at Rhodey for a long time before he slowly said, Seth, the undercurrents in the empire are strong.
You and I must be careful.
Rhodey was surprised when Merlo stopped calling him Your Excellency the Duke but instead called him Seth. Hearing those words, Rhodey did not know how to respond. Merlo gave a meaningful smile and continued, this peace negotiation, no matter what the outcome is, will certainly attract a lot of condemnation. His Majesty will naturally refuse to take the bad name.
Who will be willing to take the blame?
I am also not willing, but His Majesty ordered me to deal with the peace negotiations.
I have no choice but to obey.
Rhodey was startled as he asked.
Your Excellency, Merlo, do you mean?
Merlo gave a wry smile and said, the peace negotiation between the two countries is of great importance.
I am just a small finance minister and an earl. I cannot carry this burden.
Now, the person whom His Majesty relies on the most is definitely you, the Duke.
However, you are still young and inexperienced.
There is also the Marquis Garoline. However, Marquis Garoline is busy and cannot personally preside over the peace negotiations. This is why the Marquis proposed to His Majesty to give me this assignment.
I am reluctant to undertake this heavy assignment. Fortunately, I have Your Excellency the Duke to share this burden.
After he finished speaking, he looked at Rhodey with bright eyes.
Rhodey did not know how to answer. Suddenly, he heard Andy's voice. Boy, do you still not understand?
He is hinting to you that he is also being framed by that Marquis to handle this negotiation.
How could you not understand this?
This peace negotiation is like dog sh*t by the roadside.
Anyone who sees it will get out of the way.
For him to be targeted by Garoline to handle this negotiation means that he and that old bastard are not from the same camp.
Then what should I do?
Andy replied calmly, do not trust him so easily.
Test him first. Hearing that, Rhodey's mind was cleared.
He cleared his throat and replied, Your Excellency Merlo, Marquis Garoline is probably busy with the military tasks. He also has a heavy responsibility. Merlo looked at Rhodey and then, he suddenly laughed out loud.
His expression was full of ridicule.
Seth, you have just entered officialdom, and you have already learned how to say one thing and mean another.
Rhodey's face turned red and he replied softly, Your Excellency Merlo, what are you talking about? I do not understand.
Merlo snorted and continued, I do not blame you. However, I brought you here to tell you that we do not have to hide anything from each other.
Otherwise, I would have just brought you elsewhere.
Honestly, being a military minister is also an important task. But now, His Majesty only listens to Garoline for everything.
Garoline has gone too far.
Ultimately, he is just a military minister and not a prime minister. After Earl Merlo said those words, his face showed an expression of anger. However, he looked meaningfully at Rhodey. Rhodey did not expect Merlo to be so blunt. He stayed silent for a moment and then he asked, Your Excellency Merlo, why did you say all this to me?
Garoline, that old man, is just a military minister.
His intentions are to make the Lionheart family rise above the Tulip family and to become the Empire's most prominent family.
Seth, are you not going to do anything about this? Rhodey nodded and looked at Merlo. Then he spoke in a heavy voice, Earl Merlo, I am just a duke without any real power. There is no point telling me all these as I am just an outsider. Outsider? Seth. I know about what happened at the Westwood province. Since many years ago, everyone had called you a playboy but I did not believe them.
that was why I allowed Didi to be close to you. I clearly know that my son will not be able to inherit the title for his entire life.
Now that I look at it again, I was right in believing in you.
You were able to force Ryuenthal to withdraw, and you were able to use your wrath to suppress the rebellion at the Westwood province.
Your Excellency the Duke, why are you so careful?
I have already spoken all my innermost thoughts to you.
Why do you still not trust me? Rodi was silent. He had many complex thoughts in his mind.
He was at a loss with all these intricacies in bureaucracy.
He sighed and slowly said, Your Excellency Merlot, do you mean that you want to overthrow Marquis Garoline? I am afraid it will not be so easy.
Humph.
Merlot gave a cold smile. So what?
He is just a member of the Lionheart family. A few years ago, they still needed to tread carefully around the Tulip family. However, he took advantage of the time when you were still young to persuade His Majesty and placed his nephew as a regiment commander. In the past 2 years, he had already gained control of the entire Northwest Army.
Seth, if you do not act now, in a few years, I am afraid. Rodi knitted his brow as he gave a cold smile and asked, Earl Merlot, what do you hope to accomplish by winning me over in dealing with Marquis Garoline? Merlot gave a light smile and replied, Me?
I am the Empire's finance minister and have already obtained the title of Earl. I do not expect to become a prime minister.
I only hoped for my son to have a good future. I am in charge of the Empire's finances. Naturally, I will know the Lionheart family's inner dealings in the army.
He sees me as a thorn in his side, but he still cannot do anything to me.
However, in the future, I am afraid he will not tolerate not only my son but also the existence of my entire family.
With that, he had already said everything he had wanted to. Merlot then looked at Rodi, who was in deep thoughts.
He laughed and woke Rodi up from deep thoughts. He lazily said, Prince Memnon of the Great Moon Kingdom is probably next door. We should go and meet him.
After that, he pulled Rodi up and walked through the corridor. They walked towards a hall on the left. In front of the hall, there were a few grassland warriors. They were dressed in leather clothes and looked fierce and aggressive. Before the two men could approach, a grassland warrior immediately shouted, Go away! Go away! You are not allowed to come near. Rodi felt angry and coldly asked, Are the people of the Great Moon Kingdom so arrogant even in the imperial capital? Merlot replied without changing his expression, They were not defeated in the Northwest region.
They also did not suffer heavy casualties or lose any territory.
Naturally, they are very confident. The imperial bodyguards rushed in front to glare at the grassland barbarians.
One of Rodi's bodyguard, Rant, who was the tallest, stood firmly in front of Rodi.
Merlot merely smiled and said, Tell your master that the Duke of the Tulip family and Earl Merlot are here to see him. Before the guards could reply, a gentle voice sounded out from inside the hall, Your Excellency the Duke, Your Excellency the Earl, please come in. Rodi ignored several of those warriors whose hands were at the hilts of their swords.
He walked in with big strides. Prince Memnon was lying lazily on top of an animal skin.
When he saw the two of them entering the hall, he just smiled lightly and said, My subordinates were rude. The two nobles of the Empire, please do not be offended. He then gave a nice signal and immediately, two of his subordinates served them 2 gold cups filled with wine.
Earl Merlot.
This must be the Duke of the Tulip family. Your Excellency the Duke have made a name for yourself in the Northwest. I did not expect to see you here in the imperial capital. Prince Memnon smiled as he slowly sat up. He raised the gold cup and said, This is the wine from the Great Moon Kingdom.
It is not available in the Empire. If your excellencies don't mind, please try it.
Before Rodi could speak, a large and robust figure, that was standing behind Memnon, coldly asked, Your Majesty. In the Great Moon Kingdom, this wine is only given to the strong warriors.
Does the Empire have any such warriors? Rodi's guards became angry and even Merlot frowned slightly. Prince Memnon just gave a light smile and said, This is our Great Moon Kingdom's regiment commander of the Royal Cavalry, General Zagreb. One of Rodi's bodyguards from the Wolf Fawn could not help but coldly say, Regiment commander of the cavalry?
Our Excellency the Duke have already killed 2 commanders in one battle at what fortress?
So what, if he is a regiment commander? Prince Memnon's gaze turned cold as General Zagreb replied, Good.
I have heard that the Duke of the Tulip family was the Empire's strongest warrior.
I am not convinced. Ryuenthal's commanders were not worth mentioning.
They were all useless. The moment those words came out, Merlot's eyes gleamed as he gave a meaningful smile.
Prince Memnon deliberately sank his face and said, General Zagreb. We are guests. Do not be too presumptuous. Zagreb grunted heavily and then kept quiet.
However, he could not help but look at Rodi with cold eyes. In his heart, he could not believe that handsome kid was powerful. Merlot laughed and then slowly said, "Your Royal Highness. Today, His Majesty the Emperor has given the order for the Duke to also attend the peace negotiations. Just now, when I saw your Royal Highness' arrival and knew that we will be dealing with each other a lot in the near future, I thought we should have a drink and become friends first." Zagreb saw Rodi hold the golden cup. He said in a low voice, "Make friends. The Empire was too weak to defeat us on the battlefield and now they say they want to be friends." Rodi gave a cold smile as he slowly put down the golden cup and looked at Zagreb. Merlot's heart stirred and thought of taking that opportunity to destroy the spirit of the Great Moon Kingdom, to teach that strength may not benefit them for future peace negotiation. He also smiled, put down his golden cup and lightly said, "General Zagreb." "What do you mean?" Zagreb saw that his master did not say anything, so replied loudly, "The people of the Empire are weak. They do not deserve to drink the wine of our Great Moon Kingdom. This is a special wine used by the royal family, and only the brave and strong warriors are allowed partake of it." Rodi was not angry and he merely smiled. He had killed so many people in the northwest region that even though he was smiling, his eyes gave a murderous glare. Merlot slowly said, "General Zagreb. You keep saying strong and brave warriors. Is the Duke of Tulip family not worthy as warrior? Humph. He must be tested first." Zagreb saw that his master still did not speak and became more daring. Rant, who stood behind Rodi, spoke coldly, "Test? Our Duke is the Empire military's #1. Who are you to dare strike out against our Duke? Where do you stand when compared with your own people of the Great Moon Kingdom?" That Zagreb was immediately unable to say anything, and his face turned red. He was a reckless person, but he understood that no matter how arrogant he was, he would not dare call himself the Great Moon Kingdom's strongest warrior. Merlot gave a faint smile and said, "I heard that your Royal Highness is also of a warrior origin in the Great Moon Kingdom. Our Duke is also a commander-in-chief. It is quite boring to just drink wine here. How about we go to the hall downstairs and let our subordinates have a competition? We can learn some warrior qualities from one another." Prince Memnon smiled and showed his arrogance as he slowly said, "Since the Earl has proposed this, how can we refuse? We, the people of the grassland, are straightforward people. Let's go down now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 100, Defend. Chapter 100, Defend. Translator, Editor. Everybody went to the hall. Prince Memnon's subordinates were arrogant, and without waiting for their master to speak, they drove away the other guests to clear a space. The other guests were people with status. When they saw the clothing of the people who were chasing them away, they knew that that was the prince of the Great Moon Kingdom. As a result, they restrained their anger and left. The dancers that were originally in the middle of the hall screamed and retreated to the back. Without waiting for everyone to sit, Zagreb pulled out a huge scimitar and stepped into the middle of the hall. He turned towards Rodi and shouted, "Your Excellency the Duke of Tulip family. You are a brave warrior of the Empire. I, Zagreb, challenge you according to the rules of the grasslands. If you are afraid, admit defeat." Rant roared, jumped out and said, "Who do you think you are to challenge our Duke? I am the Duke's guard, Rant. I will teach you a lesson." Rant took out his broadsword and walked towards Zagreb. Both of them were robust men and looked like two towers standing in the middle of the hall. They glared at each other. Rodi was aware of Rant's strength. Rant was stronger than most of the other commanders and possibly Rodi himself. Feeling assured, he sneered and looked at Prince Memnon. Prince Memnon was a big shot of the grasslands and had a straightforward behavior. He loudly shouted, "Zagreb, don't let me lose face. If you lose, I will make you raise horses for 3 years." The two warriors stepped back, holding on to their weapons. Suddenly, Rant roared and stepped forward. He raised his sword above his head and slashed downwards. Zagreb held his scimitar above his head, and soon, the sound of their weapons clashing was heard. The two warriors used all of their strength until their muscles bulged. The carpet on the floor also started to tear. After some time, the two warriors separated a few steps away from each other. Rant did not wait for his opponent to catch his breath and once again threw himself forward. Zagreb was unwilling to be outshined, so he quickly raised his scimitar. For a time, there were the endless sounds of sword clashing. Both of them were powerhouses. When encountering another strong enemy, both of them flaunted their superiority and confronted each other head-on. They both refused to lag behind. The two large figures continued to fight each other. Suddenly, Rant groaned and took a few steps back. There was a long cut on his chest and a small amount of blood was oozing out from the wound. If he had not dodged quickly, he would have been seriously injured.
Prince Memnon smiled proudly and asked, "Your Excellency the Duke, what do you think of my warrior?" Rhodey smiled and looked at Rant. Then he lightly said, "Rant, do not forget that you are fighting under the name of the Tulip family."
Rant's body suddenly shook as he gave a violent roar. The roar was like a thunder from mid-air. As he roared, he tore off his shirt, revealing his steel-like muscles. A faint gray brilliance appeared on his body, and his sword emitted some bluster.
Fighting energy. Rhodey's heart stirred.
When he had fought with Rant during the test, Rant had only just comprehended fighting energy.
Less than 3 months later, Rant could already use it.
It would seem that Rant had trained very hard during his time in the imperial capital.
Rant's eyes were like fire.
He roared and rushed forward with a gray aura. Zagreb looked serious. When he felt the sinister energy hitting his face, he held his sword horizontally. He then heard the sound of metal breaking. Zagreb was knocked back a few steps away and severely crashed against the wall. Only half of his scimitar remained. His dark face turned red as if he was drunk.
Rant stood at the center of the hall and coldly looked at Zagreb as he said, "You lose."
He then eliminated his fighting energy and put away his broadsword. He walked in front of Rhodey and bowed.
"Your Excellency, I did not disgrace the glory of the Tulip family." Rhodey nodded and offered Rant the cup as he said, "Good. They said only strong warriors can drink this. Now you can drink this. Let us see who else dares to say that the Empire has no strong warriors." Rant looked exhilarated as he knelt down. He then took the golden cup and drank the wine. Prince Memnon looked gloomy. He slowly stood up and nodded to Rhodey and Merlot as he said, "Your Excellency the Duke, Your Excellency the Earl, let us meet tomorrow at the negotiating table." After that, he walked out without looking at Zagreb.
He took his subordinates with him. That Zagreb felt ashamed and followed behind, with his head low.
Merlot then smiled and said, "Your Excellency the Duke.
Today, we have destroyed the spirit of the Great Moon Kingdom. I had endured a lot of frustration from them when I dealt with them in the past few days."
Both of them no longer drank any wine and left the brothel. Merlot then took Rhodey back to the Tulip family's mansion before he left smiling. Nicole saw Rhodey came back looking gloomy and could not help but ask. Rhodey then sighed and told her about what happened in the brothel. Nicole frowned. Rant had won. "Why are you not happy?" Rhodey shook his head and replied, "What is the purpose of winning a private match like this? There is no use even if we were to win 100 of such matches. If we have the ability to win on the battlefield, then this is the real glory." As for the words Earl Merlot had said, Nicole could only ponder and could not think of what to say. The next day, Earl Merlot came to pick up Rhodey to meet Prince Memnon. When both parties met, the peace negotiations started. The Great Moon Kingdom had an unyielding attitude.
From the start of the discussion, they asked for the Empire to surrender what fortress and 1,000,000 gold coins as compensation.
Both Rhodey and Earl Merlot did not get angry. They denied those terms and cajoled the other party.
After a day of negotiating, Prince Memnon became impatient. However, when he looked at Rhodey, he did not burst out in anger.
Finally, they parted without reaching any favorable term.
Earl Merlot then privately told Rhodey that their attitude for that day was considered good. When both sides argued during the time Rhodey was not around, the Great Moon Kingdom had a very aggressive attitude. They would constantly shout a torrent of abusive words and pulled out their swords in irritation.
On the second day of negotiations, Rhodey told Merlot not to speak.
He raised his own voice and requested for the other party to return the captured fortresses and to leave the Empire's territory.
However, he did not mention anything about paying for reparations. Seeing Rhodey's unyielding attitude, one of the Great Moon Kingdom's officers took out his scimitar.
Rhodey then rudely kicked that officer out of the window before turning around and coldly looked at the angry Prince Memnon.
After that, he continued, "Your Highness the Prince, I might as well tell you that I am opposed to peace.
If you insist on threatening us with the continuation of the war, I will be very happy to oblige and meet you on the battlefield." But, after that, Rhodey turned around and sneered before he continued, "I don't think Prince Sultan will want Ryuenthal to be in charge of the soldiers again.
By the way, how is your king's health? Has Prince Sultan become the crown prince?" After saying all that, Rhodey left the depressed Prince Memnon, without looking back.
On the third day, the negotiations were more harmonious and both sides argued about the ownership of Trier Fortress. The Empire had requested for the return of the stronghold nearest to the What Fortress, which was the Trier Fortress.
This was Rhodey's final objective. He clearly understood that while the other party acted tough, they did not want war.
Sultan and Ryuenthal were too busy competing for the throne and they had no ability to start a war against the Empire. Besides that, when Mouse returned to the Sauron Kingdom and the Roland continent, the temple would start finding troubles and would no longer secretly support the Great Moon Kingdom. Rhodey had asked for the return of Trier Fortress because the Trier Fortress was nearest to the What Fortress. As long as the Empire had both of those fortresses, the two fortresses would be able to complement each other and stabilize the defense situation at the northwest region. Finally, Merlot eloquently suggested that the Empire would pay 500,000 gold coins to redeem Trier Fortress. With the two fortresses as the dividing line, both sides ceased their hard bargaining. After the negotiations, originally, Rhodey and Merlot should have immediately reported back to the Emperor in the palace. However, Rhodey felt depressed and did not want to go.
In the end, Earl Merlot went by himself.
Rhodey then dismissed his bodyguards and strolled alone on a horse around the imperial capital.
He unknowingly went into the middle of the public square. Rhodey looked at the huge statue situated in the square. It was about 10 meters tall. It was the statue of Abbas the Great, the greatest emperor of the empire. It was crafted by a famous sculptor and was lifelike. The emperor was wearing an armor while holding a long sword. The hilt of the sword also looked majestic. Although it was just a statue, it gave off an air that made people afraid to look at it directly. Rhodey recalled that when Abbas the Great was still alive, it was the golden age of the empire. Millions of elite soldiers were under his command and the undefeated banner of the Tulip family was fluttering. The lightning god's whip had swept across the world. The entire continent was conquered by the empire. The people of the grasslands had surrendered and even the Roland continent bowed. That was a real glory. Rhodey's heart boiled as he walked towards the statue. While he was in a trance, he did not notice a carriage slowly stop behind him. After that, he suddenly heard, "Your Excellency the Duke." Rhodey turned around and saw a youngster in a servant attire standing in front of him, with his head bowed. "Your Excellency the Duke, my master wishes to see you," the youngster spoke as he pointed at the magnificent carriage behind him. Rhodey frowned, thinking that it was another noble that wanted to curry favor with him, and lightly said, "I still have things to do. If your master wants to see me, tell him to go to the Duke's mansion." As soon as Rhodey finished saying that, the servant suddenly smiled and whispered, "Your Excellency the Duke, my master said that she is Rhodey's friend." The last sentence slowly entered Rhodey's ears and gave him such a shock that he almost fell off his horse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.